Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 728 to Chapter 785. The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book had appeared one after another. Huaxia was about to face an earth-shattering calamity. Ling Yun was a little stunned. He suddenly retracted his palm from Chen Haizhen's chest and stopped absorbing his power. Chen Haizhen had been beaten back to his original state. His energy center and meridians were empty, and he didn't even have Hotian Realm Level 3. Ling Yin released his powerful divine sense to make sure that no one could hear him. Then, he said to Chen Haizhen, "The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book have appeared? How did you know? What's going on with the earth-shattering calamity in Huaxia?" Actually, Ling Yin was extremely shocked. The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book had indeed appeared, and they were currently hidden within Ling Yun's body. The Emperor Brush occupied the space between Ling Yun's eyebrows, while the Earth Emperor's book occupied Ling Yun's energy center. However, the problem was, how did the large and ancient families in Huaxia, as well as the hidden sects, know about the appearance of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book? Not only did they know, but they also knew in advance. For example, Dugu Mo, the Sun family, and Dongfang Ting, Shimen Gang, and Nangong Jian, who Ling Yin met in the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. How did they know that the Earth Emperor's book was about to appear? Ling Yin thought to himself that this was 2F** King magical. It was definitely high-tech. As for the earth-shattering calamity in Huaxia, Ling Yin had heard about it from Master Xianxia. He said that Master Xianxia was the one who dealt with the calamity. The reason why Master Xianxia saw through everything was because of a small Bodhi seed. After losing all his power, Chen Haizhen, who was already seriously injured, couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His body twitched uncontrollably as he glared at Ling Yun viciously. Every family with a bit of fame knows about the appearance of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. However, no matter who they fall into, they will never fall into your hands. You'd better give up now. You're just a vile spawn that shouldn't have been born. Your mother was a demoness, and so are you. The Devil's Blade, haha. How could the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book recognize a butcher who wields the Devil's Blade as their master? Ling Yin snickered in his heart. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book were now in his body, and Ling Yin had been using the Devil's Blade with ease. Up until now, he didn't feel any discomfort. He did not attack Chen Haizhen again because he could tell that Chen Haizhen could not hold on for much longer. He was about to die. What about the catastrophe? Ling Yin asked in a calm tone. Since Chen Haizhen was still alive, he had to get more secrets out of him. That's an ancient Huaxia legend. Chen Haizhen's gaze was already starting to lose focus. His eyes were also starting to blur. Ling Yin frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "If my father is really not in your Chen family, where is he now?" Chen Haizhen's voice was muffled as he said, "It could be the Long family, the Yi family, or the Sun family. It's even more likely that he was captured by the Devil sect. In any case, our Chen family did not capture him. He's just a cripple. What's the point of capturing him?" As the saying went, a dying man's words were kind. Furthermore, Chen Haizhen's consciousness was fading, so he was definitely speaking the truth. Ling Yin did not think too much about it and immediately asked, "Where is Xianxia now?" "I don't know. I don't know." Second brother's son is even more ruthless than his father. In the entire Chen family, other than Chen Jianwei, no one knows where Chao Shanshan is hiding. Ling Yun, let me tell you, don't think that you're invincible. Not to mention the Long family and the Yi family, there are at least 3 people from my Chen family who can easily kill you. They will definitely avenge me, definitely. Chen Haizhen's voice became softer and softer. Halfway through his sentence, his eyes rolled back and he let go of his hand. He died. Ling Yin stared at the dead Chen Haizhen. He did not move for a long time. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 fire talismans and hit them on Chen Haizhen's body. He shouted "come" twice and turned him into ashes. Ling Xiao wasn't captured by the Chen family. Only Chen Jianwei knew where Chao Shanshan was hiding. There were at least 3 people from the Chen family who could defeat him. These were the 3 pieces of information that Ling Yin obtained from Chen Haizhen. Ling Yin believed almost all of them, at least 90%. If Ling Xiao was also captured by the Chen family, then there was no need for Ling Xiao and Ling Yu to be locked up in 2 different locations. Not only would it be troublesome to guard them, but they would also not be able to negotiate with the Qin family. It was easy to deduce that the Qin family only wanted the Ling family's support. If they captured the two of them, they would definitely lock the two core members of the Ling family together and let them come to a conclusion. Then, both parties would negotiate step by step. That was the most logical thing to do. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a useless person in the eyes of the Qin family. He was far less important than the Ling family's think tank, Ling Yu. There was no point in capturing him. As for Xianxia, Ling Yin felt that Chen Haizhen's words were more reliable based on Chen Jianwei's character. There was no doubt that Chen Jianwei treated Xianxia like a treasure. As long as he sucked her blood, Chen Jianwei would be able to level up rapidly. He might even reach the Grand Duke rank in one go. Since Xianxia was so important, Chen Jianwei must have hidden her in an extremely secretive place. Even his biological father didn't know where it was. I still have to rely on my 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder. Ling Yin muttered as he stood up. His lips curled into a mysterious smile as he flew out of the room. Ling Yin scoffed at Chen Haizhen's claim that at least 3 people from the Chen family could defeat Ling Yin. The reason Chen Haizhen said that was because he saw Ling Yin kill a Xiantian realm level 7 ninja. That was his judgment. However, Chen Haizhen didn't know that wasn't Ling Yin's full strength. Moreover, even if that was Ling Yin's full strength, Ling Yin still had the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. He could use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to increase his combat power tenfold if he had no other choice. Not many people could defeat Ling Yin in that state. Right now, Ling Yin's strongest attack was the Divine Yang Cultivation technique. If he increased his combat power tenfold, therefore, it didn't matter whether Ling Yin knew the true strength of the Qin family or not. What really gave Ling Yin a headache was the problem of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. This was one of his biggest secrets. However, this secret seemed to be known by everyone in the Huaxia ancient martial arts world. This made Ling Yin very unhappy. Right now, no one knew that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book were with Ling Yin. If someone really found out, Ling Yin would only be able to escape. He didn't think that he had the strength to go against the entire Huaxia ancient martial arts world. Without a doubt, the most important thing now was to rescue Xianxia. There was no time to lose. Power, power. It seems like I have to reach the qi cultivation stage as soon as possible. Ling Yin muttered to himself as he flew into the room where Yamada was locked up. Yamada and Mitsui were the same. Both of their legs had been cut off by Ling Yin. Now, they were only left with half their bodies lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. Ling Yin released a few gusts of wind from his finger and unsealed a few of Yamada's acupoints. Then, he looked down at him coldly and said, I spared your life just now because I have a few things to ask you. Whether you answer or not, your ending will be death. However, I can tell you clearly that the way you die will be very different. Shameless Huaxia person, you don't have the spirit of a warrior. Yamada struggled with all his might as he gritted his teeth and said to Ling Yin. You lost, I won. It's that simple. You Japanese devils came to Huaxia to stir up trouble and even tried to destroy my Ling family. Is this your spirit of a warrior? Ling Yin replied coldly before getting down to business. I want to understand everything about the Tokugawa family and the Japanese ninjas. Tell me everything you know. Is that a problem? To Ling Yin's surprise, Yamada agreed without hesitation. Then, he began to explain in detail to Ling Yin. Ling Yin could see that Yamada had an indescribable sense of pride and arrogance when he told Ling Yin about the Japanese ninjas. Ling Yin could even see a holy light in Yamada's eyes. This was the difference between the Japanese and the Huaxia people. The Huaxia people were too humble and always hid their strength. On the other hand, the Japanese were the exact opposite. They thought that they were very strong and were proud of it. They didn't hide their strength at all. Through Yamada's explanation, Ling Yin learned that the most powerful ninjas in Japan were called kages. There were many kages in the Tokugawa family. They even had the most mysterious and powerful divine kages. Ninjas who could be called divine kages were godlike existences among the Japanese ninjas. As for the strength of the divine kages, even Yamada couldn't describe it. Ninjas were mainly divided into 2 schools, the Iga sect and the Kaga sect. Ninjutsu consisted of 3 major secret arts, physical arts, escape arts, and illusion arts. Ninjas were also divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yamada and Mitsui were both in the early stages of Xiantian realm level 7. They were only the lowest level of Chunin. As for those who hadn't reached the late stages of the Xiantian realm, they could only be called Genin no matter how strong their ninjutsu was. Above the Chunin were the Jonins. Above the Jonins were the special Jonins, and above them were the Kages. The best of the Kages were called Divine Kages, master of the ancient martial arts in China. As an outstanding ninja, I must state one thing. In our ninja world, there are 4 basic commandments: do not abuse ninjutsu, abandon all self-esteem, keep your mouth shut, and never reveal your identity. However, you aren't a Huaxia expert. You are the most mysterious cultivator in Huaxia. I know that even if I don't say it, you will find a way to make me say it. That's why I have to be honest with you. I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of death or being tortured. I'm doing this to protect the honor of the Japanese ninjas. Huaxia cultivator, I admit that you are very strong. However, you have yet to meet our Japanese Jonins, much less our Kages. If you meet them, you will understand what true ninjutsu is. After saying that, Yamada's left cheek shrank inwards, and he clenched his upper and lower teeth, tearing open a certain part of his mouth. In less than 3 seconds, half of Yamada's body fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Ling Yin could see clearly with his yin-yang divine eye that the poison in Yamada's mouth came from the flesh on the inside of his cheek. The poison was extremely potent, and it would kill the throat upon contact. F***ck, you died so quickly. You didn't even tell me anything about the Tokugawa clan's power distribution. Ling Yin said gloomily. To be continued. Ling Yin was depressed, but he didn't regret it. According to Yamada, the Japanese ninja families included the Tokugawa, Toyotomi, Yanagi, Edo, and Mitsui. If he wanted to know more about the Tokugawa family's power distribution, he would get more information from Mitsui next door than from Yamada. Ling Yin used a fire talisman to burn Yamada's corpse into ashes. Then, he got up and went next door. Mitsui was from a big family, so he was much more stubborn than Yamada. Even though he was a prisoner, he refused to answer all of Ling Yin's questions. However, Ling Yin had countless ways to deal with such stubborn people. Soon, he managed to pry open Mitsui's mouth and got all the answers he wanted. During the whole interrogation process, the pain that Mitsui suffered made him, a Chunin ninja, feel like he was in a nightmarish hell, and he regretted coming to this world. Mr. Mitsui, thank you for telling me this. This valuable information is very useful to me. However, you're about to die. I can't let your skills go to waste. Please lend them to me for a while. Ling Yin successfully reversed his energy center and used the absorption technique to absorb all of Mitsui's energy, turning it into his own yin-yang true chi. Sigh, I'll send you on your way since you're in so much pain. Ling Yin's power surged. He pointed his finger at Mitsui and released a gust of strong wind that hit Mitsui's forehead, killing him on the spot. Then, he gave him a fire talisman and turned Mitsui into ashes. At this moment, Ling Yin heard the anxious voices of the 3 brothers, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li. They wanted to enter but were stopped by Cui Lao. Looks like they're done bathing. Ling Yin smiled and flew out of the room. His figure flashed, and he appeared at the entrance of the Ling family's dungeon. Look, I told you that 5th young master would be out soon. Cui Lao was overjoyed to see Ling Yin coming out of the dungeon. He couldn't stop Ling Yong and the rest. Fifth brother, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li let go of Cui Lao and surrounded Ling Yun. What's wrong? Ling Yin said to the 3 of them with a smile. Old 5, what did you do to those 3? Since you wanted to deal with them, why didn't you wait for us? Ling Yong said anxiously. The 3 of them were very stubborn. In a fit of anger, I sent them all to meet the king of hell. Ling Yin raised his hand casually and rubbed his nose. Ah? You're too fast. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were all dumbfounded. I'll go down and take a look. I'll slash their corpses a few more times to avenge our Ling family's death warriors. Ling Yong actually wanted to whip the corpse. They've all been reduced to ashes, not even a speck of dust is left. Ling Yin laughed heartily and flew out of the side room, arriving at the 8th courtyard. Ling Yong and his brothers looked at each other helplessly. In the end, they could only follow Ling Yin out gloomily. All of them sighed, blaming Ling Yan for acting too quickly. Cui Lao, the defense of our Ling family is too weak. We need to strengthen it as soon as possible. I need some things. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao, who had just walked out of the dungeon. What do you need, fifth young master? Please let me know. Cui Lao knew that Ling Yan was going to set up a formation. Ling Yan gestured with his hands. I need iron ingots, about the size of a football. I need about a few hundred of them, the more the better. Cui Lao nodded with a smile. Fifth young master, iron ingots aren't difficult to get. You can buy them at any steel company. It's just that such a large amount will have to be ordered in advance. That's settled then, but it has to be done as soon as possible. As soon as possible. There were a total of 9 courtyards in the Ling family's ancestral home. Ling Yan had to set up multiple illusory formations and killing formations in such a large area. However, he had money now, so he naturally wouldn't use stones to set up the formations. Instead, he used iron ingots. For a Xiantian realm expert, a stone could be smashed with a single palm. However, iron ingots weren't so easily destroyed. The effect of the formation was much better. Cui Lao nodded. Seeing that Ling Yong and the other youngsters had no intention of letting Ling Yan off, he secretly informed Ling Yan and went to report to Ling Lai. Ling Yan led Ling Yong and the other 2 around the courtyard. He released his divine sense and realized that there were no more enemies. Hence, he smiled at Ling Yong and the others. Do you want to see me perform a magic trick? Ling Yong and the others already knew that the healing talismans in their hands were obtained from Ling Yan by Cui Lao. Now that they heard that Ling Yan was going to perform a magic trick, their eyes lit up immediately. Yes, of course we want to. The 3 brothers replied impatiently. Ling Yan chuckled and jumped outside the tall walls of the Ling family's courtyard. Outside was a lush forest. The other 3 brothers naturally followed closely behind and followed Ling Yan into the dense forest. Watch carefully. A fire talisman appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. He aimed it at a tree trunk with a diameter of 20 centimeters. At the same time, he shouted softly, "Descend." After a loud explosion, a ball of blazing blue flames completely enveloped the trunk of the tree and burned fiercely. Very quickly, the trunk was burned into 2 halves. With a loud crashing sound, the upper half of the tree fell from the sky. The huge crown of the tree smashed into the nearby canopy and propped up at an angle. The broken branches fell one after another, and the leaves scattered in the air. Wow, so powerful! Ling Yong exclaimed in shock. Gosh, what kind of talisman is this? It's too scary. If it were to burn someone. Ling Li instantly realized why Ling Yun said that Mitsui and the others had turned into ashes. Ling Feng's mouth was wide open, and he was completely speechless. Ling Yun chuckled. The ones you guys used just now are called healing talismans. They are specially used to treat external injuries. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as the parts are intact, it can be guaranteed to be as good as new. After saying that, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the broken tree trunk. He continued, "This is a fire talisman. If it were to be used on a person, it can be guaranteed to turn them into ashes." After saying that, Ling Yan took out a bundle of fire talismans and divided it into 3 portions. He gave each to the 3 of them and said, "Take note, even though this thing is scary, it's not omnipotent. If you use it and get blown away by an expert, it'll be useless." After distributing the fire talismans, Ling Yan took out a gold talisman and a defense talisman. He told them about the uses and usage of these talismans and reminded them not to use them incorrectly. In the middle of an intense battle, it would be foolish to use a defense talisman on someone else. These talismans are for you to use for self-defense. Only use them in a life and death situation. Brothers, do you understand? Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were dumbfounded, but their faces were filled with joy. They nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. F***CK, old 5, why didn't you come earlier? If you had come earlier, you could have made these Japanese devils cry for their parents even if we burned them tonight. Ling Yong said gloomily. Old 5, did you give these things to Grandpa, Big Uncle, and Second Uncle? Ling Feng asked. Don't worry, I'll give them to them. As long as I'm around, I guarantee that a situation like this will never happen again. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Let's go back, I still have something to report to Grandpa. After saying that, Ling Yan flew into the Ling family's ancestral home and walked towards Ling Lai's courtyard. At this moment, there were already 2 men of sacrifice standing at the entrance of Ling Lai's courtyard. They bowed respectfully to Ling Yan upon seeing him and said that they would go in to report to Ling Lai. Ling Lai's voice came from inside the house. Why do I need you to report to my grandson if he wants to see me? Remember, 4th young master Ling Yan can go anywhere in the Ling family's ancestral home from now on. 4th young master, please come in. The 2 men of sacrifice bowed respectfully and invited Ling Yan in. Ling Yan laughed heartily. It seems like Grandpa still recognizes me as 4th young master. Big sister Ling Xiao's words don't work. Ling Yan entered Ling Lai's house. Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, and Cui Lao were all there. The 4 of them smiled at Ling Yan. Grandpa, I was a little too heavy-handed just now. Those 3 fellas are all dead, Ling Yan reported to Ling Lai with a smile, but his face was full of indifference. Ling Lai laughed heartily. You were the one who captured them. So what if you killed them? They were going to die sooner or later anyway. I won't let them off. After a burst of laughter, Ling Yan suddenly said seriously, Grandpa, Chen Haizhen said that my father wasn't captured by the Chen family. My father's disappearance has nothing to do with the Chen family. Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu looked at each other. Ling Yu nodded slowly and said, Chen Haizhen shouldn't be lying about this. After they captured me, they didn't mention anything about 3rd brother when they were discussing terms with me. Not from the beginning to the end. Ling Lai glanced at Cui Lao, then turned to Ling Zhen and asked, Boss, what do you think of this matter? Ling Zhen pondered for a moment and said, Father, I think 3rd brother's disappearance is much more complicated than 2nd brother's matter. The power behind him is even bigger than the Chen family. They obviously have a bigger motive. Ling Lai nodded slightly and said, this matter can't be rushed. Don't make it public for now. Let's maintain the previous statement. As for the rest, we'll have to discuss it in secret before coming up with a new plan. After saying that, Ling Lai looked at Ling Yun with interest. He smiled and said, Yun Er, did you ask for so many iron ingots from Cui Lao to set up a formation? Ling Yun scratched his head and smiled. Grandpa, I think our Ling family's defenses are too weak. Therefore, I thought of some defensive measures. Setting up a formation is just one of them. Everyone in the house had seen how powerful Ling Yun's formations were. They were all moved when they heard that Ling Yun wanted to set up a formation for the Ling family. That was because in the entire capital, other than the most mysterious heavenly team, only the Long family and the Yi family used formations for defense. Now, there was another Ling family. To be continued. In the end, the true foundation of a clan still depended on the overall strength or average strength of the clan members and the clan's death warriors. However, talents needed time to be nurtured. Even with Ling Yun's ability, he wouldn't be able to raise the strength of the Ling family in such a short period of time. Therefore, he could only use formations and talismans to make up for this fatal weakness. After all, Ling Yun had yet to conduct large-scale alchemy. Firstly, he was extremely lacking in medicinal ingredients. Secondly, he wasn't used to alchemy equipment. In the cultivation world, he was already used to using cauldrons for alchemy. Ling Yun would always feel extremely awkward if he were to use modern electrical equipment like pots and pans for alchemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to find out about the Tokugawa clan and retrieve the Shinnon cauldron's lid as soon as possible. Of course, without the Shinnon cauldron's lid, he could temporarily replace it with a large pot lid. That was how he refined the Shikyu pill before he left Qingshui. However, Big Brother Yun strived for perfection in everything he did. It was enough for him to refine it once. Looking at the lid of the huge iron pot covering his precious Shinnon cauldron, Ling Yun's heart was filled with frustration and discomfort. Ling Yun was just about to talk about the talismans when he heard a commotion at the entrance of the courtyard. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li had arrived. All of them were clamoring for the guards to report their arrival. Ling Lai was very satisfied with the performance of these 3 fellows tonight. Moreover, Ling Yun had just acknowledged his ancestors. Ling Lai also wanted these brothers to get closer to each other. Therefore, he smiled and said, "There's no need to inform them. Let Ling Yong and the rest come in quickly, you rascals, wait for me." Ling Xiu had also rushed over after taking a shower and changing her clothes. Ling Xiu was in a hurry. She used her movement technique and arrived first. She didn't even use the main door. Instead, she leaped into the air and was the first to arrive at Ling Lai's door. Then, she turned around and smiled at Ling Yong and the rest before entering the house. It was now the beginning of July, and the summer solstice had already passed. In another 6 or 7 days, it would enter the minor heat season, which was the hottest time of the year in the capital. Ling Xiu had changed into a white sleeveless shirt and a pair of hot jeans. Her shoulders were sparkling and smooth, and her arms were like pink lotuses. Her long and sturdy legs were perfectly exposed to the air. Her breasts were perky, and her waist was willowy. Her figure was hot and extremely alluring. "Big sister is so beautiful, definitely the best in Beijing." Ling Yan couldn't help but compliment her. Ling Xiu's fair, rosy, and crystal-clear oval face was originally very natural, but she blushed when she was praised by Ling Yun in front of everyone. Her heart was filled with joy as she glared at Ling Yun and said, "Little Five, you don't know big sister's temper, do you? Let me tell you, stop sucking up to me. Be careful, big sister will twist your ears." Ling Yong and his brothers, who had followed Ling Xiu into the house, covered their ears with their hands and winked at Ling Yun when they heard Ling Xiu's feminine prowess. It was as if they were reminding him to be careful. Ling Yun laughed when he heard that. However, Ling Lai coughed and said, "Xiu Er, you can fool around after the battle just now. However, we are now in the 9th courtyard of our Ling family, and our ancestral hall is right next to it. In the future, Grandpa will not allow you to rank Yun Er 5th. Ling Lai's expression was very solemn as he said, "Everyone, listen up. After this matter is settled, I will gather everyone in the Ling family and bring Ling Yun to the ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors of the Ling family. In front of everyone, I will announce that Ling Yun has returned to his family. Among your generation, Ling Yun will be ranked 4th. Eldest brother, second brother, I will leave this matter to the two of you. Ling Yun returning to his family is a huge matter for the Ling family. You must not be careless. Do you understand?" Ling Zhen and Ling Yu stood up and bowed to Ling Lai. Ling Lai nodded and waved his hand for them to sit back down. At this point, Ling Yan's status in the Ling family was officially established. He was ranked 4th among the males and was the 4th young master of the Ling family. Ling Xiu looked at her grandfather with a pair of big eyes and pouted her sexy little mouth. Her eyes and face were filled with resentment as she muttered softly, "Grandfather is really. He values boys more than girls." Ling Yu frowned slightly and scolded in a low voice, "Xiu Er, this is Grandpa's place. You can't be so disrespectful." Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li all snickered, but they didn't dare to laugh out loud. They could only cover their mouths and hold it in. Now, other than the missing Ling Xiao, Ling Hao, Ling Shui, and a few female members of the Ling family, all the key figures of the Ling family were present. After everyone had taken their seats and chatted for a while, Ling Yun finally got down to business. "Grandpa, the defense of the Ling family is far from enough to rely on the formation alone. After all, the formation is dead and passive. That's why I prepared this." Ling Yun didn't hide anything from the Ling family. He flipped his wrist and took out a bundle of fire talismans. Then, he said to everyone, "This is the fire talisman. It's extremely lethal and simple to use. When fighting with an enemy, you just need to hit the enemy and shout, and it'll take effect. This is the Vajra talisman. After using it, you can ignore ordinary swords and knives for a short period of time. It can also be used as a bulletproof vest." This is the defense talisman. Its effects are similar to the Vajra talisman. When used together, the effects can be stacked. Finally, Ling Yan took out the healing talismans that everyone had already used and explained the usage and effects clearly. After he was done, Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, and the others were dumbfounded. How could these 4 youngsters not be afraid? Especially Ling Yong and Ling Feng. When they were fighting just now, after getting their hands on the healing talismans, they all fought with a suicidal strategy, only attacking and not defending. They thought that the healing talismans were omnipotent. Before Ling Yun left Qingshui City, he had made dozens of bundles of each type of talisman. Most of them were distributed to the people in Xianxia city. He kept 10 bundles of each type of talisman for himself. Now, he only kept 1 complete bundle of each type of talisman and took out the rest. Grandpa, distribute these talismans to the most reliable people in the Ling family. They will definitely be of great use in critical moments. However, I have to make one thing clear. This is the treasure of our Ling family. Even though I can't say that it's unique, it's not far off. First of all, don't use it carelessly unless it's absolutely necessary. Most importantly, don't let it get out. Ling Yan wasn't courteous at all. His words were direct and clear, and everyone present nodded their heads solemnly. Ling Lai nodded his head repeatedly. He stood up and said with a serious expression, "Everyone in the Ling family, listen up. Everything related to Ling Yun is now the Ling family's top secret. No matter who it is, as long as a trace of it is leaked, the Ling family will punish you severely." Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and the 4 youngsters stood up at the same time and said in unison. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces, but there was also an irrepressible excitement. Everyone could see that once Ling Yun returned, the overall strength of the Ling family immediately skyrocketed. The day of the Ling family's rise had finally arrived. All of this was because of Ling Yun, the new heir of the Ling family, the 4th young master of the Ling family. After Ling Lai finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yun worriedly. "Yun heir, you've given so many defensive treasures to the Ling family. What are you going to do?" Ling Lai was most worried about Ling Yun's safety. Ling Yun smiled casually. "Grandpa, don't worry. I still have more with me. Furthermore, I rarely use these things." After Ling Yun left Xianxia city, other than using the fire talismans to intimidate a few members of the blood clan, the rest were used to destroy corpses. Even during the tiring battles, he had never used these trump cards. Now that he had the golden black devilish silkworm garment to protect himself, he didn't have to worry about any external injuries. Ling Lai nodded his head in relief. "That's for the best. Grandpa can rest assured now. You have many things to do, so you must protect yourself first before thinking about the Ling family. Do you understand?" This was really 1,000 reminders. Ling Yun was extremely touched. He nodded his head seriously and scanned everyone before taking out the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. The pitch-black blade was engraved with a lifelike black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It exuded an oppressive cold aura, and the pitch-black blade faintly revealed a kind of horrifying red color. That was because it had drunk too much blood. Once the Devil's blade was out, its murderous aura filled the entire room. Even the lights in the room seemed to dim a little. Seeing this blade, Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Ling Yu all stood up in shock. "This is the Devil's Underworld Essence blade." Ling Yan waved the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his hand before putting it away. He said faintly, "I obtained this black blade by accident. Now that I've told everyone about it, please don't go out and discuss this matter. Even though I'm not afraid, I'm worried that this news will bring about a huge calamity to our Ling family once it's heard." Ling Lai had already heard from Cui Lao that Ling Yun had the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. He didn't care much about it, but Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Ling Xiu, and Ling Yong were all shocked. Did everyone hear that? If you did, you better keep this to yourselves. Whoever dares to spread this news will be killed without mercy. Ling Lai's expression was solemn. He was going to kill without mercy. The implications of this matter were too great. Everyone nodded in shock. Only Ling Zhen's eyes flashed with an indescribable excitement and a tinge of viciousness when he lowered his head. Ling Yun had been using his divine sense to cover the entire room, carefully observing everyone in the room. Ling Zhen's expression was naturally captured by him. This made Ling Yun secretly apprehensive, and he was 100 times more careful around Ling Zhen. Just as I expected, there's indeed a problem. Ling Yun thought to himself coldly. Ling Zhen finally gave himself away. No matter how much he calculated, he would never have thought that Ling Yun could observe everything with his divine sense. What was even more unexpected was that Ling Yun had been secretly observing everyone in the Ling family ever since he returned to the family. Grandpa, I still have a few things to do. It's better to deal with these things as soon as possible. Yuner, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Grandpa will help you. Ling Yun knew that Grandpa Ling would definitely agree, so he smiled and spoke with assurance. First, I need to purchase a huge amount of medicinal herbs. It's best if they're unprocessed. The rarer and more precious they are, the more I have to get my hands on them. Ling Yun needed a huge amount of medicinal herbs for both talismans and alchemy. These had to be prepared in advance and purchased over a long period of time. No problem. Ling Lai knew that Ling Yun's medical skills were amazing. He smiled and nodded without hesitation. Grandpa, you can just get Cui Lao to purchase the common Chinese medicine on the market from the Xue family in Beijing. The Xue family has their own medicine company in Beijing, as well as in the big and medium-sized cities around Beijing. They are very professional, convenient, and efficient. Ling Yun smiled. Ling Yun's words sounded dignified, but in his heart, he wanted to keep the goodies within the family. Miracle Dr. Xue had treated him so well, so naturally, he had to return the favor. As long as the Xue family has it, purchase it all from them. Find a good warehouse and store it. I'll have a use for it when the time comes, that's not a problem. How much do you plan to purchase? Ling Lai smiled. Prepare 200 million yuan of funds to purchase medicinal herbs. Ling Yun said seriously. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Ling Yun's generosity was too great. 200 million worth of medicinal herbs, 10,000 people eating together, was enough to last them for many years. Fourth brother, no one in our Ling family knows medicine. Why are you buying so many medicinal herbs? That's a little too much. Ling Zhen was displeased to hear that Ling Yun was asking for money. Ling Yun turned his head and looked at Ling Zhen with a faint smile. Uncle, no one in the Ling family knew medicine in the past. But now, someone does. I know it. I'm the only successor of the immortal physician sect. This was the first time Ling Yun revealed his identity since he came to Beijing. The only disciple of the immortal physician sect was a very intimidating title. Immortal physician sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Yeah, I've only heard of the Miracle Physician Valley. Could it be another hidden sect? No wonder fourth brother is so powerful. Just from the word immortal, it can't be any weaker than the Miracle Physician Valley. After all, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were young and couldn't hide their thoughts. Ling Zhen was also shocked. So Ling Yun was from the immortal physician sect. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not figure out when such a hidden sect had appeared in Ling Yun Huaxia. Thus, he pretended to be interested and asked, Immortal Physician Sect? Forgive me for being ignorant, but I wonder where your sect's mountain gate is located. Ling Zhen naturally wanted to find out more about Ling Yun's background. After all, Ling Yun was too mysterious. He was so powerful that Ling Zhen felt uneasy. He felt that the seat under his butt was starting to sway again. Uncle, didn't I say that I'm the only disciple of the immortal physician sect? My master has already passed on his mantle to me. Wherever I am, the immortal physician sect will naturally be there. Ling Yun said with a smile. Ling Yun's words were as good as not saying anything at all. Ling Yun's casual words blocked Ling Zhen's line of questioning. Ling Zhen was even more displeased. He put on the airs of the head of the family and frowned slightly. Even if that's the case, what's the use of buying so many medicinal herbs and wasting so much money at home? Ling Yun was amused. Of course there's a use for that. You don't have to worry about it, uncle. As for wasting money, I'm buying medicinal herbs, of course I won't waste the Ling family's money. I have my own money. With that, Ling Yun took out a checkbook and wrote a check of 500 million yuan. He handed it to Ling Lai respectfully and said proudly, Grandpa, this is a cashier's note from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. There's a total of 500 million yuan. 200 million will be used to buy medicinal herbs. I have other uses for the remaining 300 million. Apart from Ling Lai and Cui Lao, everyone else was dumbfounded. They didn't expect Ling Yun to have so much money. He took out 500 million in one go, yet he did it so casually as though it was a game. Ling Yun smiled and didn't even look at Ling Zhen. This slap in the face was crisp and clear. Ling Zhen's face was a little red. He was extremely embarrassed and couldn't say a word for a long time. Ling Lai frowned slightly. He could tell from the fact that Ling Yun didn't kowtow to Ling Zhen just now that Ling Yun and Ling Zhen seemed to be on different sides. No matter what, Ling Zhen was the current head of the Ling family, and Ling Lai had already decided that Ling Yun would be the next head of the Ling family. If the two of them were to hold back, there would be problems sooner or later. However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Ling Lai didn't take the check from Ling Yun. He looked at Ling Yun lovingly and said, "My good grandson, Grandpa knows that you're rich, but tonight is the first time you've returned to our Ling family. Not only did you save our entire family, but you've also brought so much hope to our Ling family. Our Ling family only has this much money now, and we don't have any gifts to give you. If we were to ask you to pay for some medicinal herbs, wouldn't we become a laughingstock if word got out? Take back the check. No matter what it is, Grandpa will do it for you." Ling Lai's words were unquestionable. Ling Yu also spoke up. "Fourth brother, second uncle, please listen to your grandpa on this matter. We definitely can't let you pay for the medicinal herbs." Ling Yu had already made up his mind to stand on Ling Yun's side no matter what. Even if he angered his big brother, he would accept it. Ling Yun glanced at Ling Yu and revealed a bright smile. Ling Yun looked at Ling Yu and flashed him a bright smile. He insisted, "Second uncle, I'm quite well off recently. There's no use for this money in my hands. Since I have nothing better to do, why don't I use it to increase the strength of our Ling family? We're all one family, so there's no need to say such things." After saying that, Ling Yun turned his head and forcefully stuffed the check into Ling Lai's hands. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, keep this money well. I still have other things to do." Ling Lai had no choice but to accept Ling Yun's check. He smiled bitterly and said, "Child, Grandpa really can't do anything about you. Tell me, what else do you want?" Ling Yun said, "Secondly, even though I have 6 pharmaceutical companies in Jiangnan province, distant water can't quench our present thirst. Furthermore, we'll be purchasing medicinal herbs in the long term. Therefore, I want to purchase a medicinal herb company as soon as possible. That way, it'll be convenient and justifiable. Grandpa, what do you think?" This time, Ling Lai decided. "Alright, that's easy. Your second uncle knows some leaders in the pharmaceutical industry. If you want to establish a company, we'll do it. If you want to purchase it, we'll do it. I'll leave this matter to your second uncle. Is there a problem?" Ling Yu chuckled. "Father, I understand what Ling Yun is trying to say. In my opinion, we should just acquire it directly. We'll acquire it fully. The factory, equipment, vehicles, and employees are all ready-made. Even though it will cost a little more, we can use it after we buy it." Ling Yun chuckled. "Thank you, second uncle. That's what I think too." Ling Yu smiled and nodded. "Fourth brother, do you have any other requirements for this medicinal herb company?" Ling Yun smiled. "Yes, but there are only 2 conditions. The factory has to be big, and the warehouse has to be big enough." Ling Yu smiled and expressed that there was no problem. He promised Ling Yun that everything would be settled within a week. Ling Yun was rich. Even though the Ling family was in decline, they were still one of the 7 big families in Beijing. They still had some connections in various aspects. With money and connections, it would be a piece of cake for them to spend a large sum of money to purchase a company. After this matter was settled, Ling Yun immediately brought up the third matter. "Grandpa, I still need to purchase a large metal smelting factory in Beijing and a coal company. What do you think?" Ling Yun left Xianxia City before he could purchase the metal smelting factory. Of course, he had to complete his plan and make sufficient preparations for his future forging. Who knew that when Ling Yun said this, everyone in the Ling family, from Ling Lai to Ling Xiao and Ling Yong, would turn gloomy. No one spoke for a moment. Why? It was because the non-ferrous metal and coal companies were under the Ling family's control 18 years ago. It was a pity that they had been taken away because of the incident 18 years ago. Who in the Ling family wouldn't be gloomy? Sigh. Ling Lai let out a long sigh. "Grandpa promises you, but the pollution in Beijing is very serious now. The country is trying to crack down on these companies. Therefore, there aren't any such companies in Beijing. Even if there are, they are all state-owned enterprises. We can only purchase from the major cities nearby." There was another point that Ling Lai didn't say on the spot. the Ling family had been in decline for 18 years. If they were to suddenly purchase a medicinal herb company, a non-ferrous metal company, and a coal company, it would definitely alarm the other families. This would be very disadvantageous to the Ling family. With Ling Yan's intelligence, he naturally knew why the members of the Ling family didn't look too good. He also understood why Ling Lai sighed deeply. Seeing that Ling Lai had finally agreed, he smiled proudly. "Grandpa, you don't have to be upset about anything. You don't have to worry either. I will take back everything that the Ling family has lost in the past 18 years. Ling Yan's words shocked everyone in the room. It was like a thunder in spring, shocking everyone in the room. 2 words, domineering, absolute domineering, arrogant, and domineering. Everything that they had lost would be taken back. Ling Lai's body shook violently. Ling Zhen's heart trembled. Ling Yu smiled calmly. Cui Lao's clothes were drenched in tears. Ling Xiao and the rest felt their blood boiling. Thinking, looking forward, holding back, waiting for this day. How long had he waited? 18 years, using a popular saying, they had waited until the flowers had withered. They had already thanked him 18 times, the Ling family's day of pride was just around the corner. Ling Lai was stunned for a long time. He stood up abruptly and released the powerful aura of a Xiantian round level 8 expert. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he clenched his fists tightly. After staring at Ling Yin for a while, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Good child, with you in the Ling family, Grandpa's heart is satisfied. Alright, I'll do as you say. However, where are we going to buy these 2 companies?" Ling Yan's figure flashed and appeared on the wall of Ling Lai's room. There was a huge map of Huaxia hanging on the wall. He smiled and pointed casually. He said confidently, "Zhangjiago City." Ling Yan had studied geography in order to pass the college entrance examination. He had studied it seriously and comprehensively. However, he definitely didn't study it just to pass the exam. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. Ling Yan was definitely a practitioner of this. Ling Yan had long seen the extraordinariness of Huaxia. He didn't come to Beijing just to acknowledge his ancestors and save Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Chao Shanshan. He had many more important things to do. Ling Yan was a spell formation grandmaster, so he could completely see that Beijing was a real treasure land. It was also the gathering place of the dragon veins. There were many places to explore in Beijing, such as the Badaling Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and the surrounding mountains and rivers. Beijing was also called Yanjing because it was directly north of Beijing, next to the Yan mountain range. Therefore, the first mountain range that Ling Yan wanted to explore was naturally Yan Mountain. The desert sand was like snow, and the moon was like a hook. Yan mountain range was connected to the boundless Yin mountain range very quickly. In the eyes of others, these mountains were only steep mountains, but in Ling Yan's eyes, they were all dragon veins, real dragon veins. Ling Yan wouldn't believe that there were no treasures here. Don't forget, he still had the burial scripture and tomb collection that old Madame Li gave him. Now, Ling Yan had taken the time to master almost all the traditional Chinese characters. Listening, speaking, reading, and writing weren't a problem at all. He had already read the burial classics and the tomb collection and memorized them by heart. In the tomb collection, there were many tombs that were in the Yan mountain range. According to Ling Yan's style, how could he not go to such treasures? In order to find these places, how could Ling Yan not study geography? He was very diligent. Now, Ling Yan could be said to have a map of China. He could even close his eyes and know where the treasures were hidden. A spell formation grandmaster from the cultivation world would definitely be like a tiger that had grown wings now that he had the burial scripture and tomb collection. Ling Yan missed the tombs in the tomb collection to the point that his eyes glowed. There were tombs in the Yan mountain range, so naturally, there were also tombs in the Yin mountain range. The location of Zhangjiago was coincidentally at the eastern end of the Yin mountain range. That was only one of the reasons. Secondly, there was a very important place between Zhangjiago and Beijing. That was a small county that Ling Yan had long decided to visit. In addition, the distance between Beijing and Zhangjiakou was only about 200 kilometers. It would only take about an hour to get there by car, which was very convenient. Even if he didn't drive, he would arrive in 40 minutes at most if he used his Qinggong. No matter what happened on either side, he would be able to arrive in time. Moreover, Zhangjiago City was less than 200 kilometers away from the coal capital of Huaxia, Datong City. Transportation of coal was very convenient. Why not? Ling Yun, dressed in black, stood in front of the map of Huaxia. His posture was handsome and confident, and he looked like he was in charge of the country. That kind of unintentional elegance shocked everyone in the room. This was Ling Yun's charisma. No matter where he went, he would immediately become the center of attention. Everyone's eyes seemed to be attracted by a huge magnet, revolving around him. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yun's expression and actions were simply too handsome. Handsome and cool, Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, "Rascal, you chose a good place. The location and transportation are good. If you drive there, it'll only take about an hour," Ling Yun chuckled. Big sister is right. It's close to Beijing, and the transportation is convenient too. Ling Yun, of course, wouldn't reveal his true intentions in front of Ling Zhen, so he made up a story. Ling Lai pondered for a moment. He looked at Ling Yun for a long time before smiling lovingly. "Zhangjiago City then. Good lad, you really know how to choose a place. That place has always been a battleground for the military." With that, Ling Lai looked at everyone in the room and asked Ling Yun, "Yun, do you have anything else to say?" Grandpa Ling wanted to chase him away. Ling Lai had too many things to say to Ling Yun in private since it was Ling Yun's first day back. Ling Yun lowered his head in deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Grandpa, I want to pay for a place in Beijing to build a courtyard for the Ling family. However, this is a huge and long-term project. It'll take at least 3 to 5 years to build it. The cost is huge, so I want to ask Grandpa to make a decision for me. Of course, I'll pay for all the funds." Everyone in the room was shocked once again. This time even Ling Lai was stunned by Ling Yun. He thought to himself, "Our Ling family has 9 courtyards. Isn't such a huge place enough for you to stay?" Ling Zhen, on the other hand, was extremely dissatisfied. Ever since Ling Yun had appeared, the old man's power had skyrocketed, and he doted on Ling Yun in every way. Tonight, everyone was talking about the Ling family, but he had no right to speak. As the current head of the Ling family, he had been completely ignored. Cough cough. Ling Zhen spoke again. "Fourth brother, building a courtyard for the Ling family is definitely a huge project. You just got home tonight, so why don't we slowly discuss this matter in the future? After we rescue your father and the family is completely settled, we can start building it. What do you think?" Ling Zhen's words caused everyone to look at Ling Yun. This was because what he said made sense, and no one could find fault with it. Ling Yun thought about it and laughed. "Thank you for your reminder, uncle. This is indeed a huge matter. Let's wait for Grandpa to consider it thoroughly before we discuss it. There's no rush at all." Ling Yun didn't expect this last matter to be decided on the spot. The only reason he mentioned it was to inform everyone in the room. However, no matter who tried to stop him, Ling Yun was definitely going to build this courtyard for the Ling family. One reason was naturally to support his wife, and the other was a deeper meaning. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Qin family had taught Ling Yun a perfect lesson. Ling Yun had built the Ling family's villa. It was not a big deal to hide his wife, but it would be of great use in the future. Whether it was for his private matters or to hide his troops, it would be very convenient. Just as everyone was thinking about their own matters, Ling Yu suddenly smiled and stood up. "The discussion is almost done. It's getting late. Father, it seems like the Chen family won't be sending anyone over tonight. If you don't have any other instructions, why don't we all disperse?" Ling Yu was the brains of the Ling family. He understood the hidden meaning behind Grandpa Ling's words. Seeing that the discussion was over, he took the initiative to disperse everyone. Ling Lai already had this intention. Seeing that Ling Yu had taken the initiative, he immediately waved his hands and said, "Yes, it's indeed getting late. If there's anything else, let's discuss it another day. You all go back and rest. Old Chui and Yunair, stay behind." Ling Yu looked at Ling Yun and smiled. "Fourth brother, second uncle's residence is in the second courtyard. If you have anything to look for second uncle, You can look for me anytime. Every member of a big family had more than one ancestral residence. Every descendant had their own independent residence, which was commonly known as the outer residence. That was why Ling Yu emphasized the residence of the ancestral residence. The first courtyard of the Ling family was naturally for the younger generation. The second courtyard was given to Ling Yu, and the third courtyard was given to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had been living in seclusion for many years. That was why Ling Lai let Ling Zhen and Ling Xiao swap places. Now, Ling Zhen lived in the third courtyard, while Ling Xiao lived in the fourth. As for the fifth and sixth courtyards, they were usually unoccupied. Usually, there would be people in charge of cleaning them. As for the seventh and eighth courtyards, they were naturally the living quarters of the 100 men of sacrifice. The area was frighteningly large, and the number of houses was astonishing. That was also why the 36 Japanese ninjas could easily break into the fifth and sixth courtyards. The main battlefield for both sides was the fifth and sixth courtyards. In each of the 9 courtyards of the Ling family, there were hidden passageways and secret rooms. If there were any changes, as long as an order was given, the womenfolk and servants would know how to hide and protect themselves. Thus, there were no additional casualties. Thank you, second uncle. I'll have to trouble you in the future, hee. Ling Yin smiled and agreed without hesitation. Of course, Ling Zhen wasn't one to be left with awkward silence. He also smiled and said a few words to Ling Yun before bidding farewell to Ling Lai. After Ling Zhen and Ling Yu left, only Ling Xiu, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were left. These 4 youngsters lingered in the house, unwilling to leave. Even though it was already past 2 in the morning, they were young, energetic, and martial artists. Now that they had met Ling Yun, they couldn't even get close to him. How could they bear to leave? Why aren't the 4 of you leaving yet? Ling Lai looked at the 4 of them and was a little annoyed. He felt that they were taking up his time alone with Ling Yun. Grandpa, we want to talk to 4th brother for a while more. Ling Xiu walked forward and hugged Ling Lai's arm. Who knew that it wouldn't work this time? Ling Lai frowned. Grandpa knows that you want to get closer to Yun Er, but there's still time. It's too late now, how about this? After a few days, when the family has settled down, the 4 of you can bring Ling Yun around Beijing and buy whatever you want. As for the expenses, put it on Grandpa's tab. Is that okay? In order to have a chance to talk to Ling Yun alone, Grandpa Xing had resorted to this trick. It seemed like all the grandfathers and grandmothers in the world who doted on their grandchildren loved to use this trick. However, how could Ling Lai's trick fool these 4 youngsters? Ling Xiu was still acting coquettishly and refused to leave. Ling Yun saw that Ling Xiu was still unwilling to leave. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li naturally wouldn't leave either. He chuckled and said, Big sister, I have a gift for you, really? Ling Xiu was elated when she heard that. She immediately let go of Ling Lai and went in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun grabbed Ling Xiu's hand, and with a thought, he took out his 4-piece set of imperial green jewelry and placed them in Ling Xiu's palm one by one. This trick was naturally successful. The jade green imperial green glowed and filled the entire room. Under the illumination of the lights, the entire room was filled with endless green. Ling Xiu was extremely excited and surprised. Her mouth opened slightly, and even her beautiful body started to tremble. To be continued. 4th brother, is this really for big sister? Isn't this too expensive? Big sister can't afford it. Ling Xiu might be the first miss of the Ling family, but the Ling family had been in decline for many years. Every year, they couldn't make ends meet. Ling Yu was strict with his children and didn't allow them to indulge in debauchery. Therefore, even though Ling Xiu didn't have to worry about food and clothing, she was actually very poor compared to the daughters of other big families. It wasn't that Ling Xiu didn't have any decent jewelry, but a 4-piece set like the imperial green jade was worth at least 200 million yuan. No one in the entire Ling family could bear to buy it, let alone Ling Xiu. Of course, being unwilling to buy it didn't mean that Ling Xiu hadn't seen it before. Now that Huaxia's economy was getting stronger and stronger, people with money and power would take pride in owning antique jewelry and jade. Which of Ling Xiu's close friends didn't have expensive jewelry, luxury cars, and mansions? Therefore, When Ling Yan took out all 4 pieces of jewelry and placed them in Ling Xiu's hands, Ling Xiu was shocked. Ling Xiu wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were shocked. What kind of monster was this 4th brother? Why did he have so many treasures on him? Any one of them was enough to shock the heavens and the earth. Hee, big sister, if you don't like it, then I can only take it back. Ling Yan laughed heartily and was about to take it back. Ling Xiu hurriedly used her other hand to cover the jewelry tightly. She withdrew her hands at lightning speed and glared at him. How dare you? You've already given it to big sister, and you still want to take it back? Not a chance. It wasn't that Ling Xiu was greedy, but she had long treated Ling Yun as her own younger brother. How could she not accept a gift from a younger brother? Ling Yun smiled and said to Ling Xiu, Big sister, I came in a hurry today, so I can only give you these for now. I have even better gifts for you later, and I guarantee that you'll like them even more. What else did Ling Yun have? He still had the 5 colored candied haws that were worth as much as the imperial green jade. If he could just get a little bit of it and find a skilled craftsman to make it into jewelry, the effect would be even more shocking than the imperial green jade. The rarer something is, the greater its value. Moreover, the multicolored candied haws were purple, white, red, yellow, and black. The 5 colors were sparkling and translucent, and they were dazzling. If Ling Xiu, who was the most beautiful woman in the capital, wore them, that kind of soul-stealing beauty was shocking enough just thinking about it. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he ignored the surprised Ling Xiu and turned his head to look at his 3 brothers. You guys don't have to be envious. You guys definitely won't get a share of this jewelry. However, Ling Yun deliberately kept them in suspense. When the 3 brothers stretched their necks and drooled, waiting for Ling Yun to continue, he smiled and said, luxury cars, famous swords, in short, no matter what you like, as long as it can be bought with money, I will definitely buy it and give it to you as a gift, okay? Oh my god, how can I have such a good brother? 4th brother, I have nothing to say. In the future, even if you like my 2nd brother's girlfriend, I will give her to you. Ling Yong was so excited that he blurted out. Ling Yan was speechless. Did he fancy your girlfriend? I can't even handle the group of goddesses in Xianxia City. Hee, I want a famous sword. Brother, you have to buy me a good sword, the kind that can cut through metal like mud. Ling Feng, of course, wanted a treasured sword. This was simple, and he didn't even need to buy it. Ling Yan just had to start forging and forge a sword for Ling Feng himself. I don't want anything, I just want to learn martial arts from 4th brother. 4th brother, teach me your martial arts. Ling Li was the smartest. Even though he was the youngest, he deeply understood the principle of teaching a man to fish instead of giving him a fish. Ling Lai was furious as he watched from the side. He frowned and said, Are there any older brothers and sisters like you guys? This is the first time we meet, and instead of giving your brother a gift, you guys want Ling Yun to give you a treasure. How infuriating. Of course, he wasn't really angry. Grandpa Ling was happy to see the 5 of them getting along so well, however, he was also worried. He was completely disappointed in Ling Hao, but there was still the youngest in the Ling family, Ling Shui. Ling Yun and Ling Shui had the same father but different mothers. Ling Lai understood Ling Shui's personality very well. Ling Xiao wasn't around, and Ling Yun had returned to acknowledge his ancestors. Thinking back to the past, Ling Lai didn't know if there would be any problems between the 2 siblings. Ling Lai's worries weren't unfounded. Ling Shui had always been stubborn, and Ling Xiao never had any love for Ling Shui's birth mother. All of this had to do with Ling Yan's birth mother, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Ling Shui had always felt that she was the most redundant in the Ling family. That was why she volunteered to join the Huaxia Condor team at the age of 16. Now, Ling Yun, the biological son of Ling Xiao and the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, was back. No one knew what would happen if Ling Shui were to meet him. In short, Ling Lai felt that he had let down Ling Yun and Ling Shui, Ling Zhao's son and daughter. Because of his guilt, he naturally gave them the most love. It was the same for every old person in the world. Trouble is yet to come. Ling Lai thought a lot and saw far ahead. Even though he looked happy on the outside, he was secretly worried. Ling Yun was completely generous today. He agreed to every request of the three brothers and assured them that he would do as he said. It was just money and items, which Ling Yun didn't lack. As for teaching Ling Li martial arts, he would have taught him even if Ling Li didn't ask. After all, Ling Li was the future core strength of the Ling family. Finally, the four juniors left contentedly. Ling Xiao was the happiest. Before she left, she didn't forget to tell Ling Yun, "Rascal, let me tell you, Big Sister won't accept your gift for nothing. Big Sister knows all of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. When the time comes, Big Sister will bring you whichever one you like." Valiant, absolutely valiant. 8 of them at once. Ling Yun was completely speechless. However, he asked in confusion, "Big Sister, the top 10 beauties? Aren't there 10 of them?" Ling Xiao giggled but didn't answer. Ling Li said with a mischievous smile, "Fourth brother, are you dumb? The other 2 are obviously in our Ling family. They are Big Sister and Little Sister Ling Shui. They are both in the top 5. Ling Feng finally seized the opportunity to suck up to Ling Yun. "What top 5? In my opinion, Big Sister and Little Sister Ling Shui should be tied for first place." Ling Xiao laughed so hard that her entire body was swaying back and forth. Ling Yun couldn't help but worry about her. Would her slender waist break? However, when he thought of Ling Shui's incomparably beautiful face, graceful figure, and beautiful eyes appeared in front of Ling Yun's eyes. He couldn't help but smile warmly. Ling Xiao, Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li finally left, leaving only Ling Lai, Ling Yun, and Cui Lao in the house. The moment the 4 juniors stepped out of Ling Lai's courtyard, Ling Lai immediately flew to Ling Yun's side and pulled Ling Yun to sit on the sofa. Grandpa Ling looked at Ling Yun with such affection and love in his eyes that Ling Yun found it hard to sit still. "Good child, let Grandpa take a good look at you." Ling Lai couldn't help but mutter. He looked like he was about to sob again. He no longer had the demeanor of an expert. Right now, Ling Lai was like an ordinary old man as he stared at Ling Yun, sizing him up. His most precious and outstanding son had given birth to such a heaven-defying and monstrous grandson. Ling Lai couldn't get enough of him no matter how much he kissed him, even though it was already past 2 in the morning. The 3 people in the house were all top-notch experts. They weren't sleepy at all and started chatting through the night. At the beginning, they naturally talked about family and Ling Yun's life experiences over the past 18 years. Grandpa Ling asked about everything, big and small. The only thing he didn't ask was whether Ling Yun was still a virgin. Ling Yun could feel the old master's love for him. He also temporarily put aside his worries and answered every question. If he knew something, he would tell the truth. If he didn't know something, he would make up a reasonable lie to gloss over it. This was all to reassure the old master and lessen his guilt towards him. It wasn't until 5 in the morning that the focus of the conversation gradually returned to the matter in front of them. "Yun, you don't have to care about what your uncle says about the Ling family's side courtyard. Grandpa will make the decision for you. The $500 million is still with Grandpa. Use this money to rebuild it for you. Grandpa, I really don't need the Ling family's money. From today onwards, the Ling family won't be short of money anymore. Don't worry. From today onwards, you won't have to worry about money anymore." What a joke. With Ling Yun as the immortal doctor, he could save lives and cure illnesses. Wouldn't he be rolling in money just by selling some elixirs and talismans? Moreover, Ling Yun had 4 members of the blood clan as his loyal servants. Pierce and Joyce had at least more money than Paul and Chester. The combined wealth of these 4 members of the blood clan was enough to buy 4 to 5 basketball clubs. It was definitely not less than $10 billion. Ling Yun could use it as he pleased. It was no different from him owning it. Money was just a worldly possession, so Ling Yun didn't bring it up again. He told Ling Lai about the 4 members of the blood clan and the cause and effect of the incident. He guaranteed that there was absolutely no problem with the 4 members of the blood clan's loyalty. He allowed them to temporarily stay in the Ling family and listen to Ling Lai's orders to protect the Ling family. Grandpa is very relieved after hearing what you said. However, it feels a little awkward for them to be members of the blood clan. Moreover, if the other families find out, especially the Long family and the Heavenly team, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble, Ling Lai said in a low voice. Grandpa, you don't have to worry about this. Qin Jianwei from the Qin family has already become a member of the blood clan. He brought a total of 29 members of the blood clan back and caused so much trouble for the Chao family. Why didn't the Long family and the heavenly team do anything about it? Why can't they sit still when there are 4 members of the blood clan in our family? It doesn't make sense. Ling Yin finished speaking and changed the topic. Grandpa, these 4 members of the blood clan will only appear as the Ling family's defense force for the time being. As long as nothing happens to the Ling family and you don't let them show themselves, that will be fine. Ling Lai finally nodded in agreement. Alright, with these 4 members of the blood clan, the strength of the Ling family will increase by many times. Let's do as you say then, Grandpa. How do you think we should deal with the matter of the Chao family? The topic of the blood clan naturally led to the topic of the Chao family. Ling Yin finally asked this thorny question. To be continued. Ling Lai sighed deeply at the mention of the Chao family. His expression was solemn and sorrowful. He didn't speak for a long time. Obviously, the old master had thought of the Ling family from 18 years ago through the Chao family's destruction. After a long while, Ling Lai let out a sigh and shook his head. Sigh, Chao Juanxiong, this old fellow, has been extremely cautious and careful his whole life. In the end, he was killed by his own in-laws. Ah. Ling Yin was shocked. He suddenly remembered that Chao Shanshan once mentioned that Qin Jianwei was her cousin. Without a doubt, since they were cousins, Chao Juanxiong and Qin Jingtian, the 2 patriarchs of the Chao family and the Qin family, must be related by marriage. Chao Juanxiong's second daughter married Qin Jingtian's third son, Qin Haishan. Ling Lai explained to Ling Yun. Cousin by marriage. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh coldly. The Qin family is really ruthless to destroy their own in-laws. As if he could read Ling Yun's mind, Ling Lai smiled faintly and said, Yun this is actually very normal. Ever since something happened to our Ling family 18 years ago, our Ling family collapsed and became the last of the 7 big families. The Qin family naturally rose to the top 3. If the 7 big families in Beijing were to be ranked according to their current strength, the Long family would be first, followed by the Yi family, Qin family, Sun family, Chao family, Li family, and lastly, the Ling family. However, due to the fact that Huaxia's top leadership had to undergo an election every 5 years, there had been as many as 3 times in the past 18 years. During this period, there had been countless thrilling games behind the scenes like raging waves. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. As the environment changed, over the past 18 years, some new powerful families had emerged. In order to consolidate their positions, the representatives they elected would immediately create huge benefits and wealth for them. After obtaining power and wealth, the next step would be to recruit soldiers and buy horses, hoping to strengthen their family's position. Among them, there were already many big families in the capital city who had also received the support of some ancient martial arts families and hidden sections. Other than lacking some heritage, the strength that they had displayed had long surpassed the Ling family. This was also the reason why the Ling family had gradually become the laughingstock of the entire capital city and even the whole of Huaxia. What kind of place was Beijing? It was the political center of China. Without power, money, and talent, everyone would push on a collapsing wall. If a large family clan wanted to collapse, it would only take an instant. It could be said that it wasn't easy for the Ling family to hold on for 18 years and still maintain the title of being one of the 7 big families in the capital. Of course, the Long family's support for the Ling family was the most important factor. However, there was another hidden factor that could not be ignored. The 7 great families in the capital all knew about the secret factor. It was the Holy Virgin of the Devil's Doctrine who was forced to lead by the combined forces of the world's heroes and the martial arts world. Back then, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was only 19 years old. She had already mastered the Heaven Demon Codex and reached Xiantian Realm Level 9. Her demonic techniques were unfathomable and unfathomable. Back then, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect had been pregnant for 9 months. In order to protect the child in her womb, she had also incurred the wrath of another powerful force in the Devil sect and offended both the righteous and evil sections. With her aloof and arrogant personality, how could she have watched as Ling Xiao crippled his own martial arts and publicly announced that he was going to marry another woman? For 18 years, no one knew where the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was hiding. No one knew what she was doing or what level of cultivation she had reached. Don't forget that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was pregnant 18 years ago. However, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was all alone now. If this demoness were to appear once again, not only would there be a bloodbath in the pugilistic world, but who would dare to speculate about the changes it would bring to Xianxia and Beijing? Some of the newer families who didn't know about the past naturally dared to poke at the Ling family's back, blaming the Ling family for being one of the 7 big families in the capital for no reason. They all mocked and ridiculed the Ling family. However, for those families who truly knew what happened 18 years ago, which one of them wouldn't be afraid of the Ling family's secret? If anyone dared to trample on the Ling family and kill Ling Xiao, it would be a miracle if the previous Holy Virgin of the Devil sect didn't come out to kill them. However, the Chao family was different. The Chao family and the Li family were originally the last 2 of the 7 big families in Beijing. This was directly related to the strength of the strongest members of the Chao and Li families. Up until now, the old head of the Chao family, Chao Juanxiong, was only at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 4. The new head of the family, Chao Xingcheng, was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. As for the Li family, there was no need to mention them. The Li family only had 1 or 2 masters of the Xiantian realm. The Li family was able to squeeze into the 7 big families in Beijing because of their wealth. In terms of wealth, the Li family was undoubtedly number 1 because they controlled Huaxia's electricity and coal. In this era where energy was king, it was difficult for the Li family to be poor. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The Li family had plenty of money, and their family was not very keen on fighting for power. In the political game of the capital, they had always maintained a neutral position. They maintained good relations with the other 6 big families, as well as the new families that had risen to prominence. Instead, everything had been smooth sailing, and they had stood tall all year round. As for the Chao family, the old head of the family, Chao Juanxiong, was a cautious person. He wasn't very interested in money. What he cared about was power and status. When the Chao family was at its most dazzling, the representatives of the Chao family occupied 3 of the 9 core leaders in Huaxia. Interests and goals determined the direction of their efforts. Therefore, everyone in the Chao family was busy with networking and selecting important talents. They didn't care much about the advancement of their martial arts. Chao Juanxiong began to stagnate, especially in recent years. He thought that he had forged the Chao family into an iron plate and completely gave up on cultivation. As a result, his cultivation level even showed signs of declining. Gradually, Chao Juanxiong led the Chao family away from its original direction. Even though they seemed to be in power and had boundless glory on the surface, their family was actually very vulnerable. The more power and connections the Chao family had, the more the Chao family was slipping into the abyss of a real secular family. This was seen by the ambitious Jin clan, who was eager to rise in power. On the surface, they seemed to be on good terms with the Chao clan, but in the dark, they began to make all kinds of arrangements to stab the Chao clan with a fatal knife. Why Qinjianwei? Why the Blood Clan? Why the Embrace? Because only the Embrace could completely control the 2 generations of the Chao family's heads and make them listen to the Qin family's orders. Then, they could control all the power in the Chao family's hands, using the emperor to order the nobles. Cui Lao had obviously reported everything about the Chao family to Ling Lai. Even though Ling Lai's expression was solemn, he still smiled. Among the 7 big families in Beijing, the Long family is at the top. The Yi family is hiding their strength and biding their time, but their strength is unfathomable. The Sun family was humiliated by Yu in Qingshui City, and they still haven't recovered from it. As for the Chao family, they can't even withstand a single blow. There's no need to mention the Li family and our Ling family. Therefore, the Qin family's first move in this game of chess is to use Qin Jianwei, who transformed into a member of the Blood Clan, to attack the Chao family. This is actually a great move. The Li family only has money, but it's nothing to worry about. As for our Ling family, once the Qin family controls the Chao family, the Qin family's ancient martial arts heritage, the Chao family's secular power, and the support of the Blood Clan and the Japanese ninjas, they might really cause a lot of trouble for the Long family. However, they can only cause a little bit of trouble. Based on the Qin family's strength, it's simply wishful thinking to step on the Long family. Qin Jingtian has been too arrogant these past few years. He really doesn't put the Long family in his eyes. An arrogant army is bound to lose. Not to mention the Long family, even if the Ye family wanted to deal with the current Qin family, it would be a piece of cake. Grandpa, the Long family and the Yi family actually have such a strong foundation? Ling Lai nodded seriously. Ling Lai nodded his head seriously. Yun you're actually very lucky this time. Grandpa didn't expect you to infiltrate the Qin family twice and even kill hundreds of Qin family's ancient martial arts experts. If Grandpa had known, he would have stopped you from going. Why? Ling Yun asked, dumbfounded. A hint of fear flashed through Ling Lai's eyes as he said with lingering fear, because the Qin family has at least 3 people who can defeat you. Even if you have a lot of trump cards, if 3 or 2 of them join forces, you will definitely lose. Ling Yun was shocked. He stood up and said directly, "What? That's impossible. Grandpa, didn't Cui Lao tell you that I have a secret technique that allows me to increase my combat power tenfold when I use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force?" Ling Yun naturally didn't need to hide this from Ling Lai. He said directly, "With my current strength, I believe I won't lose to an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9 if I use 10 times my strength." Ling Lai frowned as well. He looked at Ling Yun for a long time before shaking his head slowly. "Yun what realm is your master at? Didn't he tell you?" Ling Lai asked with a frown. "Tell me what?" Ling Yun was puzzled. Ling Yun didn't have a master at all. What he said was based on his own experience in battle. Ling Lai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look at Cui Lao. Then, he said to Ling Yun in a serious tone, "Yun didn't your master tell you that anyone below Xiantian level 7 is an ant?" I've heard of this before." Ling Yun replied blankly. It wasn't his master who told him that. Akamatsu had told Ling Yun last night. Ling Lai let out a long sigh and said with lingering fear, "Yun with your current strength, even if you could multiply it tenfold, it's still hard to say if you'd be able to escape from a Xiantian realm level 9 expert. You're underestimating the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. You underestimate the Huaxia ancient martial arts world." After hearing Ling Lai's words, Ling Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When he was interrogating Chen Haizhen in the Ling family's dungeon, Chen Haizhen had said that there were at least 3 people in the Chen family who could easily kill Ling Yun. At that time, Ling Yun had scoffed in his heart and thought it was a joke. Ling Yun thought that Chen Haizhen didn't know Ling Yun's true strength. That was why he said such a threat before his death to scare Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't expect Chen Haizhen to be so confident when he said that. What he meant was that no matter how strong Ling Yun was now, there were at least 3 people in the Chen family who could easily kill him. Ling Yun could ignore Chen Haizhen's words, but Ling Lai said it personally. Ling Yun had no choice but to believe it. Ling Lai definitely wouldn't harm him, and there was no need to scare him. After all, Ling Lai had already reached the early stages of Xiantian realm level 8. Moreover, the Ling family was one of the top 3 families in Huaxia 18 years ago. The head of the Ling family back then was Ling Lai. Ling Lai obviously knew the secrets of the Huaxia ancient martial arts world that ordinary experts didn't. At this moment, Ling Yun's mind flashed. He thought of the Emperor Brush, the Earth Emperor's Book, the Bodhi Seed, the Shennon Cauldron, the Mysterious Gourd, the Inyan Tai Chi Art, the Boundless Chaos Sword Formation, as well as the Ancient Bronze Coffin, the Devil's Blade, and the Dragon Vein Sword. These were all legendary existences. Not to mention the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's Book, just the Devil's Blade and the Dragon Vein Sword were enough to shock the world. The Devil's Blade and the Dragon Vein Sword weren't forged to deal with experts below Xiantian realm level 7. In fact, they weren't even used to deal with Xiantian realm experts. That was because Ling Yun had experimented with it before. As long as he was stronger than his opponent, regardless of whether it was the Devil's Blade or the Dragon Vein Sword, it would be as easy as slicing tofu for him. It was the same even for the Blood Clan with their strong bodies. What realm did the person who forged these 2 weapons have to be at? They worked tirelessly, overcame all difficulties, and did not hesitate to seal the dragon's soul to forge such a divine weapon or demonic weapon. Who were they trying to deal with? That opponent definitely wasn't just at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9. According to Ling Yun's conjecture, Godly weapons like the Devil's Blade or the Dragon Vein Sword should be weapons used by grandmasters like Zhang Sanfeng when battling opponents of the same level. Because without an opponent, it would be meaningless to create a weapon. If you could send your opponent flying with a slap and poke them half to death with a finger, what would you need a weapon for? However, in the crater, Dongfang Ting from the ancient martial arts family told Ling Yun that as long as there were 2 masters above Xiantian realm level 7 in the ancient martial arts world, they could do whatever they wanted. That was because he had never seen anyone above Xiantian realm level 7 except for the new generation of the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin. That was why he gradually believed what Dongfang Ting had told him in the crater. However, after coming to Beijing, Ling Yun suddenly realized that it wasn't the case at all, not to mention the Blood Clan. At least the Japanese ninjas already had 3 masters in the early stages of Xiantian realm level 7, and they were only mid-level ninjas. Ling Yan also heard from his grandfather, Ling Lai, that Qinjing Tian was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. Ling Yan could understand this. After all, to become one of the top families in Huaxia, if they didn't have a master at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7, any ancient martial arts family or hidden sect would be able to wipe them out. Why would they let them have such a comfortable position? Why would ancient martial arts families and hidden sects send people to be a guest of a secular family? Even if one used their buttocks to think, it was absolutely impossible. Because if they had the time, they could just send people to wipe out these ancient martial arts families and hidden sections. Then, they could set up an external agency to replace them and obtain all kinds of benefits and resources. How convenient would that be? This was human nature. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to think of this. Therefore, to become a secular family, not only did one have to have the ability to do as they pleased in Huaxia, but the core members of the family also had to be strong enough to make those ancient martial arts families and hidden sects fear them. They had to think that you were being used or had the qualifications to exchange benefits with them. If you had the ability to help me obtain all kinds of benefits and resources, I would help you intimidate other families, help you fight, and support your family. That was how we formed a relationship where the lips are gone and the teeth are interdependent. Therefore, it was normal for the 7 big families in Beijing to have 1 or 2 masters above Xiantian realm level 7. It would be abnormal if they didn't. They were treading on thin ice because they could be destroyed by political opponents or enemies at any time. All in all, Dongfang Ting's words weren't far from the truth. He wasn't lying to Ling Yun. In an ancient martial arts family, a family could do whatever they wanted if they had 2 masters above Xiantian realm level 7. Of course, hidden sects were definitely stronger. After all, to be able to establish a sect, one wouldn't have a foothold if they weren't strong enough. In that case, it was a fact that Ling Yun had the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. What Dongfang Ting said to Ling Yun was also a fact. In that case, there was a huge problem in between. The problem was very obvious. The difference between an immortal weapon and a Xiantian realm level 9 master was worlds apart. Without a doubt, there was a huge gap in the middle. Was this gap a problem of time or space? Could it be that too much time had passed, and the people who used the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book had all died? Was there actually no legacy left, or did these people ascend like the cultivators in the cultivation world? After reaching the ascension period, they ascended to the celestial world and went to another space. However, even if it was according to what Du Gumo and Dongfang Ting said, Zhang Sanfeng entered the Tao with martial arts and reached the Wushuang Void Realm or even higher realm, he was still worlds apart from being able to use the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Of course, the use here referred to being able to unleash the strongest power of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. It wasn't like when Ling Yun reached Qi Cultivation level 9 and barely used the Emperor Brush. How did this huge gap come about? That was Ling Yun's biggest doubt now. Ling Lai patted Ling Yun's shoulder and began to explain to him with a smile. Xiantian realm level 7 and 8 are all ants. From Xiantian realm level 7 onwards, every step is like ascending to the heavens. Xiantian realm level 7 and 8 are divided into the beginning, middle, advanced, and pinnacle. That is the great perfection, for small realms. However, Xiantian realm level 9 is different. In the ancient martial arts world, Xiantian realm level 9 is divided into a total of 10 small realms. The 10th small realm is the great perfection of Xiantian realm level 9. At this point, there is a possibility of a new breakthrough and reaching the Wushuang Void Realm. Xiantian realm level 9 is different from any of the previous realms. This is because when an ancient martial arts expert reaches Xiantian realm level 9, they are close to the unity of heaven and man. It is also because of their powerful divine sense that they are close to the Tao and possess supernatural powers. With their powerful divine sense, they can use all kinds of combat techniques. In the eyes of ordinary ancient martial arts experts, especially mortals, these are supernatural powers. As long as you reach the 9th stage of Xiantian realm level 9, you can already do whatever you want in Xianxia. You can start to be recognized by those people and become one of those people. Ling Yun was completely shocked. He heard two terms at once. One was supernatural powers, and the other was those people. This was the first time Ling Yun heard of supernatural powers in this world. As for those people, it was the third time Ling Yun heard of them. Ling Yun would have supernatural powers once he reached the Qi cultivation stage. He could fly at Qi cultivation stage 4. If that wasn't a supernatural power, what was it? As for those people, Ling Yun finally had a rough idea of who they were. Those people should be people with supernatural powers. They should have reached the stage of entering the Tao with martial arts. They should have the opportunity to shatter the void with their martial arts, or they might have already done so. If these people reached the Wushuang void realm, they would completely see through the mortal world and start to pursue the Tao of immortality. They would be cultivators like Ling Yun. I'm not lonely. When Ling Yun heard this, he didn't feel any sense of defeat or depression. Instead, he felt even more excited. For the first time, his blood was boiling. Ling Yun would truly be depressed if he could reach the pinnacle of the world just by practicing casually. That was because he had no opponent. The feeling of standing alone at the top of the world and looking down on the world was definitely satisfying. However, what was left after the satisfaction was endless loneliness. It's lonely at the top. Looking around, there were only ants. He couldn't find an opponent at all, so what was the point of cultivating so desperately? There are at least 2 people in the Chen family who have reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, and one of them is at the first stage of Xiantian realm level 9. Yun are you afraid? Ling Lai finally finished speaking. He looked at Ling Yun with a smile, and his eyes shot out 2 rays of light as he asked Ling Yun. I'm not afraid. That's more interesting. Ling Yun gave Ling Lai a confident smile and answered proudly. Ling Yun never lacked the courage to face difficulties head-on. At the same time, the doubts in Ling Yun's heart were also swept away. If Huaxia really didn't have any strong masters, the lords of the Blood Clan, the Grand Dukes of the Blood Clan, and the ninjas of the East Ocean would have killed their way over and turned Huaxia into their blood bank or colony. The Blood Clan could fly, and the ninjas could turn invisible. Who could deal with them? Naturally, those people. Such masters were like the country's nuclear weapons. They might not know how to fight, but they had to have enough power to deter them. Ling Lai laughed happily and patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Good child, you have ambition. You're only 18 years old, and you're already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. What do I, Ling Lai, have to worry about? Ling Lai was also bursting with confidence. He held Ling Yun's hand and sat down. Now, Grandpa can tell you about the Chao family without worry. Our Ling family has no lack of enemies, and all of them are irreconcilable enemies. Even if you gather all of them, tie them up with ropes, and shoot them with a machine gun, you'll still have to do it properly for a period of time. That's why the Chen family doesn't matter. Since our Ling family has endured humiliation for 18 years, it doesn't matter if we tolerate the Chen family for a few more days. Ling Lai pulled Ling Yun to a seat, but he let go of his hand reluctantly. He stared at Ling Yun with a burning gaze, trying to console him. Speaking of family matters, Ling Lai first told Ling Yun about the secrets of the ancient martial arts world in Huaxia. Why, he was just worried that Ling Yun was young and rash. With his heaven-defying cultivation base, demonic cultivation techniques, and many trump cards, he would charge into the Chen clan to take revenge and suffer a great loss. Beijing was where the emperor was, after all. He couldn't be reckless. Ling Yun gradually calmed down after his blood boiled. He smiled and said, Grandpa, you don't have to say any more. I understand what you mean. I won't do anything reckless. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He clenched his fists and said in a low voice, however, the Ling family will definitely take revenge. Ling Lai was finally at ease. With a gratified smile, he nodded and said, "You understand what I mean. What I said just now wasn't for nothing. This isn't just a matter between the Chen family, the Chao family, and the Ling family. This is a new round of family games in the capital city. It concerns national politics, all kinds of complicated forces inside and outside the country, and also the games of many powerful underground forces in the world. It's even another reshuffle of the various powerful forces in the ancient martial arts world of Xianxia. The Chen family's attack on the Chao family is just a fuse that ignites this game. Very soon, all kinds of complicated forces will surface one by one. The capital, and even the whole of Xianxia, will not be peaceful in the next 3 to 5 years. As for the Chen family coming to deal with the Ling family last night, they were actually forced to do so. They were afraid that after you rescued your second uncle, the Chen family's plan would be completely exposed and they would become the target of all the major families in the capital. If that happened, the Chen family would be exterminated in an instant. There's no need for the major clans to make a move. As long as Chief Number 1 nods his head, the Heaven Squad will move out and kill a few important figures of the Chen clan. The Chen clan will immediately collapse. If you didn't kill everyone in the Chen family and rescue your second uncle, the Chen family wouldn't have any intention of attacking our Ling family. Just from the fact that they imprisoned your second uncle for so long and didn't harm him, we can see that. They just want the support of our Ling family. At this point, Ling Lai couldn't help but laugh. He sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I didn't expect our Ling family to be so weak after 18 years. Obviously, the extermination of the Chao family and the disappearance of Ling Yu and Ling Xiao happened at almost the same time. This meant that the Chen family attacked the Chao family and the Ling family at the same time. On the other hand, the Chen family used such a despicable and shameless method to deal with the Chao family. However, they only managed to capture an important figure from the Ling family, Ling Yu. It was obvious that the Chen family didn't see the Ling family as an opponent. Indeed, the Ling family was insignificant in the eyes of the other families in Beijing before Ling Yun returned to the Ling family. Disregarding everything else, the Ling family could be ranked in the top 20 in terms of their current strength. This was definitely no joke. It's been so long since the Chao family was exterminated. It's not like the various powers in Beijing don't know about it. Even your first uncle, Ling Zhen, came to me to report about the abnormality of the Chao family. However, not a single family has jumped out to act rashly. Everyone is watching, and everyone is waiting. What are the various powers in Beijing waiting for? They're waiting for the attitude of the Long family, the actions of the Yi family, and the decision of the number 1 official in the country. Ling Yin was moved once again. At this moment, he could finally experience the pain that Chao Tianlong felt when he had no way out. Naturally, no one would jump out to help him if his family was annihilated. Everyone would avoid him for fear of getting themselves into trouble. It would be a miracle if Chao Tianlong could find a trustworthy helper. Moreover, his opponent was the powerful Chen family. Originally, the undercurrents in Beijing were surging and treacherous. Everything was in a delicate balance. However, the Chen family destroyed the Chao family, breaking this delicate balance a little, but the Chen family's plan was too big, and it was flawless. They used the embrace of the blood breeds to control the nobles, leaving the Chao family unscathed on the surface. Thus, this delicate balance was maintained until now. But last night, the delicate balance was finally broken by you unintentionally when you were trying to save your second uncle. Grandpa can tell you that all the powerful and well-informed forces in the capital have been alarmed. They won't be able to sleep through the night. Ling Lai was unperturbed as he turned to look at Chui Lao. Their eyes met, and they smiled. Otherwise, it's impossible for the Chen family to only send 36 ninjas here. After that, there was no more news. The Ling family wasn't exterminated, and the Chen family was defeated. Even if the Ling family kept their mouths shut and didn't let the news out, Grandpa still believes that today, Beijing will definitely be in an uproar. Ling Lai turned to look outside. It was already past 6 o'clock, and the sun was already rising. If Grandpa's predictions are correct, there will definitely be many people coming to our Ling family to find out the truth. Grandpa will probably have to stay in bed and refuse guests again. Ling Lai smiled bitterly. Grandpa, do you mean to pretend to be sick? Ling Yun muttered. Ling Lai laughed heartily. Last night, you helped Grandpa reach the early stages of Xianxia realm level 8. What else can I do but pretend to be sick? Ling Yan was speechless. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Last night, he played a little too crazily. The fact that our Ling family wasn't exterminated will definitely cause a lot of people to think your father's whereabouts are still unknown, and we don't know which force captured him. Before we find your father and rescue him, we can't reveal our strength. We can't act rashly either, lest the enemy change their plans and harm your father. So, this was what Ling Lai was most worried about. He had thought it through thoroughly. He couldn't let his grandson's father be killed just after he returned to the family. Thinking about Ling Xiao, Ling Yan couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Grandpa, will my father's life be in danger?" "Yun don't worry. Your father is only at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 5. The enemy definitely didn't capture him for him. They must have a bigger plan." Ling Lai felt Ling Yan's body tense up. Ling Lai felt Ling Yan's body tense up and his hands trembling. He didn't dare to look Ling Yan in the eyes as he continued, "Your father isn't just related to the Ling family. He's also related to your biological mother, the previous generation's holy virgin of the devil sect. Even if someone wanted to harm your father, they would have to consider whether they could defeat your mother's martial arts." Phew. Hearing this, Ling Yan finally let out a long sigh of relief. So, what the Ling family has to do now is to move steadily. The more low-profile and quiet we are, the more advantageous it will be for us. Your identity hasn't been exposed yet. Before we rescue your father, you can carry out investigations in the dark and do whatever you want to do. Ordinary small actions definitely won't attract the attention of the various forces in the capital. As for the people from the Chow family that you rescued, Grandpa has his own arrangements. I'll find a way to move them to a safe place as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about these things anymore, Grandpa, but there's still one more person from the Chow family. I have to rescue her as soon as possible. It'll be too late if we delay any longer." Ling Lai laughed and stared at Ling Yan for a long time. Suddenly, he said, "Yun you're talking about Chao Xingchang's beloved daughter, Chao Shanshan, right?" Ling Yan blushed under Ling Lai's stare and nodded hurriedly. "Is Chao Shanshan your girlfriend?" Ling Lai asked, not letting go of Ling Yan's embarrassment. "Yes." Ling Yan replied awkwardly. "Rascal, how many girlfriends do you have now?" "From what old Chui said, it seems like quite a few." Ling Lai grinned from ear to ear as he spoke. "Quite a few anyway." Ling Yan decided to go all out when he saw that the old man wouldn't stop. Ling Lai laughed heartily. "So there are times when a brat like you gets shy too? It doesn't matter how many girlfriends an outstanding grandson like me has. Remember this, Yun When the time comes, bring all your girlfriends back for Grandpa to see." "Grandpa, don't worry." Ling Yan was sweating profusely, but he nodded with all his might. Seeing that Ling Yan had agreed, Ling Lai laughed heartily and finally let Ling Yan off. Finally, he retracted his smile and said to Ling Yan seriously, "The Qin family's ancestral home is in the south of Beijing, outside the 5th Ring Road, near the Daxing district. That's where the Qin family's real headquarters are." Ling Yan was about to thank Ling Lai when Ling Lai continued. "The 3 masters of the Qin family should be there now. However, Qin Jianwei probably wouldn't hide Chao Shanshan there." Ling Yan nodded. "Grandpa, don't worry. I have my own ways to find Chao Shanshan's location. That's for the best. However, you have to be careful." Ling Yan had a basic understanding of the various forces in Beijing after listening to Ling Lai's explanation. He was naturally 100 times more careful now. Since the Qin family's ancestral home was located in the south of Beijing, close to Daxing, Ling Yan had an idea. That was because last night, when Ling Yan followed the scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder all the way to the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs, he realized that the scent didn't continue south but instead headed east. Qin Jianwei hid Chao Shanshan in the east of Beijing. To be continued. After breakfast, Ling Yan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he spent the entire morning imparting some of his ultimate techniques to Ling Lai and Chui Lao. Ling Yan wanted to increase the combat power of the 2 strongest members of the Ling family as soon as possible: Dragonfish Phantom Ability, Tiangang Demon Fist, Vault of Heaven's Palm, Gale Thunder Kick, Raging Waves Internal Skill, Small Formless Sword Technique, Ninth Killing Technique, Spirit Potency Art, Stellar Condensation Technique, and the Secret Technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Force, Footwork, Fist, Palm, Leg Techniques, Internal Skills, 2 sets of Supreme Sword Techniques, 1. Spirit Potency Art, a set of heaven-defying physique techniques, and a set of secret techniques that could multiply one's combat power, coupled with the Celestial Destroyer technique that Ling Yun had imparted to Cui Lao. He had everything. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't hide anything from his own grandfather. He specially asked for a pen and paper to write down each set of techniques in detail. He demonstrated them one by one and explained the key points and difficulties of cultivating and using these techniques to Ling Lai and Cui Lao so that they could absorb and master them as soon as possible. Ling Lai watched as Ling Yun wrote down each of these heaven-defying techniques and imparted them all to him. In the end, he was completely shocked. Ling Lai knew that if he were to throw any of these techniques into the pugilistic world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. That was because any one of these techniques that Ling Yun took out would be enough to establish a sect in the pugilistic world. Furthermore, it would definitely become a top-notch sect. Darling grandson, tell Grandpa the truth first. If you casually teach Grandpa these cultivation methods, won't you be punished by your master? In the end, Ling Lai was so shocked that he didn't dare to learn them. Ling Yun chuckled as he looked at the old man's shocked and agitated expression. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm the head of the Immortal Physician sect now. I have the final say in everything that happens in the Immortal Physician sect. It seems like Grandpa was too worried. Grandpa didn't know that you had so many heaven-defying techniques. If I had known earlier, perhaps you would have had a chance against the first 3 stages of Xianxia Realm Level 9, after being stunned for a long time, Ling Lai muttered in a daze and guessed. After all, he hadn't reached Xianxia Realm Level 9. Everything he knew was based on hearsay and conjecture. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. That's more like it. After all, he came from the cultivation world. The techniques that he knew were the ultimate techniques of their respective sections. If these techniques weren't powerful enough, there was nothing more to say. Ling Yun could only start searching for medicinal herbs and concoct pills to increase his realm. Moreover, he had a divine sense that could cover a radius of 100 meters, the Yin-Yang Harmony Balance, the Yin-Yang Divine Eye, the first minor realm of the Divine Yang Cultivation Technique, the Supreme Azure Emperor Art, the Omnipotent Water Control Technique, the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor Art, and so on and so forth. Coupled with his heaven-defying physique and the Yin-Yang True Qi that he had just successfully cultivated, if he still couldn't deal with an expert at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 9 after using all of his trump cards, then he would have wasted all of his time. Ling Yun was confident that even if he couldn't win, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Grandpa, you and Cui Lao should practice the techniques that I've taught you slowly. Don't impart them to others. It was close to noon, and Ling Yun had imparted all the techniques to Ling Lai. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he instructed Ling Lai. I'm worried that once they go out, once they have a conflict with others and use these skills without permission, they will be captured and interrogated. Instead, they will suffer a calamity. Seeing the old master's questioning gaze, Ling Yun immediately told him his reason. Actually, Ling Yun didn't tell Ling Lai the truth. His real reason was that he didn't trust Ling Zhen and Ling Hao. Ling Zhen was 100% suspicious, and Ling Yun had been unhappy with Ling Hao ever since he saw him in the photo. Last night, why did Ling Yun spend so much effort to raise Ling Lai's power to Xiantian Realm Level 8? Why did he only treat the others half-heartedly? Why did he only treat their new injuries and leave it at that? The reason was simple. Ling Yun wasn't completely at ease with some people in the Ling family. He needed time to slowly observe them. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Ling Yun rarely did things that he wasn't confident in, even if it was to save someone. A flash of melancholy flashed across Ling Lai's eyes, but he hid it immediately. He smiled awkwardly. You're quite thoughtful, kid. All right, we'll do as you say. Ling Yun also caught Ling Lai's expression. His lips moved, but he didn't say much. Ling Yun felt that the old man probably had something that he couldn't say. Ling Lai was right. In the morning, servants came to Ling Lai's courtyard to report that all the big families in Beijing had sent important figures to visit Ling Lai. However, they were all blocked by Ling Lai with the excuse that he was sick. Ling Yu didn't show up either. All the affairs of the Ling family were handled by Ling Zhen alone. What made Ling Yun the funniest was that the Chen family actually sent someone over. When the messenger from the Chen family arrived at the Ling family's residence, everything was normal. It was as though nothing had happened between the two families last night. Without a doubt, these people were here to find out the truth. It was a pity that even though the Ling family had mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, all the enemies had been eliminated. The corpses had been turned into colorless and odorless yellow water by the corpse disintegration powder and washed into the sewers. Chen Haizhen and the other two had also been burned to ashes by the fire talismans. Everything was normal for the Ling family. This caused every single person who came to the Ling family to be inexplicably shocked. Yun Er, do you see that? This is Beijing, this is a political game. Everyone looks harmonious on the surface, but they're actually stabbing each other in the back. In the dark, there was a massacre at night. It was a storm of blood, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that every step was frightening. Once it was day, everything became calm and peaceful. This is Beijing, huh? Interesting. Ling Yan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Ling Yan thought to himself that human nature was the same no matter where it was. Originally, Ling Yun didn't want to have lunch at the Ling family. However, he couldn't resist Grandpa Ling's persuasion and could only accompany Ling Lai to have a sumptuous lunch in the courtyard. The three of them, including Cui Lao, drank quite a bit. Ling Yan could tell that Grandpa Tang was really good to him. Looking at him for a few more seconds, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. After lunch, Ling Yan received a call from Tang Meng. Tang Meng said that he had arrived at Beijing and was about to reach the 5th Ring Road. He asked where Ling Yan was. Thus, Ling Yan bade farewell to Ling Lai. He changed out of the golden black devilish silkworm and put on a white shirt and jeans before leaving the Ling family through the back door. After leaving, Ling Yan flagged down a cab and returned to the courtyard house in the northwest corner of Beijing in half an hour. Ling Yan didn't enter the courtyard. He waited at the entrance for a while and saw two cars drive over. One was a Hummer, and the other was Ling Yan's Land Rover. Needless to say, it was definitely Tang Meng. The two cars stopped in front of Ling Yun. Without waiting for the car to stop, Tang Meng jumped out of the car and gave Ling Yun a bear hug without saying a word. "Big brother Yun, I missed you so much," sob sob sob. Tang Meng was still smiling when he got out of the car, but his eyes turned red the moment he hugged Ling Yun. Tears streamed down his cheeks like rain, drenching Ling Yun's shoulders in no time. Ling Yun was speechless. He couldn't help but pat Tang Meng's back. "Hey, you little brat, you don't have to go that far, right? I just changed my clothes." Who knew that Tang Meng would cry even harder? The more Ling Yun tried to comfort him, the louder he cried. This time, he was crying for real. The three green dragon lackeys who got out of the car looked at each other and didn't know what to do. "All right, stop crying. Follow me into the courtyard." Ling Yan had no choice but to push Tang Meng away. Even though he could feel Tang Meng's brotherly love for him, Ling Yan wasn't used to seeing him cry like this. It was too embarrassing. Hee hee. Tang Meng chuckled as he raised his hand to wipe the tears off his face. Turning his head to look at the three young men, he said, "I couldn't help it, I just couldn't help it. The three of you stay here and watch the car." Ling Yan brought Tang Meng into the courtyard and went straight to the living room. "Tai Xiaohu isn't here?" After entering the house, Ling Yan lightly punched Tang Meng and asked with a smile. At the mention of Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng's face was full of anger. "Big brother Yun, don't mention him. I get angry when I mention him. He's so busy cultivating that he's going crazy. Other than eating, he doesn't even sleep. He just sits in the courtyard of mansion number 1 all day. He doesn't even know how to change his clothes on such a hot day. One word for him, cultivation. I have to send someone to deliver food to him every day. Otherwise, he might starve to death one day. Other people stay at home and play on the computer, but he stays in the courtyard of your mansion. That big green rock has become his home. This guy." Ling Yun was a little shocked and touched. He knew that Tai Xiaohu cultivated so hard just to be able to help him as soon as possible and stand behind him. "Have you brought everything?" Ling Yun immediately got down to business. I brought them all. Big brother Yun, I don't lack any of the herbs you asked for. Every single one of them is packed in a snakeskin bag. Miao Xiao Miao and Ning helped me pick them out. They'll last you a while. What about the silver? More than 200 kilograms of silver are in the 2 cars outside. It's not expensive, just 1 million or so, you could have just sent it over. Why did you come here yourself? Ling Yun chuckled. Big brother Yun, I missed you. You left in such a hurry that I couldn't even send you off. Really? Tang Meng said agitatedly. Tang Meng had wanted to come to Beijing, but Ling Yun was afraid of danger and didn't let him go. This time, he finally got the chance to get the pure silver needed to make talismans and arrows. At this moment, the sound of a car came from outside. Ling Yun used his divine sense to know that Cui Lao had arrived with his men. To be continued. Ling Yun and Tang Meng went out of the house to welcome Cui Lao. Nice to meet you, Cui Lao. Tang Meng greeted Cui Lao obediently with a pair of sharp eyes. Cui Lao smiled and nodded. Oh, Tang Meng is here? As the saying goes, the weather in June and the face of a child can change at will. Just a moment ago, the sun was blazing in the sky, but in just a moment, a few dark clouds floated over and covered the dazzling sun. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the possibility of heavy rain. Let's move the things. Even though the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder had many uses, it was afraid of rain. Once it was washed away by the rain, its faint aura would be completely washed away. Even with Ling Yun's 5 senses and 6 senses, it would be difficult for him to find Chao Shanshan's whereabouts. More than 200 kilograms of silver were packed in 8 intricate safes. These 8 safes were quickly moved into Cui Lao's black van. Tang Meng, bring them to lunch first. After lunch, think of a way to transport the medicinal herbs here. The medicinal herbs were packed in dozens of snakeskin bags and transported in a large truck. It was impossible for the truck to drive all the way here, so it could only be transported in batches to the courtyard house. Oh right, give them a call and ask them to continue purchasing medicinal herbs from Qingshui City. Same old method. Buy as much as possible and store them in mansion number 1. Don't run out of medicinal herbs. Tang Meng chuckled. Big brother Yun, don't worry. I've been keeping the medicinal herbs for you. The medicinal herbs in mansion number 1 are much more numerous than before, be it in terms of variety or quantity, you really know how to do things. Ling Yun nodded his head in satisfaction. Tang Meng really had a good eye for foresight, even thinking ahead of him. I'll go with Cui Lao to settle some matters. I'll call you when I'm back. Ling Yun got into Cui Lao's black van. The van turned around and drove out of the city. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the inconspicuous, run-down factory outside the 7th Ring Road. Ling Family Weapon Workshop. This time, the van didn't stop after entering the factory. Instead, it drove straight to the warehouse of the small factory. This is a restricted area of the warehouse. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. An eye-catching warning was posted on the door of the warehouse. The warehouse's door was large enough to fit 2 large trucks side by side. The area inside was even larger, with a large open space. Behind the open space, there were more than 10 warehouses, and each warehouse's door was tightly shut. As the van entered the warehouse, Ling Yun expanded his divine sense to the maximum. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that there was a door that looked like a warehouse behind it. It wasn't a warehouse at all, but a huge passageway. Inside the passageway was the secret workshop of the Ling family's weapon workshop. Obviously, the metal materials used to forge weapons in the secret factory were all transported in through this passage. This design was ingenious and unexpected. Ordinary people would never think of it. After the van entered the warehouse, Cui Lao took out an extremely sophisticated remote control and gently pressed it against the warehouse door. The door of the warehouse slowly closed, and the huge warehouse immediately became completely sealed. Cui Lao chuckled. The materials used to build this warehouse are also completely soundproof. Ling Yun was shocked. How much would it cost to build such a large building with soundproof materials? The Ling family had been in decline for 18 years. Why couldn't they make ends meet every year? Of course, the money wasn't spent on the food and clothing of the dozens of people in the Ling family. It was spent on these unseen places. This was a foundation, and a foundation burned money. Chui Lao pressed the remote control again, and the door that looked like a warehouse slowly opened to both sides, revealing its true appearance. It indeed looked like a warehouse, but it was empty inside. However, Ling Yan already knew that as long as this warehouse was facing the door, the real weapon workshop would be behind it. The driver was one of the remaining 36 men of sacrifice from the Ling family. He was obviously very familiar with this place. After driving the van in, Chui Lao finally got out. Chui Lao pressed the button and remotely controlled the door of the warehouse to close. He then flew to the opposite wall and lightly knocked on a certain part of the wall. The originally seamless wall opened up to a 30-centimeter square window, revealing a secret compartment inside. It was definitely a stronghold. The defensive measures here were even better than a bank's vault. The design of the hidden compartment was similar to that of an ATM machine in a bank. There was a screen and a place to enter a password. However, this screen was a video intercom system. Ling Yan could already see Ling 17's face on the screen. Chui Lao is here? On the screen, Ling 17's eyes were no longer dim. Instead, they were full of energy and vigor. His eyes were filled with excitement. Open the door. Chui Lao smiled at Ling 17 before turning to Ling Yun. Fourth young master, we were already under Ling 17's surveillance the moment we entered the warehouse. Ling Yun was secretly shocked. If the Ling family, which was the weakest among the Ling family, could a weapon workshop be so heavily guarded? Wouldn't the core areas of the other 6 families be even more heavily guarded? If Qin Jianwei hid Chao Shanshan in such a place, it would be much more troublesome to rescue her. The half-meter-thick steel wall parted from the middle and slowly opened to the sides. When the 2 sides entered the walls, the view suddenly became clear. Steam billowed out, and waves of steam assaulted Xiao Chen's face. Ling Yan smiled and looked back at the tightly shut door of the warehouse. It was indeed a huge and tightly guarded transportation channel. Fourth young master is mighty. Ling 17 flew to Ling Yun with one hand on his crutch and kowtowed. Ling 17 thanks fourth young master for saving the Ling family. Obviously, Ling 17 knew everything that happened in the Ling family last night. Ling Yan smiled as he helped Ling 17 up. I'm a member of the Ling family, and it's only right for me to protect my own family. Why are you thanking me? Do you still treat me as an outsider? Ling 17 shook his head excitedly. Fourth young master, how are the silver arrows coming along? Ling 17 said agitatedly, Fourth young master, after you left, I personally led a group of people and have been busy since last night. In total, we have produced more than 200 silver arrows, including 24 pure silver arrows. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard that. Let's go and take a look. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the place where the arrows were made. Ling Yan saw 5 neatly arranged bundles of arrows. 4 of them had 50 arrows, and the other bundle was made of pure silver. Every arrow was 1.5 meters long. The tip of the arrow was incomparably sharp, and they were all made of pure silver. Under the illumination of the lights, they shone with a bright silver light. The 4 bundles of silver arrows were plated with a layer of pure silver according to Ling Yun's request. They looked about the same, but Ling Yun knew that 200 arrows would be much less effective against the Blood Clan than the 24 arrows. Ling Yan took out a pure silver arrow and weighed it in his hand. It was actually 2 kilograms. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. 200 kilograms of pure silver could only be used to make 100 arrows. The saying, the poor study while the rich fight, was true. War was definitely the most expensive thing to do. This was true for ancient martial arts, and it was even more so for modern warfare. Aircraft carriers, cannons, guns, ammunition, and even missiles and nuclear bombs were all expensive. Alright, we'll forge according to this. I've sent you another 200 kilograms of silver to make these arrows. Ling Yan gave a new order to Ling 17 without hesitation. At the same time, he secretly thought that it was time for his 4 Blood Clan servants to bleed a little. At the same time, Ling Yan also thought about what a foundation was all about. It wasn't just a matter of money. The importance of resource reserves suddenly became apparent. For example, medicinal herbs, metals, minerals, and so on. No matter how much money you had, you might not be able to buy them immediately if you went to the market to buy them, but what if you had accumulated tens of thousands of kilograms of silver in your house? No matter what you want to use pure silver to forge, it's up to you. Feel free to use it. Ling Yin felt that the arrow shaft was too thick. It was actually as thick as an ordinary cigarette. The shaft can be made thinner, otherwise, it will affect the speed of the arrow. Ling Yin reminded Ling 17. This way, they could use the same amount of pure silver to make double the number of arrows. Fourth young master, I've tested it before. If that's the case, the arrow will be a little erratic and affect the accuracy, Ling 17 said seriously to Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Don't worry, it won't affect the accuracy of others, but it won't affect me. Ling 17 nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Ling Yun bent down and put the 5 bundles of arrows into his spatial ring. Then, he realized tragically that his spatial ring had been completely stuffed to the brim. These 2 King of Stones take up too much space. Ling Yun was secretly depressed, especially the King of Stones with a diameter of 1.5 meters and a height of 1.5 meters. It alone took up 70% of the space in the spatial ring. Moreover, there was also the Super Tonghulu and Ling Yun's Shenong Cauldron. These 3 big items took up too much space. Ling Yun's spatial ring was only 2.5 meters in length, width, and height after another upgrade. Naturally, it was completely stuffed with so many arrows. Ling Yun asked the warrior of sacrifice from the Ling family to unload the 200 kilograms of pure silver and put the 8 empty boxes back into the van. We still have to hurry. Ling Yun said to Ling 17 as he pointed at the silver on the floor. Ling Yun felt that the earls, marquises, and the Grand Duke that Qin Jianwei invited were about to arrive in Beijing. Yes. Ling 17 will follow 4th young master's instructions. Ling Yun nodded and gave a few simple instructions before leaving the Ling family weapon workshop with Cui Lao. Rumble, just as the van drove out of the gate of the small factory, a dull thunder exploded from the distant sky. The sky became even darker. To be continued. The minivan sped down the road. Ling Yun sat in the car and looked at the sky through the lowered windows. He was slightly relieved. He guessed that the rain wouldn't fall during the day. However, Ling Yun knew that the rain wouldn't be light. It would probably be a storm. 4th young master, shall I go with you tonight? Cui Lao pondered for a moment before turning his head from the passenger seat and speaking to Ling Yun in a negotiating tone. Of course, Cui Lao knew that Ling Yun had done so much to save Xianxia tonight. But our Ling family also needs protection. Ling Yun muttered to himself for a while before replying slowly. If Ling Yun found Xianxia and successfully rescued her, it would be a tough battle if they met Qin Jianwei. Xianxia's blood was the best treasure in Qin Jianwei's eyes. Of course, he wouldn't let Ling Yun save her. After the battle last night, Beijing was shaken. Everyone is guessing what kind of master came to protect the Ling family. The Qin family probably won't attack us again in the near future. Cui Lao said to Ling Yun with a smile. Moreover, the old master has reached the early stages of Xiantian realm level 8. The Long family is supporting the Ling family, and the Yi family is biding their time. Even if the Qin family sends masters, they won't send the 3 masters. Cui Lao said to Ling Yun with a smile. Ling Yun understood Cui Lao's meaning very well. As long as the Qin family didn't send their strongest 3, Grandpa alone would be able to defend the Ling family impregnably. No matter who came, they would only be courting death. 4th young master, I'm the most familiar with Beijing and the surrounding terrain. Moreover, if there's a fight, someone has to protect Xianxia, right? Moreover, the old master is really worried. Cui Lao was afraid that Ling Yun would be in danger alone. It wouldn't be easy for him to handle the situation alone. What was the most important thing in the Ling family now? Ling Yun, of course. Alright then, after dinner, you and Pierce will come over together. We will rescue Xianxia tonight. Ling Yun finally agreed. Back in the city, Cui Lao returned to the Ling family after sending Ling Yun to the courtyard house. The moment he entered the courtyard house, he could feel the faint spiritual energy in the air. It was released by the medicinal herbs that Tang Meng had brought over. Dozens of snakeskin bags filled with traditional Chinese medicine were piled up in the corner of the courtyard in a mess. Two of the Green Dragon Gang's underlings were guarding there obediently and did not move an inch away from them. "Have you eaten yet? Where is Tang Meng?" "Big brother Yun, we've already eaten, and all the herbs have been transported over. Young Master Tang seems to have some business to discuss, so he went out after he was done with the herbs." "What business does he have to discuss in Beijing?" Ling Yan asked. One of the Green Dragon underlings scratched his head and answered, "I think they're going to discuss a logistics company." "They said they're going to buy that logistics company." Ling Yan instantly understood. Tang Meng was thinking that if Ling Yan were to stay in Beijing for a long period of time, transportation between two places would definitely be frequent. He might as well buy a logistics company. No matter what kind of transportation it would be very convenient. Of course, it would be very convenient for his own company to transport his own things. "You two, go and find some stones, or even bricks." Ling Yan went to open the storage room in the courtyard house and used the stones to set up a simple spirit-gathering formation. Then, he got the two underlings to move all the snakeskin bags into the storage room to ensure that the spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs wouldn't be lost. After locking the storage room door, Ling Yan flipped his hand and took out a bundle of 100 yuan bills. He gave it to the two underlings and smiled. "This is 10,000 yuan. You two go out and find a good hotel to stay in. You can spend the rest of the money however you want." The two Green Dragon underlings were shocked. How would they dare to take Ling Yan's money? "Big brother Yun, we can't do that. You're our boss's boss. We're doing things for you. If we ask you for money, young Master Tang will beat us to death if he finds out." Ling Yan made Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu the two elders of the Green Dragon sect. Even though Tai Xiaohu didn't think much of the position, Tang Meng was living a very comfortable and happy life. He got Abing to pick 7 capable underlings from each of the 4 halls of the Green Dragon sect. There were a total of 28 of them. They were specially assigned to work for him, which saved him a lot of trouble. This time, Tang Meng had brought a total of 5 people with him to Beijing to deliver the gifts to Ling Yun. They were handpicked from the group of 28 people. They were bodyguards, security guards, chauffeurs, and all sorts of menial tasks. Tang Meng had a lot of fun doing them. "Tang Meng really knows how to enjoy life more than I do." Ling Yan was speechless. However, he thought about how Tang Meng had to deal with so many things every day. He needed someone to run errands for him so that he would have time to do the most important things. This was basically what Ling Yan taught Tang Meng personally. It was just that Tang Meng carried it forward and used it to his fullest potential. "Take it, don't worry. I'll get Tang Meng to treat you well. How can you just put in effort without any benefits? There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Similarly, people wouldn't do anything without benefits. No matter how strict the rules were, it wasn't as good as giving enough benefits." Ling Yan understood this very well. He ordered the 2 underlings of the Green Dragon sect to keep the money and then sent them away. After finally sending the 2 of them away, Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a call and asked him to return as soon as possible. Then, he went to the basement of the courtyard house. After passing through the armillary sphere maze formation, Ling Yan immediately saw Chao Tianlong sitting cross-legged in the basement. In the past 2 days, apart from taking care of his family, Chao Tianlong had been training hard in order to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Seeing Ling Yan enter, Chao Tianlong stood up immediately. "How are they?" With a sweep of his divine sense, Ling Yan knew that all 10 members of the Chao family had entered a deep sleep. "It's much better than 2 days ago. My grandfather and father said that they could feel the loyalty and subservience in their blood getting weaker and weaker." "Ling Yan, thank you. It's all thanks to this stone. It's really useful," Chao Tianlong said as he pointed at the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in Chao Juanxiong's hand. That's good." Ling Yan nodded and asked Chao Tianlong, "Is there enough blood?" Chao Tianlong frowned slightly. When they're awake, they're very resistant to drinking blood. They only drink a little at night when there's no other choice. That's why this blood is enough for a long time. Ling Yan asked Chao Tianlong a few more questions. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, he said to Chao Tianlong, "I'm going to rescue Xianxia tonight." Chao Tianlong was very excited. He asked excitedly, really? You found my sister's hiding place? Chow Tianlong asked excitedly. I didn't find it, but it's almost there. I planted the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder on Qin Jianwei. It'll be a piece of cake to find him. Do you need me to help? No, you just have to take good care of your family. I've already gotten my hands on Qin Jianwei's blood, and I've been researching how to make use of it. No matter what, we have to break the blood pact first. The blood pact of the embrace is too domineering. Ling Yin smiled and shook his head. Ling Yin had undergone the embrace a few times. He understood how domineering it could be. He was very wary of it. Right, I have some good news for you. Ling Yin told Chow Tianlong about how he killed hundreds of ancient martial arts masters and ninjas in the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Chow Tianlong's blood boiled with excitement. I've killed the head of the Qin family, Qin Haizhen. The Qin family suffered heavy losses last night. What? You killed Qin Haizhen? Chow Tianlong was shocked. Ling Yin smiled nonchalantly. Your family is already in such a state. Don't wallow in grief all day. You don't have to cultivate so hard either. There's tension and relaxation in the path of martial arts. You have to take it step by step. Ling Yin was worried that Chow Tianlong would go berserk. Eat and rest. The ingredients for the spirit cleansing talisman have arrived. I'll make some more spirit cleansing talismans for you. After meeting with Chow Tianlong, Ling Yin quickly left the basement. After he came out, he drove his Land Rover and left the courtyard house. Ling Yin drove the Land Rover along the 5th Ring Road to the Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Ling Yin had stopped his search for Chao Shanshan from there to save his second uncle, Ling Yu. Ling Yin pretended to be passing by as he drove to the entrance of the Qin family's mansion. Indeed, he found the trace of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder. Ling Yin smiled proudly as he sped up the car and followed the trace of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder towards the southeast of Beijing. Who knew that Ling Yin would chase it out of Beijing and onto the 6th Ring Road? He followed the 6th Ring Road all the way north, past the Shuani district, and finally to the Huairou district in the northeast of Beijing. F***ck, where did Qin Jianwei hide Xianxia? Ling Yin muttered to himself, but he didn't let his guard down. He followed the scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder directly onto the highway from Beijing to Qingda. He drove all the way to Miyun Reservoir. Ling Yin arrived at the Miyun Reservoir after another half an hour. He determined the direction of the scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder and got off the Jingqing Highway, heading toward the deep mountains and forests in the north. It was already past 4:30 in the afternoon, and the sky was gloomier than ever. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a storm seemed to be coming at any time. The roads became more and more difficult to drive on. Ling Yin had no choice but to find a place to park his car. He then found a place with no one around and plunged into the dense forest. The scent of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder became stronger as Ling Yin got further and further away from the nearby mountain villages. Obviously, this was where Qin Jianwei was most active. F***ck, he actually hid Shanshan in a cave. Ling Yin entered the deep mountainous area around the Miyun Reservoir. He scanned the surroundings and cursed bitterly. To be continued. Ling Yin had already entered the vast Yan mountain range at this time. In the remote mountains and old forests, he exerted his lightness skill to the limit. He crossed over mountains and crossed rivers with all his strength. Soon, from east to west, he had crossed the entire north bank of the Miyun Reservoir. In fact, there was a large highway surrounding the entire Miyun Reservoir. However, Qin Jianwei was flying in the sky and naturally wouldn't fly directly above the highway. In order to avoid being discovered, he was very careful along the way. He flew above the remote mountains, which made things difficult for Ling Yin, who was using his 2 feet to track him. Ling Yin passed through the Longyun Mountain scenic area, crossed the White River, and came to a nameless mountain ridge. He stopped to rest. F***ck, isn't he just flying? How dare he be so arrogant just because he can fly? Ling Yin cursed angrily again. Ling Yin realized that the aura of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder was concentrated around the Miyun Reservoir for a while, causing him to take a big detour and head west again. He took out the magical gourd and gulped down a few mouthfuls of dragon saliva to replenish his spiritual energy. His eyes hardened as he chased towards the west once again. He had to find Xianxia's hiding place before it started raining. Otherwise, the aura of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder that Qin Jianwei left on the dense forest would be washed away. Ling Yan's previous efforts would be in vain. Ling Yan finally saw a majestic mountain standing in front of him. It was at least 1,000 meters above sea level, and the top of the mountain was surrounded by white clouds. This was a famous mountain. When he was in Qingshui City, he had paid close attention to it and studied it before he came to Beijing. Looks like Qin Jianwei hid Xianxia in this mountain, Yunming Mountain. Ling Yan looked back and saw the Miyun Reservoir in the distance. It was only 7 kilometers away from where he was standing in a straight line. However, Ling Yan had traversed the mountains and ridges along the way. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it's only looking at the mountain. He had traversed at least 70 kilometers in this uninhabited area where there was no mountain path. Only Ling Yan, who possessed a body at the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, could continuously absorb the spiritual energy in the deep mountains and forests, and could rely on his qigong to track them all the way here. If it were anyone else, they would have run to their deaths. F***ck, into the mountain. Ling Yan leaped down and dashed toward the Yunming Mountain on the opposite side. It could be said that all of the famous mountains around Beijing had been developed into scenic spots. However, just like Qingshui City's Dragon Mountain, no matter how much it was developed, a mountain was still a mountain. Those scenic spots were fixed. No matter how many tourists came, they had to follow the tourist route. Yunming Mountain was full of cliffs and steep cliffs that were rarely visited by humans. Ling Yan's qigong was peerless. Of course, he wouldn't walk on the main road. He burrowed into the dense forest, away from people's sight, and continued to fly at full speed. Ling Yan entered the deep mountainous area of the Yunming Mountain very quickly. A cliff that was 100 feet tall appeared in front of Ling Yan. The mountain was lush, and there were waterfalls and springs. The scenery was magnificent and beautiful. The aura of the 1,000-mile soul-chasing powder became denser and more chaotic. It was obvious that Qin Jianwei had to pass through this place when he came in and out. Ling Yan stopped and observed carefully in the dense forest. He tried to search for the aura on both sides of the cliff, but the aura became fainter the further he went. He should be hiding on this cliff, but I don't know which cave he's in. Ling Yan became even more careful. He found a place that wouldn't be easily seen from the sky and hid himself. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb spiritual energy to restore himself and build up his strength. The spiritual energy in this mountain is so dense. Ling Yan was secretly shocked as he absorbed the spiritual energy. The Yunming Mountain, also known as the Little Yellow Mountain, was located at the border between Miyun County and Huairou District. The mountains were tall and steep, and the valleys were deep and serene. There were many strange peaks and rocks, waterfalls, and springs everywhere. The clouds were unpredictable, and the trees and flowers were fragrant. The natural scenery was beautiful, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Ling Yan guessed that there must be something special about the Yunming Mountain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such dense spiritual energy here. More than half an hour later, the sky became even darker. Clouds and mist rose in the darkness, and it seemed that night was coming. That grandson Qin Jianwei should be coming out soon, right? Ling Yan stood up and didn't stay any longer. He silently traversed 1 kilometer in the dense forest and took out his phone to give Tang Meng a call. I have something on and will be back very late tonight. Go find a place to stay first. Remember, you can only stay in a hotel. Don't stay in my courtyard house. Ling Yan didn't forget to remind Tang Meng. He was afraid that something would go wrong. It would be too late if someone from the Chow family rushed out of the basement and bit Tang Meng. It would be too late for Ling Yan to go back and make any talismans. He called Chui Lao and told him to rush over with Pierce after dinner. Chui Lao, I'll be waiting for you here at the main peak of the Yunming Mountain. Ring the bell when you arrive. After deciding on the meeting point, Ling Yan set his phone to vibrate. Then, he sneaked back and found a place where he could observe the entire cliff. After concealing his tracks, he expanded his divine sense to the maximum and began the long wait. On the cliff opposite Ling Yun, about 200 meters above the ground, there was a naturally formed deep cave. The cave wasn't small. It was at least 2 meters in diameter. It was dark and serene. In the darkness of the night, the entrance of the cave was like a giant beast with its mouth wide open, ready to devour anyone. The deeper they went, the narrower it was at first. Then, it gradually widened. There were signs of human activity. It was obvious that the outside of the cave was naturally formed, but the inside of the cave was man-made. After 3 turns, the cave became pitch black. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Further in, the cave became extremely spacious. There was a large empty space about 200 square meters. It was 4 to 5 meters high, and there was a huge black coffin in the middle of the cave. Qin Jianwei was sleeping in this coffin, recuperating. Ling Yun didn't waste his effort. He found the right place. This cliff of the Yunming Mountain was Qin Jianwei's hiding place. On the walls surrounding the cave, there were 2 huge stone doors, one on each side of the cave. Behind each of the 2 stone doors was a huge room, and the stone doors were tightly shut. One of the rooms was filled with the corpses of young girls. Most of the corpses were already rotten. Their blood had been sucked dry by Qin Jianwei. After their deaths, they were specially treated by Qin Jianwei. That was why there was no stench even though they had started to rot. The other room was extremely clean. There was a bed, a mosquito net, a table, a chair, fresh water, and a sumptuous meal. However, there was no light source. There was another woman. It was Xianxia. Xianxia returned to the Qiao family in Beijing after the Qingming festival in early April. She was then captured by Qin Jianwei. It had been almost 3 months since then. For the first 2 months, Xianxia was still under house arrest by Qin Jianwei in the Qin family's ancestral home. But a month ago, she was brought here by Qin Jianwei and hidden on the cliff of Yunming Mountain. To Xianxia, these 3 months had been a cruel, hellish nightmare. She had thought of committing suicide countless times, but in the end, she had gritted her teeth and endured it. Qin Jianwei wasn't afraid that Xianxia would commit suicide. He knew that Xianxia wouldn't because she wanted to take revenge for the Qiao family. He told Xianxia viciously that she and Qiao Tianlong were the only ones left in the Qiao family who hadn't received the embrace. Moreover, Qin Jianwei told Xianxia that her brother, Qiao Tianlong, had escaped. He deliberately gave Xianxia a glimmer of hope. That was because no matter how powerful Qin Jianwei was, he couldn't stop Xianxia from committing suicide before the embrace. He could only use this method. If you want to save your family or wait for your brother to save you, you have to live. After Qin Jianwei advanced to Viscount, he used the evil eye on Xianxia twice to hypnotize her. He made Xianxia spill a lot of secrets about herself and the Qiao family that she knew. Even though Xianxia had the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy sealed in her body, she was still an ordinary girl who hadn't even reached Hotian realm level 2. Under the evil eye, she spilled almost everything. Qin Jianwei got a lot of secrets from Xianxia, but he didn't get Ling Yun's. Up until now, he only knew that Ling Yun was Xianxia's classmate and boyfriend. As for Ling Yun's other secrets, especially the secret of the Emperor Brush, Xianxia didn't spill them even when she was hypnotized by the evil eye. It had to be said that Xianxia's love for Ling Yun had the absolute upper hand against Qin Jianwei's shallow evil eye. That was because on the night of the Qingming festival, Ling Yun had killed his way into the Zhuang family. The Emperor Brush spirit energy had reversed, and Ling Yun's realm had skyrocketed. After the scene of the 9 dragons' protection appeared, Ling Yun had solemnly said that this was his biggest secret, and he must never tell anyone. Ever since then, Xianxia had engraved it in her heart. Even Qin Jianwei's hypnosis didn't make her reveal this secret. Xianxia had absolute freedom in this dark room. She had already adapted to the absolute darkness. Brother, you have to escape. You have to find Ling Yun. If there's really someone who can save the Qiao family, it must be Ling Yun. Xianxia didn't cry. Other than sleeping, all she could do was pray. Live on. Even if Qin Jianwei really gives me the embrace, I have to live on. I have to take revenge for Grandpa, for my parents, and for the Qiao family. Xianxia encouraged herself countless times in the dark. She was looking for the courage to live on. She was waiting. She believed that Ling Yun would come to save her, just like how Ling Yun saved Shuang Meifeng. To be continued. Ka. Rumble, as a bolt of silver lightning streaked across the dark night sky, a deafening clap of thunder resounded above Yunming Mountain. It reverberated in countless valleys with an astonishing momentum and lasted for a long time. Whoosh, in an instant, a torrential downpour began. The dense raindrops fell on the hard mountain rocks and the dense leaves. Water splashed everywhere, and the entire Yunming Mountain was covered in mist. In the cave, behind the tightly shut stone door. "It's thundering, it's going to rain," Xianxia awoke from her pious prayers. She slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were still the same, but there was no fear in them. There was only the calmness of someone who had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Now, Xianxia was no longer the #1 campus belle of Xingshui High. She no longer had her bright eyes and sweet smile. She had truly matured through her trials and tribulations. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination and stubbornness. She pursed her lips tightly, displaying her unyielding determination. That pair of beautiful, complicated eyes contained a deep-seated hatred for the Qin family and Qin Jianwei. There was also a deep sorrow for the Chao family and her clansmen. There was also an endless yearning for Ling Yun. It showed a determined tenderness. "I don't care what sorcery you used on me. If I find out that you touched my body, I will die." This was the first time Qin Jianwei used the evil eye on her. After she woke up and checked her body, Xianxia spoke resolutely to Qin Jianwei. The summer in Beijing was very hot, but Xianxia had always wrapped herself up tightly. Qin Jianwei could only see her face. Xianxia's complicated gaze seemed to penetrate through the thick stone door, through the deep cave, through thousands of mountains and rivers. Her gaze finally landed on Qingshui City's Qingshui High, landed on Ling Yun's mansion #1, and landed on her Qingxi Villa district bedroom. The beautiful days in Qingshui City flashed before her eyes. An indescribable warm smile appeared on Xianxia's pale but beautiful face as she thought of Ling Yun. In the past 3 months, the only thing that kept Xianxia alive was not only the blood feud of the Chao family, but also the little things that happened between her and Ling Yun in the past. Ling Yun's handsome figure, his cheeky smile, his intimidating gaze that seemed to be able to see through one's heart, the fat young man who was running crazily while carrying a sandbag, the night of the Qingming festival holiday, the sweet date at school, the beautiful dance at SOS Disco Bar, and the unforgettable entanglement in Xianxia's room. Ling Yun's handsome figure, his evil smile, his intimidating gaze that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Scene after scene, Xianxia's heart was gradually filled with tenderness until she was satisfied. Tears rolled down her cheeks, which were overflowing with endless emotions. "You risked your life for Sister Zhuang Meifeng. If you knew that I was in trouble, you would have risked your life to save me. It's better if you don't come and save me. The enemies this time are too strong, because they aren't human at all. As long as you can live a good life, even if I have to go to hell, I will gladly endure it. It's a pity that I can't grow old with you. It's been so long. The college entrance examination results should be out by now, right? I believe that you will definitely do well because you are so outstanding, so perfect. Ling Yun, I miss you. If I can see you again, I am willing to pay any price." The tears on Xianxia's cheeks flowed uncontrollably, but a captivating smile appeared on her face. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like a peony in full bloom in the dark. Outside the stone door, in the spacious and cold stone cave. Bang! The lid of the pitch-black coffin suddenly flew up, and a tall, thin figure flew up. Just as the lid of the coffin was about to fall, the figure silently floated to the side of the coffin. Bang! The coffin lid landed heavily on top of the coffin, as though it had never been opened before. Qin Jianwei's face was pale, and his eyes were dark red. He licked his lips with his bright red tongue and revealed a sinister smile. Qin Jianwei opened his left palm, revealing a blood-red bead that seemed to be made of fresh blood. It was about the size of a walnut and exuded a demonic blood-red glow. TSK, the blood element bead is indeed useful. If not for it, I wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly after being seriously injured twice. Pooh. Qin Jianwei slapped his dantian with his left hand, and the bewitching blood element bead entered his body. Qin Jianwei looked at his abdomen. The cold, pale skin slowly closed up and wrapped around the blood element bead. He couldn't help but chuckle. With a strange smile, he glanced at the stone door where the girl's corpse was piled up. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, I've almost recovered. Tonight, I can trick a few bats over. As long as I drink their blood, I should be able to become an earl, right? I'm at the peak of Xianxia realm level 6, and I'm close to an earl. If I meet that masked man again, I'll tear him apart. Qin Jianwei's gentle voice rang out in the cave. He had already arrived outside Xianxia's stone door before he finished his sentence. Qin Jianwei pressed on a stone wall, and the stone door opened slowly. Qin Jianwei walked into Xianxia's cave with an evil smile on his face. Xianxia knew that Qin Jianwei had entered, but she couldn't be bothered to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice, expressing her silent resistance. Sister Xianxia. Qin Jianwei opened his mouth. His voice was soft but gentle. Don't call me sister. You don't have the right to. Xianxia's voice was as cold as ice. Hee hee. Qin Jianwei laughed sinisterly. It's raining outside. It's not a good idea to be cooped up like this. I'll bring you to the cave entrance to see the rain. Xianxia got up. She needed some fresh air. Xianxia, you're so beautiful. Qin Jianwei stared at Xianxia, who was getting thinner by the day, for a while. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Xianxia, you're so beautiful. Xianxia ignored him. She walked past Qin Jianwei and out of the cave. She walked toward the entrance of the cave in the dark. Qin Jianwei didn't use any techniques. He followed behind Xianxia slowly, admiring her exquisite curves. A perverted cruelty surged in his heart. Qin Jianwei, as long as I, Xianxia, don't die, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces one day. You must remember this. Xianxia felt Qin Jianwei's lecherous gaze. Her voice was low and indifferent, but it was filled with boundless conviction. Qin Jianwei nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll make you immortal forever. You'll willingly accompany me and serve me. Qin Jianwei wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to have the embrace with Xianxia. The blood oath couldn't be changed. He was confident. I'm really lucky. There's a powerful aura in your blood that can fight against the blood clan. Your body has been cleansed by a peerless master, and your blood is incomparably pure. If I suck your blood, not only can I reach the legendary Xiantian realm level 9, but I can also become a Grand Duke. A Grand Duke who's not afraid of sunlight. Ha 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 ha. Qin Jianwei laughed out loud, and his laughter echoed throughout the cave. Xianxia's body trembled. She tried her best to hide her anger and hatred. You have to have the guts to suck my blood, she retorted. Hee hee, don't worry, we'll find a way. Grand Duke Dracula will be here tonight with a large group of high-level blood clan members. He'll definitely have a way to deal with the holy light on you. Xianxia's counterattack was sharp, and it was like a bucket of cold water splashed on Qin Jianwei's head. Hua hua hua, the sound of the rain became louder and louder. It gradually covered Xianxia's footsteps. A ray of light appeared. Xianxia had turned the last corner and was near the entrance of the cave. Night had already fallen and it was still pitch black outside the cave. However, compared to the darkness inside the cave, the darkness outside the cave was much brighter. At least Xianxia could see clearly. Grand Duke Dracula? Qin Jianwei, aren't you afraid that Grand Duke Dracula will give me the embrace before you do? If that's the case, all your efforts will be in vain. Xianxia repeated with a sarcastic smile on her face. She said coldly, Qin Jianwei, aren't you afraid that Grand Duke Dracula will give me the embrace before you? Don't worry, I won't let anyone beat me to it. I want you to be my slave forever. I want you to accompany me forever. Qin Jianwei smiled coldly. Xianxia was so disgusted that she almost vomited when she heard that. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the cave. Qin Jianwei stood at the entrance, looking at the white rain. He pointed at the silhouette of the mountains in the distance. Xianxia, do you see that? As long as my Qin family can rise, the millions of miles of Huaxia will belong to my Qin family sooner or later. What's so bad about being a member of the blood clan? At the very least, I'll have endless life and terrifying recovery abilities. I'll also be able to fly and look down on the entire world. You say that I'm a monster, but I, Qin Jianwei, can tell you that the Blood Clan has existed since ancient times. They're one of the billions of creatures on this planet, and they're the noblest, at the top of the food chain. Monster? Werewolves and espers from the west. Are they monsters? Qin Jianwei went on, but he stopped abruptly. He seemed to be afraid of what came after, and as a member of the Blood Clan. Xianxia wasn't listening to Qin Jianwei's long speech at all. She gritted her teeth, and her body trembled. She tried to suppress her rapid heartbeat so that Qin Jianwei wouldn't notice her abnormality. That was because Xianxia heard a voice. A voice that haunted her day and night, a voice that she wanted to hear even in her dreams. To be continued. Xianxia, don't be afraid, I'm here. Just this one sentence, it was said casually, but it was filled with endless tenderness and love. It pierced through the curtain of rain, as if it had pierced through the endless cycle of life and death, and rang in Xianxia's ears. This voice, in an instant, made Xianxia's blood boil. The boy that she longed for deeply in her heart, the boy that haunted her dreams, he really came. Xianxia didn't even have time to think about how Ling Yun could find this place. She only felt that she was in a colorful dream. She couldn't believe that this was real. Xianxia, don't get too excited. This isn't a dream. It's me, Ling Yun. Try to stay calm and conserve your energy. I'll bring you away later. Just as Xianxia was about to pinch her thighs to see if she was dreaming, Ling Yun's voice rang in her ears once again. Of course, it wasn't a dream. Xianxia used all the energy in her body to suppress her excitement. This caused her delicate body to tighten and stiffen. Unable to restrain herself, she actually took 2 steps forward in the direction of the sound. Xianxia, what are you trying to do? Qin Jianwei would never have dreamed that Ling Yun would be able to track him down to this place. He didn't believe that anyone would be able to find his hiding spot. Hence, Qin Jianwei was in high spirits as he chatted with Xianxia in the rainy night. He was also showing off his bright future. Qin Jianwei knew that Grand Duke Dracula would arrive tonight. Once Qin Jianwei found a way to deal with the holy light in Xianxia's body, he would give her the embrace immediately. He wouldn't even wait a second longer. At that time, it wouldn't feel so good to talk to Xianxia anymore. Because at that time, Xianxia would have completely become his slave. He would be able to do whatever he wanted. He would be able to make Xianxia serve him however he wanted. Just then, Qin Jianwei realized that Xianxia's body was trembling as she walked out of the cave excitedly. Her hair was already wet from the rain that was falling from the cave. One more step and it would be a cliff. Qin Jianwei raised his hand, and his cold left hand grabbed Xianxia's arm and pulled her back. Qin Jianwei's voice was soft, and his tone was cold. Why? You've held on for so long. Do you want to die now? In fact, Qin Jianwei was afraid that Xianxia would commit suicide. Xianxia was such a precious blood. He wouldn't know where to find more if she died. Xianxia's chest heaved up and down, and she took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She then turned her head and stared coldly at Qin Jianwei's pale face. Die? You underestimate the Qiao family too much. Do you think I don't know that you can fly? Even if I really jump down, you can still catch me easily. Xianxia purposely raised her voice for the last few sentences, almost to the point of roaring. She was smart and instantly realized that Ling Yun might not know that Qin Jianwei could fly. She was secretly hinting to Ling Yun about the enemy's strength. Ling Yun, who was hidden on the ground like a rock, couldn't help but smile in his heart. All along, Ling Yun's performance had been too domineering. Everyone around him had thought that Ling Yun had a fiery temper and didn't have any tolerance. He didn't know how to be patient. However, the truth was the opposite. If Ling Yun had such a temper, he would have died long ago in the cultivation world before he even reached the tribulation stage. Ling Yun was the kind of person who could judge the situation. He could endure more than anyone else when necessary. He could even make people forget about his existence, all for the sake of accomplishing his goal. For example, the cliff was more than 300 meters high. Ling Yun's divine sense could only reach a height of 100 meters, and that was his limit. Ling Yun scanned the caves one by one, but there was no sign of Xianxia. He immediately knew that Xianxia must be hidden at a higher place. Thus, he concealed himself completely. He was dressed in black and blended in perfectly with his surroundings. Even the best ninja from Japan wouldn't be able to find Ling Yun. In the endless darkness, the cold rain poured on Ling Yun's body and flowed into his neck. He lay there motionlessly, only revealing his eyes. He stared at the cliff and waited patiently. Because he was extremely quiet, Ling Yun's 5 senses and 6 senses were maximized, especially his hearing. Even though the sound of the rain was loud and the water from the cliff converged into countless waterfalls, as long as it was within a radius of 500 meters, no sound could escape Ling Yun's ears, no matter what it was. Ling Yun heard it immediately when Qin Jianwei threw a punch at his own coffin and jumped out of it. Of course, he also knew which cave Qin Jianwei and Xianxia were hiding in. Ling Yun heard every word of the conversation between the two of them, which made him feel completely at ease. To be honest, Ling Yun had already thought of the worst before he came to save Xianxia. Qin Jianwei was a mid-stage Xiantian realm master, a member of the Blood Clan, and he knew the evil eye. Xianxia was just an ordinary person. Xianxia had been in the clutches of the devil for almost 3 months. Even though Xianxia didn't receive the embrace, she might have been violated by Qin Jianwei and lost her chastity. Ling Yun was prepared to accept the worst outcome. It was already a miracle that she didn't die from such a disaster. What more could he ask for? However, Ling Yun would definitely do as Xianxia said. He would cut Qin Jianwei into 1,000 pieces. Even if he was fried in a pot of oil, it would be too easy for him. However, Ling Yun knew that Xianxia was fine from the conversation between the two of them. Xianxia had been fighting with Qin Jianwei for the past 3 months. She didn't admit defeat, nor did she give in. Ling Yun was shocked. He could almost guess Xianxia's thoughts. He knew that Xianxia could persevere until now in order to live on and take revenge for the Qiao family's dead relatives. However, she could maintain her chastity. She would rather die if Qin Jianwei dared to violate her. That touched Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. She would persevere to live on and take revenge for her family. However, she had to live with her chastity. That was Xianxia's bottom line. Why? Only Ling Yun knew. None of my women are cowards. Now that Xianxia knew that Ling Yun was coming, Ling Yun was laughing in his heart. She was still in the clutches of Qin Jianwei, yet she was already fighting alongside Ling Yun. Xianxia, you don't have to worry about anything. I know everything about Qin Jianwei. I have ways to deal with him. Don't worry and deal with him. Ling Yun fell into silence again after hearing that. He waited patiently for the right time to come. I said just now that I will cut you into 1,000 pieces with my own hands. Before that, Xianxia, will not die. Xianxia listened to Ling Yun's instructions and felt much more assured. She changed the topic and became even colder and more forceful. It was indeed a battle of wits and courage. Qin Jianwei observed Xianxia's eyes carefully. There was no longer that determination in her eyes. Instead, there was a fighting spirit. He was very surprised. However, Qin Jianwei was also reassured after confirming that Xianxia really didn't want to commit suicide. As long as Xianxia didn't die and he gave her the embrace, everything that belonged to Xianxia would belong to him. Similarly, everything that belonged to the Qiao family would also belong to him. Ha 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 ha, cut me into 1,000 pieces, right? I'll wait for the day you cut me into 1,000 pieces. Qin Jianwei laughed maniacally. Qin Jianwei's communicator rang at this time. It had all the functions of a mobile phone, but it was obviously much more powerful than any mobile phone on the market. Grand Duke Dracula has arrived. I'll go see him now. You don't have much time left. Think about it carefully if you want to cut me into 1,000 pieces. However, after the embrace, you will be able to see your grandfather and your parents. Qin Jianwei was afraid that Xianxia would take things too hard and commit suicide. He gave Xianxia another shot in the arm. He knew that this was Xianxia's greatest motivation to live on. Xianxia's family had been rescued by Ling Yun. Of course, Qin Jianwei wouldn't tell Xianxia about this. I'll wait for the embrace. Since I want to kill you for revenge, of course, I have to have the same ability as you. Xianxia wasn't to be outdone. That's for the best. I'm going to leave for now. Go back and rest. Qin Jianwei smiled disdainfully as he pulled Xianxia's arm back into the cave. Don't touch me. Chao Shanshan struggled violently and shook off Qin Jianwei's cold claws. Shanshan, follow him in and get him to leave as soon as possible. Ling Yan's voice rang in Chao Shanshan's ears again. Qin Jianwei locked Chao Shanshan in the stone door after returning to the cave. He tidied up briefly before flying to the entrance of the cave. Grand Duke Dracula, I'm really looking forward to it. He smiled smugly as he looked at the white curtain of rain. TSK, flap, flap, flap. Qin Jianwei had already transformed into a pair of wings with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters. He flew out of the cliff with a flap of his wings. He circled around the cliff cautiously for a while and only flew away when he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. 2 minutes later, Ling Yan stood up from where he was lying with a smile on his face. What a good time to leave. Just don't cry when you come back. Ling Yan chuckled as he leaped 50 meters into the air. His body was as strong as a dragon's, and he immediately clung to the edge of the cliff. Ling Yan didn't care about the slipperiness of the cliff as he stepped on the protruding rocks on the cliff. After 7 or 8 leaps and a beautiful somersault, he stood firmly at the entrance of the cave where Qin Jianwei was hiding. Ling Yan activated the yin-yang harmony balance, and pure yang qi flowed through his body. White mist appeared around his body. Dense steam rose, his body and clothes evaporated in an instant. Whoosh! Ling Yan released his divine sense and found the cave where Chao Shanshan was hiding. The devil's blade was in his hand. Shan, step back, your husband is coming. To be continued, swish, 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 the tip of the devil's blade pierced through the stone door easily. It cut through the granite like tofu. Ling Yan waved the devil's blade and made 6 cuts on the stone door at lightning speed. 3 horizontal and 3 vertical cuts. The word Tian was written on it. Sheath the blade, Ling Yan extended his hands and turned his palms into claws. Poof, poof. Ling Yan's hands reached his wrists, and his fingers were embedded in the 2 boulders above. Ling Yan exerted some strength in his hands as he pulled the 2 boulders back. He raised his arms and threw the 2 boulders back. Dong, dong. The 2 boulders flew over Ling Yan's head and landed heavily on Qin Jianwei's coffin. Qin Jianwei's doghouse was smashed into pieces. Ling Yan took out the devil's blade again and flicked the 2 boulders below. Ling Yan bent over and entered the stone door amidst the loud crashing sounds. Wah, 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 wah. She wasn't crying, she was vomiting. Chao Shanshan's back was facing the stone door. She had one hand on the stone wall as she bent over and vomited. Don't come over. Chao Shanshan had been vomiting for a while now. When she heard Ling Yan come in, she retched twice but did not turn around. She only said faintly to Ling Yan, "Let me finish vomiting." With that, she stuck her right index and middle fingers into her mouth and dug into her throat. Once again, she began to vomit like crazy. The smell in the stone cave became pungent. Ling Yan stopped and stood silently behind her. With a thought, he took out a bottle of mineral water. Looking at her, his eyes were full of tenderness and love. He understood better than anyone else. Overflowing hatred, endless fear, shock, and despair, these extreme emotions had been suppressed for too long, and had long since reached the extreme. Once they were released, people would vomit. Shanshan, don't worry. Qin Jianwei is back in Beijing. He won't be back anytime soon, Ling Yan said gently. You don't have to worry about him even if he comes back. I won't let anyone hurt you as long as I'm here. Chao Shanshan's slender body started to tremble violently, but she continued to lower her body and vomit incessantly. After a long while, Chao Shanshan finally straightened her back after vomiting all the bile in her body. Her footsteps were unsteady. Vomiting was heart-wrenching and required all the strength in her body. Ling Yan opened the bottle of mineral water silently and passed it to Chao Shanshan for her to rinse her mouth. She took the bottle of mineral water from Ling Yan and used the entire bottle to rinse her mouth. Then, she seemed to be talking to herself. If it wasn't for revenge for my family, if it wasn't for my survival, I would rather die of hunger or thirst than accept anything from Qin Jianwei. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. I understand. He said Ling Yunchen. I don't want to take away anything from here, even if it's in my stomach. Ling Yan was shocked. The tenderness and pity in his eyes increased by more than 100 times. He didn't expect Xianxia's will to become so strong after 3 months. He also didn't expect that the beautiful girl he bullied in school would have such a strong side. Ling Yun, promise me that you won't touch my body before I take a shower, okay? She forcefully suppressed the urge and desire to turn around and throw herself into Ling Yun's embrace. Her delicate body trembled as she spoke to Ling Yun. Ling Yun was stunned, but he smiled immediately. You want to take a shower? Close your eyes and hold your breath. You can take a hot shower now. Xianxia's body trembled again, but she obediently closed her eyes and held her breath. Ling Yan took out a clear water talisman and hit it on Xianxia's head. A huge blue water ball appeared and completely enveloped Xianxia's upper body. A level 5 clear water talisman not only had the effect of condensing the water element in the air, but it also had a strong cleansing effect. 7 to 8 seconds later, the azure blue ball of water broke and flowed all over her body, drenching her completely. Smiling gently, Ling Yan took out another clear water talisman, but this time it hit her waist. Xianxian, this is a clear water talisman. It guarantees that your body will be clean and spotless. It won't take away any of the smell here. Ling Yan smiled. With a loud crash, Xianxian turned around and buried herself in Ling Yan's arms. At the same time, she finally let out a loud cry. Her sobs shook the heavens, making Ling Yan feel as if his heart was being torn apart. Ling Yan hugged Xianxian tightly and patted her shoulder and back, comforting her. All right, I'm here. Xianxian is safe now. Cry it all out. Everything will be fine once you cry it all out. Ling Yan comforted her softly. Xianxian had been in a hopeless situation for 3 months. She was accompanied by fear and despair every day. She even had to fight with the powerful Chen Jianwei. Ling Yan knew that this was a nightmare for Xianxian. It was a hellish experience. Even though she was already in Ling Yan's arms, Xianxian still buried herself in Ling Yan's embrace. She had missed this broad, warm, and firm embrace for so long. She had never felt so safe and secure before. Ling Yan, let's leave this place first. Chen Jianwei will be back any moment. Xianxian sobbed as she struggled out of Ling Yan's embrace. Ling Yan, let's leave this place first. Chen Jianwei will be back any time. She exclaimed. Ling Yan didn't say anything. In the darkness, he held Xianxian's shoulders with both hands. His eyes were burning with passion as he sized Xianxian up. Xianxian, you've lost a lot of weight. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm late. Xianxian had indeed lost weight. Compared to 3 months ago, she had lost at least 5 kilograms. Her shoulders and collarbones were protruding. Her waist was slender, and her cheeks were sunken. Her face was strangely pale because she had been locked up for too long. Ling Yan's heart ached as he looked at Xianxian's weak body. He couldn't wait to tear Chen Jianwei into pieces. The yin-yang harmony balance started to circulate. Xianxian's body was steaming, and the wet clothes from the clear water talisman evaporated quickly. Xianxian's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked at Ling Yan's face in a daze and said tenderly, Ling Yan, I'm so happy that you came to save me. Xianxian was so emotional that every cell in her body was trembling. She couldn't describe her feelings. Her chest was heaving up and down. She wanted to give Ling Yan a passionate kiss to express her longing. However, she was hesitant because she had just vomited. Ling Yan's passionate kiss landed heavily on Xianxian's smooth forehead, her quivering eyelids, her delicate nose, and her alluring red lips. They hugged each other tightly after such a long separation. After a long time, their lips parted. Xianxian's breathing was rapid, and her chest was heaving up and down. She was drunk. Carry me and walk, okay. With his right hand around her waist, he took out the devil's blade with his left hand. With a flash of his body, he hacked and chopped at everything in the cave. Very soon, he had chopped up everything in the cave and put them in one spot. A fire talisman was shot out, and a raging fire started. Everything in this cave would soon turn into a pile of ash. Nothing would be left. Xianxian, a few days ago, your brother went to Qingshui City to find me. I have rescued your grandfather, your parents, and all your family members. They are very safe now. Ling Yan hugged Xianxian's delicate body amidst the raging fire. His mouth was beside her ear as he spoke gently to Xianxia, whose eyes were closed. Xianxia hadn't seen the sun in a long time. She couldn't get used to such a bright fire. Really? Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. Lingyan carried her and flew out of the cave. They came to the huge coffin in the middle of the cave. Qin Jianwei carried all the important things with him. Therefore, there was only this empty coffin. However, the decorations inside were very luxurious. The coffin was made of the best Phoebe Jiannan wood, and the inside was lined with the best silk. Let's burn this B******'*'*'*'********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He lit up Qin Jianwei's coffin with a torch. "Xianxia, wait for me. I'll bring you out of here immediately." Ling Yan put Xianxia down and went to the stone door on the other side of the cave. He hacked the stone door into pieces, revealing a huge hole. Ling Yan didn't go in. He had already explored the situation inside with his divine sense. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I, Ling Yan, swear that I will avenge all of you. Your wronged souls can rest in peace. Looking at the mountain of corpses behind the stone door, every one of them had a hideous expression. Some of the newly dead girls had their eyes wide open. Ling Yan said faintly. Then, he threw in more than 10 fire talismans and ignited them at the same time. All the corpses were reduced to ashes by the raging fire. Suddenly, an endless gust of wind swept up from the stone door. The gust of wind rushed out of the stone cave and revolved around Ling Yan a few times before disappearing. It was very strange, but Ling Yan knew that it was the wronged souls of these girls. Why is there such a strong wind in the cave? Xianxia opened her eyes slightly. She was shocked to see Ling Yan's hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. "Xianxia, you don't have to care. Qin Jianwei has committed too many sins. He will go to hell. Let's go." Ling Yan chanted the rebirth mantra a few times and flew back to Xianxia's side. He hugged her delicate body and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Ling Yan jumped down with Xianxia's delicate body at the entrance of the cave without hesitation. Their bodies were pressed tightly together in the rain, but they didn't fall in a straight line. Ling Yan walked in the air with Xianxia in his arms. "Xianxia, are you scared?" Ling Yan asked with a smile as he covered Xianxia's head with his other hand in midair to block the rain for her. "I'm not afraid of anything as long as you're here." Xianxia's heart was shaken. Endless tenderness and sweetness welled up within her. She looked at Ling Yan and gave him a charming smile. To be continued. "Ling Yan, You don't have to block the rain for me. Hug me with both hands. I like the feeling of the rain on my body. It's so refreshing." Xianxia was finally saved. She was overjoyed to see the light of day again. Even the cold rain made her feel incomparably warm. Ling Yan smiled as he retracted his palms and wrapped his arms around Xianxia's slender waist. At the same time, he secretly activated the yin-yang harmony balance, injecting pure yang true qi into Xianxia's body. Not only could it keep her warm, it could also eliminate the accumulated yin qi in her body. Amidst the torrential rain, 2 figures shot out from the dense treetops in the dense forest below. It was Cui Lao and Pierce. Pierce didn't know Qin Gong, but as a member of the Blood Clan, his speed was extremely fast. Even though the branches of the trees were continuously breaking from his steps, he didn't fall. In the midst of his mad dash, Pierce transformed abruptly. His nearly 8-meter-long wings spread open and flapped violently, causing the dense foliage to sway. Pierce soared into the sky and flew towards Ling Yan like a bolt of lightning. Cui Lao couldn't catch up with Pierce's flying speed. Just as Ling Yan was 50 meters above the ground, Pierce arrived at Ling Yan's feet. In the air, Ling Yan took a light step and stood on Pierce's back. Pierce's body was parallel to the ground, and Ling Yan's footing was very stable. "Are we on the ground yet?" "Ling Yan, since when did you become so powerful?" Xianxia raised her hand and covered her forehead to block her eyes. She opened her eyes again. It was nighttime now and it was dark outside. However, it was different from the absolute darkness in the cave. Xianxia could fully open her eyes after being illuminated by the light from the fire. She had to admit that Ling Yan's performance had left her in awe. He broke through the half-meter-thick stone door, used the water talisman and fire talisman, and jumped down from a height of more than 200 meters without any injuries. 3 months later, that heaven-defying boy had actually improved to such a level. He had become even more mysterious and heaven-defying. It's still so high. Xianxia looked at the surrounding scenery and said in shock. We're still dozens of meters from the ground. Xianxia, look at your feet. Lingyan said with a smile. Xianxia lowered her head. The first thing she saw was Pierce's huge black wings. Ah! Xianxia cried out in surprise. She wrapped her arms around Lingyan's neck and jumped up from Pierce's back. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Lingyan's body. Xianxia did not need to ask to know that it was a bloodling just by looking at its wings. Xianxia, don't be afraid. Pierce is a vampire count, but he is also my servant, a loyal servant, Lingyan said before turning to Xianxia and saying gently, the kind that I've embraced. Xianxia relaxed a little, but in the next moment, she exclaimed in shock, then you're also, Lingyan chuckled. What are you thinking about? Don't worry, your husband is still a proper person, not a monster. It's a long story, I'll tell you slowly later. The rain once again drenched Xianxia's clothes, which made her sexy body and curves even more obvious. Now that she was so tightly pressed against Lingyan's body, her breasts rubbing against Lingyan's chest, Lingyan was a little distracted. Lingyan deliberately put his mouth next to Xianxia's ear and said leisurely, Xianxia, you've lost so much weight, but your breasts have become bigger and perkier. Xianxia was embarrassed, and her legs that were wrapped around Lingyan fell down immediately. Her pale face was flushed red as she glared at Lingyan. Nonsense, why haven't you changed? Really? I have to maintain the fine tradition of flirting anytime, anywhere. That's my style. Lingyan teased casually. Seeing that Xianxia had finally relaxed, he felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Pierce also flew lower and lower as he met Cui Lao, who was rushing over from the forest. Seeing Cui Lao holding a knife in his right hand and an umbrella in his left, Lingyan was very touched. He landed with Xianxia in his arms. Cui Lao flew forward and looked at Xianxia silently. Then, he took the initiative to open the umbrella and cover both of their heads. Xianxia, this is Cui Lao, he's here to help me save you. Xianxia bowed. Xianxia from Beijing's Qiao family greets Cui Lao. Thank you for saving my life. Without a doubt, this was the future wife of the fourth young master. Cui Lao didn't dare to accept Xianxia's bow. His body swayed slightly, and he flashed to the side. He said repeatedly, you can't. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Lingyan took the umbrella from Cui Lao and held it above Xianxia's head to shield her from the wind and rain. Then, he said, you can't stay here for long. Cui Lao, how did you get here? Cui Lao nodded. Fourth young master, the car is on the road at the foot of the mountain. Pierce is pointing the way in the air. Let's go. With that, Lingyan carried Xianxia and was the first to rush out of the mountain. Cui Lao followed closely. Not good. Someone broke into the cave. Xianxia has been saved. In the rainy night, Qin Jianwei, who had already flown past Huairou district and was outside Beijing's 6th Ring Road, suddenly exclaimed in shock and anger. Technology was advancing with each passing day. Even the cars parked in the residential area had alarm systems. The place where Qin Jianwei lived would naturally have better alarm systems. Lingyan rushed into the cave and destroyed it. He clearly knew the way to open the stone door, but he still used the devil's knife to break it. He was afraid that Qin Jianwei wouldn't know. As long as Xianxia returned to Lingyan's side, he wouldn't have to hold back anymore. The cave where Xianxia was imprisoned and Qin Jianwei's coffin both had very advanced alarm systems. Qin Jianwei knew immediately after they were burned by Lingyan. Qin Jianwei was shocked and angry. He didn't expect someone to find such a secret hiding place. It was too shocking. What worried Qin Jianwei the most was the fact that Xianxia had been rescued. How could he not be angry that the cooked duck had flown away? Qin Jianwei turned around in the air and flew frantically towards the cliff of Yunming Mountain. His speed was as fast as a black bolt of lightning in the night sky. At the same time, Qin Jianwei contacted his family and asked them to send reinforcements. He couldn't care less about anything else. Father, Xianxia has also been rescued. Send reinforcements quickly, the more the merrier. Yunming Mountain. After sending a message to Qin Haipeng, Qin Jianwei sent a message to Grand Duke Dracula, who had already arrived at the Qin family. At the same time, he ordered the remaining 12 barons of the Qin family to come quickly. Qin Jianwei was going crazy. Xianxia might be alone, but her blood could help Qin Jianwei advance to the Grand Duke rank. His blood demon technique could also be perfected and he could reach Xiantian realm level 9. Xianxia's importance to Qin Jianwei was self-evident, it was just that Qin Jianwei didn't expect Ling Yun to pull the rug from under his feet. He had been on guard day and night, even against his family. His lair was destroyed. Qin Jianwei flew back the way he came. He flew 100 meters with a flap of his wings, and he was 10 kilometers away in a few minutes. He flew into the vast mountains and gradually approached the foothills of Yunming Mountain. Qin Jianwei shot into the undulating mountains like an arrow. He was far away from the sky above the city, and his figure rapidly descended, carefully searching for clues at low altitude. At the same time, he frantically sent messages to his father, the head of the Qin family, Qin Haipeng, urging him to send as many people as possible. Southwest of Beijing, the Qin family's villa area. In the rainy night, amidst the thunder and lightning, 12 inconspicuous black bats flew into the sky at the same time. They stared at each other with their small, dark red eyes. After determining the direction, they immediately flew towards the northeast of the capital. South of Beijing, in the ancestral home of the Qin family. Grand Duke Dracula had just arrived at the Qin family. He was sitting elegantly in the living room, talking to the head of the Qin family, Qin Haipeng, politely. Both of them received messages from Qin Jianwei. This isn't good news, Dracula frowned slightly. Grand Duke Dracula had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He looked very old, and his handsome western face was full of wrinkles. He had a high aquiline nose and dark blue eyes. His skin was very fair, and he wore an elegant gentleman's tuxedo. He held a cane in his hand, looking very elegant and proper. Qin Haipeng immediately stood up and expressed his apologies to Count. Then, he left the guest room and entered the Qin clan's patriarch's secret chamber. Qin Jianhao, Qin Xianxia, your brother's prey, Xianxia, has been rescued. The other party must be an expert among experts to be able to find such a secret place. Which one of you will go? Qin Jianhao and Qin Xianxia were both in their 30s. They were at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, and they were the Qin family's true ancient martial arts prodigies. It's very likely to be the masked man in black who attacked our Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs. Let me go meet him. Qin Jianhao and Qin Xianxia looked at each other, and Qin Xianxia stood up. All right, you'll go. Bring more experts with you. The terrain of Yunming Mountain is complicated, and it won't be easy to find them if they hide. Qin Xianxia smiled indifferently and repeated, Yunming Mountain. Then, he flew out of the secret chamber. Qin Haipeng frowned slightly. Xianxia is indeed a cultivation genius, but he's too arrogant, Qin Jianhao smiled. Father, Xianxia does have the right to be arrogant. Don't worry. Qin Haizhen had been restless these past few days. He thought for a while and said, no, I have to send more experts to go with him. Outside, in the living room of the Qin family, Grand Duke Dracula stood up and walked to the door with his walking stick. He waved at the night sky, and 5 or 6 small bats flew over and circled around his body. Dracula stretched out his pale hand and grabbed one of the bats. He spoke to it in secret before letting go. That bat flapped its wings and flew up into the sky. It let out a shrill cry, and countless bats flew up from the treetops and chased after it. It was a huge mass of darkness. Their target was Yunming Mountain. To be continued. When Qin Jianwei flew back to the cliff he was hiding in, Ling Yun and Xianxia had already reached the foot of the Yunming Mountain and were speeding up the mountain road. He wasn't escaping. Xianxia had already returned to Ling Yun's embrace, so there was no need for him to escape. He was well prepared for this battle. The reason why Ling Yun rushed out of the mountain was so that Xianxia could get into the car earlier so that she wouldn't be caught in the rain. Tonight's rain was too heavy. As far as the eye could see, the entire Yen mountain range was shrouded in mist. It was a vast expanse of white, a curtain of rain. The surface of the mountains flowed like rivers, as if a flash flood had broken out. Such heavy rain definitely affected Qin Jianwei's vision. Even though he was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, his vision was still blocked by the heavy rain. It was difficult for him to see more than 100 meters away. Qin Jianwei was flying close to the treetops of the forest, but Yunming Mountain was too big, and there was water everywhere. The rain blocked his vision, and the sound of the falling rain and flowing water affected his hearing. This made him so angry that he wanted to roar. He had no choice but to fly back to the cliff and hover above the dense forest, trying his best to find any traces of the enemy. It could be said that after successfully rescuing Xianxia, Ling Yan had truly gained the upper hand in this battle. Whether to fight or to leave, it was all up to him. If he really wanted to leave, there really weren't many people who could stop him. Found it. Qin Jianwei flew close to the treetops and soon saw the branches that Pierce had broken along the way. The broken parts were all fresh and clear. I'm so angry. Qin Jianwei roared and immediately chased along the broken trees. This was indeed the route that Ling Yun and the others took. Cui Lao drove Chester's silver gray luxury car. Chester didn't have time to drive the car last night because he was in a hurry to save Ling Yu. He only turned into a bat and returned to the Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs when it was almost morning. He drove the hidden car back. This was Chester's treasure. Of course, he couldn't lose it. Hugging Xianxia, they dashed out of the dense forest beside the road. In a flash, they arrived at the side of the silver gray car and finally stopped. The road had already been submerged by the rainwater flowing down from the mountains on both sides. The water was up to the knees, like a raging river, the current rapid. Ling Yan held the umbrella with one hand and wrapped his other hand around Xianxia's waist. He used the yin-yang harmony balance to evaporate the rainwater on Xianxia's body to prevent her from catching a cold. At the same time, he said to Cui Lao, you drive. He opened the car door and placed Xianxia in the back seat. Then, he took out all the remaining fire talismans and threw them to Cui Lao. Cui Lao, if the Blood Clan dares to attack this car, use the fire talisman. Don't hold back. Fourth young master, I've also brought a lot of them. They were all given to me by you in the past. There are 2 or 3 bundles of them. Take it, I don't need it. Ling Yan smiled at Xianxia and was about to close the car door. Xianxia panicked when she saw that Ling Yan wasn't getting into the car. Ling Yan, why you're not getting in the car? Ling Yan flashed her a bright smile. Xianxia, the enemy will be here soon. I have to protect you and kill my way back. Ling Yan didn't need to think to know that there would be a fierce battle tonight. He had to use the safest method to save Xianxia. However, Ling Yan wasn't afraid of anyone in a fight, he was burning with rage. In this deserted mountain, in this torrential downpour, he was prepared to kill in all directions. Tonight, whoever came would die. Xianxia watched as Ling Yan threw the umbrella into the car and put on his black mask. Only a pair of murderous yet affectionate eyes could be seen. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. She comforted him gently, Ling Yan, why you have to be careful. Xianxia didn't know why, but she suddenly remembered the night of the Qingming festival. Ling Yan was also in the rain. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, and he took a life with one finger. However, that time, Ling Yan was saving Zhuang Meifeng. Tonight, the person being saved was Xianxia. Ling Yan smiled brightly at Xianxia. Don't worry. Bang. The car door slammed shut. Cui Lao, who was also wearing a mask, stepped on the accelerator. The silver-gray car turned around and drove slowly in the direction of Beijing. They were still more than 30 kilometers away from Huairou district. Ling Yan waved his hand, and Pierce, who had been hovering in the air, landed. He flew up and stood on Pierce's back. Fly as fast as the car goes. No matter how many enemies come, you don't have to worry about them. Just fly. Ling Yan stood proudly on Pierce's back with his hands clasped behind his back. Yes. Respected boss. Pierce is at your service. Pierce responded respectfully. He spread his wings and quickly caught up with the speeding car. He was more than 10 meters above the car, avoiding the possible cameras on the road and flying at a low altitude. Swagger, the car had just driven 2 kilometers when Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He didn't turn back. Instead, he expanded his divine sense to the maximum and waited for the enemies to approach. The first to catch up was naturally Qin Jianwei. Qin Jianwei flew at a low speed out of the forest. He immediately saw the silver-gray car and Ling Yun, who was standing proudly on the back of a blood clan member. "It's him again." Qin Jianwei was shocked. Qin Jianwei was too familiar with this figure. He had been injured by Ling Yun twice, so he knew how powerful Ling Yun was. "Damn it. Last night, he broke into our Qin family's mansion in the southern suburbs and killed hundreds of ancient martial artists in one go. He rescued Ling Yu and today he came to save Xianxia. Who the hell is he? Why is he going against our Qin family?" Qin Jianwei recovered quickly, and his strength increased with the help of the blood element bead and the fresh blood of countless virgins. However, the fear that Ling Yun brought him was too great. Even he was afraid. What shocked Qin Jianwei the most was that Ling Yun actually stepped on the back of a blood clan member. What the F***ck was going on? How heaven-defying was that? Since when was the blood clan willing to let others ride on them? Qin Jianwei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. However, he had no choice. He couldn't just watch as Ling Yun rescued Xianxia. Qin Jianwei could only bite the bullet. Moreover, Qin Jianwei knew that Ling Yun had countless treasures on him. The Devil's Blade, the Dark Storm, and a soft sword that could cut through metal like mud. He would really strike it rich if he killed Ling Yun. Qin Jianwei's eyes hardened. He flapped his wings, and his black figure tore through the heavy rain, rushing towards Ling Yun. He overtook Pierce by a few dozen meters, maintaining the same altitude. Then, he turned around and flew backwards. "So it's you, Pierce." Qin Jianwei could see clearly now. The human-shaped bird that Ling Yun was stepping on was Pierce, who fought alongside him last night. "Pierce, why did you betray me? Did I not provide enough blood for you?" Qin Jianwei felt as though he had seen a ghost. He pointed a finger at Pierce and scolded furiously, almost as though he was roaring. Ling Yun's divine sense could cover a radius of 100 meters. It could be said that the rain couldn't obstruct Ling Yun's vision even if he was 100 meters away. He cultivated the yin-yang eye. Ling Yun saw Qin Jianwei's actions and expressions clearly. He was even thinking about whether he could blind Qin Jianwei's eyes with his arrow. However, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't kill Qin Jianwei for the time being. He still needed Qin Jianwei's blood to research the medicine formula and find a way to turn the 10 people from the Chao family into humans. He could only think of a way to capture Qin Jianwei alive. Cui Lao noticed Qin Jianwei flying backward in front of him and slowed down. "Cui Lao, don't slow down, just drive as you should," Ling Yun said telepathically to him. Cui Lao nodded and sped up. Ling Yun stared at Qin Jianwei and used his hoarse voice to replace Pierce's. "Betray you? Qin Jianwei, you've done all sorts of bad things. Even the blood clan can't tolerate you. How can you say that I betrayed you? If you want to fight, then come at me. If you don't dare to fight, then scram. Don't stand in front of me and make me angry." Qin Jianwei was flabbergasted. He finally realized that Ling Yun wasn't escaping at all. He was waiting for him to catch up to him. This savior was too arrogant. Of course, he was arrogant. Last night, Ling Yun was alone in the Qin family's mansion. He killed all the enemies in the Qin family's mansion before leaving. Now, the person who could make Ling Yun flee hadn't appeared yet. "Friend, can you tell me exactly how our Qin clan has offended you? Why do you want to oppose our Qin clan in all aspects?" Qin Jianwei was very cunning. He knew that Ling Yun could kill a Xiantian realm level 7 ninja. He didn't dare to be careless and tried to stall for time. I'm willing." Ling Yun was overjoyed. He could see through Qin Jianwei's intentions, but he didn't care. He wanted to eliminate as much of the Qin family's strength as possible on his way back to Beijing. One by one, he would annihilate the Qin family in the end. Qin Jianwei was wasting his time trying to get anything out of Ling Yun. He was so angry that he stomped his feet in the air. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the rain like a bolt of lightning and pierced through Qin Jianwei's right shoulder. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Ling Yun was simply bullying him. He put away his golden bow and chuckled as he watched Qin Jianwei flee into the sky. Who asked you to be so cocky in front of me again? I'll make you fly. To be honest, Ling Yun hadn't reached the middle stage of qi cultivation and couldn't fly yet. He was more or less annoyed when he saw creatures that could fly. Qin Jianwei didn't dare to fly down again. He could only follow the silver-gray car in the sky, silently weeping. In close combat, Ling Yun had the Devil's Blade, Dark Storm, and the strange pure yang true qi. He could kill a Xiantian realm level 7 master. In long-range combat, Ling Yun's bow and arrow were faster than lightning. There was no way to dodge or defend against them. He was completely stunned by Ling Yun. To be continued. The knee-deep water didn't affect the silver-gray car in the slightest. Cui Lao drove faster and faster, covering 8 kilometers in about 7 to 8 minutes. Pierce was 20 meters in the air, following at a leisurely pace. Ling Yun stepped on Pierce's back leisurely, occasionally looking up at the dejected and helpless Qin Jianwei. His lips curled into a disdainful smirk. The moment Ling Yun raised his head, the crazy raindrops poured down on his face and even into his eyes. However, Ling Yun didn't blink at all. His eyesight was still the same. It was as clear and far as he could see in the clear night sky. This was the effect of physical training. Just like fighting against a hurricane, the heavy rain couldn't do anything to Ling Yun. This was the power of a cultivator. Suddenly, several sharp whistles came from the sky. Ling Yun raised his head again and looked up at the sky. He saw more than 10 small bats in the distant sky. Are they finally here? Ling Yun snorted and smiled. His body was inexplicably excited, and his eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Qin Jianwei brought back a total of 29 members of the Blood Clan from America. Ling Yun had subdued 4, killed 13, and now there were 12 left. Very quickly, the 12 bats merged with Qin Jianwei in the sky. Their bodies enlarged and transformed into a ferocious beast. They hovered in the sky, looking down at Ling Yun. Yes, our most precious virgin blood is in that silver-gray car. We must snatch it back as soon as possible. Qin Jianwei's words were full of temptation and temptation. He knew that the blood of virgins was the most attractive thing to the Blood Clan at this time of night. Let's rush down together. 10 of us will deal with that man in black, and the other 3 will think of a way to destroy that car, then fly away with the girl. Qin Jianwei only spoke of the good news, but he deliberately ignored Ling Yun's strength. This grandson wanted to fish in troubled waters. He naturally didn't care about the lives of these descendants of the Blood Clan. That was because Qin Jianwei's original plan was to find a way to trick them into coming over after talking to Grand Duke Dracula. Then, he would find a chance to suck the blood of the Blood Clan and advance to Earl. When the 12 Blood Tribe members heard this, they immediately let out a series of squeals. Unable to hold themselves back, they flapped their huge black wings and dove straight down, 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, Ling Yun sneered in his heart as he calculated the distance between them at the same time. 200 meters. Hee, at such a close distance, even if you try to escape, you might not be able to. Shua, Ling Yun took out the golden longbow and passed it to his right hand at lightning speed. His left hand pinched the bowstring and 3 silver arrows appeared out of thin air. He drew the bow like a full moon. So. It was truly an arrow flying like a shooting star. On this side, the bowstring was still vibrating lightly, but on the other side, the heads of the 3 vampires had already been pierced by the silver arrows. There was no time to dodge at such a close distance and such a fast speed. They didn't even have time to react, let alone dodge. Of course, after they transformed, all of them were tall and sturdy, making them a huge target. Qi. Ling Yun had already infused the arrows with pure yang true qi when he shot them. Not to mention the pure silver that could restrain the Blood Clan, just the pure yang true qi alone was enough for them to recover for a long time. The damage was heaven-defying. The 3 members of the Blood Clan who had been shot by the arrows immediately let out roars. They endured the pain and tried to pull the arrows out of their heads. Unfortunately, when their green claws grabbed onto the burning arrows, their eyes were filled with horror and despair. Oh my God, these are pure silver arrows. We're finished. Before they could finish their sentence, the bodies of the 3 vampires flew around in the air like drunkards. Then, they fell from the sky like kites with their strings cut. Pure silver was indeed the bane of the Blood Clan. Even though the arrows that Ling Yan took out weren't made entirely of pure silver, they were enough to kill these small barons and viscounts on the spot. So. Ling Yan didn't have the time to appreciate the elegance of these vampires falling from the sky. He concentrated his energy in his energy center and smiled coldly. His left hand didn't stop for even a second, constantly repeating the same action, knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, releasing. Every time he released, there would be 3 sharp arrows. Every time he released, 3 vampires would fall to the ground. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel his blood boiling as he killed his enemies in an instant. It was simply too satisfying to kill them. Not good. Those arrows are pure silver. Quick, run. In the blink of an eye, all 9 vampires were shot by Ling Yan's silver arrows. They fell to the ground one after another. The other 3 vampires flapped their wings frantically, trying to escape into the sky. Isn't it a little too late to escape now? Ling Yan laughed loudly and leisurely knocked 3 sharp arrows, aiming at the 3 Blood Clan members who were trying to escape. Once again, he drew the bow fully and released. As the bowstring vibrated, the 3 vampires let out shrill cries as they fell to the ground. None of them managed to escape. Qin Jianwei used the cover of the 12 vampires to land not far behind Ling Yan. He was less than 30 meters away from the speeding car. Qin Jianwei would be able to reach the top of the car with just one dive, shatter the roof, and fly away with Xianxia. At this time, Ling Yan was focused on shooting the last 3 arrows. Qin Jianwei thought that he had a chance. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and was about to dive down. Swoosh! Ling Yan stood on Pierce's back as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He turned around and looked at the moon. An arrow was shot. Pooh! The arrow pierced through Qin Jianwei's chest and exited through his back. Its speed was only slowed down for a moment before it disappeared into the rocks on the side. Clang! Sparks flew in the rain. The tip of the arrow drilled into the hard rock 20 centimeters deep. The exposed shaft was still vibrating non-stop. One could only imagine how much power Ling Yan had in this heaven-shattering arrow. Ah! Qin Jianwei's chest was injured, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. After the pain subsided, he realized that his wound wasn't contaminated by the pure silver other than being burned. Was he in too much of a hurry? Or did he run out of silver arrows? Qin Jianwei was pleasantly surprised. He didn't dare to have any more thoughts about Xianxia. He endured the pain and flew away from Ling Yan's attack range. Ling Yan snickered in his heart. Ling Yan could have caught Qin Jianwei with his qinggong, but he didn't do that. Instead, he allowed Qin Jianwei to escape. He couldn't kill Qin Jianwei now, and he needed someone to look after him. It wasn't worth it to be a hindrance. Wu, Ling Yan was shocked and raised his head in astonishment. In the distant horizon, a black cloud blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it pressed over. Bats, innumerable black bats. F***ck, the bats are having a meeting. Ling Yan exclaimed. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. Be careful, Cui Lao, there's a huge flock of bats coming. Ling Yan's expression became serious. He knew that the bats that Qin Jianwei brought back to the country were all dead. Obviously, these bats were the descendants and servants of Grand Duke Dracula. There were too many of them. This reminded Ling Yan of the tragic scene he encountered when he went down to the crater and passed through the bat cave. Cui Lao, slow down. Use the fire talisman to protect Xianxia if necessary. Pierce, lower your altitude and fly close to the roof of the car. Ling Yan issued a series of commands while using the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme. His yin-yang god eye looked through the heavy rain and at the bats flying over. Among them, there was a bat that was the smallest in size and also flew the highest. It was a noble marquis, and below it were over 20 counts and then over 200 viscounts. The hierarchy was strict. The lowest rank among those who came this time was a viscount. F***ck, isn't Dracula's lineup a little too big? Ling Yan was speechless. This was going to be troublesome. Pierce, is the Earl afraid of pure silver? Ling Yan's heart was pounding, and he asked worriedly. Honorable Master, all the members of the blood clan below the rank of Grand Duke are afraid of silver. Only the noblest members of the blood clan with the purest royal bloodline aren't afraid of silver. Of course, they are also very repulsed by silver, Pierce explained hurriedly to Ling Yun. He was a baron and obviously knew more than Paul and Chester. Phew, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. That was good. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble this time. Of course, Ling Yun was only worried about long-range attacks. As long as the blood clan dared to come within 50 meters of him, Ling Yun could use the Devil's Blade and Dark Storm to kill them. In the sky, Qin Jianwei was overjoyed. His body was dripping with blood, but he flew toward the swarm of bats. Viscount Qin greets the Marquis. Qin Jianwei was elated. He would never have dreamed that Grand Duke Dracula would send out such a huge lineup. 7 or 8 earls were enough to lift the silver-gray car into the sky. They didn't even need to smash the car. As for these 200 viscounts, they were simply cannon fodder in the eyes of the Marquis. He could create as many as he wanted without any heartache. The Marquis who flew the highest completed his transformation into an elegant and handsome gentleman. He flapped his wings and smiled at Qin Jianwei. Mr. Chen, you seem to be injured. How can I help you? Hee, it's been a long time since I've encountered something like this. Ling Yan stared at the swarm of bats in the sky with a tinge of excitement in his eyes. He could feel the blood in his body boiling rapidly. Big Brother Yun was definitely a competitive player. The more enemies there were, the more excited he became. The rain gradually lightened, and Ling Yan's vision became clearer. At the same time, he extended his divine sense to the limit and carefully explored the surrounding terrain. The place where Ling Yun and the others were at was very disadvantageous to them. The mountains around the highway were very low, and they were at a disadvantage in a fight when they were outnumbered. Ling Yun wouldn't make a losing deal. That wasn't his style. High up in the sky, Qin Jianwei endured the pain of an arrow piercing through his chest. He smiled respectfully and said to the Marquis, Honorable Marquis, the prey I prepared for Grand Duke Dracula, the little virgin girl whose body can emit holy light, has just been rescued. As he spoke, Qin Jianwei pointed at the silver-gray car that was moving slowly on the road. She's in that car now. He continued anxiously. The Marquis's bright red lips curved into an elegant smile, but there was a trace of disdain in his light blue eyes. Mr. Chen, you don't have to worry about this. Grand Duke Dracula sent me here to help you solve this problem. Qin Jianwei looked at the 20 earls and 200 viscounts around the Marquis. He couldn't help but be ecstatic, but he didn't forget to remind the Marquis. Honorable Marquis, that person has a golden longbow in his hand. His arrows are pure silver. Therefore, his arrows are not only fast, but they can also kill viscounts in a second. The 29 members of the blood clan that Qin Jianwei brought back from the United States were all useless. He could, of course, trick them and use them as cannon fodder. However, the members of the blood clan brought by Grand Duke Dracula were different. If Qin Jianwei knew that Ling Yun had a way to restrain the blood clan but didn't tell him in advance, the Qin family might not be able to bear the consequences if Grand Duke Dracula blamed them. The Marquis was moved. What? Pure silver arrows? That person knows a way to restrain the blood clan? How did he know? In the West, only the legendary demon hunters had various methods to restrain the blood clan. Pure silver bullets were one of the most common methods used by the demon hunters to kill the blood clan. The corners of Qin Jianwei's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, This. Honorable Marquis, you just have to look at what he's stepping on to know. Ling Yun was stepping on his loyal servant, the human-shaped bird, Earl Pierce. It could only be said that there was no coolest, only more coolest. Oh, shit. The Marquis finally looked down seriously. Then, he was shocked and said excitedly, Satan above, he actually stepped on the back of our noble blood clan? How did he do it? Qin Jianwei had already guessed that Ling Yun must have learned how to give the blood clan the embrace after obtaining the dark storm. He could only swallow the envy and jealousy in his heart. Honorable Marquis, I don't know the reason either, but that person has many methods to restrain the blood clan. It can be said that he is the nemesis of the blood clan. Qin Jianwei was eager to see the world in chaos. He paused for a while before continuing. There's a strange heat in his body, comparable to the holy light. I believe that his blood is definitely stronger than that virgin's. If, and I mean if, your excellency can capture him tonight and present him to Grand Duke Dracula, you will definitely receive the most generous reward from the Grand Duke. The light blue eyes of the Marquis lit up instantly. Mr. Chen, thank you for telling me this. Now, you just have to slowly recover from your injuries and enjoy the show like me. The Marquis immediately used the secret language of the Blood Clan to order his 23 earls to attack Ling Yun. Many ants could bite an elephant to death. He had the advantage in numbers now, and he had nothing to fear. He didn't put Ling Yun in his eyes at all. Qin Jianwei's sinister eyes flashed with a smirk as he achieved his goal. He flapped his wings and flew higher into the sky. Cui Lao drove the silver-gray car forward slowly. The car came to a bend in the mountain road, and the cliffs on both sides of the road gradually became taller and steeper. Because the water on the road was like a river, the silver-gray car looked like a small boat passing through the rapids of a canyon. One line of sky, good terrain. Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered Pierce to speed up. The master and servant quickly overtook the car by 100 meters and arrived at the middle of the two cliffs. At the same time, they used their divine sense to observe their surroundings. If two armies were to engage in a battle, Ling Yan's side would definitely be on the losing side. As long as there were archers or boulders lying in ambush on both sides of the road, the enemy would be able to eliminate all the enemies that entered the canyon without losing a single soldier. However, this wasn't an ordinary battle between two armies. However, for Ling Yun, who had exceptional qinggong and seemed to be alone, this was an excellent location that was beneficial to his defense. The most perfect thing was that the left side of the mountain road was no longer a shallow mountain stream, but an immeasurably deep valley. The water on the road no longer surged forward, but flowed to the edge of the road. With a rumbling sound, it fell directly into the deep valley below, forming countless white waterfalls. It could only be described as flying 3,000 feet straight down, bottomless. Hee, what a good place to kill and rob. Thank you so much, Ling Yan thought to himself. Such a place would even save him the trouble of disposing of the corpses. Without hesitation, Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao, asking him to speed up and stop the car. This was Ling Yan's main battlefield. The rain lessened again, but the thunder continued to rumble and reverberate throughout the mountain stream. It was deafening. Cui Lao stepped on the accelerator, and the silver-gray car sped past 100 meters. Then, he braked and stopped the car at the side of the road. There are more than 200 enemies. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Let's face them here. Once Cui Lao stopped the car, Ling Yan stared confidently at a protruding rock on the left side of the cliff. He seemed to be talking to himself. That rock was 40 meters high from the road, and it protruded out of the cliff. It was about 10 feet in radius, and there was a crooked pine tree growing on it. Below the rock was a bottomless mountain stream. The horizontal distance from the cliff to the road was at least 10 meters wide. The sound of water rumbling in the mountain stream was turbulent and furious. At this moment, Ling Yan's group of 4 was completely surrounded by the Blood Clan. The cliffs on both sides and the top of the mountain, which was 300 to 400 meters high, were filled with black bats. The road in front of and behind the car was also filled with more than 10 Blood Clan viscounts. It was impossible for the silver-gray car to go forward or turn back. This should be what you Huaxia people call catching a turtle in a jar, His Excellency Marquis said to Qin Jianwei proudly when he saw that Ling Yun and the others had fallen into a hopeless situation. I didn't expect His Excellency Marquis to have studied the art of war of Huaxia. Qin Jianwei was excited to see that Ling Yun was completely surrounded. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. He didn't miss the opportunity to suck up to the Marquis. If the two of them knew that Ling Yun deliberately chose this place as one of the main battlefields, they would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. Since Ling Yun had come from the direction of the Miyun Reservoir, he was well aware that the Miyun Reservoir was located to the east of this canyon. The Miyun Reservoir was directly east of here. Whether they wanted to fight or leave, it was all up to him. Ling Yun jumped down from Pierce's back, opened the door personally, and carried Xianxia out. Then, he said to Cui Lao, do you see the rock on the east cliff? Let's go up. Ling Yun knew that his enemies could fly. If these bats were to swoop down and attack the car, he wouldn't be able to catch them no matter how fast he was. Even though Cui Lao had the fire talisman, he wouldn't be able to take care of Xianxia. Forget about the car, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Xianxia's soft waist and used the dragonfish phantom ability to fly towards the huge protruding rock. Cui Lao knew that the fourth young master was going to fight. He smiled and flew to the cliff on the left. Then, he used the tip of his foot to lightly step on a rock, and his figure rose again. He landed on the rock lightly as well. What a powerful dragonfish phantom ability. This was Cui Lao's first time using the movement technique that Ling Yun taught him. Cui Lao had long known that Ling Yun's movement technique was powerful, but it was only when he personally executed it that he realized how amazing it was. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Pierce flew to the edge of the rock with a flap of his wings. However, he didn't land on the rock. Instead, he hovered in the air, carefully guarding against his opponent's attack. The devil's blade appeared in Ling Yun's left hand, and he swung it at the cliff. Chi, 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 Ling Yun used the tip of his foot to kick the huge rocks off the cliff. Very quickly, Ling Yun dug a 2-meter deep and 2-meter wide cave in the hard rock. Xianxia, go in. Ling Yun smiled and pushed Xianxia into the cave. Xianxia, bear with it for a while longer. Watch your hubby show off his might. The Marquis, who was high up in the sky, couldn't help but stare at this scene with a hint of sadness in his eyes. When did it become so easy to dig a cave in the cliff? What kind of knife was that? Where did it come from? Ling Yun stood proudly on the rock outside the cave. His posture was handsome, and he had a smile on his face. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked coldly at the dozens of human-shaped birds flying towards him. Carefree and fearless, nocked an arrow. To be continued. Wung, 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 the sound of bowstrings vibrating could be heard. Ugh, 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 the screams and groans of the Blood Clan Viscounts could also be heard at the same time. Under the secret command of the Blood Clan Marquis, a total of 40 Blood Clan Viscounts flew towards the rock Ling Yun was on. The way they flew in the air was very orderly. All 40 of them spread their black wings, forming a hemispherical black arc wall. It also looked like a huge black umbrella. The handle of the umbrella was at the rock Ling Yun was on, and someone was closing this huge black umbrella. In fact, every Blood Clan Viscount had a wingspan of 6 to 8 meters. When 40 Blood Clan Viscounts flew together, it really felt like they could cover the sky. Not even a drop of rain could pass through. Every Blood Clan Viscount had a ferocious appearance and flew at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits if they saw such a formation. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was fearless. His main mission now was to turn this black circular wall into a sieve. Without a doubt, Ling Yun succeeded. The distance between these vampire Viscounts and the protruding rocks was less than 40 meters. With their flying speed, it would take less than the blink of an eye for them to arrive at their destination. However, in such a short period of time, Ling Yun shot a total of 4 arrows. To be precise, he pulled the bowstring 4 times. Each time he pulled the bowstring, 3 sharp arrows were shot out. He shot a total of 12 arrows. Of course, they were all ordinary arrows. They weren't silver-plated. The battle had just begun, so Ling Yun naturally wouldn't use up all his silver arrows. The ordinary arrows were imbued with colding chi by Ling Yun. Every arrow was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. During the process of the arrows being shot, one could completely see the water vapor in the air instantly forming tiny white hailstones wherever the arrows passed. The damage was still heaven-defying. 12 sharp arrows burrowed into the foreheads of the 12 Blood Tribe Viscounts almost at the same time. The cold, chilling air on the bodies of the arrows instantly spread in their brains. The terrifyingly low temperature immediately froze the blood in the injured parts of their brains and spread rapidly. The distance was simply too close. Every member of the Blood Clan was within the range of Ling Yun's divine sense. He didn't even have to look at them intentionally. All he had to do was focus on pulling the bow. Therefore, the 12 arrows had killed 12 vampire Viscounts in an instant. Ling Yun only had time to draw the bow 4 times because the remaining Blood Clan Viscounts had already arrived at the rock. The Viscounts opened their bloody mouths one by one, revealing fangs that were more than 10 centimeters long. Ling Yun's eyes widened rapidly. Kill! Ling Yun roared, but he didn't retreat a single step. He waved the devil's blade in his left hand and used the cleaving technique again. Deep in the encirclement, there was no need for saber techniques. All he had to do was swing his saber. Circulating the yin-yang harmony balance, Ling Yin continued to infuse the icy cold air into the devil's blade. Using his right leg as the axis, his body spun on the spot and swung the devil's blade horizontally. Another 6 screams rang out. The 6 fastest blood clan viscounts were directly sliced in half at the waist by Ling Yin. At the same time, the icy cold blade also caused the teeth of the blood clan behind them to chatter. They couldn't even flap their wings, and their movements became extremely slow. Their actions were extremely comical. Imagine flapping one's wings normally only required 1 second, but the blood clan viscounts had to slow it down to 5 seconds or more. How could this not be comical? There was only one outcome for the blood clan to approach Ling Yin: death. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yin had to take care of Xianxia and Cui Lao behind him and was worried that they wouldn't be able to withstand the yin qi released by Ling Yin, he would have been able to freeze all the blood clan viscounts within 10 meters of him. Ling Yan's figure moved swiftly as he swung the devil's blade casually. Under his thunderous strength, all the viscounts of the blood clan were like tofu sent to his doorstep. Cut as he pleased, swoosh 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 swoosh, screams rang out incessantly, and those shrill sounds could scare people to death walking at night. In fact, the scene that Ling Yin was in was indeed more terrifying than any other scene. Ling Yin knew that he had to either slice off their heads or completely destroy their hearts in order to completely kill these viscounts. Therefore, his seemingly casual slashes were all aimed at the vitals of the other party. Every strike was an instant kill. In less than a minute, Ling Yin had swung his blade 17 times. The black blade aura of the devil's blade enveloped his entire body and transformed into a pure black screen. The remaining 22 viscounts of the blood clan were all killed on the spot by Ling Yin. Bang! Ling Yin lifted his foot lightly and kicked away the upper half of a vampire viscount's body hanging on a protruding rock. Then, he slowly raised his head and pointed his ice-cold black blade toward the sky. His target was precisely that dumbfounded marquis. In the first round, the only loss on Ling Yin's side was the crooked pine tree on the protruding rock. One of the blood clan's wings swept across it and uprooted it, causing it to fall into the torrent of the mountain stream. The devil's blade was placed in Ling Yin's right hand, and the dragon vein sword appeared in Ling Yin's left hand. He threw it to Pierce. "Do you know how to use it?" Pierce was extremely excited when he saw the weapon that Ling Yin gave him. However, he was immediately dumbfounded when he took the sword and swung it. The dragon vein sword was a soft sword. It was so soft that it could almost be tied into a butterfly knot. Pierce took the sword and swung it in the air, but the dragon vein sword almost cut him. Anyone who had lashed a whip before would know that no matter how strong you were, you would be the one being lashed by the whip if you didn't know how to swing it. Ling Yin could only take the dragon vein sword back and say to Pierce, "Forget it, just focus on blocking the entrance." In order to prevent the blood clan from transforming into small bats and rushing into the cave, Ling Yin didn't let Pierce participate in the battle just now. He only let him spread his wings and block the entrance. The devil's blade was very demonic now. Other than Ling Yin, no one else dared to wield it. Therefore, Ling Yin couldn't let Pierce use it to slash around in the air. At the same time, Ling Yin was pondering whether he should teach Pierce and Chester some combat techniques. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating to fight with only strength, speed, sharp claws, and fangs. However, most combat techniques required true qi in the body to be used. Ling Yin didn't know if these mutated blood clan members could cultivate them. "If an earl comes down, you must inform me in advance." Ling Yin didn't forget to remind Pierce. They were all human-shaped birds, and Ling Yin still couldn't tell which one was a earl and which one was a viscount. In the sky, the Marquis finally recovered from his stupor. He flew into a rage, and his blue eyes started to turn red. "Oh, sh*t. 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 How did he do it? How did he do it?" 40 viscounts of the blood clan had surrounded Ling Yin, but they were all killed by him within a minute. The Marquis couldn't believe his own eyes. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Qin Jianwei's face was full of fear, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Not to mention Ling Yin, Qin Jianwei could easily complete Ling Yin's performance with his current strength if he had the dark storm. Honorable Marquis, I've said before that the masked man below is the nemesis of the Blood Clan. I don't think it'll be easy to deal with him if you only send a few viscounts down. Qin Jianwei stared at the 23 earls not far away and said to the Marquis. The Marquis pondered over this painful experience and once again used the secret language of the vampires to communicate. He dispatched 6 counts, each leading 10 viscounts, to launch another attack on Ling Yun. We can't let him stay in that place so comfortably. This time, we must find a way to smash that rock. The Marquis saw through the trick and knew that Ling Yun's location was a place where one man could hold off 10,000 enemies. As long as Ling Yun was unharmed, then their people would be fine. Therefore, the Marquis decisively ordered to shoot the horse first. The 3 earls led 10 viscounts each and flew down from the sky towards Ling Yun. The other 3 earls led 10 viscounts each and rushed over from the left and right sides of the cliff. They were determined to destroy Ling Yun's position. It had to be said that this tactic was brilliant. First of all, the cliff that Ling Yun was on couldn't be as smooth as a mirror. Therefore, it was difficult for Ling Yun to use his bow and arrows to deal with the Blood Clan that came from the left and right sides. Given their speed, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to shoot in time once they got close. The other was the bottom of the protruding rock. Ling Yun was standing on the protruding rock, so the bottom of the protruding rock naturally became a complete blind spot. Unless Ling Yun grew wings, he could only watch as the Blood Clan used their claws and fists to smash the protruding rock into pieces. Moreover, Ling Yun had to deal with the 30 or so Blood Clan members flying in the sky. Moreover, the Blood Clan had learned their lesson this time. Under the guidance of the Earl, they no longer flew in a straight line. Instead, their bodies were erratic, protecting the Earl as they flew down in a roundabout manner. Ling Yun couldn't aim properly. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun could only laugh bitterly. He wanted to point at the sun and say that the Marquis of the Blood Clan in the sky was quite smart. Swoosh, 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 Ling Yun thought to himself, but his hands didn't hesitate. He shot another freezing arrow at the Blood Clan members that were closer to him, killing one with each arrow. At the same time, Ling Yun got Cui Lao to throw out a bundle of fire talismans. He caught it and put it into his spatial ring. The protrusion wasn't Ling Yun's home. The Blood Clan could destroy it if they wanted to, but not now. Finally, under the protection of the 30 Blood Clan members, the 3 earls finally approached the protrusion where Ling Yun was. The price they paid was the death of 20 Blood Clan viscounts. The 3 earls led the remaining 10 viscounts and once again launched a frenzied attack on Ling Yun. Boom! At the same time, the cliff shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The protrusion shook, and gravel flew everywhere. The earl below the protrusion led 10 viscounts and began to destroy Ling Yun's position. To be continued. Swoosh, the Blood Clan that came from both sides of the cliff were already about 30 meters away from Ling Yun, using the protruding rocks and growing trees as cover. Even though Ling Yun was overwhelmed by the Blood Clan that came from the air, the Blood Clan that came from both sides were still very careful. They directly transformed into bats and flew close to the rocks, so there were no casualties. At this point, there were already 3 Blood Clan counts and 10 Blood Clan viscounts in the sky, launching a frenzied attack on Ling Yun. At the bottom of the protruding rock, 1 count and 10 viscounts were already in position. They had completed their complete transformation and were using their powerful strength and sharp claws to destroy the protruding rock. If an adult viscount exerted his full strength, his arms would be able to exert at least 2,000 kilograms of force. The combined strength of 10 viscounts would be 20,000 kilograms. Although this protruding rock was embedded into the cliff as a whole and was a complete boulder, it still couldn't withstand the impact of such a huge force. In an instant, the mountain rock shattered and the earth shook. Of course, if it were really 10 viscounts and 1 count, this protruding rock would have been shattered in an instant. The problem was that this protruding rock was only 10 square meters, which was an area of 3 meters by 3 meters. Moreover, this protruding rock was suspended in the air. The Blood Clan viscounts could only completely transform and spread their wings in order to launch a destructive attack on the protruding rock from below. This greatly reduced their strength. Just the wingspan of a vampire viscount in his complete transformation was 6 to 8 meters. Additionally, they were all tall and sturdy, and their bodies took up a lot of space. The area below the protruding rock could only accommodate 4 viscounts at the same time, and that was already quite cramped. Thus, only 4 viscounts were destroying the protruding rocks. They were at 4 corners, floating in the air. They could only flap their wings to exert strength above them, using their sharp claws and hard fists to launch destructive attacks on the protruding rocks. This situation was exactly the same as a person falling into an ice cave and using his hands to destroy the thick ice sheet above his head. The Count and the other 6 viscounts all transformed into bats and stuck to the bottom of the protruding rock, quietly waiting for the moment when the protruding rock was completely destroyed. Horizontal impact. The 2 earls who came from the left and right sides of the cliff saw that Ling Yun was in a difficult battle and couldn't even take care of himself, so they gave the order decisively. Ling Yun was on a north-south cliff, and the entrance of the cave was facing the west. Following the orders of the 2 earls, 2 Blood Clan viscounts rushed up from the left and right sides of Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, they completely transformed and crashed into the protruding rock. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, all of this happened in an instant and happened at the same time. At this point, the 6 earls led the remaining 40 viscounts and surrounded Ling Yun. The 3 earls and 10 viscounts in the air launched a frenzied attack on Ling Yun, leaving him with no time to spare. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan on both sides and below the protruding rock were wreaking havoc on the protruding rock. It had to be said that the Blood Clan had 2 great advantages when fighting as a group. That was the close cooperation of the group and the absolute execution of orders. There was a marquis in command in the air, and the 6 earls used the secret language of the Blood Clan to issue orders to their viscount servants. The Blood Clan viscounts would carry out their master's orders completely. There was no fear or timidity at all. Or rather, there was the concept of running away at the last minute. If they were asked to launch a suicidal attack like moths flying into a flame, they would not hesitate. "Come at me." Even though he was surrounded, Ling Yun's expression didn't change. After killing 20 Blood Clan viscounts in one go, he put away his golden bow and switched to his right hand. He didn't retreat even half a step, and his eyes revealed a hint of cold killing intent. Instead, he said, "Good." He had been through hundreds of battles and had escaped death countless times. At this moment, Ling Yun displayed his courage to the fullest. He was calm and unhurried as he attacked with his blade. Total annihilation. The pitch-black devil's underworld essence blade transformed into a black screen, carrying with it an incomparably fierce and cold blade aura. With Ling Yun's body as the center, it drew a circular arc in the air. Chi. The huge bodies and hard wings of the Blood Clan around Ling Yun were instantly sliced apart by the devil's underworld essence blade. With just one strike, all 5 viscounts were cut in half at the waist, accompanied by 5 shrill cries. The bodies of the 5 Blood Clan viscounts that were cut in half rapidly fell into the deep stream. Several other muffled groans rang out. The other viscounts were also attacked by the ice-cold blade aura, and their bodies suffered light injuries that were neither too serious nor too minor. Bang! Bang! Ling Yun used the dragonfish phantom ability. His eyes were still looking straight ahead, but his body floated to the left of the protruding cliff like lightning. Tiangang Demon Fist. With 2 punches, the 2 Blood Clan viscounts that were pouncing over from the left side of the cliff were sent flying. They flew more than 20 meters in the air. The eyes of the 2 Blood Clan viscounts widened after they were sent flying. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that Ling Yun's fist would be so powerful and so fast. This wasn't fatal. The most fatal thing was that Ling Yun's eyes were clearly looking straight ahead, but the 2 seemingly casual punches that he threw out at the speed of teleportation seemed to have eyes of their own, and they landed right on the heart of the 2 Blood Clan viscounts. The yin-yang harmony balance circulated at full force, and Ling Yun's yin force erupted. The violent yin force quickly drilled into the hearts of the 2 Blood Clan viscounts, directly freezing their hearts. Ugh, ugh. In the air 20 meters away, the 2 vampire viscounts let out 2 muffled cries. They flapped their wings fiercely, but the more they flapped, the slower their movements became. Like kites with their wings broken, their enormous bodies fell headfirst into the deep ravine and were washed away by the torrential current. Hee, I didn't absorb Chen and Mitsui's Xiantian true chi for nothing. My fist force has become stronger. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel happy after killing the 2 Blood Clan viscounts with 2 punches. The corner of his mouth curled into a smug and coquettish smile. Chen Haizhen was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 5, while Mitsui was at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 7. Ling Yan absorbed almost all of their Xiantian true qi. It would be a miracle if his Yin true qi didn't become stronger. The reason why Ling Yan dared to go head-on against more than 200 members of the blood clan wasn't because he was trying to show off. It was because he could vaguely feel that he was about to break through to the qi cultivation stage last night. Originally, when Ling Yan was in Xianxia City, he could definitely break through to the qi refinement stage if he absorbed all the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb when it matured. His estimation wasn't wrong. However, when Ling Yan was cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance and trying to break through to physique tempering stage 4, his energy center underwent a miraculous change. It was 20 times bigger than a normal energy center in the middle stages of physique tempering. When he broke through to physique tempering stage 7 on Turtle Island, his energy center and meridians underwent a terrifying expansion. This made Ling Yan's energy center at least 100 times stronger than when he was in the same realm in the cultivation world. Without a doubt, this greatly extended the time it took for Ling Yan to break through to the qi refinement stage. The physique tempering stage was the stage of refining energy into qi. The true qi in one's body wasn't even filled to the brim. How could one break through to the qi refinement stage? Therefore, Ling Yan had been absorbing spiritual energy crazily while cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. He didn't reject anything that came his way. This was all in preparation for breaking through to the qi refinement stage. However, Ling Yan had successfully cultivated the yin-yang true qi vortex, which could reverse the flow of energy in his energy center. After learning the absorption technique and absorbing the Xiantian true qi from 2 Xiantian realm masters, he finally started to move towards the qi refinement stage. In the words of a half-step to the Xiantian realm, Ling Yan was actually half-step to the qi refinement stage. Qin Jianwei, who was high up in the sky, couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw Ling Yan kill 2 blood clan viscounts with just 2 punches. How long has it been? Why does his strength seem to have increased so much all of a sudden? Qin Jianwei was a viscount at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5 when he first fought with Ling Yan. He might not have been able to retaliate, but he was still able to exchange a few blows with Ling Yan. Now, Qin Jianwei was dumbfounded when he saw Ling Yan kill a viscount with just 1 punch. Ling Yan didn't think too much about it. Ling Yan's left foot touched the ground amidst the violent tremors of the protruding cliff. His figure exploded and flew to the right. At the same time, the devil's blade in his right hand slashed at the cliff from left to right. The devil's blade instantly enveloped the 2 viscounts who were rushing over from the north and sliced them in half. Go to hell! Ling Yan roared, and the tip of the knife cut into the cliff. His body followed the knife, and in an instant, Ling Yan's body rushed out of the protruding rock. He held onto the hilt of the knife and hung on the cliff. Hee hee. It won't be as easy as you think to destroy my main battlefield, Ling Yan said coquettishly to the 11 blood clan members below the protruding cliff. Then, he raised his left hand and threw a level 5 fire talisman into the group of blood clan members. Appear! Boom! Following Ling Yan's roar, the fire talisman burst into flames instantly, and a ball of dazzling flames started burning amidst the black wall formed by the wings of the 4 blood clan viscounts below the protruding rock. Crackle, crackle, gee. Chi. This time, the 4 blood clan viscounts on the outermost layer couldn't resist the fear that came from their instincts. They fled frantically with the pain of being burned. The 6 viscounts in the innermost layer were completely engulfed by the ball of fire. They didn't even have time to transform before they turned into roasted bats. Other than the count who quickly flapped his charred wings and rushed out of the fire, none of the 6 blood clan viscounts were spared. They were all burned to death. To be continued. What could be more lethal to the blood clan than pure silver? Without a doubt, the answer was fire. Ordinary fire was enough to make the blood clan hate and fear them, not to mention a level 5 fire talisman that turned into a light blue fireball. The temperature was incomparably high, and the cold, rain-soaked rock became as hot as the bottom of a hot pot. Transforming into a bat could increase the speed of the blood clan by at least 2 times, but at the same time it had a fatal weakness. Their body became smaller, and they lost their sharp claws and fangs. Their defensive ability would also be reduced to a very low level. They were only slightly stronger than a real bat. How could they withstand the burning of a level 5 fire talisman? Pung pung. Ling Yan didn't forget to kick twice in the blink of an eye, breaking the vertebrae of the two human-shaped birds and blood clan viscounts who were trying to fly away. Then, he exerted some strength in his right hand that was holding the hilt of the knife, and his body flipped over gracefully. He was already standing firmly on the rock. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. When Ling Yan stood on top of the protruding rock, the fire talisman he shot out had only just turned into a pale blue fireball. Ling Yan let go of the devil's underworld essence blade, and he took out the golden bow and handed it to his right hand. Whoosh! Ling Yan's coquettish action of drawing the bow that would have scared Qin Jianwei to death appeared again. A pure silver arrow appeared in his left hand, fully drawn. You can't escape. Ling Yan drew the bow to its fullest, aimed the sharp arrow at the count that had transformed into a bat, and let go. Wang! The bowstring vibrated violently, and with a whoosh, the bright silver arrow was released. It was so fast that even Ling Yan's eyes couldn't catch the arrow's shadow. The moment he let go, the pure silver arrow had already pierced through the count's bat head. The level 5 fire talisman had already burned the count half to death, and now a pure silver arrow had pierced through his small head. There was only one outcome, death. Zeng. After the pure silver arrow pierced through the count's bat head, it did not stop and directly sank into the rocks of the cliff opposite the road. The 1.5-meter-long arrow shaft was almost completely submerged, leaving only a tail less than 20 centimeters long. Just how terrifying was the power and speed of this arrow? It could be said that even if it didn't exceed the speed of sound, it was close to it. Within a distance of 300 meters, it even exceeded the speed of Ling Yan's blade. Heaven and earth severing blade, in fact, was to raise the right hand to the left shoulder, and then fiercely slash down on the lower right side of the body. If there was a person standing in front of the person wielding the blade, that person would be cut from the right shoulder all the way to the left hip position, and would be split into two diagonally. Of course, it would be the same if he held the saber with his left hand. The current Ling Yan could execute the blade severing the heaven and earth 7 times in a second. This was Ling Yan's current hand speed. However, the speed at which the pure silver arrow left the bow was several times faster than Ling Yan's hand speed. It had long surpassed the speed of an ordinary bullet. How could the Count of the Blood Clan, whose wings were almost scorched by the fire, dodge it? Ling Yan killed a Count on the spot. The level 5 fire talisman burned for about a minute. Under the illumination of the fire and the heat, the other members of the Blood Clan, be it counts or viscounts, scattered in all directions, flying and crashing into the rocks that could block their bodies. 1 minute was enough for Ling Yan to do a lot of things. In fact, Ling Yan did not do anything else. He only continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows. Pierce, come out. Pierce responded immediately. His tall figure jumped into the air and flapped his wings. His body was once again parallel to the ground. Ling Yan landed on Pierce's back with a light leap. With a loud roar, he shot another fire talisman at the top of the stone cave. Appear. The fire talisman turned into a blue fireball and immediately burned fiercely. Ling Yan used this fire talisman to prevent the high-level counts from using the secret techniques of the Blood Clan to capture Xianxia. Xianxia, retreat to the innermost part of the stone cave. Cui Lao, guard against the enemy's sneak attack. Pierce, fly to the opposite cliff. Ling Yan gave 3 orders in one breath. At the same time, he stood firmly on Pierce's back and faced the entrance of the cliff. He released his divine sense 100 meters away. Under the envelopment of his powerful and condensed consciousness, all the viscounts and counts on this side of the cliff had nowhere to hide at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan shot a series of arrows imbued with cold qi. 1 arrow for 1, he killed all the 7 or 8 viscounts who were escaping into the air. In the next moment, a pure silver arrow appeared in Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan's divine sense noticed a count who had transformed into a bat, hiding behind a rock the size of a basketball. Ling Yan sneered and shot out an arrow with a whoosh. Clang! The pure silver arrow shot out and instantly penetrated the basketball-sized rock. It penetrated the count's head and nailed him to the cliff. There's another one behind that tree. Whoosh! It was another heaven-shocking arrow. The pure silver arrow tore through the air, piercing through the tree trunk that was more than 10 centimeters in diameter. It pierced through the count's body, impaling his bat body on the arrow shaft. With a zing sound, it entered the cliff. Ling Yan continued to search with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any traces of the other 3 Blood Clan Earls. He immediately asked Pierce, "Didn't 6 Earls come down? Where are the other 3? Boss, the old counts can use the secret techniques of the Blood Clan to conceal themselves." Pierce replied respectfully. F***ck. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. Why didn't he say so earlier? He immediately circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to the maximum and used the yin-yang god eye to look at the opposite cave. Sure enough, an Earl was hidden in a faint black fog. He was carefully moving towards Xianxia's cave from a blind spot where the light from the fire couldn't reach. Blood concealment. Almost all the secret techniques of the Blood Clan were completed through their own blood. This kind of concealment obviously consumed a lot of the count's blood. Ling Yan could clearly see that this count seemed to be resisting the heat of the fire with his yin-yang god eye. His body was trembling as he moved. "Since it's so painful, I'll send you on your way." Ling Yan chuckled and knocked an arrow. This time, he infused pure yang qi into the arrow, but he didn't dare to do it all. Then, he pulled the bow and released. Ling Yan really didn't dare to use his pure yang qi to the maximum because he knew that the melting point of pure silver was around 960 degrees. Now that Ling Yan was using the yin-yang harmony balance, the temperature of his pure yang qi was close to 1,000 degrees. He was afraid that the pure silver arrow would melt. Zhi, with the vibration of the bowstring, that smart count was in even more pain. He was nailed to the side of the cave entrance by the pure silver arrow. His body was charred by the pure yang qi in the arrow. Very quickly, he flapped his wings and died in pain. How could he not be in pain? The high temperature of the blue flame, the pure silver arrow piercing through his body, and the pure yang qi dissipating wildly in his cold little body, Ling Yan's terrifying method of restraining the Blood Clan was enjoyed by him alone. He could be considered to have died a glorious and heroic death. I can't help it. Who asked you to be the smartest? Ling Yan laughed coldly and swept his gaze again. Indeed, the remaining 2 counts of the Blood Clan revealed their petite bodies under Ling Yan's yin-yang god eye. Fly away quickly. The Blood Clan's invisibility technique is useless against that person. At this moment, the horrified Lord Marquis couldn't be bothered to be horrified anymore. He immediately opened his mouth and shouted for the remaining 2 Earls to flee. Too late. Whoosh whoosh. 2 pure silver arrows shot out at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, directly killing the 2 counts of the Blood Clan on the spot. Fly back. Ling Yan ordered in a low voice. At the same time, he started shooting arrows that filled the sky. He wasn't anxious or impatient. He started shooting mercilessly at the black bats that flew up from the east cliff. Because there were only about 20 Blood Clan viscounts left, Ling Yan didn't use pure silver arrows at all. He only used the arrows that had pure silver arrowheads in the earlier stages. It was still 3 arrows at a time. Every time Ling Yan pulled the bowstring, it was accompanied by 3 blood-curdling screams, and 3 Blood Clan viscounts fell to the ground. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 20 or so Blood Clan viscounts actually stopped running. Instead, they suddenly turned around in the air and flew towards Ling Yan from all directions. This was the legendary saying, "Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me." Why? Because Ling Yan didn't have the Devil's Blade in his hands anymore. His Devil's Blade was still stuck in the cliff next to the protruding rock. Eh? Interesting. Ling Yan wasn't surprised. He stopped Pierce with a calm smile on his face. When the bats were within 20 meters of him, he suddenly raised his hand. A handful of silver needles were scattered by Ling Yan using the shower of flowers technique. These silver needles were imbued with Ling Yan's yin-yang qi, and it was enough to make the bats suffer when they were hit. These silver needles were a gift from Miracle Dr. Xue when Ling Yan opened the clinic. They were originally meant to be used to save lives, but Ling Yan actually used them on the Blood Clan on a whim. Of course, Ling Yan didn't feel the pinch. A single pure silver arrow was enough to make several sets of such silver needles. The effect on the enemy was the same, so why wouldn't he? Blood-curdling screams rang out as blood dripped like rain. More than 20 Blood Clan bats were almost turned into porcupines by Ling Yan's hundreds of silver needles. They wailed as they fell to the ground and died tragically. *T. 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 Oh my God, who can tell me, why isn't that D*Ned blood clan bastard afraid of fire? Seeing Ling Yan kill 6 earls and 60 viscounts in one go, the Marquis could no longer maintain his composure. He roared like a madman. To be continued. The Marquis had brought a total of 23 earls and 230 viscounts. They were all his loyal servants, but Ling Yan had killed 6 earls and 100 viscounts in just 2 rounds. It could be said that all those who had gone down to deal with Ling Yan were dead without exception. To Ling Yan, this was a valiant and heaven-defying performance. It could be said to be unparalleled and incomparably enchanting. However, Ling Yan wasn't the only one who made the Marquis fly into a rage. In the eyes of the Marquis, Pierce, who was a nobody, was even more shocking. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. When the fireball formed by the fire talisman began to burn, even Sir Marquis in the sky felt uncomfortable. He couldn't help but flap his wings and fly a little higher. He narrowed his crimson eyes and used his wings to block the light emitted by the fireball. However, Pierce was so close to the 2 fireballs. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also calm and composed. He didn't react like a normal member of the Blood clan. This made the Marquis even more reluctant to kiss his sister. What the Marquis didn't know was that Pierce and the 4 servants of Ling Yan were not only unafraid of fire, but they had even adapted to the sunlight. Their eyes were purple, and their bodies were warm. They weren't afraid of pure silver either. Pierce and the others had truly become the leaders of the Blood clan. Moreover, they were the leaders of the first generation of the Blood clan. If he knew about this, he would have betrayed Grand Duke Dracula without hesitation and thrown himself into Ling Yan's arms. He would have hugged Ling Yan's thigh and begged, "Respected Demon King, please give me the embrace of rebirth." Of course, the Marquis didn't know about this. Even if he did, he would have to wait until his master, Grand Duke Dracula, passed away. He's just a earl. The Marquis saw through Pierce's rank at a glance. He stared at Pierce and said with a face full of envy and jealousy, "Earl, if you don't want to be afraid of fire, you have to have the purest royal bloodline, and you have to use a powerful secret technique." If the Marquis could fly a little lower and see that Pierce's eyes were purple, perhaps he would understand a lot more. "Honorable Marquis, you see, I said that the person below is the bane of the Blood clan. Shouldn't we call for more people?" Qin Jianwei waited for Marquis to calm down for a while before flapping his wings and asking flatteringly. In the end, all he got in return was a cold snort from the Marquis. "If I brought so many servants with me and couldn't even defeat a small ancient martial arts practitioner in Xianxia, how would I be qualified to meet my master?" Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron were the 5 noble titles of the blood race. This Marquis was naturally one of the direct servants of Grand Duke Dracula. Below, on a protruding rock with a radius of 3 meters. "It's all money, money." Ling Yan wiped out the enemies for the 2nd time. At this time, looking at the silver arrows stuck everywhere on the cliff, he finally couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Clang, Ling Yan plucked the pure silver arrow from the rock on the left side of the cave. He stared at the corpse of the Count Bat on the arrow shaft in silence. If the Blood clan dies in the form of a bat, won't they turn back into human form after death? Ling Yan opened his mouth to ask Pierce. "Yes, boss. Only those of the Blood clan who haven't reached the Baron level can't maintain this state of transformation after death and gradually turn back into human form. How did you manage to turn such a huge creature into such a small bat?" Ling Yan frowned in thought. He couldn't figure it out either, so he decided to get to the bottom of it. "Honorable boss, I don't understand this either. I can only say that this is the instinct of the Blood clan, and at the same time, it's also a secret technique. We Westerners call it magic. It was the same logic as why humans were humans and why they had to eat when they were hungry. Other than instinct, as a member of the Blood clan, Pierce couldn't explain the ability of the Blood clan. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why. Why did humans exist in this world? Where did humans come from? Where do humans go? Why do humans die? Since ancient times, no one had been able to answer such questions. Those who pretended to be almighty and gave specious answers were just trying to be pretentious. Instinct, magic, Ling Yan frowned slightly. He didn't find it strange at all because he knew that this was just a name given to a strange ability by a race. Just like the spells of the immortal cultivators and the demonic arts of the demon clan, they were all strange abilities. The only difference was the name. When Ling Yun was in the cultivation world, he accidentally entered a very vast place when he was in the nascent soul stage. He saw people with several pairs of wings, and those people called themselves angels. They all had very strong abilities. This was also why Ling Yun didn't find it strange when he saw that the Blood Clan could grow wings, transform into bats, and have all kinds of strange abilities. That was why he was able to face reality instantly. It's a little interesting, Ling Yun smiled faintly and used this sentence as a conclusion. He didn't ask any more questions because it wasn't the time to talk about such things. Ling Yun's figure swayed, and he retrieved the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. He instantly kept it in his spatial ring and turned his head to look into the stone cave. He gave Xianxia a bright smile. Xianxia, did I scare you just now? This was a thunderstorm. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the rain was much lighter than before. The first wave of rain was very heavy and powerful, but now, there were only a few strands left. At most, it could be called a light drizzle. It was now the first half of the night, and the sky was incomparably dark. To Xianxia's eyesight, this kind of darkness was akin to not being able to see her fingers in front of her. Therefore, even though Ling Yun's fight just now looked exciting and dangerous, Xianxia almost didn't see anything because she was hidden in the stone cave. I'm fine, I just feel hot and cold one moment and cold the next. Ling Yun, you must be careful. Xianxia smiled brightly at Ling Yun in the darkness. Other than being worried for Ling Yun, she really wasn't frightened. The 3 months of hellish nightmares had made Xianxia's nerves of steel. Fourth young master, you're really ferocious. My blood is boiling just by watching. Xianxia's eyesight wasn't good, but Cui Lao was an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. In such a dark night, he could see everything clearly. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. It's a pity that my realm is too low. I can't help fourth young master at all. I'm really ashamed, Cui Lao sighed after praising Ling Yun. Cui Lao didn't have the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade or the Dragon Vein Sword. Based on his current strength, he could at most be on the same level as a Baron of the Blood Clan. If he were to go against these Viscounts, Cui Lao would definitely lose. This wasn't to say that the ancient martial artists and Xiantian masters of Huaxia couldn't do anything. After all, the Blood Clan had an immortal body, infinite strength, and lightning-fast speed. Moreover, the Baron could fly. Even a Xiantian master would be helpless against such an ability. Different from ordinary ancient martial artists, Ling Yun could become the nemesis of the Blood Clan. This was because he had too many trump cards. Competing in physical strength? Ling Yun's stellar condensation technique had been cultivated to the pinnacle of the second major realm. The claws of the Blood Clan's count weren't as effective as scratching Ling Yun's body. Competing in speed? Ling Yun's Dragon Fish Phantom ability could already split his body into 9. In fact, after absorbing a large amount of Xiantian True Qi last night, he could even split his body into 12. Within 100 meters, it was almost as if he was teleporting. As for strength, there was no need to compete. If Ling Yun used his full strength to fight the Blood Clan head-on, it would be pure bullying. Moreover, he had the Devil's Blade, Dragon Vein Sword, and Dark Storm. These weapons complemented Ling Yun's terrifying moves. Cutting the Blood Clan was as easy as cutting tofu. In addition, there was the level 5 fire talisman, Yinyang True Qi, Yinyang Divine Eye, and a strong divine sense. There was also the golden longbow and the pure silver arrows that were enough to make any member of the Blood Clan tremble in fear. It was a pity that Ling Yun didn't know how to fly. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't have been so troublesome. Don't worry, Cui Lao. It'll be fine after a while. Ling Yun knew what Cui Lao was thinking. He smiled faintly and thought to himself, just wait for me to start refining the pills. As long as Ling Yun started refining the pills, he could guarantee that everyone's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for them to reach the mid-stage Xiantian realm or the late-stage Xiantian realm. The enemy's reinforcements should be arriving soon. I'll charge out and kill for a while more before we leave this place. The Count of the Blood Clan actually dared to charge within 2 meters of the fireball. This made Ling Yun a little depressed. He didn't want to fight from there anymore. Cui Lao, guard the cave entrance. Shoot a fire talisman every minute. Pierce, follow me to kill. Boom. Ling Yan threw a fire talisman at the center of the protruding rock. At the same time, he leaped onto Pierce's back. Fly to the sky. Go and kill those earls. Take the initiative to attack. Pierce flapped his wings and brought Ling Yan up 100 meters into the sky. He rushed straight toward the 17 counts. Soon, the master and servant arrived at an altitude of about 500 meters. The green mountains and trees were all beneath their feet. Buzz. The bowstring sounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows were shot at once. Standing on Pierce's back, Ling Yan drew his bow and shot at the 3 earls in front of him. Pierce flew too fast. The Marquis was in the middle of deploying the latest battle plan. He didn't expect Ling Yan to dare to fight at such a high altitude. The Blood Clan couldn't react at all. It was only less than 100 meters away, and it was getting closer and closer. How could he miss an arrow like that at a swarm of bats? This was the most ruthless arrow Ling Yan had ever shot since the golden longbow was forged. That was because he didn't have to worry about Xianxia or Cui Lao being unable to take it anymore. He channeled the yin-yang harmony balance to the extreme and infused all the colding qi into the 3 pure silver arrows. The 3 cold arrows pierced through the bodies of the 3 counts in the blink of an eye. They didn't slow down at all. Each of them pierced through another 2 counts of the Blood Clan. Only then did they slow down, allowing the other counts to dodge and panic. 9 birds with 1 arrow. To be continued. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A series of muffled groans could be heard. The 3 arrows that Ling Yan shot out were very meticulous. The purpose of these 3 arrows wasn't to kill the enemy, but to severely injure them. Therefore, he didn't aim at the vital points of any of the counts. He only wanted them to be hit, and the more the merrier. Therefore, Ling Yan only pulled the bowstring once, but he managed to injure 9 counts of the Blood Clan. It was common knowledge that counts were much more powerful than viscounts, and the number of vampire secret arts they could use was naturally greater. Hence, their vitality, survival, and escape abilities were abnormally powerful. Even though Ling Yan's arrows were shocking and incomparably enchanting, and all 3 arrows were made of pure silver and imbued with the most powerful purine qi, none of the counts were killed by Ling Yan on the spot. The Blood Clan was afraid of pure silver because it could contaminate their bodies, causing their wounds to be unable to heal for a long time. In short, pure silver was like poison to the Blood Clan. To mortals, that was roughly what it meant. If it couldn't injure the vital points of the Blood Clan, such as the head and heart, then even a pure silver arrow wouldn't be able to kill them instantly. However, even though Ling Yan didn't manage to kill the 9 counts of the Blood Clan instantly, he had achieved his goal. What he wanted was the freezing effect. He didn't need too much. To Ling Yan, just a moment was enough. That was because Ling Yan was moving at an extremely fast speed. Charge over, kill. Ling Yan was satisfied with his success. He held the golden bow in his right hand and the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his left. Pierce's flying speed didn't slow down at all during the process of Ling Yan's shooting. In fact, he was getting faster and faster. Pierce received Ling Yan's telepathic message. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings rapidly and flew 100 meters into the crowd of the 9 counts of the Blood Clan. Haha, I'm here to claim your lives. Ling Yan roared as he stood on Pierce's back, swinging the Devil's Underworld Essence blade wildly. The 2 Blood Clan counts at the very front already had 2 large holes in their bodies from the pure silver arrows. Furthermore, what terrified them the most was that the places that were pierced by the sharp arrows had all been frozen into ice shards by the extreme low temperature. Furthermore, the ice was rapidly spreading to the periphery of the wounds. Their bodies, with the arrow wounds as the center, were actually covered in dense frozen cracks, not to mention being frozen stiff and unable to move. As long as they flapped their wings with all their might, they could feel that their bodies were being torn apart. The other 7 injured Blood Clan counts were no exception. They were also scared out of their wits. They didn't even notice that their bodies were falling rapidly from the sky. This situation sent chills down their spines. The Marquis in the sky finally understood Ling Yan's terrifying methods. Pft, pft. The 2 huge heads of the green-faced fanged earls were sent flying by Ling Yan's blade, but not a single drop of blood was spilled. The 2 earls could only watch as their bodies fell from the sky with their eyes wide open in horror. I'll take your life while you're down. Pierce's wings flapped rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he shuttled back and forth between the 9 heavily injured Blood Clan earls. The Devil's blade in his hand also turned into a black blade screen. and each slash separated the heads of the 9 earls, killing them completely. 8 to go. Ling Yan was secretly pleased that he had killed more than half of the opponent's main force in the blink of an eye. He put the Devil's Underworld Essence blade into his spatial ring and knocked an arrow at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. Another 2 pure silver arrows shot out, and the 2 counts of the Blood Clan who were closest to Ling Yan, who were desperately flapping their frozen wings to escape, were instantly killed by Ling Yan and fell from the sky. 6 to go, chase. Although they were all counts, Pierce was the true leader of the Blood Clan. Whether it was physical strength, or flying speed, he was far superior to the count servants of the Marquis. Moreover, the remaining 6 counts were more or less affected by the frost, and their speed was much slower than usual. Pierce easily caught up with another count, and Ling Yan killed another with a light wave of the Devil's Underworld Essence blade. The remaining 5 counts of the Blood Clan were obviously older, and their abilities were stronger. After the initial panic, they quickly calmed down and transformed into small black bats. They dashed left and right like lightning in the sky, not allowing Ling Yan to catch up to them, but also preventing him from launching sneak attacks. Of course, they were flying in the direction of the Blood Clan viscounts that were gathered together in the sky. Those were their servants who could block Ling Yan and protect their lives. Servants, protect your master. Even higher up in the sky, the Marquis, who had long been scared out of his wits, transformed into a small bat and dove into the colony of bats formed by the 130 viscounts, frantically issuing orders. Devil's Blade. Oh my god, that person's Devil's Blade is too terrifying. It can actually cut through our bodies so easily. It could be said that the few things that vampires below the rank of Count could rely on when compared to mortals were their astonishing physical defense, boundless strength, lightning-fast speed, and shocking regenerative abilities. However, all of this was useless in front of the heaven-defying Devil's Underworld Essence blade. They were no different from fish on the chopping board, seeing the 5 counts dive into the colony of bats. Ling Yan smiled at Pierce and ordered, "Rush over and wait for me in the air below the colony of bats." Pierce was stunned. They were more than 500 meters in the air, and Ling Yan wasn't standing on his back. However, that didn't mean that Pierce wasn't afraid of the Blood Clan's earls and viscounts. He had just become an earl, and with his current ability, it would be very difficult for him to fight against 2 earls. As the saying goes, ants can bite an elephant to death. Everyone was of the same species. If more than a dozen viscounts pounced on him, Pierce would be half crippled even if he didn't die. "Boss, be careful." Pierce knew that Ling Yan was worried that he would be ganged up on by the enemy's viscounts. He was so touched that he almost raised his hand to wipe away his tears. With a flap of his wings, he rushed to the black mass of bats. Kill. Ling Yan finally began to show his true power. When he was about 30 meters away from the colony of bats, he circulated the stellar condensation technique to the extreme. At the same time, he circulated the yin-yang harmony balance. The golden bow had long been put away, and the Devil's Underworld Essence blade was in his right hand. In his left hand was the Devil's Sword, Dark Storm, with the Dark Storm in his left hand and the Devil's Blade in his right. Ling Yan wore a black devilish silkworm suit. His face was covered, and his eyes were like lightning. He tapped lightly on Pierce's back and used the inertia of his charge to activate the Dragonfish Phantom ability. In an instant, he charged into the swarm of bats. Even if there are millions of people, I'll go forward. Ling Yan's aura exploded completely, and he was like an unparalleled god of death. Pierce followed Ling Yan's instructions. After Ling Yan left his back, he immediately swooped down to a spot about 100 meters below the bats. He was on high alert to prevent Ling Yan from falling from the sky. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't fall. The yin-yang true qi in Ling Yan's body was as dense as the sea because his energy center had been cultivated to the phenomenal success stage. It was majestic, thick, and endless. This made his body as light as a feather. The current Ling Yan could jump almost 100 meters in a straight line if he used all his strength. If he used all his strength, he could jump a few hundred meters in a straight line. That could be considered gliding. Even though he was 500 meters in the air, Ling Yan could still jump back and forth as fast as lightning as long as he had a place to borrow strength from. There was no possibility of him falling at all. In that case, was there a place that Ling Yan could borrow strength from? The answer was obvious. Every corpse of the blood clan that he killed was a place that Ling Yin could borrow strength from. A tiger in a flock of sheep, Ling Yin charged into the colony of bats alone. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He waved his sword wildly, and the devil's sword, Dark Storm, and the devil's underworld essence blade turned into a black sword screen and a black saber screen, sweeping across a large area. If God blocked his way, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked his way, he would kill Buddha. Swoosh 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 swoosh, tsk 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 tsk, ugh hi. The sound of Ling Yin waving his sword and blade, the sound of the devil's sword and devil's blade cutting through the bodies of the blood clan members, and the groans and screams of the blood clan viscounts rang out incessantly. The scariest thing wasn't just the devil's sword and devil's blade in Ling Yin's hands. Every bat within a radius of 10 meters that Ling Yin passed through was shrouded in an extremely low temperature. Their bodies were frozen stiff and their consciousness blurred. They couldn't even move, not to mention escape. As long as they didn't fly away immediately, they became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Then, they became souls under Ling Yin's blade. Ling Yin didn't speak anymore and focused on killing his enemies. This time, he took the initiative to attack unexpectedly. It was equivalent to a sneak attack. Naturally, he wanted to kill as many as he could in this battle. However, this method of fighting had a shocking consumption of energy. This was because Ling Yin had to constantly circulate the stellar condensation technique to defend himself. He also had to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance to ensure that the pure yin qi covered a radius of 10 meters around him. Furthermore, he had to use his powerful divine sense to lock onto the blood clan bats around him. Other than that, he had to find an unlucky stepping stone when he took a breath to ensure that he wouldn't fall from the sky. Of course, he also had to continuously wave the devil's sword and devil's blade in order to injure his enemies, multitasking. 63. 76. 85. Ling Yin shuttled back and forth among the swarm of bats like lightning. The dark storm and devil's blade in his hands reaped the lives of the blood clan bats. It only took him 7 to 8 rounds to kill more than 80 blood clan bats. Devil, he's definitely a devil. The Marquis was completely dumbfounded when he saw the unparalleled killing god Ling Yin reaping the lives of so many of his servants in the sky. To be continued. Right below the pile of bats. Pierce's face was full of shock as he listened to the screams of the bats in the sky. He quickly flapped his nearly 8-meter wings to avoid the rain of black flesh. Even though he was a member of the blood clan and had become Ling Yin's servant, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. How crazy, how terrifying, how tragic a massacre was this? Satan would definitely be sad if he saw this scene. Pierce might be a mutated member of the blood clan and Ling Yin's absolutely loyal servant, but he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw so many members of the blood clan being killed. Everything happened in an instant. From the moment Ling Yin jumped off Pierce's back until now, only a few seconds had passed. Not even a minute had passed. 91. 93. 94. Finally, the dozens of members of the blood clan who were further away from Ling Yin scattered and flew 100 meters away from Ling Yin under the Marquis' crazy order. Ling Yin's every step became extremely difficult. Even though he was fast, the bats weren't slow either. Once he focused on escaping, Ling Yin wouldn't be able to catch up with the little force he gained from stepping on the corpses of the bats. There were no more bats within a 100-meter radius of where the pile of bats was. Ling Yin's body began to fall rapidly. High up in the sky, the Marquis finally found an opportunity. Don't bother about that lunatic. The 4 of you, split into 2 groups. One group will chase after that damned Pierce. Even if we die, we can't let him catch that lunatic. I want to see him fall to his death with my own eyes. Dark Storm, Demon Sword. Damn it, why is the Dark Storm in the hands of that devil? With Marquis' eyesight, he naturally recognized the magical weapon of the blood clan at a glance. The other group, follow me. The Marquis' large group of people were defeated by Ling Yin in just 3 rounds. Of the 23 earls, only 5 were left. Of the 230 viscounts, only a pitiful 36 were left. He was completely enraged and decided to take action personally. The Marquis was very good at seizing opportunities. The timing he chose to strike could be said to be just right. The 2 counts were naturally terrified and seething with anger. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that a human could actually kill them, noble counts and viscounts of the Blood clan, as if they were grass. They immediately took the order and led 10 viscounts to stop Pierce. Their eyes were filled with the determination to die. They decided to stop Pierce no matter what and let him fall to the ground to his death. The Marquis, on the other hand, led the other 3 counts and the remaining 26 viscounts as they flew madly towards the cave below, captured Xianxia. In the distance, Pierce saw Ling Yun's figure falling rapidly. He immediately flapped his wings and flew towards Ling Yun. Pierce's biggest mission now was to catch Ling Yun at all costs. The sound of the wind was deafening. Ling Yun's body began to fall. The road was north-south, and Ling Yun's current position was on the west side of the road. He was on the west side of the road, on the west side of the cliff. Unfortunately, behind the cliff was a deep valley. From the ground, it looked like Ling Yun had fallen from a height of 500 meters, and the cliff was nearly 400 meters high. If Ling Yun was at the top of the cliff, he wouldn't need Pierce to catch him. However, the problem was that after the chase in the air, Ling Yun was at least 300 meters away from the cliff. He was originally 500 meters high, and there was no telling how deep the valley was. Even with his amazing defense, Ling Yun would be in a mess if he really fell. Moreover, Ling Yun was already at his limit. He didn't know how to fly, and killing 94 members of the Blood clan in midair was exhausting even for an unparalleled god of war. Therefore, he could only count on Pierce to catch him. Whoosh! Pierce had already exerted his strength. The speed of his wings had reached the limit. He flew straight towards Ling Yun like an arrow. Humph, audacious traitor. You want to catch your master? Dream on. 2 earls roared, leading 10 viscounts. They rushed between Ling Yun and Pierce, blocking Pierce's path and preventing him from getting close to Ling Yun. Pierce panicked. Bam bam. Pierce threw out 2 punches as he flew, sending the 2 viscounts in front of him flying. His figure flashed as he bypassed the other members of the Blood clan and flew toward Ling Yun once again. Humph. It won't be that easy. This time, it was the 2 earls who rushed over. Their speed wasn't much slower than Pierce's. Pierce was blocked by the 2 viscounts and slowed down. Of course, he couldn't compare to the 2 earls who were waiting for him. At the same time, His Excellency Marquis led 3 earls and 26 viscounts towards the stone cave like moths to a flame. They were facing 3 enemies at the same time. Xianxia and Cui Lao were in danger, Pierce was in danger, and Ling Yun was in even more danger. **T. Ling Yun, who was falling at high speed, panicked when he saw the situation. This time, he was in big trouble. How long would it take to fall from a height of 500 meters in free fall? If the air resistance wasn't taken into account, he would hit the ground in about 10 seconds. If the air resistance was taken into account, it would take at most 10 seconds. He only had 10 seconds or so to go. Everything happened in a flash. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to react in time. Ling Yun was completely passive now, but there was no use in panicking. That was because Ling Yun couldn't even use the void walk at such a fast speed. If he wanted to use the void walk, he had to be fully prepared before he jumped. It was impossible to use the void walk in midair without any leverage. If he could do that, it wouldn't be Qinggong anymore. He would be able to fly. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Ling Yun heard 3 explosions coming from the direction of the stone cave. Cui Lao sensed danger and shot out 3 fire talismans in one go. Ling Yun only took one look and felt slightly relieved. Cui Lao had been through a few life and death battles, so his combat experience was indeed very good. Ling Yun could only pray that Cui Lao could hold on for a while longer. At the same time, his mind was racing as he tried his best to think of a solution. At such a height, it was impossible for Ling Yun to fall to his death. After all, he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique. It would be difficult for him to even get hurt if he used the trees below as cover. However, Ling Yun didn't care about getting hurt. What he cared about was time. Who knew what kind of vampire secret arts that Marquis possessed? If he could destroy the flames on the protruding rock while enduring the scorching heat, Xianxia would definitely be captured and Cui Lao would definitely be killed by the group of viscounts. Ling Yun was really awesome. His ferocity made people's hair stand on end. However, the after effects of being awesome were also terrifying. This made him feel sad. Pierce roared angrily as he dashed left and right like a bolt of lightning. However, he couldn't break out of the encirclement of the 2 earls and 10 viscounts. Even after Pierce transformed into a bat, he still couldn't break out of the encirclement. This time, the other party was really going all out in order to let Ling Yun fall to his death. In these 2 to 3 seconds, Ling Yun had fallen nearly 100 meters and was now below Pierce. As a fellow Earl of the Blood Clan, Pierce's invisibility was useless because the 2 earls could see him. Pierce's eyes glowed purple. He no longer maintained the form of a bat. Instead, he transformed back into his original form. With a shrill roar, he raised both his hands and shot blood arrows at the 6 viscounts in front of him. It was difficult for the earls to kill or severely injure a viscount in a short period of time. They had to use secret techniques. However, the Blood Clan had to pay the price of blood to use secret techniques. They had to use the little blood in their bodies to execute the technique. The 6 viscounts were injured by the blood arrows. As expected, their movements became incomparably slow. They could no longer keep up with Pierce's speed. Boom boom, Pierce sent another 2 viscounts flying with 2 powerful punches. However, at this moment, the other 2 earls transformed and flew behind him. 4 huge fists landed on Pierce's back. Boom boom boom, Pierce's tall figure was sent flying and almost fell head first into the air. However, he didn't care about himself at all. Once again, he transformed into a bat and rushed towards Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun's falling figure kept accelerating. It was difficult for Pierce to keep up with Ling Yun's falling speed since he was already injured. Moreover, the 2 detestable earls were hot on his heels. What should he do? Ling Yun was anxious. At this critical moment, Ling Yun suddenly smiled. F***ck, how could he forget such an important magical treasure? It really was a life-saving magical treasure. The incomparably coquettish big brother Yun took a deep breath as he fell faster and faster. He tried his best to lighten his body, then, with a thought, a very ordinary thing appeared in his left hand. An umbrella. Ling Yun opened the umbrella without hesitation. Whoosh! When the umbrella was fully opened, it turned into a cute parachute that instantly slowed down Ling Yun's falling speed. Logically speaking, at such a fast falling speed, even if an umbrella was successfully opened, the top of the umbrella would be blown away by the strong wind caused by the falling speed, and it would be difficult for the umbrella to bear the weight of an 80-kilogram person. However, Ling Yun wasn't an ordinary person. He knew Qigong, and that was enough for him to slow down. Umbrella, umbrella, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Ling Yun grabbed the handle of the umbrella and hummed twice lewdly before sending a telepathic message to Pierce. Dear Earl Pierce, I've seen your loyalty to me. Now, you don't have to worry about me. Hurry to the entrance of the cave and hold up the Blood Clan. With that, Ling Yun pulled down with all his might with his left hand. At the same time, he took a deep breath, let go, and flipped his body. Ling Yun landed lightly on the top of the umbrella. With a forceful stomp of his feet, his body shot towards the cliff 200 meters away like a meteor. To be continued. Pierce was overjoyed. He turned around and flew towards the cave on the other side of the road. Ling Yun, on the other hand, leaped more than 200 meters into the air and easily landed on a rock on the cliff. The 12 members of the Blood Clan thought that Ling Yun was going to fall to his death. However, when they saw a life-saving umbrella appear in Ling Yun's hands, they were all dumbfounded. Where did Ling Yun get his umbrella from? Of course, it couldn't have been conjured out of thin air by Ling Yun. He was impervious to fire and water, so he didn't need to carry an umbrella. This umbrella was given to him by Cui Lao. When they left Yunming Mountain, Ling Yun placed Xianxia in the car and put the umbrella into his spatial ring out of habit. It had to be said that Ling Yun had a good habit. Hee, life, the ups and downs of life are just too sudden. Ling Yun, who was leaning against the rocks of the cliff, gestured at the 12 Blood Clan members who were completely dumbfounded. Then, he exerted strength in his legs and used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to rush to the top of the cliff in a few leaps. F***ck your grandpa. Ling Yun rushed to the top of the mountain on the west side of the road. The scene on the opposite side of the cliff made him furious. Ling Yun thought of a way to save his life in this dire situation. When he took out his umbrella, the Marquis, along with 3 earls and 26 Blood Clan viscounts, arrived on the east side of the road and arrived above the cave. Use rocks to extinguish the flames. Any flame needed space to burn. Without space, no flame could continue burning. It was the same for the flames formed by the fire talismans. The first way that the Marquis thought of to deal with the flames was very simple and effective. It was to smash it with rocks. The Marquis is wise. Qin Jianwei, who was as sly as a fox, had long known of Ling Yun's strength. In his eyes, Ling Yun was a synonym for danger and nemesis. That was why he had been hiding far away from Ling Yun. He knew that the real opportunity had come when he saw Ling Yun falling from the sky. He was even earlier than the Marquis and the other members of the Blood Clan. The battle just now made Qin Jianwei realize that the gap between him and Ling Yun was too wide. It was wishful thinking for him to defeat Ling Yun with his current strength. Therefore, the brat's biggest wish was to snatch Xianxia back while Ling Yun was busy with his own affairs. Then, he would escape under the protection of the Blood Clan and wait until he had successfully sucked Xianxia's blood. Then, he would be able to increase his strength to the next level. It could be said that Qin Jianwei was dreaming, and he saw hope of success. However, the success of this plan wasn't decided by him alone. Qin Jianwei accepted the embrace and became a member of the Blood Clan. He obtained all the powerful abilities of the Blood Clan, but he also had all the weaknesses of the Blood Clan. Qin Jianwei was afraid of sunlight, fire, and pure silver. These were Qin Jianwei's most fatal weaknesses. That was why he was dumbfounded when he flew to the east side of the road and saw the entire protrusion engulfed in flames. Now, Cui Lao had hit at least 20 fire talismans on the protruding rock outside the cave, turning the entire protruding rock into a wall of fire. 1 minute, as long as he could hold on for 1 minute, Cui Lao firmly believed that fourth young master Ling Yun wouldn't fall to his death as the Blood Clan wished. The only thing he had to do was to hold on and wait for fourth young master's rescue. However, this kind of perseverance was also a kind of torture. All the talismans made by Ling Yun wouldn't cause any harm to the person who used them. Naturally, the fire talismans wouldn't harm Cui Lao. However, Cui Lao wasn't the only one in the cave. There was also an ordinary person who didn't know any cultivation techniques, Xianxia. The flames of a level 5 fire talisman had a high temperature of a few thousand degrees. When more than 10 of them were thrown out, the outside of the stone cave became a wall of fire. The heat released by these flames was absolutely shocking. The cave that Ling Yun had dug in a hurry was only 2 meters deep. In other words, even if Xianxia hid in the deepest part of the cave, she would still have to endure the scorching heat of the fire. More than 10 fire talismans were shot out at the same time, turning into flames. In an instant, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. It was too hot. This situation was like a worker standing next to a furnace in a steel factory without any protective clothing. He was only 1 step away from the molten iron in the furnace. Originally, Cui Lao had only used 16 fire talismans and used the wind from his palm to block the entrance of the cave. He wanted Xianxia to use a few more fire talismans to block the entrance of the cave. This way, the heat released by the flames closest to the cave wouldn't affect Xianxia. If it was Cui Lao who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2, he would naturally be able to withstand it. However, with 16 balls of flames burning at the same time, Xianxia couldn't even breathe, let alone throw the fire talismans at the entrance of the cave. Each talisman was actually a palm-sized yellow joss paper. It was so soft that an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to throw it half a meter away. However, the enemy was already close at hand. Ling Yun had landed behind the opposite cliff. Because he was blocked by the cliff, Ling Yun had no idea what was going on. The enemy was already charging over, and he could only defend with all his might. Cui Lao understood that as long as one of the members of the Blood Clan could rush into the cave, he would definitely die, and Xianxia would definitely be taken away. Miss Xianxia, you still need to endure a little longer. Cui Lao had no choice but to shoot out 5 fire talismans to seal the entrance of the cave to prevent the members of the Blood Clan from rushing in. Then, Cui Lao silently blocked the entrance of the cave, forming a second layer of defense. At the same time, he tried his best to block the terrifying heat for Xianxia. Just like that, the protruding rock on the cliff and the cave seemed to have become a cave of flames. The raging flames deterred all the members of the Blood Clan who wanted to rush in, as well as roasting Cui Lao and Xianxia. Such a terrifying wall of flames and the resulting high temperature were definitely fatal to the members of the Blood Clan. Even the Earl didn't dare to come within 50 meters of the cave. Bam 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 bam. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and sparks flew everywhere. The entire protruding rock and the cave shook violently once again. Under the command of the Marquis, the Earl and Viscount of the Blood clan finally started to throw rocks at the protruding rock. Every rock was about half a meter square, and the smallest and lightest one weighed more than 100 kilograms. Under the toss of dozens of members of the Blood clan, the rocks came crashing down like a storm. This move was indeed effective, because the distance was too far. Most of the rocks didn't hit the protruding rock. After all, this was a toss, and it required precise aim. However, the enemy had the advantage in numbers. Nearly 30 members of the Blood clan with extraordinary strength threw rocks down from the sky. No matter how far the distance was, there were bound to be a few of them who could hit the protruding rock. In a very short period of time, the members of the Blood clan completed 2 waves of tossing. At least a dozen rocks hit the protruding rock, and the flames were instantly extinguished. Only a few sparks were left, and it was already very difficult to stop the Earl. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, amidst the violent tremors, Cui Lao remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with it calmly. He decisively shot out another 7 or 8 fire talismans, and the flames immediately burned fiercely. Naturally, the Blood clan didn't stop throwing rocks either, and the two sides started a tug-of-war. That protruding rock was quickly filled with rocks, and it was thickening at a frightening speed. It looked like it was about to bury the entire cave. Charge! The Marquis saw that the time was right and immediately ordered 10 viscounts of the Blood clan to rush over as cannon fodder. At the same time, he ordered 3 earls to get ready to enter the cave to capture the enemy. Ling Yan rushed to the top of the cliff and saw the scene in front of him. "Humph! You're courting death," Ling Yan hollered, the golden longbow in his hand, and 3 pure silver arrows were nocked on the bowstring. He drew the bow to its fullest extent and aimed at the Marquis without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bowstring vibrated, and the 3 arrows were all shot at the Marquis. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. It was definitely too late for Ling Yan to rush over now. He could only kill the other party's leader first. At the very least, he had to disrupt their formation. He couldn't let the Marquis continue to command them. The Marquis's commanding ability was truly terrifying. His ability to grasp opportunities was simply too strong. Even though the Marquis had transformed into a bat to prevent Ling Yan from sneaking up on him, Ling Yan could easily find him now. All the Blood clan members had crimson eyes, except for the Marquis. The Marquis wasn't someone to be trifled with. When he saw Ling Yan appear at the top of the cliff, he immediately knew that his plan to let Ling Yan fall to his death had failed. When he saw the golden longbow in Ling Yan's hands again, he instinctively sensed danger. With a pu sound, the Marquis burst into a cloud of blood mist. In the midst of the crisis, he turned invisible and fled with all his might. Even so, he was no match for the speed of Ling Yan's arrows. He only managed to dodge 2 of them before he was shot in the butt by Ling Yan. Ow! The Marquis was hit by the silver arrow and immediately broke out of his invisible state, turning into a human-shaped bird. There was a pure silver arrow stuck in his buttocks. His butt was mutilated and covered in wounds. Gee! The Marquis's figure didn't stop. He flew without any trajectory to prevent Ling Yan from sneaking up on him again. At the same time, he desperately pulled out the pure silver arrow from his butt. Time was of the essence just now. Ling Yan had just escaped from death, so he didn't have the time to inject cold chi into the arrow. Otherwise, the Marquis wouldn't have just been covered in wounds. His anus would have been burst open with fire and ice. A huge black shadow cut through the night sky and flew nearby. Pierce happened to be rushing back. Even though he had mutated, he didn't dare to be like a moth to a flame. He could only try his best to block the cannon fodder of the Viscounts. Do it! Enter the cave and capture him. The Marquis didn't forget to command the 3 earls. Victory or defeat was at this moment. The 3 earls wanted to protect their master first, but they immediately rushed towards the cave entrance after hearing the command. It was an extremely critical moment. Ling Yan took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and roared, roar. His voice was like the roar of a tiger and a dragon. It was incomparably loud and deafening. It was like a heavy hammer, hitting the eardrums of every Blood clan member. Mystical Dragon Hell. To be continued. The Mystical Dragon Hell was a type of sonic attack. The sound wave attack was also a very powerful attack. How powerful was the power of sound? The workers who worked in the rumbling workshops for a long time and the people who lived near the airport could answer this question. They had the most say. Ling Yan's mystical dragon howl was even more powerful than the Buddhist lion's roar. Not only could it attack the eardrums, but it could also attack the enemy's divine sense. It was common for those who were weaker than Ling Yan to be stunned by the mystical dragon howl. That was why Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, roared with all his might. More than 40 members of the Blood Clan, including Chen Jianwei, were stunned. That was the effect Ling Yan wanted. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ugh. That loud roar reverberated in the valley. Ling Yan had already pulled the bowstring and shot another 3 arrows. These 3 arrows were aimed at the 3 earls in the air. All of them were aimed at their vitals. 3 pure silver arrows traversed a distance of almost 500 meters, piercing through the wings of the 3 Blood Clan counts and hitting the 3 counts' vitals. A cold arrow penetrated the shoulder of a Blood Clan earl and stabbed his heart diagonally. Another arrow penetrated the ear of a Blood Clan earl and pierced his neck diagonally. The last arrow penetrated the head of a Blood Clan earl. This time, Ling Yan infused the arrow with colding qi. Even though he was standing at the top of a 400-meter-high mountain, which was too far away from the cave, he was looking down from a high vantage point. The horizontal distance between the 2 cliffs was less than 100 meters even at the top of the mountain. The effective shooting range of the golden bow was originally within 1,000 meters. Ling Yan had the advantage of the terrain, so the speed of the arrow would only get faster and faster. Moreover, he had used the mystical dragon hell first, therefore, the 3 counts of the Blood Clan didn't even have time to recover from the mystical dragon hell before they were killed by Ling Yan on the spot. Their cold, stiff bodies tilted and fell into the deep stream below. Bam 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 bam. Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell didn't hurt the enemies, but it didn't hurt Xianxia, Cui Lao, and the rest under his exquisite control. Pierce didn't even need to be mentioned. Even though his body was slightly injured, he was incomparably courageous. He charged directly into the group of 10 viscounts and started beating them up. This was a cry for help. This was a life-saving arrow. With Ling Yan using all his trump cards, the crisis in the cave was finally alleviated. Shua, Ling Yan tapped his toes on the ground and used the dragonfish phantom ability. In a flash, he leaped over the highway and landed on the cliff on the east side. His body expanded again as he drifted diagonally towards the protruding rock. Boom. When he was more than 20 meters away from the protruding rock, Ling Yan struck out with both of his palms. The violent wind from his palms swept all the rocks that the Blood Clan had smashed onto the protruding rock off the cliff before landing firmly on the protruding rock. Xianxia, Cui Lao, are you guys alright? Ling Yan stood still and scanned with his divine sense. He was relieved to find that Xianxia and Cui Lao were fine. I'm fine. Even though it was less than a minute, Xianxia's lips were already cracked from the heat. 4th young master, you were too bold just now. You scared me to death. Cui Lao said with lingering fear. Ling Yan was too valiant. He flew more than 500 meters in the air to kill the Blood Clan that could fly. This kind of arrogance was definitely unprecedented and would never be repeated in the future. I've made Cui Lao worry. Ling Yan smiled as he looked around with the golden bow in his hand. 39 left, plus Chen Jianwei. At this point in the battle, Chen Jianwei's side was left with the chrysanthemum-crippled Marquis, 2 counts of the Blood Clan, and 36 viscounts of the Blood Clan. As for Ling Yan's side, even though they had gone through an extremely thrilling scene just now, other than Pierce who was slightly injured, he was practically unscathed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan stood proudly on the protruding rock and began to let loose. In a short span of 10 seconds, he had pulled the bowstring 4 times. Every time he pulled the bowstring, 3 cold arrows shot out. At the same time, 3 viscounts were killed by Ling Yan. The first to bear the brunt were naturally the dozen or so Blood Clan viscounts that Pierce had injured. Their movements became extremely slow after being hit by Pierce's blood arrows and fists. That allowed Ling Yan to kill them effortlessly. Ling Yan released his powerful divine sense and activated the Yin Yang Eye at the same time. No Blood Clan member could hide from him. He was having a great time shooting. 1 arrow for 1, he harvested the lives of the Blood Clan non-stop. At this time, the Marquis had already flown to the top of the cliff on the east side. He was holding his buttocks that couldn't be healed at all. Satan above, why does that demon have so many pure silver arrows? Where did he get them from? How could that demon see through the invisibility of the blood clan? His golden longbow, his black demonic blade, and his demonic sword, Dark Storm, how can they appear out of thin air and disappear instantly? How can they shoot such terrifying and high-temperature flames? How can his arrows be so accurate? This is the night is the world of the blood clan. No one could answer the poor Marquis. The only reply he got was the rumbling of thunder and another downpour of rain. The thunderstorm was coming again. Kacha! A silver bolt of lightning in the shape of a dragon tore through the pitch-black night sky. In an instant, the entire night sky was as bright as day. The Marquis instinctively shrank his neck and shut his red eyes tightly. Were the blood clan afraid of lightning? The answer was obvious. Of course they were. They were even more afraid of lightning than fire. This was the most young energy in the world. Within 2 minutes, a total of 23 blood clan viscounts were killed. Among them were the 10 viscounts who tried to stop Pierce and the 10 viscounts who wanted to clear the obstacles for the 3 earls. All of them were killed in an instant. None of them managed to escape. Now, there was no longer a single member of the blood clan within the range of his arrows. Ling Yan finally stopped and put away his golden bow. Ling Yan had achieved a valiant result in this battle. It could only be described as glorious and heaven-defying. He was very satisfied with the absolute strength that he had displayed. Sigh, too bad I can't fly. That was the only flaw in an otherwise perfect situation. If Ling Yan could fly, he wouldn't have needed so long to kill all the blood clan members. Luckily, I absorbed the Xiantian true qi of 2 Xiantian masters last night. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang true qi in my body would have been used up a long time ago. Up until now, the Yin-Yang true qi in Ling Yan's body was still endless. The battle just now only consumed a small portion of his true qi. As for spiritual energy, he had no use at all. The feeling of being a nouveau riche was really wonderful. Phew, Ling Yan let out a long breath and flew into the cave. He hugged Xianxia. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Yan had to protect Xianxia and Cui Lao since he couldn't fly. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to kill all the blood clan members. Qin Jianwei's first wave of people was already so strong. Ling Yun definitely didn't think that things would end so easily. Fourth young master, where are we going? We can't go back the way we came. We'll go up the cliff from here and head east towards the Miyun Reservoir. On the east side of the highway was a continuous mountain range. That was the path that Ling Yun had come from. The mountains were covered by dense forests. There were caves, mountain streams, valleys, and cliffs everywhere. As long as Ling Yun entered the mountains, he would be able to deal with his enemies easily. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would be able to deal with them with ease. Let's go. Ling Yan held Chao Shanshan's soft waist with his right hand and the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his left. He leaped up and landed on Pierce's back. Pierce's wings flapped fiercely, and his figure immediately soared into the sky, shooting into the sky like an arrow. Cui Lao held his blade with one hand and used his qinggong to jump up the cliff, following closely behind Ling Yun. It was raining cats and dogs when Ling Yun stood on Pierce's back and suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. His Excellency the Marquis and his remaining 15 followers were all stunned. Oh, shit, why is he here again? The Marquis was truly terrified by Ling Yun this time. It was impossible for him to complete the mission that Grand Duke Dracula gave him. His priority now was to protect his own life. Haha, charge into the crowd. Ling Yun laughed maniacally and gave the order to Pierce. Pierce didn't hesitate and charged straight at the Marquis. Woo! The Devil's Underworld Essence blade in Ling Yun's left hand swung wildly. The blade turned into a black screen that covered the sky and swept towards the Blood Clan Viscounts in front of him. TSK, TSK, Tisk. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade cut through the bodies of 3 Blood Clan Viscounts and killed another 3. Run! The Marquis ordered decisively as he transformed into a bat and shot into the sky, disappearing into the rain in the blink of an eye. Qin Jianwei, die! Ling Yun was bluffing as he slashed at Qin Jianwei from afar. It was just an action. Qin Jianwei howled in horror and flew away, not daring to face Ling Yun at all. Hee hee, The enemy was scared out of their wits. Ling Yan saw that Cui Lao had already rushed up the cliff. He stopped chasing the enemy and called Cui Lao to get on Pierce's back. Fly to the east. Don't fly too high, stick close to the treetops. Pierce thought that Cui Lao would be very heavy, but he realized that both Ling Yan and Cui Lao were as light as a feather when he jumped up. He was only carrying Xianxia's weight. Yes, boss. Pierce spread his wings and flew towards the east. To be continued. The Blood Clan is only SOSO. Ling Yan's arrogant and deliberately provocative voice traveled into the ears of the Marquis from afar, causing the Marquis, who was already in a mess, to tighten his chrysanthemum as his face suddenly turned pale. The Marquis was faced with a difficult choice as he watched Ling Yan and the others flee towards the east. To chase or not to chase, His Excellency Marquis had brought 23 earls and 230 viscounts with him. Now, there were only 2 earls and 10 viscounts left. The entire battle had lasted for less than half an hour. This made His Excellency Marquis feel like he was in a dream. He couldn't believe it. Ling Yan was too ferocious and ruthless. The Marquis was fully aware that even if he were to engage in close combat with Ling Yan and use all the secret techniques of the Marquis of the Blood Clan, he would still die. Ling Yan's Devil's Blade was too domineering. Not to mention the body of a Marquis, even Grand Duke Dracula wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from Ling Yan. Moreover, Ling Yan still had the nightmare of the Blood Clan, the Dark Storm. Qin Jianwei floated quietly not far from Marquis Lu Zhou. His sinister eyes flashed with a cold glint as he thought quickly. Whether it was the 29 mixed breeds from America or the Blood Clan sent by Grand Duke Dracula, Qin Jianwei wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how many of them died. He couldn't wait for the hatred between Ling Yan and the Blood Clan to deepen. That would only benefit him and the entire Qin family. Qin Jianwei was thinking about another problem. 4th young master? Which family in Beijing has such a powerful 4th young master? When Ling Yan landed on the protruding rock, Cui Lao called out 4th young master in his excitement. He forgot to use telepathy. Even though his voice wasn't very loud, Qin Jianwei, who was at Xiantian realm level 6, heard it. Qin Jianwei knew that this powerful and mysterious enemy wasn't from the Long family. No matter how powerful the Long family was, they rarely masked themselves. The Long family hated hiding their identities. There was no need for them to do so. Could it be the mysterious 4th young master of the Yi family? However, that was even more impossible. The 4th young master of the Yi family was a genius. He had always had his eyes on the top of his head and was only obsessed with cultivation and fighting. He was simply too lazy to care about the worldly power struggles in Huaxia. He did not care which family rose to power or which family was destroyed. However, other than the Long family and the Yi family, which family in the capital had such heaven-defying strength? He actually single-handedly challenged hundreds of blood breeds, and in the end, he could still leave so easily? This was not the most important question. The most important question was, why would this mysterious expert help the Chao family and save Chao Shanshan? He even saved the 2nd master of the Ling family, Ling Yu. Qin Jianwei's mind was like a clap of thunder. He felt a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he couldn't figure it out at all. Who exactly was Ling Yan? Which side was he on? You two, take them and chase after him. The Marquis clutched his injured buttocks in agony. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He ordered the 2 earls to lead all the viscounts in pursuit of Ling Yan from high up in the sky. Even though they were terrified by Ling Yan, they couldn't let Ling Yan escape so easily even if they couldn't beat him. Otherwise, the Marquis wouldn't be able to answer to Grand Duke Dracula with such heavy casualties. The 2 earls and 10 viscounts silently accepted the order. They all transformed into bats and flew into the rain in the east. Honorable Marquis, in my opinion, why don't we call for reinforcements? That masked man might have killed many of our people, but he must be exhausted now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped. Qin Jianwei was respectful and fawning, but his heart was filled with malice. He offered a plan to the Marquis. Humph. The Marquis was infuriated. When he first saw Qin Jianwei, he told Qin Jianwei to wait and watch a good show. In the end, Qin Jianwei watched the good show of him being killed by the other party. He was embarrassed. For the Blood Clan who could undergo the embrace, their servants could be described as limitless. However, the value of the blood clan didn't lie in the number of servants, but in their age. Generally speaking, the older and higher the level of the blood clan servant, the greater the authority, ability, strength, and territory of the blood clan. Therefore, the strength of a blood clan member depended on himself and his servant. However, it took time for a servant's rank to grow. Only a great lord, who was even more noble than a prince, could create a large number of counts in one go. If a great lord's rank was lower than a great lord's, trying to create a count with first embrace was practically a fantasy. As long as the level of a blood breed was lower than that of a great lord, it would already be very impressive if a human could directly become a baron after the embrace. The only difference was the blood breed bloodline, because bloodline determined the growth rate of a blood breed servant. The Marquis only had 23 earl servants. 21 of them were killed by Ling Yun in less than half an hour. It would take him at least 100 years to nurture that many more earls. How could he not be angry? Qin Jianwei knew that the Marquis was furious, so he pretended to be terrified. Honorable Marquis, I've reminded you that the masked man is the nemesis of the blood clan. He said. Qin Jianwei did remind the Marquis, but he didn't say that Ling Yun would be so terrifying. However, this reason made the Marquis suffer in silence. Suddenly, Qin Jianwei's eyes shot out a look of ecstasy. He turned around in the air and looked towards the south. The direction to the south was naturally the direction of the capital. 2 kilometers below Qin Jianwei, a tall and mighty figure was flying over from the treetops. Even though the rain was pouring down, it couldn't stop him at all. His toes only touched the leaves lightly, and he was a few hundred meters away. It was as fast as lightning. My second brother is here. Without a doubt, the person who came was Qin Jianwei's second brother, Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Xianxia didn't take the normal route. He relied on his unparalleled qigong to fly all the way from the Qin family's ancestral home in the south of Beijing. It was a distance of more than 100 kilometers, and it was a continuous stretch of mountains after passing the Huairou district of Beijing. However, Qin Jianjia arrived here in less than half an hour after receiving Qin Jianwei's message. That was enough to show how powerful his qigong was. This was the strength of an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Second brother. Qin Jianwei was overjoyed. He flapped his wings and swooped down. He obediently retracted his wings when he was more than 30 meters from the top of the mountain. He became no different from an ordinary person and called Qin Jianjia second brother. Where is he? Qin Jianjia was 1.9 meters tall and burly, with thick bones and unusually long arms. He was dressed in black and purple night clothes. Although his eyes were reserved, they were still bright and full of vigor. He did not look angry, but he looked dignified. He seemed to have the aura of a master. Qin Jianjia held a 2-meter-long spear in his right hand. The spear shaft was extremely thick, and the spear tip was incomparably sharp. It looked majestic and valiant. However, his eyes were the same as everyone else in the Qin family. There was a hint of malice in them that couldn't be concealed. That was almost the symbol of the Qin family. Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia hated the Western blood clan from the bottom of their bones. They looked at the blood clan as if they were looking at monsters or bats. That was why Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia were still in the secret chamber when Grand Duke Dracula arrived at the Qin family. However, Qin Jianwei was Qin Jianjia's younger brother. He had no choice. Qin Jianwei naturally understood this. Second brother, that kid has too many tricks up his sleeves. He escaped. He replied honestly. Qin Jianjia snorted angrily again. He glanced at the Marquis and said sarcastically, "Idiot, you didn't manage to get her back?" "Yes." Qin Jianwei replied timidly. Bam! Qin Jianjia slammed the spear in his right hand down hard, breaking the 2-meter square rock under his feet into pieces. He scolded in a low voice, "You're right. Our Qin family is impregnable with Big Brother and me around. If you had listened to us and hid Chao Shanshan in the Qin family's dungeon, this wouldn't have happened." Qin Jianwei was speechless. He lowered his head shyly. Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia didn't know what he was thinking. "Don't you guys know how to fly? Why can't you get her back from his hands?" Qin Jianjia's gaze suddenly swept across, and a strange light shone in his eyes, he saw countless arrows on the cliff on the west side of the road. What a powerful arrow! What a powerful force! Xianxia was shocked and excited at the same time. His black clothes fluttered in the torrential rain, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. Xianxia had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 at the age of 33. Even though the Chen family had spent a lot of money to purchase all kinds of elixirs from the ancient martial arts sects, he was still a person with great potential. He had cultivated in the ancient martial arts sects for more than 20 years. Naturally, he was knowledgeable. He knew that the other party was an expert just by looking at the arrows. Third brother, do you think that kid? Is he very young? Didn't you say he was an old man? Second brother, I heard a masked old man address him as fourth young master. I think he shouldn't be too old. As for why we always thought he was an old man, I think it was because he deliberately changed his voice. Chen Jianwei replied. Chen Jianwei replied hesitantly. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Oh my god, he was carrying Chao Shanshan, he couldn't be. Chen Jianwei knew better than anyone else that Chao Shanshan would rather die than let anyone else touch her body. Chen Jianwei was shocked. Chen Jianwei was an extremely intelligent person, and he instantly recalled Chao Shanshan's sweet, blissful, satisfied, and proud expression when she was in the arms of that masked man. Could he be the boyfriend that Chao Shanshan mentioned? Ling Yun. To be continued. Ling Yun saved the second master of the Ling family, Ling Yu. This. Chen Jianwei was indeed smart, but he didn't voice out his judgment immediately. There were many things he hadn't thought through yet. It would be too shocking if that was the truth. The problem was that it was impossible. Chen Jianwei was lost again. What are you thinking about? Go after him. When Chen Jianjia saw that Ling Yun was actually such an expert, he was extremely excited. He did not care about anything else other than fighting Ling Yun as soon as possible and killing him with his own hands. That masked man is very powerful. Marquis was ignored by Chen Jianjia. He was a noble member of the blood clan, so he couldn't help but mock Chen Jianjia. He won't be able to escape death no matter how powerful he is, Chen Jianjia retorted proudly. He asked for the direction that Ling Yun had left in, and with a swing of his body, he headed east with his spear in hand. Second brother, let me fly you over. Chen Jianwei moved as well, but he was only at Xiantian realm level 6. In an instant, Chen Jianjia was 100 meters behind him, so he shouted from behind Chen Jianjia. There's no need, you're too slow. Chen Jianjia coldly snorted in disdain. His figure flashed again and disappeared into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, without a trace. Your second brother is really arrogant, even more so than us noble members of the blood clan. Marquis said angrily, but he was hoping that Chen Jianjia would suffer a great loss. Chen Jianwei sprouted a pair of wings and flew into the sky. Sir Marquis, you should think about it carefully. Do you want to ask Grand Duke Dracula to send another team over? We won't have any face if we can't capture our prey after paying such a huge price. Chen Jianwei said lightly. I'm willing to serve you if you've thought it through. I'll send a message to my father immediately. Chen Jianwei was an unscrupulous person. In his eyes, there were only benefits and results. He didn't care about the process or whether he was embarrassed or not. However, the Marquis in front of him was definitely crippled. He naturally didn't need to pretend to respect him. Oh, shit. Sir Marquis was seething with anger when he saw Chen Jianwei's sudden change in tone, but he had no choice but to fly alongside Chen Jianwei. At the same time, he seriously considered Chen Jianwei's suggestion. Grand Duke Dracula would only frown if the Marquis lost his men, but he would be furious if he couldn't catch his prey. Grand Duke Dracula came all the way to Huaxia for Chao Shanshan. Otherwise, how would Chen Jianwei be able to invite someone as honorable as him? Pierce flew close to the dense treetops, flying at a low altitude. At this time, he had already crossed 4 mountains and arrived at the top of a large canyon. Torrential rain poured down like torrential rain, and water flowed everywhere. It poured down from the mountain ridges on both sides of the canyon, turning into countless white waterfalls that flowed into the canyon. The entire canyon rumbled. Enter that canyon. Ling Yun had already put away the devil's blade. He wrapped his arms around Xianxia's drenched waist, shielding her from the wind and rain, and channeling gentle and warm pure yang true qi into her body. Even though Xianxia had been thoroughly cleansed by Ling back in Xianxia City and had been reborn, her physique far exceeded that of an ordinary person's. She still hadn't started cultivating. Ling was afraid that she would fall sick from the alternating extreme cold and hot temperatures while traversing through the storm. This canyon was actually called the Miyun Nine Bends Grand Canyon. It was a famous scenic area, and Miyun Reservoir was about 3 kilometers to the east. This canyon was extremely deep, and the scenery was majestic and beautiful. It was definitely a good place to travel. However, it was late at night, and there was such a torrential rain. Naturally, there wasn't even a shadow of a person. The place where Ling and the others were at was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It was like an inverted trapezoid. As long as they flew down, not only would they be hidden, but they would also be very suitable for Ling to kill and loot. After flying for a period of time, Ling had continuously recovered his true qi. Now, he had recovered another 20%. It couldn't be helped. The speed at which his energy center produced yin-yang true qi was simply too shocking. Pierce tried his best to keep his body parallel to the ground as he slowly descended. After falling 30 meters into the canyon, he flapped his wings and rushed straight into the waterfall. Behind the waterfall was a slanted cliff, and the rain couldn't fall at all. Ling immediately circulated his yin-yang harmony balance to dry both his and Xianxia's clothes. The canyon was 100 meters deep. When they were about 20 meters from the bottom, Ling jumped off Pierce's back with Xianxia in his arms and landed gracefully. The terrain isn't bad. Ling smiled slightly. The canyon was 100 meters deep, and the top was coincidentally within the range of his divine sense. No matter who it was, as long as they entered this canyon, they would also be within the range of Ling divine sense. From this point, it could be seen that Ling wasn't blind in every battle. He was very particular about timing and location. Even though he knew that he was very strong and looked very arrogant, he was actually very smart. He wouldn't make a losing deal, nor would he fight. They've entered the Great Canyon, we can't see them anymore. High up in the sky, 12 members of the Blood Clan gathered together and communicated in the secret language of the Blood Clan. 2 of the earls looked at each other, and one of them immediately issued an order. The 3 of you, fly in and take a closer look. Find out where they've landed so that we can report to the Marquis. The 3 viscounts were in a dilemma. It was true that they were loyal to their master, and naturally, they would carry out his orders unconditionally. However, they also had their own souls, fear, and timidity. They knew that this trip might very well be a one-way trip. The 3 viscounts braced themselves and flapped their wings to descend quickly. Cautiously, they dove down at the fastest speed possible and rushed into the Great Canyon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bright silver arrows tore through the curtain of rain, turning the rainwater into ice wherever they passed. They accurately penetrated the heads of the 3 viscounts of the Blood Clan. The 3 bats each let out a blood-curdling scream as they fell head-first into the wide torrent below. Their tiny corpses were immediately sucked into the torrent and disappeared. Ugh, the 3 arrows didn't lose their momentum. All of them shot into the sky, causing the 2 earls and 7 viscounts to shrink their necks in fear and flee in a panic. They're there, at the bottom of the East Canyon. These 3 arrows naturally exposed the hiding place of Ling and the others. You guys stay here, I'll go back and report to the Marquis. One of the earls immediately turned around and flew away. The other earl thought so too, but he was a step too slow. He couldn't help but feel like crying. At the bottom of the Great Canyon. Haha, another 3 unlucky bastards have been shot dead. There are 9 left, including the Marquis, so there are only 10 of them left. Ling held the golden longbow in his right hand, the bowstring still vibrating as he spoke proudly. In the darkness, Xianxia smiled sweetly. She swayed her graceful waist and walked forward gently. She raised her pale, slender hands and gently wiped the rainwater off Ling face. Be careful, Xianxia said gently. This extremely gentle action fully expressed the tenderness in Xianxia's heart. At this moment, there was no one else but Ling in her heart. She was filled with sweetness, happiness, tenderness, and boundless pride. This was all because this big boy in front of her was fighting for her. TSK. This reward isn't enough. Ling Yan hugged Xianxia's soft waist with his left hand and pretended to be disappointed. Xianxia pursed her cherry lips and smiled. She gently wrapped her arms around Ling Yan's waist and stood on her tiptoes to give him a light kiss. Then, she relaxed her body and leaned back. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yan's face in the darkness. She asked gently, "Is this enough?" Ling Yan's beast blood was boiling. He chuckled and said, "Even though it's not enough, it's more or less enough, hee. Pfft." Xianxia was instantly embarrassed. Her face was burning red as she pouted at Ling Yan. She didn't dare to say another word. Chui Lao chuckled, and Pierce kept twisting his waist to loosen his injured back. His purple eyes were fixed on Ling Yan, and his gaze was filled with admiration and excitement. The strength that Ling Yan displayed last night was enough to shock Pierce. Who knew that Ling Yan's performance tonight would make him dumbfounded? He couldn't even put it into words. "Pierce." "Yes, boss." Pierce answered hurriedly. Based on the current situation, the enemy definitely hasn't given up. If more enemies come later, you have to find a chance to send Xianxia and Chui Lao away. Don't worry, as long as you don't fly more than 100 meters above the ground, I'll definitely have a way to stop any enemies that want to chase after you. Ling Yan decisively gave an order to Pierce, which made Xianxia and Chui Lao anxious. "I'm not leaving. If we leave together." Xianxia rejected immediately. It wasn't easy for her to reunite with her lover. How could she abandon Ling Yan and run away? That would definitely be more painful than Chen Jianwei catching her again. Ling Yan was just about to speak when he felt a sense of foreboding. He pushed Xianxia away and sent a telepathic message to Chui Lao. "Chui Lao, the real opponent is here. Protect Xianxia." As he spoke, Ling Yan had already knocked an arrow on his bow. He listened to the sound of the enemy's qinggong breaking through the air. His face was solemn as he counted to 3 in silence. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 sharp arrows suddenly shot out. Good timing. The tall black shadow that shot out from the opposite side of the canyon swept the spear in his hand. The 2-meter-long spear turned into a curtain. Dang dang dang. Amidst the torrential rain, 3 crisp ding-dang sounds could be heard. Xianxia had swept away all 3 arrows shot by Ling Yan. To be continued. Whoosh! After Xianxia swept away the 3 arrows, he used Thousand Catty Fall. His tall figure descended rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the canyon. His body floated lightly in the middle of the torrent and landed on a smooth protruding rock. A true master, Ling Yan narrowed his eyes. His cold gaze penetrated the curtain of rain and locked onto Xianxia. He couldn't help but praise him in his heart. This was the second top master Ling Yan had met other than the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin since he started cultivating. Judging from his appearance, he should be one of the 3 strongest masters from the Qin family. In the time it took for Xianxia's body to fall, Ling Yan had enough time to shoot 3 arrows at him. However, Ling Yan didn't do so. He knew that even though his arrows were fast, it would be difficult to cause substantial damage to such an expert. They wouldn't even be able to break through the opponent's true chi protection. It would be a waste of time and weapons. "I'm Xianxia from the Qin family. Do you dare to come out and fight me?" Ling Yan's divine sense and gaze were locked onto Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was locked onto Ling Yan as well. He announced his name as soon as he landed. An expert would know if he was real or not. Xianxia knew that he had met a strong opponent after sweeping away Ling Yan's 3 arrows. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't wait to challenge Ling Yan to a fight. Ling Yan didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and looked up at the sky above the canyon. Chen Jianwei, Marquis Hua, and his remaining 2 earls and 7 viscounts had also arrived. He had to end the battle quickly. "Chui Lao, Pierce, the 2 of you must protect Xianxia and prevent other enemies from attacking." Ling Yan secretly sent a telepathic message to Chui Lao and Pierce. After he finished speaking, he silently took 2 steps forward and used the dragon-fish phantom ability. His figure turned into an afterimage as he shot directly toward Xianxia. What a fast movement technique. Seeing Ling Yan's speed, Xianxia's expression became even more serious. Even though Ling Yan was charging over unarmed, Xianxia knew that Ling Yan had a black treasure knife and a soft sword that could cut through iron like mud. He could summon them at any time. Qin Jianwei had already told Xianxia about Ling Yan's various magical abilities. Xianxia might be strong, but he wasn't weak at all. Even though the desire to battle and compete in his heart was strong to the point of bursting, both he and Ling Yan knew that this was definitely not an ordinary battle of martial arts. This was a battle of life and death. This was a battle where the loser would die. Ever since Ling Yan killed more than 100 masters from the Qin family, both sides had reached a point of no return. The devil's blade had already appeared in his left hand, and he raised it with both hands. With a woo sound, he used Raging Sky Killer on Xianxia. The black blade tore through the rain like a wall. Humph! Xianxia roared as he channeled his Xiantian true qi into his iron spear. He raised the spear with both hands and raised it above his head, forcefully blocking Ling Yan's attack. Clang! Sparks flew in the dark as the blade and spear clashed. What dense true qi! Ling Yan's blade couldn't even break through the true qi of Xiantian realm level 7. Akamatsu. Of course, he wouldn't think that he could cut Xianxia's spear into two. So much strength. Xianxia was equally shocked. He did manage to block Ling Yan's attack, but the impact from Ling Yan's attack made his hands numb. He almost lost his grip on his spear. Xianxia was born with godly strength, and he used a heavy black iron spear. As long as Ling Yan couldn't break his blade, Xianxia would have the upper hand. The black iron spear was more than 2 meters long and incomparably heavy. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Of course, Xianxia had the upper hand. But just now, when the two of them collided head-on without any fancy moves, Xianxia actually didn't gain the slightest advantage, and even suffered a small loss in strength, which immediately made him feel like he was on steroids. Frenzied Wave Spear Technique. Xianxia roared as he brandished the spear with both hands. The spear in his hands turned into shadows that filled the sky. It was as if a huge wave had formed, and it violently surged towards Ling Yan. Clang 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 clang. Countless sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Ling Yan didn't even take half a step back. Each of his moves was aimed at the momentum of the opponent's spear, and he didn't give an inch. Since he couldn't kill Ling Yan in an instant, he could only fight a battle of attrition. The one who ran out of true qi first would be the loser. Their weapons clashed continuously, and the two of them fought from the boulder to the sky, and from the sky to the water. Neither of them could do anything to the other. To be honest, Ling Yan was the one at a disadvantage because he had to split his attention to take care of Chao Shanshan and the other two. After all, Qin Jianwei, the Marquis, and the two earls weren't easy to deal with. Seeing that Ling Yan was completely entangled by Xianxia, they were secretly delighted. They flew lower and lower, looking for an opportunity to rush down and grab Chao Shanshan. Moreover, even though Ling Yan's devil's blade could cut through metal, it only weighed 50 kilograms. It didn't have any advantage against the spear that was twice its weight. It was too light. As long as he couldn't break his opponent's weapon, Ling Yan would be at a disadvantage. Ling Yan had already noticed that his opponent's frenzied wave spear technique was actually a set of rod techniques. Xianxia almost gave up on using the tip of the spear. The moves he used the most were mainly smashing, sweeping, chopping, hanging, entangling, twisting, blocking, and swinging. All of them were rod techniques. Xianxia was very smart. He completely knew where his advantage lay. His true qi was vigorous, and he kept pouring it into his big iron spear. He smashed and swept it at Ling Yan's body, forcing Ling Yan to either float away to dodge, or to meet force with force to resist. Humph. Seeing that Xianxia actually started from the beginning after using the frenzied wave spear technique, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He snorted and dodged Xianxia's rod. His figure flew back and directly flew to the east side of the Great Canyon. This was the side where Chao Shanshan and the others were. The reason why Ling Yan flew back to this side was to prevent a sneak attack from the enemy in the air. Haha, I haven't fought enough. Xianxia was in high spirits. He laughed maniacally and chased after Ling Yan. He raised his spear with both hands and smashed it at Ling Yan. I haven't fought enough either. Ling Yan replied proudly. Suddenly, he passed the devil's blade to his right hand and dodged to the side. Bam! The heavy spear smashed violently under Ling Yan's feet, smashing a huge boulder into smithereens. Gravel flew everywhere. Dang dang dang, Cui Lao waved his blade to deflect the flying gravel and protected Xianxia behind him. His face was incomparably solemn. Cui Lao was very worried for Ling Yan. He could see that Ling Yan had really met his match in this battle. He was having a hard time. Ling Yan dodged the spear and stepped into the middle. The devil's blade slashed at Xianxia's face. Xianxia raised the end of the spear with one hand and easily blocked Ling Yan's blade. Hee, you're actually this strong even though you haven't even reached the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Brat, no matter who you are, I can't let you live. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Is that so? Whoosh. Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and a round thing with a big belly suddenly appeared in his left hand. He took out the Shinnon cauldron. Woo! Ling Yan held one of the legs of the cauldron in his left hand and swung his arm wildly. The Shinnon cauldron was immediately filled with wind, and he smashed it at Xianxia. There was no way he could take advantage of Ling Yan in terms of weapons. Ling Yan had once used the Shinnon cauldron to demolish 2 mansions. F***ck, what the F***ck is this thing? Xianxia was shocked, but the huge cauldron was already smashing at his face. In a hurry, he could only use all his strength to hold the spear with both hands and block it fiercely. Clang! Kacha! The huge iron spear in Xianxia's hand broke into 2. Without any suspense, the Shinnon cauldron that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was smashed by Ling Yan into the huge iron spear that weighed more than 100 kilograms. Even though Xianxia used his Xiantian true qi to protect himself, he couldn't escape the fate of being smashed into 2. Slicing and smashing were 2 different types of strength. Slicing relied on sharpness, while smashing relied on pure strength. No matter how much true qi was infused, the huge iron spear would still break under absolute strength. What's more, Ling Yan had deliberately not used his full strength in that strike just now, allowing Xianxia to block it effortlessly. Then, he had smashed the Shinnon cauldron with lightning speed, forcing Xianxia to block it in a hurry. The huge iron spear broke in the middle, and the tip of the spear was directly sent flying. Ling Yan let out a long roar and instantly kept the Shinnon cauldron. He used the dragon fish phantom step to shoot into the air and slashed at the half of the long spear 7 times. Clang! Ling Yan kicked the tip of the spear into the torrential current, then gently landed in front of Xianxia and the rest. With a cold smile on his face, he looked at the dumbfounded Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became very ugly. He stared blankly at the half of the great spear in his left hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. What was that just now? Why was it so heavy? Why did it crack the web between my thumb and index finger? Xianxia couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Ling Yan really had too many tricks up his sleeves. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He stared deeply at Ling Yan and asked in a low voice, Shinnon cauldron? Ling Yan responded with silence. You're one of the 2 people from Xianxia? Xianxia suddenly asked sternly. So you were the one who killed Jianren? Why are you asking so many questions? If you want to fight, then come at me. Today, you will die. Ling Yan finally opened his mouth and said calmly. The opponent was a strong opponent, and also a big fish that Ling Yan had caught. Of course, he wouldn't let Xianxia go. Ha 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 ha. What arrogance. You think you can kill me just because you broke my weapon? You think too little of me, Xianxia. New hatred added to old hatred. Fight to the death. To be continued. Before Xianxia finished his sentence, Ling Yan could clearly see Xianxia's figure becoming blurry and illusory in the pouring rain. This was a type of movement technique that Xianxia used. Because his speed was too fast, he turned into a series of illusory shadows. Limitless concealment. Xianxia's tall figure was erratic, and his footwork was like a ghost. Other than Ling Yan, who could keep up with Xianxia's speed, Cui Lao, Pierce, and the rest couldn't see him at all. Ling Yan's expression became very serious. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao and the rest. Xianxian, stay close to the stone wall. Pierce, spread your wings to block Xianxian. Cui Lao, be on guard against any sneak attacks. As he spoke, Ling Yan raised the devil's blade in his right hand and flew up using the dragonfish phantom ability. His target was Xianxia's real body. Watch out. Ling Yan rushed up and slashed at Xianxia's head without saying a word. Blade severing heaven and earth, the pitch-black blade was like a bolt of black lightning that cut through the bright white curtain of rain. It slashed diagonally at Xianxia's right shoulder. Woo! The sound of the blade breaking through the air was even more deafening than the rumbling of the torrent. Clang! Xianxia's eyes were fierce. He didn't dodge or evade, allowing Ling Yan's earth-shattering blade to land squarely on his right shoulder. Iron skin, of course, Xianxia had it. He infused all his powerful Xiantian true qi into his black and purple night clothes. The clothes were full of true qi and sharp edges. Ling Yan slashed at it with all his might. It was as if he had slashed at golden stone, producing a pleasant sound of impact. Xianxia laughed weirdly. He had tested out most of Ling Yan's strength through the previous exchange. He knew that Ling Yan's realm was too low to break through his protective qi. Try taking a hit from me. Bang! Xianxia raised his left hand and swung the remaining half of the spear at Ling Yan's head with all his might. This happened at the same time as Ling Yan swung his knife. Both of their hand speeds were about the same. Ling Yan naturally couldn't dodge Xianxia's strike. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't let Xianxia hit his head. He swung his head to the left and allowed Xianxia's spear to hit his right shoulder. Stellar condensation technique, both of them took a solid blow from each other. Their bodies shook violently at the same time, and they both felt their perlicue go numb. The saber and the rod intersected, and after a brief contact, they separated. He's at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. His strength isn't inferior to mine under the effect of his vigorous internal energy. Ling Yan had naturally tested the depth of Xianxia's strength by forcefully taking on this blow from Xianxia. The two of them were now engaged in a life and death battle. Whoever lost would die. Since they could attack each other, they naturally wouldn't hold back. You're dead. Xianxia roared as a cunning smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the iron rod in his left hand smashed into Ling Yan's shoulder, his wrist shook violently, and the spear immediately flew out of his hand. Swoosh! The broken half of the spear shot toward Pierce, who was behind Ling Yan. The speed was too fast, and there was no time for Pierce to react at such a close distance. Is that so? Dream on. Ling Yan was always on guard against Xianxia, Qin Jianwei, and Marquis' sneak attack on Cui Lao and the others. The strongest opponent in front of him was no exception. Xianxia's wrist shook, and he immediately noticed the opponent's intention. Dragonfish phantom ability, Ling Yan left an afterimage on the spot, and his figure split into 7 at the speed of lightning. The location of the battle was less than 14 meters away from the cliff of the canyon. Within this distance, everyone could see that Ling Yan's figure had turned into 7. On average, there was a figure of Ling Yan every 2 meters, a figure that raised his hand and swung his knife. Swoosh 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 swoosh. A total of 7 slashes. The spear shaft that was less than a meter long was cut into 8 pieces by Ling Yan's 7 slashes, and 7 pieces were sent flying. The last piece was caught in Ling Yan's left hand at lightning speed. At the same time, he raised his hand and shot it at Qin Jianwei, who was about to fly down from the sky. What a sturdy body. What a fast speed, what a fast knife. What a fast reaction speed. That was Xianxia's evaluation of Ling Yan in the instant they exchanged blows. F***ck. Qin Jianwei, who was in the air, was shocked by Ling Yan's speed when he saw a black object about 10 centimeters long shooting toward him. He dodged in a panic and flew up again in fright. Just stay up there obediently. Ling Yan shouted in disdain. At the same time, he channeled the stellar condensation technique and took Xianxia's strongest blow head-on. Bam! What Xianxia used was a diversion tactic. He shot out half of the spear shaft not to kill Pierce, but to force Ling Yan to defend. He took the opportunity to attack Ling Yan. Heavenly Slaying Heart Destruction Claw. After Xianxia threw away the broken spear, he clenched his hands into the shape of claws and activated Sunluo concealment. His figure floated like a ghost, like a maggot in a tarsal bone, closely following Ling Yan's 7 afterimages. When Ling Yan stopped, he finally made his most ferocious attack. In comparison, Xianxia's speed was still a little slower than Ling Yan's. However, in a fight between experts, this little bit of speed didn't even take the blink of an eye. Ling Yan scared Chen Jianwei away, and he was hit by Xianxia. Ling Yan staggered and crashed into Pierce in front of him. He felt his blood turning, and a sharp pain spread from his back to his entire body. He almost vomited blood. He waved his knife. Reverse triple wave. Ling Yan's right hand was twisted into an unbelievable angle the moment he was hit. The devil's blade was moving at an extremely high frequency as it ruthlessly slashed at Xianxia's body, who couldn't retreat in time. TSK TSK. Two sounds. Finally, Xianxia's clothes were cut open by Ling Yan. Tisk. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly used limitless concealment to escape. Ling Yan's feet touched the ground, and his body flew forward. He changed to a two-handed grip on his blade and used Raging Heaven Killer against Xianxia before he could stabilize himself. Ling Yan suffered a loss just now, and that made him furious. He finally didn't hold back anymore. Not good. Xianxia looked at the splashing rainwater. He could even hear the sound of Ling Yan's blade cutting through the raindrops. Xianxia was frightened by the imposing manner of Ling Yan's blade for the first time. Once again, he used the phantom-like limitless concealment and dodged. Boom! Kacha! With two loud sounds, Ling Yan's blade landed on the ground of the canyon, creating a huge crack that was more than 3 meters long. Gravel flew everywhere. Originally, this blade could at least create a crack that was dozens of meters long. However, Ling Yan was now focused on attacking one point. He locked his true qi within a radius of 3 meters from Xianxia in order to achieve a powerful effect. Xianxia was definitely Ling Yan's opponent. If it were Chen Jianwei, he wouldn't have been able to dodge Ling Yan's blade. Thunderous kick. Xianxia didn't jump too far away. He turned around and rushed towards Ling Yan once again. He lifted his left leg violently and smashed it towards Ling Yan like a windmill. I'll hold him back. Hurry up and catch her. Xianxia said to Xianxia through telepathy at the same time. After a few exchanges, Xianxia understood that it was impossible to kill Ling Yan in a short period of time. Ling Yan's realm might be low, but his combat power and aura far surpassed Xianxia's. He could only think of a way to catch Xianxia first. At the very least, he had to destroy Ling Yan's calm state of mind. Only by making Ling Yan anxious would he have a higher chance of winning. Swoosh, 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 the remaining 2 earls and 7 viscounts swooped down from the sky under the command of the Marquis. Their target was where Xianxia and the others were. At the same time, Chen Jianwei and the Marquis were circling in the air, waiting for the moment when Ling Yan panicked and made a mistake. However, would Ling Yan panic? What a joke. In the cultivation world, Ling Yan had experienced too many situations where he was surrounded and attacked by enemies. Thunderous kick. Ling Yan aimed at the direction of Xianxia's thunderous kick and followed up with a lightning-fast kick. Both of their calves collided violently in the air, splashing countless raindrops. Bam! True Qi surged, and raindrops flew. Kill! At the same time, Ling Yan used the momentum to fly back in front of Pierce. He waved the devil's blade in his hand wildly. TSK 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 TSK. The sound of something slicing through the air rang out as a blade imbued with frosty yin qi slashed fiercely at the 9 blood tribe members who were charging at them. Ow 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 ow, 6 to 7 cries rang out almost at the same time. The 7 viscounts were all cut in half by Ling Yan's blade. 2 earls also had 2 bone-deep wounds on their bodies. Confrontation. Ling Yan's left hand had been empty all along. He raised it and shot out 6 fire talismans. A strange scene appeared. Amidst the pouring rain, 6 balls of dark blue flames directly enveloped the 2 vampire counts whose movements had become sluggish due to their heavy injuries. Oh my god! Xianxia was shocked. How many tricks did Ling Yan have up his sleeve? However, this was his best chance. He gritted his teeth and charged towards Pierce, who had spread his wings to protect Xianxia, and threw 2 punches at him. Xianxia was also anxious. He was going all out now. Even if Pierce was a mutated blood clan earl, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the same time, Chen Jianwei and His Excellency Marquis also swooped down. The two of them used the blood explosion secret technique at the same time. Their figures were wrapped in a blood mist, completely ignoring the illumination of the 6 balls of flames. "You're courting death," Ling Yan roared. At the most critical moment, he finally used his secret technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Force, 5 times combat power. Absorption technique. His energy center turned upside down, and the yin-yang vortex spun rapidly. A violent vortex of true qi formed around Ling Yan's body, with Ling Yan as the center. The flying sand and pebbles mixed with the dense rainwater formed a tornado that grew larger and larger. Xianxia blasted 2 punches at Pierce. The burning bodies of the 2 earls, as well as Qin Jianwei and His Excellency Marquis, who turned into small bats and swooped down, all of them were involuntarily sucked to Ling Yan's side. "Die, all of you." To be continued. The first to suffer were the 2 earls who were surrounded by raging flames. Suddenly, a huge black sword appeared in Ling Yan's empty left hand. Dark Storm. This was a demonic sword. It was more than 1.5 meters long and as wide as a grown man's palm. Its entire body was black, and as soon as Ling Yan held it in his hand, its black metallic texture, as well as its chilling killing intent, immediately permeated his entire body. TSK. Ling Yan waved his demon sword and effortlessly sliced through the bodies of the 2 earls. They were cut in half, and the pain of being burned by the fire was ended. Not good. Qin Jianjia, Qin Jianwei, and the Marquis were shocked to see Ling Yan using such a terrifying technique. They hurriedly used their ultimate skills to protect themselves. Qin Jianjia didn't have enough time to attack Pierce again. He shouted loudly and circulated the Xiantian true qi in his body with all his strength, forcing it out of his body. The Xiantian true qi, under his control, quickly turned into an illusory object. It turned into a 1-meter diameter, 2-meter tall bell, golden bell shield. Qin Jianwei's reaction was just as fast. He transformed from a small bat to a human in an instant. At the same time, he raised his hands and created a red wall of blood in the shape of a full moon, blood moon shield. His Excellency Marquis didn't transform at all. He didn't dare to because the 6 balls of flames were still burning in the torrential rain. He made use of the blood mist around him to quickly hide his figure. At the same time, he frantically dashed left and right in the terrifying tornado that had formed around Ling Yan, desperately dodging Ling Yan's 2 sharp demonic weapons. Even someone as strong as the Marquis couldn't escape the fate of being killed by the Devil's Blade and Darkstorm. He could only dodge. "Humph." Ling Yan snorted coldly. Moving his body, he rushed to Qin Jianjia's side like lightning. Qin Jianjia's cultivation was the strongest, so he was almost unaffected by the suction technique. His tall figure was not sucked over by Ling Yan. Dang 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 dang, the saber and sword in Ling Yan's hand slashed wildly at the true qi bell outside Qin Jianjia's body. His hand slashed out 9 times at lightning speed. Break! Finally, Ling Yan let out a roar and used the frightening god slash from the 9th killing technique with the dark storm in his left hand and the heaven and earth cleaving blade with the devil's underworld essence blade in his right hand. With a loud bang, the golden bell shield outside of Qin Jianjia's body was forcefully broken. Under the effects of the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, this was 5 times his combat power. Ah? Qin Jianjia was horrified. He suddenly felt a terrifying palpitation in his heart. This was a sign that only appeared in the hearts of living creatures and humans when they were on the verge of death. Limitless forest. At the moment of life and death, Qin Jianjia desperately used limitless concealment and retreated without hesitation, hoping to escape Ling Yan's attack range. However, after using the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, his speed was 5 times faster than before. How could he let Qin Jianjia escape? Shua, Ling Yan's figure was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Like a shadow, he once again rushed to Qin Jianjia's side. He raised a sword again and slashed down viciously. This time, Qin Jianjia finally couldn't dodge and was hit by Ling Yan's sword and knife at the same time. Tsk, the blade of the devil's blade cut into Qin Jianjia's shoulder, 2 inches into his flesh. The dark storm also cut into the right side of Qin Jianjia's chest, leaving a huge wound that was half a foot long. Ouch! Qin Jianjia cried out in pain, and 2 spurts of blood appeared on his body. If not for the powerful Xiantian true qi protecting his body, Ling Yan would have sent Qin Jianjia to the gates of hell. Second brother. Qin Jianwei realized that Ling Yun didn't look for him at all after using the Blood Moon shield. Instead, Ling Yun injured his second brother in such a short period of time. He roared angrily and used the Blood Demon skill to deliver the two most vicious blows to Ling Yun. As the saying goes, blood brothers in war are definitely true. Bam bam. Qin Jianwei's two blows were effective. They landed solidly on Ling Yun's back, but Ling Yun didn't suffer any substantial damage other than a slight shake of his body. Shwa shwa, Ling Yun's body didn't move at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile as he turned his body and slashed at Qin Jianwei with the demonic sword in his hand. Ling Yun's reaction and attack were too fast. Even if it was 1 against 3, it was still a piece of cake. Not good. Qin Jianwei roared and used the Blood Moon shield again to block in front of him. At the same time, he flew backward. However, the fatal attraction caused by Ling Yun's yin-yang vortex slowed Qin Jianwei by half a beat. Don't think of going up again since you've come down with so much difficulty. Ling Yun said indifferently as he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to catch up to Qin Jianwei. The sword and knife in his hand drew two mysterious trajectories, like a dancing black dragon that enveloped Qin Jianwei's entire body. Ah! Qin Jianwei let out a shrill scream. Even though Qin Jianwei was already trying his best to dodge, he was still slashed and stabbed twice by Ling Yun. These were all wounds that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. Wounds that couldn't be healed in a short period of time had the same effect on the Blood Clan or any other living beings. Qin Jianwei naturally cried out in pain. Third brother. Xianxia was just injured, but he saw that Qin Jianwei's injuries were worse than his. He flew over with a roar and grabbed Qin Jianwei out of the black wall formed by Ling Yun's sword and knife. Ling Yun smiled coldly and didn't stop him at all. He took the opportunity to stab Qin Xianxia again, leaving a huge wound on his back. Only then did he focus on dealing with the Marquis. If Ling Yun wanted to kill Qin Xianxia, he wouldn't have waited until now. As Ling Yun's yin-yang true qi spun faster and faster, the yin-yang true qi tornado around him grew larger and larger. The Marquis was like a small bat now. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Eh? Something's not right. Ling Yun discovered the problem very quickly. Even though he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to increase his combat power by 5 times in a short period of time, it shouldn't have caused the yin-yang true qi to become so terrifying. This seems to be, Ling Yun used his yin-yang eye to capture the Marquis' figure. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes before realization dawned on him. It was only after he took out the dark storm that the tornado around him suddenly became so powerful. This is the effect of the dark storm. The name of the demon sword, Dark Storm, wasn't just for show. Paul had once said that if the wielder of the dark storm had enough strength, a light wave of the sword would be able to create a dark tornado, causing the space around the wielder to become the most terrifying dark tornado. It would be able to sweep away everything, forming a true dark storm. That scene would be like the end of the world. At that thought, Ling Yun released his divine sense decisively. Then, he immediately discovered that there was an additional grayish-black air current in the yin-yang true qi tornado that had formed around his body. It was the existence of this grayish-black air current that the powerful Marquis couldn't escape even with all his might. That was the truth. The Marquis was cursing crazily in his heart. Damn it, how can he use the power of the dark storm now? This is unbelievable. Ling Yun had been using the dark storm as a sharp blade. He didn't dare to try to control the power sealed in the dark storm for fear of suffering a backlash. After all, Ling Yun hadn't even reached the qi cultivation stage. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't know how to use this sword. But today, Ling Yun first used the absorption technique and took out the demon sword. By accident, the yin-yang true qi vortex in his body resonated with the dark storm. This point was naturally the yin-yang true qi in Ling Yun's energy center and the huge yin-yang true qi vortex around him. Haha, this is going to be fun. Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning. He quickly found the figure of the Marquis who was desperately trying to escape. Now, he had to make a decision. Should he kill this Marquis with one strike, or should he give him the embrace? Without hesitation, Ling Yun stabbed out decisively. His target was the small bat body of the Marquis. Swift thunder strike. The speed of this strike was indescribable. Chi. Ouch. The Marquis couldn't help but shiver when he was stabbed by the demonic sword. His body became extremely slow as if he was struck by lightning. Ling Yin used his fingernail to cut his index finger and forced out a drop of blood. He flicked his finger lightly. That drop of blood fell accurately into the small wound on the Marquis's body. Then, Ling Yin ignored the Marquis and let him enjoy the embrace. He retracted his true qi and flew back rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Chen brothers. Absorption technique. Ling Yin shouted again. He kept the sword and knife in his hands into his spatial ring and aimed his palms at the wound on Xianxia's back. Not good. Xianxia felt the Xiantian true qi in his body surging into Ling Yan's palms the moment Ling Yan's palms landed on his back. This was an opportunity that Ling Yan had created for himself. This was his plan from the beginning of the battle. This Xiantian true qi is too dense and pure. No wonder Xianxia is so strong. Ling Yan absorbed the true qi very quickly. Within a few seconds, all the true qi that he had used up in the previous battle was replenished. Isn't this the legendary great absorption technique? Xianxia almost peed his pants. Go! Xianxia threw Xianjianwei into the air with his right hand. At the same time, he twisted his body frantically to free himself from Ling Yan's palms. In midair, Xianjianwei, who had just recovered from the extreme shock, turned into a bat and dragged his injured body towards the sky. Ling Yan knocked an arrow, and a pure silver arrow pierced through Xianjianwei's bat body. Xianjianwei let out another blood-curdling scream. His body swayed a few times before he managed to escape Ling Yan's attack range. Putting away the golden bow, Ling Yan took out the devil's underworld essence blade once again. He looked at Xianxia, who had an ugly expression on his face, and said faintly, "I've broken through your true qi protection, haven't I? Why don't you try a few more moves?" Xianxia's face turned red and white. He stared at Ling Yan's eyes for a long time before asking, "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you're about to die." Ling Yan stared at Xianxia coldly and calmly. There was a tinge of regret in his tone. Frankly speaking, this was the first time Ling Yan and Xianxia had met. There were no personal grudges between the two of them. Xianxia could be considered a genius to be able to cultivate to such a level at the age of 30. Moreover, when Xianxia appeared and fought with Ling Yan, it felt more like a spar and competition. It was really a pity to let Ling Yan kill him with a single slash. However, Ling Yan and the Chen family, the Ling family and the Chen family, had already reached a point where one side would not rest until the other was dead. This had nothing to do with personal grudges. If Ling Yan wanted to destroy the Chen family step by step, Xianxia had to die. Ling Yan definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted. Ling Yan knew that if he lost, he and Chao Shanshan would only end up worse than Xianxia. Xianxia could understand Ling Yan's meaning. However, he was also an extremely proud person. Therefore, he held the knife wound on his shoulder and smiled arrogantly. "I admit that you are indeed stronger and more mysterious than I expected. However, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current methods." Marquis Edward, thank you, Master, for granting me such a wonderful rebirth. I'm willing to give my all to you. Behind him, Ling Yan had already completed the embrace for the Marquis. Because he was a Marquis, the process of the embrace took a longer time. "So your name is Edward. Go with Pierce. And protect that girl. Don't ask or care about anything else." Ling Yan turned his head slightly and looked at Edward, who was shocked and excited. However, he didn't say much and directly ordered him to protect Chao Shanshan. Ling Yan wasn't crazy about the embrace. After having 2 viscounts and 2 earls, he didn't want to play this game anymore. He didn't have the hobby of staying with a group of bats all day long. However, Edward was different. The reason why Ling Yan didn't kill him just now was because he liked his ability to command. All of Edward's injuries were healed after the embrace. Not only was he completely reborn, but he also received great benefits. However, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Therefore, Ling Yan sent him over to deal with the important matters first. On Ling Yan's side, another powerful force was added to their ranks. Now, Ling Yan's only enemies were Xianjianwei, who was hiding in the sky after being seriously injured, and Xianxia, who was in front of him, the 2 brothers of the Chen family. Xianjianwei couldn't be killed, and there was no need to kill him. That was why Ling Yan had deliberately let him off several times. However, Xianxia was different. He was a great enemy, and Ling Yan would never do something like not removing the root of the problem. Ling Yan and Xianxia stared at each other silently. Suddenly, Xianxia's pupils constricted, and his tall figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yan. Mystic Thunder Steps, Heaven-Destroying Seal. Xianxia was still using his Xiantian True Qi to protect his body. Using the Mystic Thunder Steps, every step he took was like an illusion. His palms danced rapidly, as if he had cast a powerful seal on Ling Yan. Xianxia finally used his trump card in this life and death situation. Be careful. Cui Lao was alarmed by Xianxia's ferocious power. He shouted and reminded Ling Yan to be extra careful. It's useless. Ling Yan said calmly. He didn't use any weapons either. He also used mysterious footwork and the Tiangang Demon Fist and Vault of Heaven's Destruction Palm to fight Xianxia head-on. If Xianxia wanted to escape, Ling Yan wouldn't hesitate to use the Devil's Blade and Dragon Vein Sword to kill him on the spot. However, Xianxia didn't retreat and chose to fight him head-on. Ling Yan admired that. Bang, 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 the two of them fought with speed, and the two tall figures fought in close combat. Their movements were so fast that only two afterimages could be seen, and they clashed dozens of times at lightning speed. Ling Yan had the upper hand, and he was continuously taking advantage of Xianxia. While he was exchanging blows with Xianxia, he was constantly absorbing the Xiantian True Qi from Xianxia's punches and palms. The more he fought, the stronger Xianxia became. In the end, Xianxia couldn't do as he wished. Xianxia could clearly feel that his strength was about to drop from the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 to the middle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Not only did Ling Yan become more and more ferocious through this battle, but he also felt that he was about to break through to the Qi cultivation stage. Even so, Ling Yan couldn't kill Xianxia in a short period of time with his bare hands. What a powerful Xiantian Realm Level 8, Ling Yan was secretly shocked. At the same time, Ling Yan was also repeatedly testing Xianxia's strength and making all kinds of comparisons. He wanted to prepare for future battles and be fully prepared. Now, Ling Yan knew that if he didn't have the Devil's Blade, the Dragon Vein Sword, the Dark Storm, and other heaven-defying treasures, he would barely be able to fight evenly with an expert in the middle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. Xiantian Realm Level 8 was already so powerful. What about Xiantian Realm Level 9? What about those above Xiantian Realm Level 9? The real masters of the ancient martial arts in this world are definitely not weak. On the contrary, they are very strong. That was Ling Yan's judgment during the battle. Suddenly, Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that many people had arrived at the edge of the canyon. Go down and protect my second brother. Qin Jianwei's hoarse voice traveled through the torrential rain into Ling Yan's ears. Yes. More than 10 black figures leaped down from the top of the canyon. More masters from the Qin family came. Ling Yan's expression changed. He couldn't waste any more time. Who knew when it would end if this continued? If the Qin family kept sending more people over, Ling Yan would be the one to die if there was someone stronger than Xianxia. Second brother, don't continue fighting. That person is too mysterious. Let's leave this place first. Qin Jianwei wasn't afraid that Ling Yan would hear him. He flew to the edge of the canyon to ensure that Ling Yan's arrows couldn't hit him. Qin Jianwei finally understood that this masked man in black was his nemesis. No matter how strong he was or how many ideas he came up with, he was no match for Ling Yan. He was as cunning as a fox. He didn't care how many members of the blood clan died, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to his second brother, one of the pillars of the Qin family. Therefore, Qin Jianwei's goal tonight was reduced from killing and robbing to saving his own life. Second young master, we're here to help you. 3 figures leaped down from the sky and pounced towards where Ling Yan and Xianxia were fighting. Don't come over. Xianxia already knew how tough Ling Yan was. He knew that the experts sent by his father to protect him were not weak, but they were far from being a match for Ling Yan. If they were to step forward, they would simply be sending themselves to their deaths. They would not be of any use. Even the Count and Marquis of the Blood Clan were useless. These Xiantian realm masters were even worse in Ling Yan's eyes. However, Xianxia's warning was too late. Moreover, these people were the masked men of sacrifice from the Chen family. Even Xianxia's warning was useless. Ling Yan used his divine sense to lock onto more than a dozen experts. Looking at the various cold weapons in their hands, they rushed over with murderous eyes. Ling Yan smiled. Ling Yan thought to himself, good timing. Then, he executed the firmament's nirvana extermination and attacked Xianxia with more than 10 palm strikes, forcing Xianxia to retreat continuously. Xianxia was almost pushed into the turbulent torrent behind him. Ling Yan's figure flashed, and he used the fulgurating shadows to split into 9. The devil's blade in his hand slashed wildly, and the sound of the black blade piercing through the air rang out continuously. Chi, 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 out of the 13 people who came down, 9 were killed by Ling Yan in a short period of time. They didn't even have time to scream before they were sent to the gates of hell by Ling Yan. Second brother, run! Qin Jianwei screamed at the top of the canyon. He finally shouted the word escape. Your second brother can't escape. Ling Yan answered on behalf of Xianxia coldly. He suddenly left and suddenly returned, pouncing towards Xianxia once again. However, this time, Ling Yan held the devil's underworld essence blade in his left hand. I'll send you on your way. Ling Yan used the mystical dragon hell and roared, causing Xianxia to be slightly stunned. At the same time, he rushed forward with both hands holding on to the knife, slashing at the stunned Xianxia. This was a strike of ecstasy. This was the dragon elephant divine force that Ling Yan used to increase his combat power by 7 times. It was the most stunning and powerful strike he had made so far. Tens of meters in front of the black devil's blade, the air was flowing rapidly, and not even a drop of rain could get in. Golden Bell Shield. Ling Yan's movement technique was so fast that Xianxia didn't even have time to react. He was stunned by the mystical dragon hell, and Ling Yan's blade was already on his head. It was impossible to dodge, so Xianxia could only use the Golden Bell Shield to protect himself. At the same time, he raised both his long arms and sent out 2 fierce palm strikes in an attempt to deflect Ling Yan's powerful strike. Boom! Swoosh! Xianxia's Golden Bell Shield already had a flaw. Of course, it couldn't block Ling Yan's blade. His Golden Bell Shield was blasted apart by Ling Yan's blade, and the speed of the blade didn't slow down. It easily cut off Xianxia's raised hands and slashed his forehead. Ugh! A terrifying, vertical red line appeared on Xianxia's tall body after a muffled groan. On your way to hell, remember that the person who killed you is the 4th young master of the Ling family, Ling Yan. Ling Yan stood still and kept his blade. Then, he used telepathy to send these words into Xianxia's ears. Pfft! Boom! Fresh blood gushed out, and Xianxia's body was split into 2 halves by Ling Yan's strike. To be continued. Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 and the second son of Chen Haipeng, was sliced in half by Ling Yan. Second young master. The last 4 men of sacrifice from the Chen family who had rushed down from the cliff saw that Xianxia had been killed in one move. Their eyes were red with anxiety as they raised their weapons and used their qinggong to charge forward. TSK. Ling Yan didn't even turn his head as he used the shower of flowers technique to shoot the silver needles in his hands at the Chen family's death warriors who were rushing towards him. One of them was killed in an instant, while the other 3 were hit in their vital acupoints, causing them to scream in agony. Swoosh! Ling Yan used the dragon fish phantom ability again and split into 3. The dragon vein sword in his hand executed the 9th killing technique like a venomous snake. Swift thunder kill. Shadowless kill. Heart-destroying kill. 3 swords easily ended the lives of 3 Xiantian realm masters. Second brother. Above the canyon, Qin Jianwei felt that something was wrong. He poked his head out and looked down the canyon. His eyes turned red, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet. One of the 2 geniuses of the Chen family, his second brother, Xianxia, was killed just like that. How was that possible? However, the truth was right in front of him. Qin Jianwei had no choice but to believe it. He was overwhelmed by hatred and flew down from the top of the canyon. He had to get Xianxia's body back no matter what. Pierce, Edward, the 2 of you, bring them out of the canyon and leave this place. Ling Yan ignored the diving Chen Jianwei and spoke calmly to the two servants of the blood clan, Pierce and Edward. Chen Jianwei flew down. Ling Yan smiled faintly and put away the devil's blade. He used the dragon fish phantom ability to face Chen Jianwei with his bare hands. "It's finally your turn," Ling Yan said coldly. His tall and elegant figure had already arrived in front of Chen Jianwei. Boom! Ling Yan raised his fist and punched. He wanted to take this opportunity to capture Chen Jianwei alive. Only by capturing Chen Jianwei alive could there be hope to save Xianxia's family and turn them back into humans. "I'll fight you to the death." Chen Jianwei roared as he channeled the true energy in his body to the limit and punched out with both fists. Bang! Two pairs of fists collided, and Chen Jianwei's arms broke with a gotcha sound. How could Chen Jianwei, who was already seriously injured, be a match for Ling Yan when he used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force 7 times? Roar! Chen Jianwei howled like a wounded beast. His tall figure flew more than 10 meters from Ling Yan's punch, but he endured the pain and spread his wings unwillingly. He wanted to get past Ling Yan and snatch Chen Jianjia's corpse. Humph! Ling Yan snorted coldly and caught up to Chen Jianwei in a flash. His fingers struck several of Chen Jianwei's acupoints like the wind. Chen Jianwei's body froze. He flapped his black wings with all his might, wanting to continue charging forward. However, his acupoints were sealed, and he fell to the ground with a thud. "Your brother died in battle, so it's not shameful. However, don't even think about running away." Ling Yan came to Chen Jianwei's side and spoke at the same time, immobilizing Chen Jianwei. This time, Ling Yan didn't change his voice. He spoke with his original voice. Chen Jianwei had been captured alive, so there was no need for him to disguise himself. Ling Yan beckoned Pierce over. At the same time, he took out a golden black devilish silkworm rope and handed it to Pierce. "Tie him up and take him away." "Fourth young master, what do we do now?" Cui Lao asked Ling Yan telepathically. "Let's split up and leave this place as soon as possible." Ling Yan and Xianxia, Cui Lao, Pierce, and Edward grabbed Chen Jianwei and left the Great Canyon in two different directions. As for the countless corpses on the ground, Ling Yan didn't do anything to them. He left them there to intimidate the Chen family. Ling Yan rushed out of the Great Canyon with Xianxia in his arms and headed east. They soon passed the Miyun Reservoir and found their car. The storm had stopped once again. "Xianxia, get in the car. We're going home." "Okay," Xianxia agreed obediently. Ever since they left the canyon, Xianxia had been unusually quiet. She hadn't spoken much. Ling Yan carefully scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. After confirming that there were no problems, he got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove in the direction of Beijing. Phew! Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief only after the car had traveled 7 to 8 kilometers. His tense nerves could finally relax. His face was very pale. This was the side effect of using the Dragon Elephant Divine Force. Even though there wouldn't be any side effects to the user, there was still a drawback. Once it was used, the user would enter a relatively weak period. After all, this secret technique overdrew the user's potential in a short period of time. That was how he got his battle prowess that multiplied by several times. Otherwise, if you used the Dragon Elephant Divine Force all the time, your strength would be maintained at the same level. There wouldn't be such a thing as a secret technique. Ling Yan was more against using this secret technique. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This was because cultivation was against nature. Using this secret technique was equivalent to slacking off. Ling Yan didn't like that. However, if he wanted to kill Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, he had to use this secret technique. His realm was simply too low. Even with the help of all sorts of heaven-defying treasures, he could only suppress Xianxia a little. It was simply impossible to kill Xianxia. Don't forget that Xianxia had legs. If he really couldn't beat Ling Yan, he could still escape. If Xianxia focused on escaping, Ling Yan would really be wasting his efforts. Looks like I have to rest well for a few days. Ling Yan thought to himself. Strength and overdrawing were two different concepts. Ever since Ling Yan came to Beijing, he had saved the Chao family, second uncle Ling Yu, and Xianxia. He had experienced 3 battles in a very short period of time. Including the Blood Clan, he had killed hundreds of people. He really needed a good rest. In order to avoid any unforeseen events, Ling Yan sped up the car. He turned his head to look at the silent Xianxia. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "The rain has stopped." "Xianxia, why aren't you saying anything?" "Chow." Xianxia's face turned red. Her eyes were filled with panic. "No, I was thinking about what?" Ling Yan asked. Xianxia was indeed thinking about many things. There were a lot of things that she could think of, but there was only one point in her thoughts. That was, Ling Yan was too strong now. Ling Yan's strength had far exceeded Xianxia's imagination and expectations for Ling Yan's development. Xianxia finally turned her head and stared at Ling Yan's face. She suddenly said, "Ling Yan, can you teach me martial arts?" "Gosh," Ling Yan laughed bitterly. Xianxian, if I didn't teach you martial arts, why would I spend so much effort to cleanse your body when we were in Xianxia City?" Smiling leisurely, Ling Yan pretended to be mysterious. He said mysteriously, "It's not impossible for me to teach you martial arts. However, I have to get the approval of my sect. Then what do I have to do for your sect to agree?" Xianxian was very anxious. She realized that the stronger Ling Yun was, the further apart she was from Ling Yun, regardless of whether she admitted it or not. Even if the two of them were connected by heart, there was still a gap between the two of them. Moreover, this gap was getting wider and wider, gradually separating the two of them. If it was in April, Ling Yan's strength only surpassed most ordinary people. Xianxian thought that with her beauty, her results, her family background, all of these factors, she still had the qualifications to be on par with Ling Yun. But now, the Chao family needed Ling Yun to save them. Also, Ling Yun, that Cui Lao just now, why did I hear him call you fourth young master? Ling Yun frowned slightly. This was related to his true identity. His true identity had to be announced to the world sooner or later, but Xianxian had just been rescued. If he were to say it directly, he was afraid that Xianxian would have a lot of unnecessary thoughts. "Xianxian, I'll tell you about these things later. What you need to do now is to rest well and think about how you're going to face your family. Let me tell you." Ling Yan changed the topic. As he drove, he slowly told Xianxian everything that had happened to him after she left Xianxia City. He tried his best to be concise and comprehensive. "What? Sister Meifeng was taken away? Ah. Sister Xiaomimi is also missing? Little White, turned into a human? Fox, vixen?" However, Xianxian's ability to accept this was obviously much better than others. After all, she had come into contact with the mysterious Blood Clan. After passing Huairou District, they would arrive in Beijing. After passing Shuani District, Ling Yun drove the car onto the 5th Ring Road and headed west. His destination was the Courtyard House. "Xianxian, your family, your brother Chao Tianlong is fine, and you are safe now. As for the rest, we can only face what has already happened. You have to be more open-minded. We'll save people when we need to, and we'll take revenge when we need to. We have to do these things one by one. Don't worry, I, Ling Yun, have sworn to destroy the Chen family with my own hands." Ling Yun knew that Xianxian would see her family once she entered the Courtyard House. He was afraid that Xianxian would be too sad, so he comforted her in advance. "Ling Yun, I understand. I already knew about these things. That damn Chen Jianwei would tell me about these things every day. I've already thought it through." "Ling Yun, thank you." In the past 3 months, Xianxian had already thought things through. However, Ling Yan's faint concern and consolation made her heart beat faster. She felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. "Oh right, Tang Meng is also in Beijing. You'll be able to see him later." Ling Yan thought of Tang Meng. He took out his phone with a smile and received countless notifications. They were all missed messages and calls. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? Ling Yan was a little confused. While he was in a daze, another call came in. It was from Tang Meng. He picked up without hesitation. Tang Meng's angry and anxious voice came through the phone. "Big brother Yun, something big has happened." Something big happened. Ling Yun was elated. What could be more important than killing 200 members of the Blood Clan, killing Xianxia, capturing Jianwei, and rescuing Xianxia? Tell me, what's so important? Why are you so flustered? Is it because the acquisition of the logistics company didn't go through? Ling Yan said leisurely and cheerfully. He had successfully rescued Xianxia. Most importantly, Xianxia was safe and sound. Ling Yan was in a good mood. It's not about the logistics company. I bought it when I got there today. I'm really talking about something big. Big brother Yun, it's about you. The college entrance examination results are out. The college entrance examination ended on the 9th of June. 3 weeks had passed, and it was already the beginning of July. The college entrance examination results could be found online. Tang Meng, who was on the other end of the phone, was obviously very anxious. His tone was filled with anger that could not be vented. Oh? The college entrance examination results are out? Ling Yun was momentarily stunned. After the college entrance examinations, he had long thrown the matter of the college entrance examinations to the back of his mind. To the current Ling Yun, the college entrance examinations and attending university were no different from wasting his time, his youth, and his life. Ling Yun recovered from his shock and turned to look at Xianxia. As expected, he noticed that Xianxia's expression was a little strange. He then asked calmly, when did the results come out? How did Ling Yu and the rest do? Even though they were 1,000 miles apart, Ling Yun was still most concerned about his sister, Ming Ling Yu. He was indifferent to his own results. There was no need to care. Even if Ling Yun did not get full marks, he was definitely not far from it. Tang Meng was even more anxious. Big brother Yun, don't ask Ling Yu first. Ling Yu's results are first in the school, only 3 marks away from full marks, but you, at this point, Tang Meng paused for a moment. It was obvious that he was furious. You scored 0 in the college entrance exam, 0, he said angrily. Ling Yan could not help but laugh when he heard that Ling Yu's results were first in the school. Ling Yu's hard work over the past 3 years was not in vain. He was indeed not as good as her. However, he was shocked when he heard the second half of Tang Meng's sentence. 0 marks? Did the sun rise from the west today? What? 0 marks? How is this possible? Tang Meng's voice was so loud that it was almost like he was shouting. Xianxia, who was sitting beside Ling Yun, could naturally hear him loud and clear. While Ling Yun was still in a daze, Xianxia's face changed. She raised her voice and shouted angrily, what a joke! Not to mention the Ling Yun who had undergone a drastic change at the end of March, even the original Ling Yun could at least score dozens of marks in each of the mock exams. After all, as long as he answered the questions on the exam paper, he would get marks. Moreover, Ling Yun was studying social sciences. After all, there were a large number of multiple-choice questions in every exam paper. Even if one gave up on the exam and chose the same answer, as long as one wasn't too unlucky, at least a quarter of the multiple-choice questions would be correct. Ling Yun, what should we do? Didn't you say that you studied hard for more than half a month before the college entrance examination? How did you get a 0? Xianxia was so anxious that her face turned red, and her chest heaved up and down violently. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was calm and at ease. After a moment of shock, he tilted his head and thought for a while. That expression was as if he was thinking about something that had nothing to do with him. Looks like Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa still haven't given up on that 100 million, hee. Otherwise, it should be the Sun family playing tricks behind the scenes. Other than these 2 groups, it can't be anyone else. Finally, Ling Yun smiled and said calmly, 0 marks in the college entrance examination? That's interesting. Alright, I got it. As Ling Yun spoke, he saw a call notification on his phone. It was from Ning Lingyu. In order not to worry Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun hurriedly said to Tang Meng, Lingyu is calling me too. I'll hang up first, I'll call you later. Without further ado, Ling Yun hung up on Tang Meng and immediately dialed Ning Lingyu's number. Big brother, where have you been? Why can't I get through to you the whole night? I'm so worried. Ning Lingyu's melodious yet anxious voice could be heard from the other end of the phone. Ning Lingyu was the first to check on Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. Her own results were very normal. In fact, because of her different state of mind, Ning Lingyu could be considered to have exceeded her usual standards. However, Ning Lingyu was more concerned about Ling Yan's results. She even checked on Ling Yan's results before checking on her own results. Ning Lingyu remembered Ling Yan's ID number and admission ticket number more clearly than Ling Yan. Moreover, there was a computer network at home. Checking on the college entrance examination results was a piece of cake. It's been a busy night. But Lingyu, don't worry, Big Brother is fine. Everything is fine, you don't have to worry about me. Lingyu knew why Ning Lingyu was so anxious, so he comforted her with a smile. It's good that you're fine. Big Brother, you, Ning Lingyu was relieved to hear that Ling Yan was fine. She opened her mouth to talk about Ling Yan's 0 marks in the college entrance examination but was afraid that Ling Yan would get angry. Therefore, she opened her mouth a few times but did not say anything. Ling Yan smiled and took the initiative to say, Lingyu, do you want to talk about Big Brother's college entrance examination results? 0 marks, Tang Meng already told me. Ah? Tang Meng already told you? Brother, what the hell is going on? Did you forget to fill in your exam information on the exam paper? Otherwise, how could you get a 0? That night, Ning Lingyu checked on the college entrance examination results and found out that Ling Yan's score was 0. She immediately went crazy and called Ling Yun. However, at that time, Ling Yun was trying his best to save Xianxia. In order to prevent his phone from getting wet, he threw it into his spatial ring. Of course, he could not receive any calls. Ning Lingyu could not contact Ling Yun, so she called Tang Meng directly. After all, Tang Meng had to inform Ning Lingyu if he was going to Beijing to meet Ling Yun. Therefore, Tang Meng was the first person to know about it other than Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun laughed. Lingyu, don't be anxious. It's just a score of 0, it's not a big deal. Calm down and listen to me slowly. You'll understand once I'm done. After calming Ning Lingyu down, Ling Yan smiled leisurely and said, it's not that I forgot to fill in my name and admission ticket number. I'm not that stupid. Someone is playing tricks behind my back to deal with me. Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart. It was just the college entrance examination and Yenjing University. Even if Ling Yan got in, it would depend on his mood whether he wanted to study at Yenjing University. He did not expect his enemy to use such a senseless trick. Big Brother, I've thought about this too. However, the college entrance examination is the biggest event in China's educational world. It's under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. Who would dare to play tricks here? Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, and the others were all intelligent people. Before Ling Yun picked up the call, they had already analyzed the situation. They just didn't know if Ling Yun had a problem with his side, so they couldn't be sure. Now that Ling Yun had personally confirmed that it was not his problem, Ning Lingyu immediately understood that it was definitely her brother's enemy who was playing tricks behind his back. However, even though Ning Lingyu was the biological daughter of the Qin family's Qin Qiuyue, her small, pure heart still believed in the sanctity of the college entrance examination. It was very difficult for her to accept the fact that someone could play tricks on something as important as the college entrance examination. Ministry of Education? Haha, rules are dead, but people are alive. Sister, don't take these rules too seriously. The college entrance examination isn't as pure and flawless as you think. Invigilators needed people, the marking of the papers was done by ordinary teachers, and the tabulation of the results still needed people. As long as someone could solve one of these problems, it would be enough to turn Ling Yan's college entrance examination results into a 0. It was very simple. But what should we do? Big Brother, why aren't you anxious at all? Ning Lingyu was still anxiously stomping her feet. For an outstanding student who had worked hard for the college entrance examination for many years, the weight of the college entrance examination and the college entrance examination results in Ning Lingyu's heart could definitely crush 3 mountains. Ling Yan could feel Ning Lingyu's anxiety. He smiled warmly and said faintly, the results are out, there's no point in being anxious. Lingyu, don't worry, Big Brother promises you that we will still go to college the same way we were supposed to go to Yenjing University. Even if he scored 0 in the college entrance examination, he could still go to Yanjing University if he wanted to. Who was Ling Yun now? He was the fourth young master of the Ling family. Just this identity alone was enough for him to easily obtain the acceptance letter from Yanjing University. After that, Ling Yun asked Ming Lingyu another question. Lingyu, Auntie and Auntie Mei are at home now, right? How are they? On the other end of the line, Qing Dongxue smiled and took the phone from Ming Lingyu's hand. She pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. Rascal, you finally remembered your aunt? How have you been in Beijing these few days? Have you eaten well? Have you slept well? Did you get into a fight? Qing Dongxue was an ancient martial arts cultivator. Her status and realm were there for all to see. Her disdain for the college entrance exam was definitely on par with Ling Yun's. Therefore, she was incomparably calm and didn't take the results to heart. Qing Dongxue was more concerned about Ling Yun's daily life. As for asking if Ling Yun had gotten into a fight, there was a hidden meaning in her words. Ling Yun could naturally understand Qing Dongshue's hidden meaning. He chuckled and said, "Hee hee, hello auntie, I'm living quite comfortably in Beijing. I eat well and sleep well. I did get into quite a few fights, but I didn't lose a single hair." Don't worry, Qing Dongxue giggled when she heard that. She knew that Ling Yun was telling her that he was safe and didn't want her to worry. Therefore, she didn't bring it up again. Instead, she changed the topic. Rascal, Auntie has something important to tell you. The Devil Subduing Conference at the Wind Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu will be postponed. Postpone it? Why? Ling Yun stayed on Turtle Island for more than a month. It was already late May when he returned to Qingshui City. He met Lu Suifeng, the genius disciple of the deity Sword Villa, the moment he returned. Because of Lu Suifeng's impertinent words, intentional or otherwise, he took advantage of Qing Dongxue and even spoke rudely to Ling Yun. As a result, he was taught a harsh lesson by Ling Yun. He shook Lu Suifeng's hand for more than 10 minutes, almost crushing it. Lu Suifeng was in a sorry state and could only leave dejectedly. Before he left, he told Qing Dongxue that in a month's time, the martial arts world's orthodox sects would be holding a devil-subduing meet at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu. Ling Yun had completely forgotten about his college entrance examination results. However, he kept the devil-subduing meet in his mind, unable to forget about it. That was because he wanted to use this opportunity to meet all the heroes in the world and see what the ancient martial arts world's large-scale gathering was like. Of course, there was another more important reason, Zhuang Meifeng. As soon as Ling Yun arrived in Beijing, he fought a series of battles and rescued Xianxia in the shortest time possible so that he could attend the devil-subduing conference at Longhu Mountain. There, he might be able to see the woman he missed the most. If it wasn't for the yin-yang harmony balance, Zhuang Meifeng would have been the first woman to give her body to Ling Yun. Furthermore, even though they hadn't broken through the last hurdle, Ling Yun and Zhuang Meifeng had become inseparable in that rented apartment in Qingshui City. She was older than Ling Yun by 3 years. At that time, Ling Yun was still a fatty, and Zhuang Meifeng was already determined to marry no one else. Moreover, they had gone through life and death together on the night of the Qingming festival. Now that she had been taken away by the Taoist nun from the Tranquil sect for 3 months, if Ling Yun didn't miss her, who else would he miss? Qing Dongxue said that the Tranquil sect was the most righteous sect in the ancient martial arts world. In other words, it was one of the most pretentious sections. There was no reason for the Tranquil sect not to participate in a grand event like the Devil Subduing Conference. As the most outstanding female disciple of the Tranquil sect, it would be a miracle if those rigid Taoist nuns didn't bring Zhuang Meifeng out to show off. Ling Yun was hoping to see Zhuang Meifeng at the Devil Subduing Conference. Now that he heard that the conference was postponed, he was extremely unhappy. Moreover, it wasn't just Zhuang Meifeng. There was also Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er had escaped from Mount Longhu. Ling Yun had even promised her that he would bring her there and help her kill the drought demon to avenge Bai Xian'er. Finally, since it was the Devil Subduing Conference, it was held to deal with the Devil sect. Even though Ling Yun didn't care about the Devil sect, there were a few people he cared about. The previous generation's Holy Virgin had already been confirmed to be Ling Yun's biological mother. The Holy Virgin's position in the Devil sect was needless to say. If the bloodshed in April and May was caused by his biological mother, then Ling Yun would definitely ruin the event. Ling Yun had no opinion on dealing with the devil sect, but he had to put aside the matter of right and wrong if they wanted to deal with his mother. According to his personality, even if the Holy Virgin of the devil sect killed all the martial artists in the world, there was only one outcome for anyone who dared to be displeased with his mother. Even if it was just a casual remark, death would be the lightest punishment. Even the annihilation of their entire family would be considered a light punishment. The key problem now was that Ling Yun still didn't know if the bloodshed in April and May was caused by his mother. Ling Yun had been to the Lingjue temple in Xianxia city. He already knew that the devil sect was divided into two opposing factions. One was his mother's side, and the other was naturally Si Kongtu's side. He would kill those on Si Kongtu's side, but he had to help those on his mother's side. This was Ling Yun. As long as he was provoked, he would put aside right and wrong and settle his personal grudges first. Because of these reasons, Ling Yun was looking forward to the devil subduing conference. How could he not be anxious when Qin Dongxue suddenly said that it was going to be postponed? Naturally, Qin Dongxue could hear the anxiety in his words. She laughed and teased, "Why, are you anxious? Isn't it better to postpone it? Isn't it better to enjoy life in this bustling city? Why do you have to go to the mountains?" Ling Yun was speechless. Enjoy life? Ever since he came to this world, Ling Yun had been fighting and cultivating. He hadn't had a proper day of rest. How could he have the time to enjoy life? Chao Shanshan was rescued, but his father, Ling Xiao, was nowhere to be found. Chao Shanshan had been rescued, but his father, Ling Xiao, was nowhere to be found. His two mothers, Qin Qiuyue, had gone to the Sky Mountain Sword sect and had yet to be heard from. As for the whereabouts of the previous devil sect's Holy Virgin, Ling Yun had no idea. Xiao Mimi was like a rock sinking into the ocean. Zhuang Meifeng was waiting for him to escape from the abyss of suffering, and the family was in danger. There were so many things waiting for him to do. How was he supposed to enjoy life? Pfft, Qin Dongxue chuckled at Ling Yun's silence. According to Auntie's information, the devil sect disappeared without a trace after a period of chaos in April and May. Without the devil sect, there's no need to hold the devil subduing conference anymore. Qin Dongxue explained the reason behind Ling Yun's silence. Disappeared without a trace again? Ling Yun murmured. He felt that things were a little strange, but he realized that it was true. The Holy Virgin of the devil sect had been looking for trouble with him back in Xianxia city. However, ever since he found the base of the devil sect and killed more than 10 experts from the devil sect, the Holy Virgin had never appeared again. When will it be held? Will the devil subduing conference be cancelled? Ling Yun asked again. Qin Dongxue giggled. Qin Dongxue giggled. Look at how anxious you are. Don't worry, the devil subduing conference has been in preparation for 2 months. It will definitely be held in the middle of September, which is the full moon night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing was very simple. Build up momentum. It seemed that no matter what they wanted to do, they had to make it big and domineering. It was as if there were no other martial arts heroes in the world except for them. First, they had to overwhelm all evil people with their momentum. They had to occupy the high ground of morality and rules. Otherwise, how could they be dignified? Moreover, there would be gimmicks like the night of the full moon and the devil subduing conference. It sounded very domineering and cool, but how many years could it lead the way? I understand. Ling Yun said casually after laughing coldly. Then, he asked, Auntie, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up first. I have a new call. Silence. After a short period of silence, Qin Dongxue tried her best to ask in a calm tone. Ling Yun, did you meet the people you wanted to meet during your trip to Beijing? Qin Dongxue was naturally asking if Ling Yun had met the people from the Ling family and if he had reunited with them. Ling Yun lowered his head as he drove. After pondering for a while, he replied slowly, I have. It's true. Silence again. This time, Qin Dongxue was silent for a longer time. After a long time, she said faintly, Rascal, congratulations to Auntie, but, don't you forget about Auntie and Ling Yu. Qin Dongshue's voice was fierce and domineering, but Ling Yun could hear the reluctance and panic in her voice. Hee hee, auntie, have you forgotten what we talked about at the Xianxia lake? Don't worry, the most important thing now is. At this point, Ling Yan purposely kept them in suspense and stopped talking. Qin Dongxue was secretly delighted when she heard the first half of the sentence, but Ling Yan didn't continue. What is the most important thing? She asked anxiously. Auntie, the most important thing now is to practice your culinary skills with Auntie Mei while I'm not in Xianxia City. To be honest, your cooking isn't very good. Ling Yan chuckled. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Qin Dongshua's gentle voice turned into a lion's roar. Haha. I'm not afraid because you can't catch me. Ling Yan chuckled and hung up before Qin Dongxue could say anything else. Xianxia City, Xianxia Wharf, Mansion Number 9. Qin Dongxue, who was wearing a snow-white V-neck dress, was so embarrassed that her face was red. She bit her lower lip and held onto her phone angrily for a long time. I'm so angry. Auntie Mei, I want to learn how to cook from you. Qin Dongxue was so embarrassed that she shouted out her new great goal. Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue didn't hang up for a long time after the new call. The phone rang a few times before hanging up. He had no choice but to call back. This call was from Ling Yan's form teacher, English teacher Kong Shouru. She was also very anxious. She asked Ling Yan what was going on the moment he picked up the phone. Ling Yan was still guessing the reason, so he naturally couldn't explain it to Kong Shouru. He only said that he performed normally. Something must have gone wrong for him to score a 0 in the college entrance examination. He would definitely investigate it. Kong Shouru was even more anxious than Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan, if you have a way, investigate it as soon as possible. This is a big matter, don't take it lightly. Kong Shouru knew that Ling Yan was ambitious and wild enough to not care about the college entrance examination. However, she did. She was the grade director of Qingshui First High School and one of the 4 vice principals. It would be strange if she wasn't anxious when her most outstanding student scored a 0 in the college entrance examination. Moreover, the student who scored a 0 was Ling Yan. I understand. Don't worry, I'll find out soon. Ling Yan thought to himself. Teacher Kong, you're finally anxious. Ling Yan, I booked a flight for tonight. I'll arrive in Beijing tomorrow morning. This is a very serious matter. I want to investigate it with you. All right. Ling Yan agreed without hesitation. Then, he smiled and asked, Teacher Kong, do you have a place to stay in Beijing? If not, I'll arrange it for you. Yes. No. On the other end of the phone, Kong Shouru first said yes casually, then quickly said no. Kong Shouru had parents too. Her home was in Beijing, and her family was quite well-to-do. If she wanted to come to Beijing, she could stay at her own house. However, ever since that incident 6 years ago, Kong Shouru rarely returned to Beijing. Even when she came to Beijing for work, she would stay in a hotel and return to Qingshui City directly after work. She didn't even return to her own house. That was why Kong Shouru subconsciously said yes and then immediately changed her words. Ling Yan didn't think too much about it. When he heard that Kong Shouru didn't have a place to stay in Beijing, he was secretly delighted. He smiled leisurely and said, all right, then leave everything to me. Tell me the flight number, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. Even though they were still in a teacher-student relationship, the current teacher-student relationship had undergone a qualitative change. Even if something happened between them, it would have nothing to do with the thousands of teachers and students at Qingshui High School. On the other end of the phone, Kong Shouru's fair face blushed inexplicably. She bit her rosy lower lip with her pearly white teeth and pondered for a while before finally nodding in agreement. On the other end of the phone, Ling Yan still hadn't hung up. He turned his head to the right and looked at Xianxia in the passenger seat with a questioning gaze. It was obvious that he was asking if Xianxia wanted to speak to the form teacher. Meeting Ling Yan's gaze, Xianxia shook her head decisively and waved her hands, indicating that she didn't want to speak to the form teacher for the time being. Ling Yan knew that Xianxia was still in shock and definitely hadn't thought of what to say to the form teacher. Therefore, he didn't force her and ended the call after chatting with Kong Shouru for a while. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan immediately gave Tang Meng a call and asked which hotel he was staying at. Then, he told Tang Meng that he would talk to him when he got back. Shui Mining, Zhang Ling, Zhuang Meina, and the others, as long as they were concerned about the college entrance examination and the college entrance examination results, all of them called Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun was too lazy to reply to them as he was driving. To save himself the trouble, he threw his phone back into the spatial ring. The world was finally completely peaceful. Ling Yun turned his head again and stared at Xianxia, who had a complicated expression on her face for a long time. Finally, he chuckled and said, "This is great, both of us have 0 points. We're at the same starting line again." Xianxia knew that Ling Yun was trying to comfort her. Her heart was filled with gratitude and sweetness. However, she said anxiously, "How can we be the same? I didn't have the chance to participate in the college entrance examination, but you, even though you only revised for such a short period of time, I believe that you have a 1000% chance of getting into Yanjing University. How can you have 0 points? Xianxia, didn't I say it just now? There must be someone behind this. You don't have to worry, I'll investigate this thoroughly." Ling Yun was actually very indifferent towards the matter of getting a 0 in the college entrance examination. He smiled nonchalantly and said, "Xianxia, didn't I say it just now?" At the end of his sentence, Ling Yun's tone turned cold and the cold light in his eyes disappeared in a flash. It didn't matter to Ling Yun how many points he scored in the college entrance examination. However, it was absolutely impossible for someone to plot against him behind his back. Ling Yun's reverse scale was definitely not to be trifled with. "We're almost there, Xianxia. You'll be able to see your family soon. Are you mentally prepared?" Ling Yun's courtyard house was just around the corner. However, he was still worried. Thus, along the way, he had been thinking of ways to relax Xianxia's nerves. Even though Xianxia was strong enough, her heart couldn't take any more blows. A person would collapse if they were too heartbroken. Hearing Ling Yun's question, Xianxia's eyes darkened. She clenched her fists and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, she gritted her teeth and said, "Ling Yun, you don't have to worry about me. I'm mentally prepared to face everything that's happened to my family." Ling Yun nodded silently and didn't say anything else. He just stepped on the accelerator slightly and sped up the Land Rover. In one's life, there were some things that one had to face. This kind of thing could not be replaced by anyone. In terms of difficulty, from Ling Yun's failed tribulation to his rebirth on Earth, starting from losing weight, who else had it harder than him? Who else had a more complicated and difficult experience than him? Who else was more difficult than the enemies that Ling Yun would face now and in the future? However, he had always been working hard and fighting. Whether it was the silent, boring training or the countless powerful enemies, he only had one word for it. Face. Face it bravely, in Ling Yun's dictionary, there were no words like difficult or impossible. The Land Rover arrived at the entrance of the courtyard house very quickly. Ling Yun didn't drive in but stopped the car directly. "Xianxia, come down." Ling Yun got out of the car first and said to Xianxia, who was getting more and more agitated and nervous. Ling Yun had already told her that other than Xianxia and Tianlong, there were only 10 living people left in the Qiao family. Moreover, these 10 people were half human, half ghost members of the blood clan, even though Xianxia was the little princess of the Qiao family, and had seen many things since she was young, and the education that she received was also different from ordinary people. She was still only 18 years old. She was still unable to accept the fact that she had to face such a tragic scene. "I'll go in with you, Xianxia. Don't worry, I'm here." Ling Yun did not say much else. Then, he stretched out his strong arms and wrapped them around Xianxia's willowy waist. Exerting some strength, he pulled her into his embrace. At this moment, Ling Yun was Xianxia's biggest support. He wanted to give her a sense of security. This sentence, this action, was worth thousands of words. It was better than all the vows of love in the world. It was better than any declaration of love. Xianxia didn't resist at all. She shrunk into Ling Yun's embrace. Her stiff body gradually softened. Then, she raised her head slightly and stared at Ling Yun's face with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, she said, "Ling Yun, thank you." Ling Yun smiled gently and said calmly, "Let's go." Although he said that, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. He locked his arms around Xianxia's waist and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no one around, his figure flashed and they arrived at the entrance of the basement in the courtyard house. Xianxia could only hear the sound of the wind. She couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she realized that there was a white fog in front of her. She couldn't see anything at all. This was the effect of the armillary sphere maze formation. They're inside. I'll bring you in. Ling Yin smiled. He held Xianxia's hand and walked into the white fog. Very quickly, they passed through the armillary sphere maze formation and arrived at the basement. It wasn't even midnight yet. It was the best time for the Blood Clan to be active. Chao Tianlong was in the basement talking to his grandfather and father. He told Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng all the good news that Ling Yin had told him during the day. The Chao family was pleasantly surprised and excited. Especially the news about Ling Yin killing hundreds of ancient martial arts masters, Japanese ninjas, and more than 10 Blood Clan members in the Qin family's southern suburbs mansion. Everyone in the Chao family was excited. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and the rest couldn't help but cheer when they heard Chao Tianlong say that Ling Yin had captured the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Haijin, and finally killed him. Ling Yin was so powerful and valiant. The Chao family naturally had hope. Who is it? Chao Tianlong was extremely vigilant. As soon as the two of them entered, he immediately asked in a low voice. At the same time, he flew out. Sister. Big brother. Chao Tianlong rushed out of the small room in the basement and saw Chao Xianxian in Ling Yan's arms. Chao Xianxian also broke free from Ling Yan's embrace and rushed over to Chao Tianlong's arms. The brother and sister were reunited after experiencing the greatest calamity in their lives. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. Their shoulders shook violently as they sobbed uncontrollably. It wasn't just Chao Xianxian. During this period of time, Chao Tianlong was just as anxious. If Ling Yin couldn't save Chao Xianxian, he would be the only normal person in the Chao family. He had to take care of 10 people alone and feed them fresh blood every night. One could imagine the pressure Chao Tianlong was under. Cry, cry, cry. You'll feel much better after crying. Ling Yin watched the scene silently. He didn't try to stop them. Instead, he looked at the crying siblings with a pitiful gaze and cursed the Qin family in his heart. At the same time, he didn't stay idle. Once he entered the armillary sphere maze formation, he immediately used his divine sense to lock onto the entire basement. The effect of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone was definitely not just for show. Ling Yin could see that the 10 people from the Chao family were in a completely different state from when he first rescued them. They were in a surprisingly good state. For the Blood Clan, they were immortal. Their bodies didn't need to be mentioned for the time being. The state they were in was mainly referring to their mental state. Every member of the Chao family was extremely clear-headed. Although their eyes were inevitably dark red, they had regained their vigor and were no longer as muddle-headed as before. It's Xianxian? Is Xianxian back? In the storeroom that Chao Tianlong had rushed out from, a worried and anxious female voice rang out. It was Chao Xianxian's mother. Mommy? Hearing her mother's anxious voice, Chao Xianxian immediately raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked around in a daze and cried out. It's really Xianxian. Xianxian has been rescued. Xianxian is back. Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng's voices sounded almost at the same time. At the same time, the two of them flew out of the door. Other than the night they were rescued, Ling Yin hadn't hit their acupuncture points again. However, in order to ensure Chao Tianlong's safety, he still used the golden black devilish silkworm rope to tie them up. However, the rope didn't affect the movement of these two Xiantian realm masters. Other than their arms being tied up, they were able to move freely. Grandpa. Daddy. Chao Xianxian was about to rush into the house when she saw 2 figures flash past her. She took a closer look and immediately screamed in pain. To be continued. Xianxian, Chao Juanxiong, with a head of messy white hair and a face full of wrinkles, had a pair of dark red eyes that revealed endless sorrow. After confirming that Chao Xianxian was safe and sound, he called out Chao Xianxian's name again in a hoarse voice. Thank God, Xianxian, my precious daughter, you are finally out of danger. Both of Chao Xingcheng's arms were tied up, and he stared with a pair of dark red eyes. His tall and cold body trembled violently, and his lips trembled. He tried his best to take 2 steps forward, and instinctively wanted to give Chao Xianxian a fatherly hug. However, he suddenly remembered his own situation, and stopped in his tracks. He choked and said, "Daddy." Chao Xianxian could no longer control herself. She rushed forward crazily and threw herself into Chao Xingcheng's arms, crying out loud, "My dear daughter, it's good that you are back, it's good that you are safe. Don't cry, don't cry." Chao Xingcheng was also a tough guy, but at this moment, no one could describe the emotions in his heart. Even though he was trying to persuade his daughter not to cry, his eyes were already filled with hot tears. In the entire Chao family, the person who doted on Chao Xianxian the most was her father, Chao Xingcheng. Since young, Chao Xianxian did not like living in Beijing. She wanted to live in Jiangnan. It was because of her father, Chao Xingcheng, that she was allowed to study and live in Qingshui City in Jiangnan province. "Grandpa!" Chao Xianxian cried in Chao Xingcheng's arms for a while. Then, she twisted her body and threw herself into Chao Juanxiong's arms, crying out loud again, "My dear granddaughter, it's a good thing that Ling Yun was able to save you. Don't cry, it might hurt your vitality." Chao Juanxiong's face was also full of tears. In his heart, he was worried that Chao Xianxian's emotions were too unstable and that her vitality would be greatly damaged. His arms were tied up, so he could only comfort her. "Daughter, my daughter, you made me so worried. I thought I would never see you again in this life." Chao Xianxian's mother, Lu Chongfeng, also rushed out of the basement. "Mommy!" Chao Xianxian finally saw her mother. She threw herself into Lu Chongfeng's arms, and the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, "Xianxian! Xianxian is back!" In the blink of an eye, the other members of the Chao family rushed out of their rooms one after another and exclaimed in excitement. The whole basement was filled with the sound of crying. At this point, the entire Chao family was finally able to reunite after experiencing the calamity of almost being exterminated. The entire scene was extremely miserable, filled with endless pain and sorrow. Even Ling Yun, who had a heart of steel, could not help but sigh. After a long time, the sobbing in the basement gradually became softer. Finally, only the sobbing of Chao Xianxian, her daughter, and the other 3 female members of the Chao family could be heard. Chao Xianxian had just met up with her family. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep them in the basement. He sent a telepathic message to Chao Tianlong before exiting the basement and arriving at the courtyard house. He released his divine sense and carefully checked the surroundings of the courtyard house. Everything was normal. Ling Yun nodded slightly and returned to the entrance of the basement. He released a gust of wind from his palm and directly broke the armillary sphere maze formation. The white fog in front of him dissipated. "Grandpa Chao, Uncle Chao, I'm really sorry for making you stay in this small basement for the past few days," Ling Yun said apologetically to Chao Xingcheng and Chao Juanxiong as he stood at the entrance of the basement and looked at the group of people from the Chao family huddled together in the narrow tunnel. Qin Jianjia was dead, Qin Jianwei was captured alive by Ling Yun, and more than 200 Blood Clan servants sent by Grand Duke Dracula were all killed by Ling Yun, except for Marquis Edward, who received the embrace. Needless to say, the Qin family would be in complete chaos if they knew about the situation. At least tonight, the Qin family would definitely not care about Ling Yun. On the Chao family's side, the 10 people who received the embrace from Qin Jianwei had completely broken free from the control of the evil eye with the help of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. They were all extremely clear-headed. It wasn't easy for the Chao family to reunite, and Ling Yun had to give them a normal environment to talk in. Ling Yun's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Chao family. He was now the benefactor of the Chao family. Seeing that Ling Yun was so thoughtful, Chao Tianlong looked at Ling Yun gratefully before turning to look at his grandfather and father. "All right, let's talk outside." Chao Juanxiong agreed immediately. The 10 people from the Chao family might have received the embrace, but they still had their humanity and longed for a normal life in their hearts. They were bored out of their wits after holding it in for so long. Therefore, Old Master Chao was very straightforward. Ling Yun didn't say much. His figure flashed, and he quietly moved to the side. He watched as the members of the Chow family filed out of the basement and into the courtyard of the courtyard house. Xianxia, don't be too sad. Business is more important. When Xianxia walked past Ling Yun, she looked at him gratefully with her swollen eyes. Ling Yun gave her a look of "I'm here for everything" and sent a telepathic message at the same time. The lights in the courtyard weren't switched on at all. There was only weak light coming from the tall buildings nearby. This kind of light didn't affect the Chow family at all. Grandpa Chow, Uncle Chow, I still have something to say. Let's all go into the living room and rest for a while before we continue. Ling Yun thought it through and spoke respectfully to Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingcheng once again. Then, he secretly gave Chow Tianlong a look. It could be said that the lives of the entire Chow family were saved by Ling Yun alone. Such a huge favor couldn't be brushed off with words like "a drop of water shall be returned with a spring of water." Therefore, Chow Juanxiong didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Yun on this matter. He directly invited the Chow family into the north house. Only Chow Tianlong stayed outside temporarily. Ling Yun, what's the matter? Chow Tianlong asked Ling Yun. Xianxia is safe and sound. Everything is fine. She's much stronger than we thought. You don't have to worry too much. Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Chow Tianlong to reassure him. Then, Ling Yun continued, now that Xianxia is back, the most stressful and difficult days are over. I see that your family is recovering well. When you go in later, tell them to freshen up. I'll keep an eye on the door. Come out and call me when they're done. Even though the Chow family had encountered a great calamity, they were still one of the top families in Huaxia. What they cared about the most was their reputation. Ling Yan said to Chow Juanxiong and his son to freshen up. In fact, he meant to give them enough time to freshen up. However, he couldn't say that in front of everyone. Oh right, let me tell you something. When I rescued Xianxia tonight, I killed Xianxia from the Qin family and captured Jianwei alive. You can tell them about this when you go in later. Right now, for the Chow clan, the most important thing was to boost their morale and restore their confidence. This was of utmost importance. What? Killed Jianjia. And captured Jianwei alive. Chow Tianlong was stunned. Xianxia knows everything. You can go in and ask her about the details. I'll be going out first. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Chow Tianlong. With that, Ling Yan flew out of the courtyard house and handed it over to the Chow family. The courtyard house of the Ling family was located in the northwest corner of Beijing, close to the Fifth Ring Road. It was surrounded by Baiwang Mountain, Xiangshan Mountain, Xishan Mountain, and the Beijing Botanical Garden. The mountains were undulating, and the trees were lush. The environment was indescribably good. After exiting the courtyard, Ling Yan circled around the courtyard house twice to observe the surroundings. Then, he found a secluded place to give Tang Meng a call. The content of the call was simple. He asked Tang Meng to wait for him in the hotel. He would go over no matter how late it was. Tang Meng hadn't seen Ling Yan since he came to Beijing. Now that he knew that Ling Yan's college entrance examination results were sabotaged, he was furious. Of course, he would wait for Ling Yan. Ling Yan told Tang Meng to calm down and said that he was going over to discuss this matter. Then, he hung up. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan found a bench and sat down. He looked at the top of the mountain not far away and fell into deep thought. His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. Troublesome, so damn troublesome, Ling Yan sighed in his heart after thinking for a long time. He just couldn't stop worrying. The fact that he scored 0 in the college entrance examination made Ling Yan really unhappy. Even though he tried his best to hide the fact that he was a cultivator in the city, that was because he didn't want to use something as shocking as cultivation to gain the limelight. The main reason was that his realm wasn't high enough, and he was still at the stage of self-preservation. That was to be expected. After all, Earth was too mysterious. However, Ling Yun didn't care about a mere college entrance examination. In his heart, he had studied so hard for more than half a month because he wanted to compete with the many geniuses in Huaxia. To put it bluntly, Ling Yan's goal for the college entrance examination was to score full marks, and it was to score full marks in every subject, unless it was a language essay, that would depend on the marking teacher. He couldn't do anything about it. Who would have thought that he would be tricked in the sacred college entrance examination in the eyes of countless ordinary families in Huaxia? Big Brother Yun felt like he had swallowed a fly when he thought about it. Don't let me find out if you're so capable. Just wait for your death if I find out. In the darkness, Ling Yan's eyebrows arched. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. However, the most important thing now is to think of a way to save the 10 people from the Chao family. After thinking quietly for a while, Ling Yan muttered to himself again. Capturing Chen Jianwei alive was to save the Chao family. Just now, Ling Yan's heart broke when he saw the pain in Chao Shanshan's eyes as she looked at her own kin. Chao Tianlong came out half an hour later to find Ling Yan. Ling Yan, my grandpa invites you in. Nothing unexpected happened, right? Ling Yan smiled and stood up from the bench. His handsome face was full of calmness, naturally displaying a strong sense of confidence. The Chen family was in complete chaos, and the Chao family began to be safe. The 10 people of the Chao family who had their hands and feet tied up finally had a chance to breathe. They could walk out of the safe but suffocating basement, and they were able to move freely. However, this was the first time, and Ling Yun was still worried. He didn't go far and didn't conceal his aura. That was why Chao Tianlong was able to locate him the moment he came out. Chao Tianlong understood what Ling Yun meant. He smiled gratefully at Ling Yun. It's alright, I've already let them drink fresh blood before you came back. Chao Tianlong's masculine face looked a little unnatural when he talked about his family drinking fresh blood. After all, the 10 people in the courtyard were his closest relatives, including his grandfather and biological parents. Chao Tianlong had to personally take care of his relatives, drink the fresh blood of animals, and take care of their daily necessities. He also had to be on guard against any one of them. If they couldn't resist attacking him, he had to tie them up carefully with ropes before he went to sleep. This in itself was a kind of inhuman torture, a kind of heart-wrenching torture, the greatest pain in the world. However, Chao Tianlong was a real man. He endured it. It wasn't easy. Bear with it, it'll be over soon. There was no need for words between real hot-blooded men. Ling Yun knew what Chao Tianlong was thinking just by looking at his expression. He walked in front of Chao Tianlong and patted him on the shoulder naturally. Ling Yun had been fighting for the past few days since he returned to Beijing. He experienced life and death battles every day. Moreover, he had to plan every step carefully until he succeeded in rescuing Chao Shanshan. While Ling Yun was fighting, Chao Tianlong, who had been quietly staying in the small basement, was also fighting another battle. A battle of the soul, a baptism of the soul. When Ling Yan's big hand landed on Chao Tianlong's shoulder, Chao Tianlong couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He pursed his lips tightly, wrinkled his nose, and took a deep breath to force back the hot tears that were about to spill out of his eyes. You're the one who didn't have it easy. I can't even imagine how you did it alone. Was Chao Tianlong shocked? Absolutely, going to Qingshui City to look for Ling Yun was just Chao Tianlong's attitude. To be honest, he was just trying his luck. In other words, Ling Yun was the only support he could think of when his family was destroyed and he was isolated and helpless. At the very least, having someone to help him out and listen to his complaints in times of crisis was good enough for Chao Tianlong to hold on. Against the Chen family? Against the Blood Clan? Save the Chao family. Even if the entire Dragon team or Heavenly team were to take action, it would still be possible. Chao Tianlong and Ling Yun alone would be a joke. What Chao Tianlong didn't expect was that when he begged for a drop of water, Ling Yun would give him an ocean. When he begged for a blade of grass, Ling Yun would give him a vast grassland. In just a few days, in the face of difficulties and pressure that ordinary people couldn't bear, in the face of many powerful enemies, he single-handedly saved the entire Chao family. Such kindness was indeed not something that could be repaid with just a few words or words of "I can't return the favor" or something like that. Therefore, be it Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, or even Chao Tianlong, they all felt embarrassed to thank Ling Yun again. The most crucial point was that Ling Yun had done so much for the Chao family, and he hadn't asked for a single thing from the Chao family. Really, just because of my sister Shanshan? In the past few days, Chao Tianlong had been asking himself this question countless times as he received news of Ling Yun's victory. Back then, Chao Shanshan had praised Ling Yun like a flower on the phone. Chao Tianlong had even teased his own sister. He was also a person that the Chao family had focused on grooming. He had his own strengths and knew that he wasn't weaker than others. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't believe that a classmate of his sister's could be stronger than him. However, after he met Ling Yun for real, Chao Tianlong understood that comparing him to Ling Yun was like comparing a candle to the sun. The distance between the clouds and the mud was like the distance between heaven and earth. The two of them were worlds apart. To put it simply, they couldn't be compared at all. Ling Yun gave Chao Tianlong a sincere smile again. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly as he said seriously, "Some things will definitely have good results as long as you work hard. At the very least, things will develop in a good direction, let's go." With that, Ling Yun didn't say anything else. He took big strides and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard house. Chao Tianlong was stunned for a moment as he recalled Ling Yun's words. As long as you work hard. After being stunned for a moment, Chao Tianlong's eyebrows arched as he nodded heavily. His eyes became incomparably determined as he caught up with Ling Yun in a flash. Ling Yun was shocked by the scene in front of him as he entered the courtyard side by side with Chao Tianlong. The 11 members of the Chao family, including Chao Xianxia, were all standing quietly in the courtyard. Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchang were in front, while the other 9 were dressed neatly and stood in a straight line. It seemed like they had been standing in the courtyard for a long time. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were soldiers participating in a military parade on National Day. They were all waiting for Ling Yun to enter. What's going on? Why are they so serious? Ling Yun couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ling Yun was shocked and couldn't help but look at Chao Xianxia, hoping to find some clues from her face. However, he didn't expect to see Chao Xianxia's beautiful and joyful gaze. "Chao Tianlong, come here." Before Ling Yun could react, Chao Juanxiong had already asked Chao Tianlong to go over. Chao Tianlong already knew what Grandpa Tang was going to do. In a flash, he arrived beside his grandfather and father and stood solemnly with his hands in front of his chest. "Grandfather, let's talk in the house." "What are you doing?" Ling Yun's expression was as if he was looking at a western scenery. It was as if Granny Lu had entered the Grand View garden and seen something strange. He was a little confused. "Kneel." Chao Juanxiong didn't reply. His expression was solemn as his eyes and expression carried an indescribable emotion and gratitude. He shouted loudly, "Kneel." Swoosh 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 swoosh, without exception, all 12 members of the Chao family knelt on the ground. They all fell to their knees in front of Ling Yun. Sigh. Ling Yun panicked when he saw his grandfather's sudden action. He hurriedly used the dragonfish phantom ability and floated 18 meters away from his original position to the high wall of the courtyard house. At the same time, Ling Yun exclaimed in shock, "Grandfather, what are you doing? I can't take this." Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchang, Lu Qiongfeng, Chao Tianlong, Chao Xianxia. The 12 members of the Chao family all knelt on the ground. How could Ling Yun take this? Chao Juanxiong's eyes were like torches. He was the only one who barely caught Ling Yun's figure. He knew that the Chao family was too slow. Ling Yun had already reached the wall before their knees even touched the ground. They only knelt in front of Ling Yun's afterimage. Grandfather Chao panicked. "Ling Yun, no matter what, you have to accept this kowtow from everyone in the Chao family. You have done us a great favor this time." Grandfather Chao Juanxiong knelt on the ground and twisted his neck to look at Ling Yun, who was hiding far away. His pale face was flushed as he spoke incoherently. Other than kneeling, what else could he do? Grandfather Chao really didn't have a choice. Ling Yun was a hot-blooded man. To be honest, whether it was in the cultivation world or this world, he had never experienced such a situation. In an instant, he had gone from being an iron-willed and unparalleled man to being even more bashful than a shy wife. This was too much, too much. Grandfather Chao had really crossed the line. "Old master, get up, get everyone up. I, Ling Yun, can't accept your kneeling. This is too much for me." Ling Yun was flustered. He hid in the corner and waved his hands at Grandfather Chao Juanxiong. How could Ling Yun not be anxious? Among the 12 people, there was Chao Xianxia, who he had just rescued, as well as Chao Xianxia's grandfather, parents, and brother. This problem was too serious. Unfortunately, Ling Yan's words were useless. Chao Juanxiong was at the front. If he didn't get up, who in the Chao family would get up? Moreover, everyone in the Chao family knew that it was Ling Yun who single-handedly saved their entire Chao family. They were more than willing to thank Ling Yun. There was no need for Grandpa Xing to say anything. Ling Yun didn't accept it, and everyone in the Chao family didn't get up. The atmosphere in the courtyard became incomparably strange. Ling Yun, now is not the time to think about seniority, nor is it the time to discuss other ethical concepts. Now is the time for the Chao family to express our gratitude to you. Thank you for saving our lives. If you don't accept it, we won't be able to rest easy. Grandfather Chao was still kneeling there, getting more and more agitated as he spoke. This was the truth. This, even if Chao Juanxiong tried to persuade him, Ling Yun still wouldn't accept it. He almost couldn't resist jumping over the wall and running away. After thinking for a long time, Ling Yun said helplessly, "Grandfather, I appreciate your kindness. Saving you was my duty. Moreover, it was just a small effort. It's not as troublesome as you think. We still have many important things to discuss. Even if you want to thank me, there's no rush, right?" As he spoke, Ling Yun shot a look at Chao Shanshan, who was quietly kneeling on the ground, her beautiful eyes staring at Ling Yun without blinking. His meaning was obvious. He wanted Chao Shanshan to persuade her grandfather to stop messing around. To be continued. Ling Yun had always been a greedy person. Since he had saved the Chao family, he would naturally take all the benefits he deserved. He would also take all the advantages he deserved. Not a single cent less, even though Ling Yun said it in a dignified manner, like it was nothing much and he didn't care about it. Ling Yun would still take what he wanted, but he didn't want the Chao family to kowtow to him. There was no practical meaning to that. Ling Yun only wanted practical benefits. Moreover, now wasn't the time. However, the knees of the 12 members of the Chao family seemed to be nailed to the ground. No matter what Ling Yun said, they wouldn't get up. Ling Yun had no choice but to ask Chao Shanshan for help. However, when Ling Yun saw Chao Shanshan's bold, passionate, and affectionate response, he completely gave up on the idea of asking Chao Shanshan for help. "Grandpa Chao, if you think that accepting this bow from the Chao family is enough to repay me for saving your lives, then I'll accept it immediately." Ling Yun said to Old Master Chao Juanxiong in a serious tone, "Grandpa Chao, if you think that this bow from the Chao family is enough to repay me for saving your lives, then I'll accept it immediately." It could be said that Ling Yun's words were extremely valiant. In the ears of ordinary people, they would think that Ling Yun was arrogant. That was because the meaning behind his words was that he was clearly asking for benefits from the Chao family. However, what kind of person was Ling Yun? How incisive were his words? Moreover, Chao Juanxiong wasn't an ordinary person. He was the head of the Chao family. He immediately understood the meaning behind Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun had saved the entire Chao family. Under the circumstances where Chao Juanxiong had no way to repay him, he could only lead the entire family to kowtow to Ling Yun. It was nothing more than an expression of gratitude and peace of mind. Ling Yun refused to accept it. Both parties were at a stalemate. Under such circumstances, Ling Yun gave Chao Juanxiong a choice. The real meaning behind Ling Yun's words was that he could accept the kowtow of the Chao family. However, as long as he accepted it, it would mean that he had repaid the favor. From now on, both parties would not owe each other anything. Ling Yun wouldn't accept any benefits from the Chao family. Another unspoken message was that he could accept any benefits the Chao family offered him, but not kowtowing to them. Ling Yun would not accept it. In Ling Yun's heart, a man's knees were gold. He placed great importance on kneeling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only kneeled to his grandfather, Ling Lai, when he was acknowledging his ancestors. Would Ling Yun really care about the benefits the Chao family gave him now? What a joke. This, although Old Master Chao Juanxiong had been in the embrace for almost 3 months, he wasn't stupid after he regained consciousness. Ling Yun was using such an arrogant statement to give Old Master Chao Juanxiong a way out. Ling Yun was definitely a master of acting tough. With just a simple sentence, Old Master Chao had no choice but to stand up. "Grandpa Chao, I understand how you feel. I'll still say the same thing. I appreciate your kind intentions. Now, we have a lot of things to do. Bring everyone up. Look, most of you are my seniors, yet you are all kneeling there. How can I feel at ease? Seeing that his trump card had finally worked, Ling Yan struck while the iron was hot and comforted him. Whoosh! As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, Chao Juanxiong stood up and turned to the rest of the Chao family. All of you, get up. Chao Xingchong stood up as well. He looked at Ling Yan with a tinge of admiration and praise. He was very satisfied with Ling Yan's performance. Even though Ling Yan accepted the Chao family's kneeling as a matter of course, it wasn't appropriate for his father-in-law and mother-in-law to kneel to his future son-in-law. Fortunately, Ling Yan didn't accept it. Otherwise, how could Chao Xingchong and Lu Qiongfang raise their heads in front of Ling Yan in the future? As for the marriage between Chao Shanshan and Ling Yan, it was as clear as day. Even if Chao Shanshan did not agree to it, the Chao family would still force Chao Shanshan into Ling Yan's bed, not to mention that Chao Shanshan was willing to do so. Even if Chao Shanshan did not agree to it, the Chao family would still force Chao Shanshan into Ling Yan's bed. This child is so sensible. Lu Qiongfang stood up with the help of Chao Shanshan. She glanced at Ling Yan, who was still hiding in the corner, and was full of praise for him. Mother, are you satisfied now? Chao Shanshan's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yan in the dark. She didn't even blink as if she was afraid that Ling Yan would fly away. If not for the fact that the whole family was here, Chao Shanshan would have rushed into Ling Yan's arms. Yes, my precious daughter didn't choose the wrong person. If not for the current state of the Chao family, we would have arranged the marriage between the two of you. No matter when or where, mother-in-law would always be the most valiant. This saying was not an exaggeration. Lu Qiongfang didn't purposely lower her voice. She even purposely said it for Ling Yan and everyone present to hear. Naturally, everyone heard it. When the Chao family heard it, they couldn't help but laugh and nod their heads subconsciously. After the Chao family had gone through so many hardships, the whole family was reunited. Even though everyone's hearts were still shrouded in sadness, the dead were gone. The living still had to look forward. Mother, what are you talking about? Chao Shanshan was extremely embarrassed. She was as beautiful as a begonia after the rain. Why, you don't want to marry? Lu Qiongfang seemed to be especially happy. She purposely looked at Chao Shanshan and teased her daughter. No. Chao Shanshan's face turned even redder as she explained anxiously. I'm afraid that even if you don't want to marry now, it's not up to you. Lu Qiongfang said with a smile. Ling Yun naturally heard the mother-daughter duo joking around with Ling Yun. At this time, everyone in the Chao family had already stood up. He didn't need to say anything. In a flash, he flew back from the wall and stood beside Chao Tianlong. Bowing to Chao Juanxiong, Ling Yan smiled and suggested, Grandpa Chao, let's not stay in the courtyard. Let's talk inside the house? Chao Juanxiong stared at Ling Yan with a pair of dark red eyes. After staring at him for a long time, he finally said, all right. Then, Chao Juanxiong turned around and instructed, Xingcheng, Tianlong, both of you follow me into the house. The rest of you can go to the basement first, yes. Everyone in the Chao family knew that the next 3 heads of the Chao family were going to discuss important matters with Ling Yun. They didn't stay any longer and went to the basement. Grandpa, I want to listen too. Of course, Chao Shanshan couldn't go to the basement. All right, Grandpa is old and muddle-headed. I forgot about you, little girl. Chao Shanshan was the apple of the Chao family's eye. Grandpa Chao was especially fond of her. She had just been rescued by Ling Yun, so Chao Juanxiong was extremely obedient towards her. Moreover, there was no point in asking Chao Shanshan to leave. Her relationship with Ling Yun was obvious. Since Chao Shanshan stayed, Lu Qiongfang naturally wouldn't go to the basement. Therefore, Ling Yun and the 5 members of the Chao family returned to the living room. The 6 of them took their seats and began discussing the important matters at hand. Ling Yun didn't waste any time. He swept his gaze across everyone and went straight to the point. Grandpa Chao, I thought about it outside just now. The most important thing now is to cure all of you. That was indeed the most important thing. Everyone in the Chao family had been saved, but other than Chao Tianlong and Chao Shanshan, the others couldn't see the light of day at all. how could that do? Cure all of us? Ling Yun, why you really have a way? When Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and Lu Qiongfeng heard that Ling Yun was going to cure them and turn them back into normal people, they were all extremely excited and asked at the same time. Hearing the trembling voices of the three, Ling Yun knew that the time to test him, the immortal doctor, had finally arrived. I believe Xianxia must have told you that Qin Jianwei has been captured alive by me. He should have been brought back and locked up in a very secret place. Ling Yun said calmly as he looked around. He's the one who gave you the embrace. As long as we capture him and use his blood, I can try to develop some medicine and see if it works. Paul and Chester had said that there were only 2 ways to turn a blood clan member back into a normal person after the embrace. The first way was to kill the first-generation blood clan member who gave the embrace to Qin Jianwei. The second way was to use Qin Jianwei's blood to develop a formula to remove the blood clan poison from the Chao family's blood. The first method was simply a fantasy to Ling Yun. Even if Ling Yun had the ability to kill Qin Jianwei's first-generation blood clan, he would still have to know who he was and where he was. This was harder than ascending to the heavens, so he could just give up on it. That was why Ling Yun spared Qin Jianwei's life from the start. He was waiting for this day. However, even though Ling Yun was an immortal doctor, turning the blood clan back into a human was a difficult task for him. It was a brand new field, that mysterious formula wasn't something that could be concocted just because he wanted to. He had to go through countless experiments and incomparably complicated attempts before he could succeed in his research. It was just a possibility, that was why Ling Yun didn't make any promises for the first time. He could only try his best. Ling Yun, are you really confident? Chao Shanshan asked anxiously. Everyone present was Chao Shanshan's family. How could she not be anxious when she saw her grandfather and parents in a state worse than death after the embrace? Shanshan, don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I will try my best to save Grandpa Chao and Uncle Chao from this state. Ling Yun said firmly. He couldn't bear to see Chao Shanshan so anxious. However, concocting the medicine can't be rushed. It can only be done slowly. Chao Juanxiong finally spoke. Chao Juanxiong finally opened his mouth. Ling Yun, don't worry. It's already a blessing from God that so many of our Chao family are still alive after such a huge incident. As long as Tianlong and Shanshan are fine, I'll be satisfied to see them avenge our Chao family in the future. After saying that, Chao Juanxiong glanced at Chao Xingcheng and Lu Qiongfeng. As for whether we're humans or ghosts, that's not important. Grandpa. Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong couldn't help but cry out in pain when they heard Chao Juanxiong's words. Old Master Chao Juanxiong's eyes were filled with love as he looked at his grandchildren. His dark red eyes were filled with sorrow and remorse. He waved his hand and said regretfully, Grandpa knows that the reason why our Chao family suffered such a calamity this time is because Grandpa led us to the wrong path and deviated from the direction of our family's development. After so many days, Grandpa has thought it through. For a family, especially one like ours, a top secular family in Xianxia, the strength of the core members of the family is the most important factor for stability and long-term development. Relying on power, indulging in all kinds of worldly affairs, and fighting for power may seem impressive, but we won't even have a chance to fight back once we're targeted by our enemies. It will directly lead to the destruction of the entire family. Because power is controlled by people. Once people die, no matter how much power we have, it will immediately be taken away by others. Everything will no longer belong to us. No matter how prosperous the society is, no matter how the world progresses, strength reigns supreme. This is the fundamental principle that has never changed. Power, money, and all kinds of resources are just accessories to strength. Once you have the strength, everything else will follow naturally. Ling Yun nodded his head as he listened. It wasn't too late to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. Ling Yun was a person who valued strength above all else. Naturally, he understood this principle better than anyone else. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the only thing he pursued was strength. He wanted to raise his realm and ensure that he was as strong as possible. Of course, Ling Yun knew that even though Grandpa Chao Juanxiong said so now, it didn't mean that he had just understood this principle. This principle was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Even a primary school student would understand it. The problem was the degree of importance. People live in hardship and die in peace. In the past 20 years, Old Master Chow had been obsessed with politics and all kinds of power struggles. However, he had neglected the most fundamental problem. It had to be said that the Chow family's demise today was directly related to Chow Juanxiong's thinking. If Qin Jianwei returned to Huaxia, even if there was a Xiantian realm level 7 master among the core members of the Chow family, it would be difficult for Qin Jianwei to succeed. Strength is king. Chow Juanxiong clenched his fists tightly. Tianlong, Xianxia, the two of you are now the last two normal people in the direct line of descent of the Chow family. Grandfather has a request for you today. No, this is not a request. This is a mission that you must complete. From today onwards, the two of you have to focus on ancient martial arts and pursue the strongest martial arts. At the very least, you have to reach Xiantian realm level 7. You too, answer me now. Do you have the confidence? Old Master Chow Juanxiong said what he wanted to say in one breath, then looked at his grandchildren expectantly, waiting for their answer. Chow Tianlong's body trembled, and Chow Xianxian's delicate body trembled. The siblings clenched their fists at the same time and looked at each other. Both of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they nodded their heads. Then, they stood up at the same time and walked to an empty space at the side, kneeling down in front of Chow Juanxiong. Don't worry, grandfather. Even if we have to go through untold hardships, we will definitely not let you down. Phew. Chow Juanxiong let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he said kindly, good children, get up. Without waiting for Chow Xianxian and Chow Tianlong to return to their seats, Chow Juanxiong finally turned his head and smiled at Ling Yun, who was sitting at the side like an old monk in meditation. Even though Ling Yun didn't lift his eyelids, his divine sense covered the entire area. Chow Juanxiong's every move fell into his eyes. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat when he felt the craftiness of an old fox in the old man's eyes. Tianlong, Xianxian, Grandpa is very happy that the two of you have such ambitions. However, for a large family like us, the most difficult thing to learn ancient martial arts isn't the problem of ourselves, but the difficulty of finding a good teacher. However, fortunately, we have an unparalleled master here. Tianlong, Xianxian, why don't you immediately acknowledge him as your master? Of course, Chow Tianlong instantly understood Chow Juanxiong's meaning. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He first looked at Ling Yun, then immediately turned his head to look at his sister, Chow Xianxian. Chow Xianxian's beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yun as she giggled and looked at Ling Yun. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple, Chow Xianxian, hee. As she spoke, Chow Xianxian was the first to kneel down in front of Ling Yun without any hesitation. After a moment of shock, Chow Tianlong naturally knelt down with a frown. Ling Yun was completely speechless. It was too late to get up, so he hurriedly raised his hand in the air and sent out a gentle palm wind towards Chow Xianxian and Chow Tianlong. Naturally, Chow Xianxian and Chow Tianlong could no longer kneel down. The two of them were directly pulled up by Ling Yun's palm wind. This scene caused Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingchong, who were watching from the side, to be utterly shocked. True Qi left the body. Moreover, the control was incomparably exquisite. It was as if he was controlling his own arm. What kind of realm was this? Ling Yun was forced into a corner by Grandpa Chow Juanxiong, but he had nothing to say. He could only glare at Chow Xianxian before smiling bitterly at Grandpa Chow Juanxiong. Grandpa Chow, I will definitely help Tianlong and Xianxian in terms of martial arts. As for the apprenticeship, between us, there is really no need. Grandpa Chow Juanxiong smiled bitterly. One was the woman he had just risked his life to save, and the other was his brother-in-law. If he really became Ling Yun's disciple, that would be a huge joke. All right. Then this old man won't force you. You won't force me, right? Old Master Chow Juanxiong asked Ling Yun with a smile. There was a hint of pride in his crafty eyes. Grandpa Chow, what are you saying? I won't force you, not at all, old fox, definitely an old fox. Ling Yun thought to himself, Chow Juanxiong might not be good at fighting, but his decades of political games and power struggles were not for nothing. With just a few words, he managed to gain a huge advantage from Ling Yun. Now, all 12 members of the Chao family knew that Chao Xianxia would become Ling Yun's woman sooner or later. Even an idiot would understand this. However, Old Master Chao Juanxiong did not stop there. He was also pursuing the greatest benefits. Up until now, they had not even talked about many important matters, but Old Master Chao had already tied Ling Yun to the Chao family. It's good that you won't force me. Then, I'll continue to talk about other matters. Seeing that Ling Yun had agreed so readily, Chao Juanxiong was so happy that his white beard twitched. He continued, Ling Yun, now that things have come to this, there's no need for us to hide anything from you. Chao Juanxiong understood this better than anyone else. The first thing he gave to Ling Yun was trust. A trust that he could trust from the bottom of his heart. Of course, if he did not even have this, Ling Yun would not have bothered with the Chao family. To tell you the truth, the Chao family, as well as the top families of Huaxia, know about the existence of the blood clan. Ling Yun thought about it. When Cui Lao first heard about the blood clan, he did not show any expression of disbelief or shock. He was only stunned for a moment before accepting it. Also, when Ling Yun rushed to the Ling family with Pierce and Joyce to rescue Chao Xianxia, the Ling family did not show much surprise or shock at the 4 members of the blood clan. These 2 things proved one fact. That was, the top families of Huaxia had long known about the existence of the blood clan in this world. Of course, if they did not even know about this, they would not be considered the top families of Huaxia. Chao Juanxiong knew that Ling Yun had already killed 100 people at the hands of the blood clan. Therefore, he only mentioned it briefly and did not explain too much. Xianxia did not know about it in the past, but Tianlong has known about the blood clan since he was young. As for me and Xianxia's father, we have a deeper understanding of the blood clan. Chao Tianlong had been groomed to be the successor of the Chao family since he was young. Naturally, he knew about this. Therefore, when he returned home from the military, he immediately knew that his family was under the control of the blood clan. That was why he made the decision to look for Ling Yun in Xingshui City. Although it seemed like a desperate attempt, it was the right decision. Really, no one would have thought that the Chen family would use such a method to deal with the Chao family. Even I can't figure out how the Chen family could be so arrogant as to openly bring in a Western power to participate in the game between the higher-ups of Huaxia. At this point, Chao Juanxiong looked at Ling Yun again and asked casually, Ling Yun, the situation outside should be calm now, right? Ling Yun smiled faintly and replied, Old Master is right. Beijing is calm, and the weather is good. However, the Chen family should be an exception. Of course, the Chen family was an exception. In just a few days, everyone from the Chao family had been rescued, and they had lost more than 100 ancient martial arts experts. They had made an enemy out of the Ling family. Chen Haizhen was killed, Chen Xianxia was killed, and Chen Jianwei was captured alive. Chao Juanxiong nodded. His eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, covering the sky with one hand. It seems like the background of the Chen family is not small. Ling Yun had been fighting with the Chen family all this time. Therefore, he nodded and smiled. Grandpa Chao is right. The older, the wiser. Ling Yun had made the right move by rescuing everyone from the Chao family. No matter how weak the Chao family was now, Chao Juanxiong was still around. As long as he was awake, there were too many ways in which he could help Ling Yun in Beijing and even in Huaxia. This way, Ling Yun didn't have to think about many things. He only needed to charge and break through enemy lines. That was his strength. Old Master, what do you think we should do next? Old Master Chao Juanxiong didn't answer Ling Yun's question directly. Instead, he changed the topic and asked Ling Yun a question with a smile. Ling Yun, I heard from Xianxia and Tianlong that your medical skills are very good, right? Medical skills were naturally Ling Yun's forte. He chuckled and said without the slightest bit of modesty, You flatter me, old master. To be honest, I am the sect master of the Immortal Physician sect. I have some confidence in the medical skills of our Immortal Physician sect. To many people around Ling Yun, it was an open secret that he came from the Immortal Physician sect. Ling Yun decided that he would use the Immortal Physician sect to build his name in the future. As the saying goes, if one doesn't have a good name, one must have a good name. One had to tell others where he came from. Chao Juanxiong was slightly taken aback when he heard the Immortal Physician sect. After thinking for a long time, he said blankly, Immortal Physician sect? What kind of hidden sect was this? Why haven't I heard of it before? I've only heard of the Miracle Physician Valley, but not the Immortal Physician sect. Ling Yan thought to himself, Old Master, I created the Immortal Physician sect, so of course you haven't heard of it. However, this sect will be very popular soon. You can hear it even if you block your ears. He started to act pretentious. Hee, Grandpa Chow, you might not know this, but the Immortal Physician sect is indeed a hidden sect, but they rarely come out. Our sect has always upheld the great responsibility of saving lives and helping the needy. We pay particular attention to doing good deeds without leaving our names. Therefore, even when my master was out in the world, very few people knew of him. However, even though the Immortal Physician sect has never been famous, the Miracle Physician Valley in your eyes is nothing in the eyes of the Immortal Physician sect. Alright, what did he mean by never having to draft a script to bluff others? Big Brother Yun was one, Chao Xianxia, who was listening from the side, giggled as she covered her mouth with her hand. She was laughing so hard that she was rocking back and forth. Chao Xianxia had never heard Ling Yun talk about the Immortal Physician sect before. It was fine if she was fooled by Ling Yun. However, she didn't believe any of the things that Ling Yun said about saving lives and helping the injured, helping those in distress, and paying particular attention to doing good deeds without leaving a name, doing good deeds without leaving their names? It would never be Ling Yun's turn. Chao Xianxia knew better than anyone else that Ling Yun was no lay feng. However, Chao Xianxia's heart was filled with an indescribable sweetness as she looked at Ling Yun in the shadows. Ever since Ling Yun saved her, Chao Xianxia had finally seen Ling Yun's unique style. Laughing and scolding angrily, unrestrained, tyrannical, and domineering, no matter who the other party was, this was the Ling Yun that Chao Xianxia liked, deeply loved, fell head over heels for, yearned for day and night. Therefore, even though Chao Xianxia was listening to Ling Yun's rambling, she did not expose him. Oh, Immortal Physician sect. I, this old man, have lived for most of my life and I have finally gained some knowledge. Needless to say, Grandpa Chao Juanxiong was really intimidated by Ling Yun. After all, he had witnessed Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance. However, those of us who understand the Blood Clan know that the embrace of the Blood Clan is an extremely domineering inheritance of the Blood Clan. It could even be said that the embrace of the Blood Clan is the foundation of the entire Blood Clan. To turn a human back into a normal person after the embrace is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Yun finally understood. Even though Ling Yun said that he wanted to develop the formula and turn the 10 people from the Chao family back into normal people, Grandpa Chao did not refute him on the spot. However, he did not believe that Ling Yun could do it. Therefore, the most important thing for you to do next is not to help the Chao family break Qin Jianwei's the embrace. Don't waste too much effort on such a small matter. Chao Juanxiong's words were tactful, but he was actually telling Ling Yun not to waste his effort on the living dead of the embrace. Hearing this, Ling Yun's forehead was instantly filled with black lines, and he secretly frowned. He was being looked down upon. Furthermore, he was being looked down upon with his most powerful medical skills. How could this be? He was the sect master of the Immortal Physician sect, but he was about to be killed in the cradle before he could officially make a name for himself. How could he allow that to happen? Old Master, this. You might not know this, but the embrace of the Blood Clan is actually injecting a mysterious substance into a normal person's body. Indeed, you're right, this mysterious substance is extremely overbearing. Not only can it completely control the person being embraced, but it can also give the person incredible abilities. Of course, the price is that they can no longer be a normal human. Ling Yun frowned. There are people who desperately pursue these incredible abilities, such as Qin Jianwei. There are also people who are extremely against it. They don't want to live in the darkness by sucking blood, such as you. However, this is caused by the mysterious substance that the blood breeds inject into the human's body through their own blood when they give the embrace to the human. I'll call this mysterious substance a type of poison. This poison exists in the blood of every member of the Blood Clan. My master said that everything in the world has something that counteracts it. In other words, in the eyes of the Immortal Physician sect, there is no poison that can't be cured. In other words, I will analyze Chen Jianwei's blood now that I have captured him. I will find the poison and develop a specific drug based on the principle of counteracting. Using this drug, I will find a way to turn Chen Jianwei's blood into a normal human's blood. This specific drug, which is what I said just now, needs to be developed. So, even though the embrace of the blood clan sounds mysterious and scary, that's only because humans and the blood clan have too little contact. However, if you analyze it carefully, the embrace of the blood clan is nothing more than this. Ling Yun wasn't bragging this time. On the contrary, he was extremely serious. Don't forget that Big Brother Yun had a wide range of interests and was extremely curious. Once he encountered something he didn't understand or a difficult problem, he would choose to face it head-on. He wouldn't stop until the problem was solved. It was because of this that Ling Yun became an immortal physician in the cultivation world. He was a prodigy in the cultivation world. Ling Yun's confidence wasn't baseless. He knew that in this world there would be yin and yang. If there was right, there would be wrong. Everything existed in the world. Not to mention the blood clan, even cultivators who had ascended to immortality would have to think about how to deal with their own heavenly tribulations after they became Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. If they were not careful, they would also be turned into ashes under the terrifying heavenly tribulations, let alone the embrace of the blood clan. At least, including Chen Jianwei, Ling Yun had 6 members of the blood clan under him. They ranged from Viscount to Marquis. He had plenty of opportunities to study them. Of course, Ling Yun didn't know if Marquis Edward's level increased after accepting the embrace of Ling Yun. It was rare for Ling Yun to be so serious. He furrowed his brows and analyzed the embrace of the blood clan seriously. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and Chao Tianlong were all stunned. It was especially so for Chao Xianxia. When Ling Yun faced problems and difficulties, he displayed calmness and meticulousness. His unhurried and confident demeanor had completely captivated Chao Xianxia, causing her heart to tremble. What kind of man was the cutest? When a man was serious, he was usually the most charming and could move a woman's heart. Old Master Chao Juanxiong was shocked to see Ling Yun's unwittingly serious expression and attitude. This child is amazing. I just said it casually. I didn't expect him to be so serious all of a sudden. Xianxia said that he grew from an ordinary person to such a level in a short 3 months. It's definitely not just because of his mysterious background. Ling Yun was extremely mysterious in the hearts of everyone in the Chao family, including Chao Xianxia. It was just that no one said it out loud. That was because the time wasn't right. Chao Juanxiong understood that Ling Yun had already said what he wanted to say without him asking. Just based on this attitude and the way he analyzes problems, this child's future is limitless. Chao Juanxiong was secretly surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He smiled after hearing Ling Yun's words. Good, good, good. Chao Juanxiong said the word good 3 times in a row, then said, then this old man misspoke. This old man apologizes to you. Since you are so sincere, then I won't say more. Take advantage of the chaos in the Chen family. You should hurry up and concoct the medicine. Out of love for Ling Yun, Old Master Chao Juanxiong apologized to Ling Yun in a serious manner before continuing. However, we have been drinking blood for more than 2 months now. The abilities of the blood clan are starting to manifest in me and Tianlong's father. I still want to find an opportunity to kill a few more people from the Chen family to vent my hatred. Even though he was in a difficult situation, Old Master Chao Juanxiong still thought of the advantages for him. Since he had become a member of the blood clan, he naturally began to have the basic abilities of the blood clan. For example, immortality, increased speed, recovery, and so on. Chao Juanxiong was originally a Xiantian realm level 4 expert. With these abilities, his strength was equivalent to increasing by at least 1 level. A Xiantian realm level 5 expert could do many things in Huaxia and Beijing. No wonder Old Master Chao Juanxiong wasn't very anxious about whether Ling Yun could develop the formula. It turned out that he had thought of this. Ling Yun thought to himself, hee, if that's what you really want, look for me. I'll give your whole family another embrace, which will greatly increase your strength. That would save me a lot of trouble. However, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't say that even if he was beaten to death. After all, it wasn't a problem for him to give them the embrace. The problem was, how was he going to recover after the embrace? Was he going to kill Ling Yan himself? Furthermore, even Xianxia wouldn't agree to it. Even though it was only in name, it was absolutely unacceptable for her family to be Ling Yan's servants. If that was the case, Xianxia would never be able to raise her head among the women around Ling Yan. To be continued. Ling Yan saw a hint of murderous intent in old Master Chao Juanxiong's dark red eyes. He knew that old Master Chao Juanxiong was going to lead the Chao family to retaliate against the Chen family. This was the first true ally that Ling Yan had obtained for himself and for the Ling family in Beijing, and it was an ironclad ally. There's something that Tianlong's father and I don't know. Through the evil eye of the blood clan, the Chen family has learned about our Chao family's secrets. The evil eye could perform hypnosis. When it reached a certain level, it could even control a person's thoughts and actions. It could completely obliterate a person's will and soul, turning them into the blood clan's servants and puppets. Under the control of Sinister Eye, the target would become muddle-headed, and their minds would be completely controlled by the spellcaster. The power of life and death would be in the hands of the spellcaster, and the target would be obedient and would answer any question. Moreover, after the effects of Sinister Eye had passed, the target would not know what they had said or done during this period of time. Old Master Chao Juanxiong finally voiced out his biggest worry in front of Ling Yan. Fortunately, with the help of that stone of yours, all of us escaped from the control of the evil eye and regained our own consciousness. It was too late to be afraid now. Chao Juanxiong must have thought about these problems many times after he woke up. When he said these words, his thoughts were clear and logical, and his eyes became complicated. So, no matter what we do next, I need some time to understand some of the things that are happening outside, Chao Juanxiong said slowly, as if he would remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. At this moment, Ling Yan finally saw another side of Master Chao Juanxiong. He was old but experienced, steady and calm, and didn't panic in times of trouble. This was the bearing that a true leader should have. Grandpa Chao, how long do you need? Ling Yan understood once he heard Chao Juanxiong's words. Chao Juanxiong said that he needed to understand the outside world, but in fact, he wanted to gather the power of the Chao family. The Chen family annihilated the Chao family. All the key members of the Chao family were given the embrace by Qin Jianwei and the emperor to command them. During this period of time, Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingcheng, and the others must have passively revealed many secrets of the Chao family, including some key locations, passwords, and the location of the family's heritage. They also gave all kinds of unreasonable and unimaginable orders. Of course, these orders would only bring harm to the Chao clan, but they would only bring benefits to the Chen clan. Because it is not convenient for me to appear personally, I can only let Tianlong handle everything on my behalf. Furthermore, I need to avoid the eyes and ears of the Chen clan to investigate. I can only do it secretly. There are too many uncertain factors. Therefore, I will need at least a week. If there are no accidents, 10 days should be enough. Chao Juanxiong answered all of Ling Yan's questions without hiding anything. Fighting and killing were only the final cards. The various games of the upper echelons of the capital still depended on the strategies behind the scenes. After Chao Xianxia was rescued by Ling Yan, old Master Chao Juanxiong finally had no more scruples. He was going to launch a real counterattack. Ling Yan, I have one more thing to ask of you. Chao Juanxiong didn't put on any airs in front of Ling Yan ever since he was rescued. He was the head of a top secular family, a leader who secretly controlled part of the country's machinery, an elder in his 70s, and Chao Xianxia's grandfather. Chao Juanxiong seemed to have forgotten all these identities and positions. He spoke to Ling Yan as naturally as two ordinary friends chatting. He said what needed to be said and requested what needed to be requested. He didn't create the slightest bit of awkwardness or restraint for Ling Yan. Of course, Ling Yan wouldn't feel awkward or restrained either. The entire Chao family was saved by him. What was there for him to be restrained? Even if nothing happened to the Chao family, Ling Yan would still be calm and composed when facing Chao Juanxiong or anyone else in the world. He would be neither servile nor overbearing, laughing and scolding with ease. This was Ling Yan's way of thinking. He was invincible. In the entire world, unless Ling Yan was willing, there was no one who could restrain him. From this point, Ling Yan could see the brilliance of Chao Juanxiong. Obviously, through observation and hearing, old Master Chao Juanxiong had a basic understanding of Ling Yan's character. In front of Ling Yun, he didn't deliberately pretend to be fake. "Grandpa Chow, please speak your mind," Ling Yun said with a smile. "Since you have already captured Qin Jianwei, and the Qin family is in chaos, they definitely won't care about the 10 of us living dead. As for the 10 of us, our sanity has returned to normal, and we have enough fresh blood. Therefore, we don't need Sky Dragon and Xianxia to take care of us. We can take care of ourselves. Therefore, in the coming days, Sky Dragon and Xianxia will be moving around outside. I would like to ask you to protect their safety." After hearing Chao Juanxiong's words, Ling Yun thought to himself. He was their master just now, and in the blink of an eye, he had become their bodyguard. Isn't it just asking me to be their personal bodyguard? Old master, if you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to beat around the bush, Grandpa Chow, this is my job. Don't worry, I can guarantee Sky Dragon and Xianxia's safety. Even though Ling Yun secretly thought that Grandpa Ling was shrewd and ruthless enough, his mouth shouted loudly and straightforwardly, agreeing to it without any hesitation. He had no choice but to agree. Chao Xianxia's beautiful eyes were staring at Ling Yun without blinking. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to sleep with Chao Xianxia ever again if he dared to refuse. You don't even know how to call me big brother. Chao Tianlong stood at the side and said bitterly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with Ling Yun calling him by his name. After chatting for so long, Chao Tianlong's mind finally relaxed. He finally remembered his identity, Ling Yun's future brother-in-law. Everyone laughed at his words. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed, but he had no choice. No matter what, Chao Tianlong's identity was there for all to see. In the future, he still had to do what he had to do to save face. Ling Yun wasn't one to be trifled with either. Hee, do you want to be my brother-in-law? Xianxian has to agree first. Chao Xianxian glanced at Ling Yun and said coquettishly, in your dreams. Everyone laughed in unison again. The heavy atmosphere in the room finally changed. After laughing, Chao Juanxiong turned his head and looked around. He looked through the window and into the darkness of the night. Suddenly, he asked casually, Ling Yun, I heard from the Sky Dragon that this is the northwest corner of Beijing, near Fragrant Mountain? Yes. You've just arrived in Beijing, right? This house is. Ling Yun thought to himself that he had finally arrived. He smiled and replied, Grandpa Chow, this is one of my outer residences. Oh. Chao Juanxiong didn't ask any more questions. He immediately shut his mouth and entered a meditative state. Ah. Your family's outer residence? Chao Shanshan exclaimed in shock. Didn't Ling Yan just come to Beijing from Qingshui City? How could he have a house in Beijing? How could he have an outer house? Chao Shanshan suddenly thought of Cui Lao calling Ling Yan fourth young master in a moment of desperation. Currently, no one in the Chao family, including Chao Shanshan and Chao Tianlong, knew that Ling Yan had become the fourth young master of the Ling family. Chao Juanxiong's words just now seemed to be a casual conversation, but he was actually trying to find out where he was. In fact, he was trying to find out Ling Yan's identity. If Chao Juanxiong asked any more questions, Ling Yan would have to make a choice. That was whether he should reveal his identity or not. Actually, based on the current relationship between Ling Yan and the Chao family, it didn't matter if Ling Yan revealed his identity or not. However, the Chao family was in a state of complete collapse. They were surrounded by danger, even more so than the Ling family. Ling Yan was afraid that if he revealed his identity now, he would be in trouble if someone with ulterior motives chased him here and caught him. At least before he found out the whereabouts of his father, Ling Xiao, Ling Yan wasn't prepared to reveal his true identity. There were too many forces fighting against each other. It was hard to tell if they were friends or foes. Ling Yan didn't want to put his missing father, Ling Xiao, in a perilous situation. The Chao family didn't have any concerns, but Ling Yan still had concerns. He had many, many concerns. Where was Ling Xiao? This was the most important thing that Ling Yan had to investigate in the coming days. Since Chao Juanxiong didn't ask, Ling Yan naturally wouldn't say anything. He smiled calmly and said, Grandpa Chao, do you feel that this place isn't convenient and want to stay somewhere else? Chao Juanxiong looked up again and smiled. No need, that basement is not bad. I'll stay here. None of the Chow family's places were safe before everything was investigated. There was no place for the Chow family in Beijing. That was why Grandpa Chow could only say that. How do you plan to deal with Qin Jianwei? Ling Yan nodded and asked again. Qin Jianwei was the Chow family's irreconcilable enemy. Everyone in the Chow family wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Ling Yan naturally had to ask for Chow Juanxiong's opinion. Qin Jianwei's name seemed to have a special kind of magic. Chow Juanxiong, Chow Xingchong, and Lu Qiongfeng couldn't help but look away when Ling Yan mentioned it. They frowned at the same time, obviously trying their best to resisting the feeling of submission to Qin Jianwei in their hearts. We'll talk about this after you come up with the formula, Chow Juanxiong said with difficulty. Qin Jianwei was the biggest enemy of their family, but they had no choice but to submit to him. This was a tragedy for the Chow family. How domineering was the blood clan? How heaven-defying was the embrace? It was evident from this. The three of you have to keep a low profile and avoid the eyes and ears of the Qin family. Pay attention to your safety. The Chow family can't afford any more mishaps. Finally, Chow Juanxiong gave them the advice that an elder should have. To be continued. Xianxia, are you feeling much better now? Ling Yan brought Chow Xianxia out of the courtyard house at midnight. They got into the Land Rover and left the Ling family's courtyard house to meet Tang Meng at the hotel. After discussing the important matters with Ling Yan, Chow Tianlong took the initiative to stay behind because he still had many details to discuss with his grandfather and father. The Chow family wanted to launch a counterattack against the Qin family. Before that, the Chow family had to know their enemy. The task of gathering the power of the family naturally fell on the youngest head of the Chow family, Chow Tianlong. This was a difficult and complicated task. It required Chow Tianlong to test the waters and gather the remaining power of the Chow family bit by bit. However, Chow Xianxia was different. Firstly, she was an 18-year-old girl. Secondly, she didn't know any martial arts. In this turbulent situation in Beijing, Chow Xianxia's role was almost negligible. Rather than letting her interfere in the affairs of the Chow family, it was better to let Chow Xianxia follow Ling Yan. She could learn Ling Yan's martial arts as soon as possible. Before he left, Ling Yan rearranged the armillary sphere maze formation to ensure the safety of the Chow family. Chow Juanxiong had also personally returned the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone to Ling Yan. After the Chow family regained their consciousness, the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone was no longer of any use to them. The effect of the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone on the Evil Eye technique was beyond imagination. However, its effect on the embrace of the blood clan was limited. As long as you're by my side, I won't be afraid even if the sky falls. Even though Ling Yan was driving, Chow Xianxia still held onto Ling Yan's right arm tightly. She couldn't bear to let go at all. Ling Yan said apologetically, Xianxia, it's been hard on you this time. Actually, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have needed to return to Beijing and seek help from your family. You wouldn't have charged into the crater without saying a word, allowing the Sun family to take advantage of the situation and cause chaos in Xianxia City. Back then, Ling Yan didn't expect that he would stay in the crater for so long. He thought that cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance, breaking through to physique tempering stage 4, and finding some treasures along the way would take him at most a night to come out. Even if he really couldn't do it, he could still choose a random time to go back down if he made an unexpected discovery at the bottom of the crater. However, who knew that God would make a fool out of him? Just trying to break through to physique tempering stage 4 took him a few days and nights? In the end, so many things happened in Xianxia City. Qin Qiuyue had gone to the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhuang Meifeng was trapped in the Tranquil sect, and Xiao Mimi's whereabouts were unknown. Luckily, they had successfully rescued Chow Xianxia. She was safe and sound, and the Chow family had also temporarily escaped from the fate of being controlled by the Qin family. Ling Yan, don't think that way. I know what kind of person you are. You have things you want to do. Everything you do is more important than most of the people in this world. Chow Xianxia's heart trembled when she saw the remorse on Ling Yan's face. She bit her lower lip lightly with her pearly white teeth, and her pale face turned red from anxiety. Ling Yan, don't think that way. I know what kind of person you are. You have things you want to do. Chao Xianxian was one of the few people who had personally witnessed Ling Yan's 9 dragons' protection. She would never forget that shocking scene. Don't be hesitant and overcautious because of us. I will do my best to help you deal with the trivial affairs of the mortal world. For you, anything is worth it, and I am willing to do it. Chao Xianxian was moved. Her tone was soft, and she tried her best to express her feelings. Ever since she was rescued by Ling Yan and reunited with her family, Chao Xianxian's emotions had finally calmed down. She began to behave like how she was in Xianxia City. 3 months had passed. Ling Yan had changed. He had become more mysterious and powerful. Chao Xianxian had also changed. After experiencing the pain of hell, she had truly matured and become incomparably strong. After seeing Ling Yan's heaven-defying performance, Chao Xianxian realized that the gap between the two of them was like the difference between clouds and mud. She had to make up for this huge gap as soon as possible. Of course, their relationship hadn't changed. Not only did it not change, but it had even deepened. However, Chao Xianxian felt that there was an insurmountable gap between them. This gap, to put it bluntly, was caused by Ling Yan's rapid growth. People like Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, who were by Ling Yan's side every day, could feel the invisible pressure that Ling Yan gave them. It was a pressure that could suffocate them, let alone Chao Xianxian, who had not seen Ling Yan for 3 months. Ling Yan's heart was firm, and he was completely oblivious to all of this. Perhaps it could be said that he had always been the same towards the people around him. He didn't change his attitude towards them because of his rapid improvement in strength. However, Ling Yan's improvement was completely different in the eyes of the people around him. No matter who it was, if they wanted to catch up to Ling Yan's pace, they could only grit their teeth and chase after him. There was no other way. What Chao Xianxian wanted to do now was to try her best to make up for it. She wanted the feelings between the two of them to return to 3 months ago in Xianxia City, when they were in Chao Xianxian's room, when they were entangled with each other to death. Chao Xianxian wanted to chase after Ling Yan crazily in love like she did in the past. It sounded strange, but this was indeed the situation that Chao Xianxian was facing. Ling Yan smiled and turned his head to look at Chao Xianxian for a while. Curling his lips, he said, "Xianxian, you've lost a lot of weight. From now on, you have to eat more good food. You have to eat delicacies every day to recover your energy." Ling Yan's gaze shifted downwards and landed directly on Chao Xianxian's perky breasts. He chuckled evilly and said, "Of course, the most important thing is to restore your original figure." Frankly speaking, Chao Xianxian's breasts did not shrink at all. They were still as big, and perky as Ling Yan said. Moreover, because she had lost weight, they were even more prominent and attractive. However, Ling Yan was still not satisfied. She was his woman after all. Of course, he wanted Chao Xianxian to eat more, eat better, and let her breasts become bigger and perkier. Chao Xianxian could not help but blush as Ling Yan stared at her breasts. She glared at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, "Where are you looking?" Ling Yan laughed out loud, "I'm looking where I should be looking." They haven't shrunk at all. Good, very good. Chao Xianxian was extremely embarrassed. She covered her perky breasts with her right arm and said shyly, "Go to hell. Actually, I've seen myself in the mirror just now. Even though I've indeed lost some weight, but my body proportions feel better than before." Actually, what Chao Xianxian said was not false. In the past, Chao Xianxian's body was well nourished. Her body had developed very well. She was as round as a pearl and as smooth as jade. She gave off a sense of wealth and beauty. Her beauty was that of a noble goddess. Due to objective reasons, after Chao Xianxian lost weight, she had a bony beauty that she had never had before. Coupled with the fact that she had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, her beautiful oval face had a sickly pallor. However, Chao Xianxian had misunderstood Ling Yan's intentions. Ling Yan wanted Chao Xianxian to eat and drink well. Of course, it was not as simple as making Chao Xianxian gain weight and make her breasts bigger. He had a more important purpose. He wanted Chao Xianxian to recover her vitality as soon as possible so that the two of them could have sex together. Ling Yan had already started preparing to eat Chao Xianxian and perform dual cultivation with her. Chao Tianlong was now at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. He had left Chao Xianxian far behind. It seemed like a high starting point, But once they started cultivating, Xianxia would immediately leave Tianlong in the dust. Why? Because Ling Yin could perform dual cultivation with Xianxia. Xianxia's natural endowments were extraordinary. Furthermore, she had been cleansed by Ling Yin. She had been reborn. Moreover, Ling Yin had injected several strands of immortal spiritual energy into her body. Up until now, Ling Yin had eaten Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. However, he had not eaten any of the girls who had been cleansed and injected with immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yin knew that he could use the immortal spiritual energy in Xianxia's body during dual cultivation. This was the greatest anticipation for Ling Yin, who was already half a step into the qi cultivation stage. Other than the last obstacle, their bodies had already collided and interacted with each other. As long as Xianxia's yuan qi recovered and her mental state returned to its optimal state, it would be time for Ling Yin to devour her. Without a doubt, not only would they be able to enjoy the joy and sweetness of love to their heart's content, they would also be able to obtain great benefits through dual cultivation. Ling Yin's real goal was to look forward to dual cultivation. Ling Yin had the Shikyu pill that he had personally refined. In addition, he had many spiritual herbs that could be eaten. With the help of this dual cultivation, Ling Yin was absolutely confident that he could break through to the qi cultivation stage in one fell swoop. In that case, not to mention the Sun and Qin families, Ling Yin would even dare to challenge the Yi and Long families. I want to be invincible, I want to defy the heavens. Ling Yin couldn't help but smile as he thought about this. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, thought that Ling Yin had thought of some unspeakable scene. She blushed even more. That was because Xianxia wanted to give her body to Ling Yin as soon as possible. She was afraid. If not for Qin Jianwei's fear of the pure yang immortal spiritual energy in Xianxia's body, how would Xianxia be able to keep her chastity? That would be a fantasy. Although the two of them were thinking about different things, they were also thinking about the same thing. The atmosphere in the Land Rover instantly became extremely ambiguous, subtle, and indescribable. We're here. The Land Rover made a turn, and a magnificent hotel stood at the northwest corner of the intersection, brightly lit. To be continued. Pa. Crash. Ping. Bang. Ding. Dang. The floor, which was originally as clean as a mirror, was now a complete mess. Shui Mining had smashed almost everything in the living room that could be smashed. Hey, my little ancestor, you can't break this. Miracle Dr. Shui, who had been sitting quietly on the bamboo chair in the courtyard, moved when he saw Shui Mining raising a piece of porcelain vase high up in the air. Miracle Dr. Shui's figure flashed like lightning, and his tall figure shot into the living room like an arrow. He reached out with both hands and caught the blue and white porcelain that had fallen to the ground. His palms and back were covered in cold sweat. Miracle Dr. Shui stepped on countless glass shards as he carefully put the vase back in its original place. His face twitched as he looked at the shattered pieces of vase on the floor. Miracle Dr. Shui had only returned home for a short while, but everything that was worth millions in Miracle Dr. Shui's living room had turned into a mess. No matter how rich she was, she couldn't just throw it away like that. How could she live like this? However, old Shui swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue when he saw the little demon girl's pale face. She was so angry that her lips were trembling and she was gritting her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Old Shui swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. This was the first time Shui Mining had lost her temper. There was only one reason. Ling Yin scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Big brother Yin scored 0? Impossible. Shui Mining stood on the spot and shouted at Miracle Dr. Shui. Her voice was so loud that it could have flipped the roof of an ordinary house. Fortunately, Miracle Dr. Shui lived in Qingxi Villa. The quality of the house was acceptable. Is that all? Is there a need to be so angry? Come. Miracle Dr. Shui shook his head helplessly. His eyes were calm and his tone was calm. He grabbed Shui Mining's hand and led her to the courtyard. He silently said in his heart, "Stinking brat, my losses today will be counted on your head. You have to pay for it, humph. Big brother Yun is so amazing. How could he score 0? He should have scored full marks. How infuriating." Shui Mining's anger had yet to subside and she muttered to herself. Miracle Dr. Shui then sat back on the bamboo chair and raised his head to look at his precious granddaughter. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he said with some amusement, "Ling Yan scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Someone was courting death. Why are you angry?" Wu, in her rage, Shui Mining raised her jade-like hand and made a chopping motion. She clenched her teeth and said, if I find out who did this, I'll definitely kill him with one strike." Miracle Dr. Shui chuckled. "I don't think you'll be needed." As he spoke, old Shui was astonished. With the help of the spirit potency art, Ning Er had already reached Ho Tian realm level 4. The speed of her cultivation could only be described as godly. "Eh? Where's my sister? I remember that she came back with me." After venting her anger, Shui Mining realized that Miao Xiaomiao was no longer at home. Miracle Dr. Shui stroked his beard and smiled. "Your sister isn't like you." She brought Xiao Jin out, bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. In the middle of the night, in a dense forest on Nangqi Peak, Xianxia City, there was no trace of humans here. Furthermore, there was an extremely powerful illusion array set up by a heaven-defying master. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary dense forest. However, the inside was already filled with explosions, as if countless landmines had been detonated at the same time. In the dense forest, green trees within a radius of 100 meters were all engulfed in a sea of fire. Countless fireballs with a diameter of 1 meter appeared out of thin air. Following the explosions, thick tree trunks were blown apart, and the trees fell with a crackling sound. Then, they were engulfed by the fireballs and set ablaze. This scene was even more powerful and shocking than Ling Yan's level 5 fire talisman. Surrounded by countless flames, an extremely graceful and alluring figure was shuttling around in the sea of fire. Wind from her palms rose in all directions, and every palm wind shot out a horrifying giant fireball. Firefox flame technique. Bai Xianer's face was pretty. And her eyes were frosty. She was venting her boundless anger here. This scene was much more shocking than the one Shui Mining had created at home. Of course, this was free. It was only the forest within 100 meters that was out of luck. At this moment, Bai Xianer was wearing a long black dress. It was one of the 2 sets of clothes that Ling Yan made for her using the golden black devilish silk before he left. Bai Xianer's graceful figure shuttled back and forth like lightning. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her jade-like legs danced. That peerless figure was like a fire fairy descending to the mortal world in the sea of fire. No one knew Bai Xianer's current realm after her 3-tailed transformation. As she cultivated the celestial fox flying art day and night, Bai Xianer had already grown to an unknown realm. "Die, all of you!" Bai Xianer shouted and once again sent out 2 sharp palm winds. 2 dazzling fireballs hit 2 huge tree trunks that were more than half a meter in diameter and exploded with a loud bang. Bang bang. Ka la la. The 2 huge trees broke in the middle and crashed into the endless sea of fire. Bai Xianer suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw a chubby golden silkworm with fleshy wings circling 100 meters in the sky. It seemed to be shocked by the sea of fire below and didn't dare to dive down. Whoosh! Bai Xianer dashed out of the forest and saw Miao Xiaomiao, who was dressed in an emerald dress and had a sweet smile on her face. "Big Sister Miao, how did you find this place?" Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao were already familiar with each other. Because Miao Xiaomiao had little gold, she had a natural sense of closeness to Miao Xiaomiao. "Little Sister Xianxia, if I didn't come, the entire Nangqi Peak would have been burned by you. Xianxia City's fire department would have been mobilized." Miao Xiaomiao looked at Bai Xianer and teased her. Then, she waved her hand, and Little Gold swooped down like a bolt of lightning and landed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder. Little Gold blinked its pair of pale golden eyes. Its eyeballs rolled around in a very human-like manner as it stared at the fox-like girl in front of it. Obviously, it had a lingering fear. "Why, are you still angry?" Miao Xiaomiao asked Bai Xianer with a smile. Bai Xianer rarely spoke to anyone other than Ling Yun. She often used her facial expressions to speak. "There's no use in being angry here. Big Sister Xian'er, do you have a way to make people speak the truth?" Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sincere admiration and craftiness as she asked Bai Xianer. What Miao Xiaomiao liked the most was Bai Xianer's purity. That was the kind of purity that wasn't affected by the filth of the world. Yes. Xianxia's charming eyes lit up, and her delicate eyebrows raised slightly. That's good then. Follow me. Miao Xiao Miao's incomparably graceful figure flashed, and she leaped onto the top of a tall tree. The tip of her toes tapped lightly on the branch, and she drew a beautiful long arc in the air, landing 100 meters away. On the night of the Qingming festival, Miao Xiao Miao was also one of the beneficiaries of the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy. Her body also had immortal spiritual energy injected by Ling Yun. Under the crazy cultivation, Miao Xiao Miao had reached the pinnacle of Ho Tian realm level 9 and was a half step into the Xian Tian realm. Xianxia's body didn't move, and her shoulders didn't sway. She just took a casual step and caught up with Miao Xiao Miao in one step. Big sister, where are we going? Let's meet someone first and ask for an address. Then we'll talk. Miao Xiao Miao sped towards Xingshui City. Her destination was the house of the municipal party secretary, Li Yifeng. Miao Xiao Miao came from the Miaojiang Holy Land in the 100,000 Mountains. She practiced gu, poison, and medicine. She had been in the same class as Ling Yun for so long, and she understood Ling Yun's ability. Ling Yun's 0 in the college entrance examination had completely infuriated her. Xingshui City, in an elegant villa in the northwest mountainous region. The current boss of Green Dragon, Abing, was standing obediently in the living room of the villa. He looked like a bullied wife, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Beneath his feet was the same mess. The scene was even more terrifying than that of the pitiful miracle Dr. Shue's house. Long Wu was wearing a sleeveless, round-neck t-shirt and a pair of sexy denim hot pants. Her entire body was brimming with heat, and her youthful energy was invincible. Her words were invincible. Green Dragon claims to have hundreds of underlings, and they've infiltrated all walks of life in Xingshui City. From the highest officials to the lowest commoners, you can't even find out why Ling Yun got a 0 in the college entrance examination. What's the point of having a boss like you? Tell me, tell me. Long Wu's left hand was on her waist, and her right hand was pointing at Abing as she scolded him. Her voice could travel 2 miles in the quiet night. Sister Long, this is the college entrance examination, and the college entrance examination is the responsibility of the Ministry of Education. A gang like Green Dragon has nothing to do with this sort of thing. Abing was cursing Tang Meng in his heart. Why did he have to go to Beijing at this time? Otherwise, the one being scolded here would definitely be Tang Meng, not him. Or rather, with Tang Meng by his side, it would be better for the two of them to be scolded than to be scolded here alone. I don't care about the Ministry of Education. Anyway, Ling Yun took the college entrance examination in Xingshui City, and the papers were also marked in Xingshui City. Now that he got a 0 in the college entrance examination, what do you think we should do? Even though the college entrance examination was planned by the Ministry of Education, every province had different exam papers, and the admission cutoff points were different as well. Xingshui City was the capital city of Jiangnam Province, and Ling Yun took the college entrance examination in Xingshui City. The examination, marking, and statistics were all Xingshui City's responsibility. Abing had been scolded for a few hours, and he hadn't even eaten dinner yet. He had no choice but to scratch his head and say, "Big sis, what do you think we should do?" Long Wu's pretty face was pale. After thinking for a while, she snorted coldly and said, "Nothing. Tomorrow, send someone to block the entrance of the Ministry of Education and demand an explanation." A law graduate from Harvard University in America, the beloved daughter of Green Dragon's ex-boss, actually asked Abing to arrange for people to block the door of the Education Bureau. How angry was she? Yes. Abing had inherited his father's excellent military tradition. His words and actions were never sloppy. That's more like it, Long Wu said in a low voice. Then, she lowered her head. Her long black hair cascaded down her clean and beautiful face. She opened her mouth again and said, "Tomorrow, send someone to clean this place up and replace everything with new ones." With that, she ignored Abing and went back to her room on the second floor of the villa. "Stupid Ling Yun, how dare you not pick up my call? I'll teach you a lesson." Abing stuck out his tongue in fear as he watched Long Wu walk up the stairs. He finally understood what it meant to live a valiant life without explanation. Shaking his head helplessly, Abing had no choice but to become a coolie and personally clean the first floor. At that moment, a figure flashed past. A tall, skinny, middle-aged man appeared in front of Abing. Long Kuan smiled and looked at Abing quietly. He nodded his head slowly and thought that Ling Yan had chosen Boss Green Dragon well. He suddenly said, "You don't have to worry too much. Just follow Long Wu's instructions." In Xianxia City, no one would dare to say anything against Ling Yan's orders. However, don't make things too big, lest the officials find it hard to clean up. Long Wu only cared about her anger. However, Long Kuan knew that after Ling Yan's college entrance examination results were out, Long Wu wouldn't be the only one who would be angry. There would be plenty of people who would make a move, and Green Dragon wouldn't even be needed. "Yes, Uncle Long," Abing said respectfully with his hands by his side. Of course, Abing knew who had single-handedly created the Green Dragon that he was in charge of. In front of the real boss of the Green Dragon, Abing only had respect and admiration. "It's getting late, don't worry about it. I'll get someone to clean up this place. Remember, inform Tang Meng first if there's anything." Tang Meng was now an impressive figure. He was Ling Yan's right-hand man, and Long Kuan admired Tang Meng a lot. After Abing left, Long Kuan stood in the messy living room with his hands behind his back. He shook his head helplessly and laughed. "Rascal, Xianxia City is still in chaos because of you. You're really something." Then, Long Kuan began to personally tidy up his shattered home. Long Kuan had nothing better to do. Why would he need someone else to clean up? "Big Sister Lin, don't be angry anymore. It's freezing here." Xianxia City's luxurious hot springs manor. On the sofa in the living room, Yao Ro was circulating the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique with all her might. Khaki-colored energy flowed through her meridians, resisting the boundless chill in the house. She looked at the white fog in the courtyard and said quietly. The heat was unbearable. Xianxia City was at least 36 degrees Fahrenheit, but Lin Minghan's small villa exuded a frightening chill. The temperature inside was -10 degrees Fahrenheit. Heat waves rolled outside the courtyard, but as soon as the hot air entered the courtyard, it was immediately stimulated by the cold air and turned into extremely small water droplets. The entire villa was surrounded by white mist. Who knew that after Ling Yan left Xianxia City, Lin Minghan and Yao Ro, the two women who had their virginity taken away by Ling Yan, would get along so well? They could even talk about everything. In other words, the two of them had become close sisters. They were the legendary best friends. Lin Minghan was now half a step into the Xiantian realm, while Yao Ro was close to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Their strengths weren't too far apart, and the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique focused on defense. Hence, Yao Ro was completely able to withstand the frightening chill emitted by Lin Minghan's Arctic ice technique. Two stunning beauties, one sitting and one standing, one motionless and one moving, separated by a coffee table. That high-end and exquisite coffee table was filled with beer cans. However, they couldn't be drunk at all. The moment Lin Minghan took the cans out of the fridge, they immediately turned into ice blocks. The beer inside had long since turned into ice cubes. Lin Minghan was dressed valiantly in a loose white t-shirt. She wasn't wearing any undergarments or a bra. Her two huge and voluptuous breasts were shaking and swaying as she walked. Any man who saw them would salivate uncontrollably. Lin Minghan's lower body was even simpler. She was only wearing a pair of black lace panties, which was extremely sexy. Luckily, it was covered by her loose t-shirt. The lace was faintly discernible under the cover of the shirt. That kind of natural seductiveness that flowed out casually made Yao Ro, who was also a woman, feel her heart flutter. They are so daring. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. As she paced back and forth, Lin Minghan gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes wide open as she cursed and cursed. No, I have to call my father. I have to investigate this thoroughly. Lin Minghan missed Ling Yan so much after Ling Yan left. She was filled with anticipation. She hoped that Ling Yan would return to Xianxia City after knowing the results of the college entrance examination so that they could have a reunion. Now that the results were out, how could she not be angry? Yao Ro's eyes dimmed. The women around Ling Yan were all wealthy and had extraordinary backgrounds. When Ling Yun was in trouble, they could use their background to solve the problem for him. However, Yao couldn't. She came from a poor and desolate village. Her family had nothing before she met Ling Yun. Everything she had was given to her by Ling Yun. She couldn't do anything for Ling Yun other than guarding the ordinary people's clinic with her life. Sister Lin, I heard from Tang Meng that we only need to use the power of Xianxia City for this matter. The matter of Ling Yun scoring 0 in the college entrance examination will only involve the education department of the Jiangnan province. Yao Rou thought for a moment before replying, Sister Lin, I heard from Tang Meng that we only need to use the power of Xianxia City for this matter. The college entrance examination had a certain authority in Huaxia. If an ordinary person had a problem with the college entrance examination, no matter how unreasonable the results were, there would be no way to get back at them. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to get back the results and investigate thoroughly. However, Ling Yun wasn't an ordinary person. None of the people around him were ordinary, even if they were in the past, they weren't now. But that arrogant guy isn't picking up my calls or replying to my messages. It's as if nothing happened. He doesn't know how to be anxious at all. We can't just wait and do nothing, can we? Why did Lin Minghan's words carry the hidden bitterness of a young married woman? She had already cursed Ling Yun in her heart countless times for being heartless. Big Sister Lin, I don't think you're angry. You look more like you're in love. Yao Rou giggled. Lin Minghan suddenly blushed and stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and looked at Yao Rou with a strange expression. After a while, she laughed and said, a thief calling a thief, I think you're the one who's thinking of love. Don't tell me that you don't miss him? I do. Yao Rou didn't deny it. Her heart raced, but her expression didn't change. The two exquisite beauties looked at each other for a long time, and then they both giggled at the same time. We all know that Ling Yun doesn't really care about the college entrance examination results. After laughing, Yao Rou analyzed rationally. Of course, she was worried about Ling Yun's results, but she had to comfort Lin Minghan first. Lin Minghan's temper was much worse than hers. Little sister, do you really not understand, or are you playing dumb? Lin Minghan pouted coquettishly at Yao Rou. Her beautiful oval face suddenly flashed with pride and her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. She said leisurely, of course I know that bad guy doesn't care. There's almost nothing in this world that he really cares about. However, no matter what that guy does, he seems to be extremely casual and indifferent, but there's one thing about him. As long as he's serious about something, there's nothing he doesn't want to do perfectly. He's actually a person who cares about perfection the most. I don't know about other things, but I know that Ling Yun is serious about the college entrance examination. He once said that he must get the best results to repay Auntie Qing for raising him. He won't let her down. Now, his college entrance examination results are 0. Even if he really doesn't care, he'll definitely be very unhappy. Lin Minghan's understanding of Ling Yun was ingrained deep into her bones. It was as if the two of them were of one mind. She didn't expect Lin Minghan to say such words. Yao Rou was finally moved. She was very shocked. Little sister, I'm Ling Yun's woman. You're also Ling Yun's woman. We've already done that with him. I know you know what he's really thinking. As she spoke, Lin Minghan gradually retracted her icy aura. The temperature in the room slowly rose. Even though Ling Yun didn't tell us what he's going to do in Beijing, we all know that he's definitely going to do something big. Now that there's a fire in our backyard, if we can't handle it for him, what right do we have to say that we're his women? Even if Ling Yun really doesn't care, I care too. I can't let Ling Yun suffer. After Lin Minghan finished her sentence, she floated over and sat on the sofa opposite Yao Rou. Her breasts bounced up and down again. Seeing that Lin Minghan had finally calmed down, Yao Rou smiled sweetly. Big Sister Lin, Tang Meng sent me a message. He said that Ling Yun will be looking for him soon to discuss this matter. He asked us to wait for a while. This time, it was Lin Minghan's turn to be jealous. Humph, that brat Tang Meng really deserves to be beaten up. Ling Yun always tells you first when he has something to say. Indeed, other than Ning Lingyu and Shuan Mining, Tang Meng always reported Ling Yun's matters to Yao Rou III. This had a lot to do with the fact that Tang Meng and Yao Rou founded Ling Yun's Ordinary People's Clinic together. On another level, Tang Meng felt that Yao Rou had it the hardest among all the beauties around Ling Yun. After being taught a harsh lesson by Ling Yun, Tang Meng naturally took more care of Yao Rou. Big sister Lin, maybe Tang Meng thinks that your status is too high, so it's harder for him to communicate with you. For example, if Ling Yun was Qianlong, then Tang Meng's current position would be comparable to Heshin. Ling Yun's whereabouts were elusive, and it was difficult to contact him on the phone. The goddesses around Ling Yun were starting to notice the importance of Tang Meng. That was because Tang Meng was Ling Yun's right-hand man. He was the person who helped Ling Yun deal with all sorts of trivial matters. Ling Yun rarely looked for women to solve his problems. Therefore, all these matters fell onto Tang Meng's shoulders. Ling Yun was hard to find, but Tang Meng was easy to find. If one wanted to know everything about Ling Yun, they would definitely ask Tang Meng. It could be said that none of the goddesses around Ling Yun were easy to deal with. If Ling Yun had any small problems in this mortal city, he could just find a random woman to solve them. They would be able to solve them cleanly. However, it was a well-known fact that Ling Yun was a pure man. Big brother Yun only relied on his brothers and not women. Once Ling Yun started cultivating or doing things seriously, it was easy for him to neglect the goddesses around him. Even though they were all extremely charming and beautiful, this had something to do with him being a cultivator. If there was nothing special, Ling Yun would rarely take the initiative to call a woman. Even Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were the same. The heart of Tao triumphed over the heart of a cultivator. Ling Yun had desires and a heart of Tao. He had always been pursuing his own Tao. It wasn't that he was heartless, but that he let nature take its course. Of course, Ling Yun was happy, but this made the goddesses around him suffer. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay by Ling Yun's side for long periods of time. Therefore, Yao Rou was the same as Lin Menghan. It was just that she hid it well and wouldn't show it easily. Tang Meng is so arrogant now. Why would he care about my status now? Lin Menghan didn't listen to Yao Rou's advice. Tang Meng had suffered an undeserved calamity due to the resentment of his wife. Far away in Beijing, Tang Meng couldn't help but shiver. He felt a chill down his spine. He didn't know which deity he had offended. Big sister Lin, Tang Meng wouldn't dare. Yao Rou giggled. There was a hidden meaning in this sentence. I don't think he would dare. Lin Menghan giggled as well, like a blooming spring flower. She paused for a moment and suddenly raised her hand to tidy up her clothes, pulling out the clothes that had sunk deep into the cleavage between her two towering breasts. It caused her towering breasts to tremble. Sister, did you say that Ling Yun will be at Tang Meng's place soon? Yes, Yao Rou replied with certainty. I'll call Ling Yun later. Let's see if he picks up. Otherwise, I'll fly straight to Beijing and scold him to his face. Lin Menghan's anger turned into joy as she raised her eyebrows. Yao Rou burst into laughter. I'm afraid you'll have to kiss him right in front of him? Embarrassed, Lin Menghan grabbed a soft pillow beside her and threw it at Yao Rou. Zhang Ling, stop spinning. You're making me dizzy, Mom. I want to go to Beijing, Qingshitsu Yuan International City Garden, Unit 17, Room 1701. Zhang Ling was wearing a rose-red silk nightgown. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She paced around in the living room, causing Liang Fengqin to feel dizzy. Liang Fengqin's mood was not normal. It was a mixture of joy and worry. There was a sense of relief and exhaustion on her face. Today, Zhang Ling was only concerned about her high scores. She did not know that her parents were going to divorce the next day. Liang Fengqin was an outstanding pianist. She was beautiful and her figure was mature and hot. No matter how one looked at her, she exuded a kind of seductive sexiness. She also had a pair of slender, flawless hands. Her fingers were as slender as spring onions and extremely nimble. Her ring finger was even more nimble than most people's index fingers. However, such a flawless face, figure, and temperament, a one-in-a-million woman, had suffered the most painful blow over a decade ago. Her husband, Zhang Ling's father, Zhang Hanliang, was cheated on by a third party. The funniest thing was that the woman who stole her husband was worlds apart from her in terms of looks, figure, and temperament. If that woman were to be compared to Liang Fengqin, it would be like a chicken meeting a phoenix. A perfect woman rarely had a perfect marriage. As the saying goes, the flowers at home are not as fragrant as wild flowers. No matter how red the flag at home is, it is not as attractive to men as the flags outside. The third party who stole Liang Fengqin's husband was Zhang Hanliang's colleague and also his assistant. Zhang Hanliang was a geologist. He was engaged in geological exploration and research work. He was often away for half a year. In a year, he would not spend more than a month at home. At that time, Zhang Hanliang and Liang Fengqin happened to be experiencing the 7-year itch. Zhang Hanliang spent most of his time outside, sleeping in the wilderness. One night, his female assistant, who admired him very much, came into his tent. Then, they had a big fight. This was the most normal thing. Then, Zhang Hanliang used work as an excuse and almost never went home. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Liang Fengqin soon found out about it. From that day on, the couple fell into a cold war that lasted 10 years. The reason why Liang Fengqin did not divorce Zhang Hanliang was because she was worried about her daughter. She endured it for 10 years. Today, Zhang Ling's college entrance exam results were out. She was only 40 points away from full marks. Even if she could not get into Yanjing University or Huaqing University, it was more than enough for her to get into China Media University. Liang Fengqin was overjoyed to see Zhang Ling's excellent results. She felt that her hard work over the past 10 years had not been in vain. She had finally made it to the end. It was definitely not a good feeling to be a widow, not to mention that she had been a widow for more than 10 years. While Zhang Ling was cheering, Liang Fengqin quietly left home. She found a quiet place and called her husband, who had already settled down outside. They agreed to divorce the next day. Zhang Hanliang left with nothing and Liang Fengqin would take care of his daughter. This was what they had agreed on 10 years ago. This marriage, which existed only in name, would come to an end the next day. However, both husband and wife behaved calmly, even coldly, as though they were strangers. Relieved, Liang Fengqin drove to the supermarket and bought fresh seafood, chicken, duck, and fish. She then called her sister, Liang Fengyi, and asked her to come over. She wanted to celebrate with Zhang Ling. However, when she returned home, she found her daughter angrily throwing things on the floor. Liang Fengqin was shocked. She thought that Zhang Ling knew that they were going to divorce. However, after asking, she found out that it was because Zhang Ling's boyfriend had scored a 0 in the college entrance exam. Zhang Ling's anger naturally ruined the celebration. She paced around the house anxiously for a long time. After making countless calls, she finally confirmed that Ling Yun had indeed scored a 0 in the college entrance exam. Therefore, Zhang Ling, who knew nothing about her parents' divorce, suggested to Liang Fengqin that she would go to Beijing the next day. "What are you going to Beijing for?" "He scored a 0 in the college entrance exam." "There's no point in going to Beijing," Liang Fengqin persuaded her daughter absent-mindedly. Zhang Ling stopped in her tracks and turned to her mother. "Mom, Teacher Kong will be arriving in Beijing tomorrow morning. Tang Meng will be there too. I want to see Ling Yun too." Ever since Liang Fengyi stopped them at home and Zhang Ling brought back a big carp on a night in May, Zhang Ling and Ling Yun's relationship was no longer a secret to Liang Fengqin. Ling Yun, it's always Ling Yun. It's been more than 20 days since the college entrance exam. I've heard the name Ling Yun so much that my ears are getting calluses. Liang Fengqin thought to herself, how can this Ling Yun be so charming? How can he make my daughter fall for him? You miss him so much, but he never gave you a call. He said that he came home after the college entrance exam and never came back. This mother-in-law was suppressing her anger in her heart. Her words carried a nameless fire, and Ling Yun was also unlucky. "Mom. Ling Yun came to our house before the college entrance exam. It was just that you were performing overseas, and Dad wasn't home most of the time. So." Zhang Ling defended Ling Yun. Zhang Ling felt that her mother's behavior was strange. She had exceeded her goal and got into the Huaxia Media University. Why was her mother still so angry? "I know what happened before the college entrance exam, but what about after? Why didn't he come after the college entrance exam? How can a boyfriend be like this?" Liang Fengqin's own marriage was a failure. She was naturally very concerned about her daughter's relationship. Therefore, even though she had heard about Ling Yun from her daughter and sister, she was still very vigilant and dissatisfied with Ling Yun's cold attitude towards her daughter. Mom. You don't know, but Ling Yun is very busy. He has too many things to deal with. Humph, speak up for him. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you get taken advantage of. Then will you let me go to Beijing? I'm worried about you going alone. Who said I'm going alone? Don't worry, there will be people to go with me. Even if there's no one to go with me, Auntie will go with me. You can go crazy with your auntie. I don't understand. Why is your auntie always messing around with you? Alright. If that's the case, then go and book the plane tickets. Be careful on the road. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Ling was so excited that she threw herself into Liang Fengqin's arms. Mother and daughter, for lumps of snow-white, plump, and soft flesh, separated by two silky and soft nightgowns, collided violently with each other. Liang Fengqin patted her daughter's back and thought to herself, it's good to go to Beijing. Mom will be divorcing that heartless man tomorrow. That'll save me a lot of trouble, 10 years of hardship for one and 10 years of suffering for the other. Everything ended at the same time that night. To be continued. Xianxia Wharf Villa District, Mansion Number 9. Qin Dongxue was wearing a snow-white dress and holding a sharp weapon in the spacious and bright kitchen of the villa. She was fighting with all her might against the fish and vegetables in the kitchen. The sharp weapons in the kitchen were, of course, the pots, bowls, ladles, and the most important spatula, kitchen knife, and frying spoon. The kitchen was steaming hot, and Qin Dongxue was sweating profusely. She was flustered and sweating profusely. Qin Dongxue endured the smoke and worked so hard in the kitchen because of what Ling Yun said. To be honest, your cooking isn't very good. Qin Dongshue's biggest motivation was Ling Yun's words. Aunt May guided her carefully from the side. Second miss, you have to put in the oil first. When the oil is warm, you can start cooking, okay? Qin Dongxue grabbed the greasy oil can and started pouring it into the pot. Second miss, you're pouring too much. The oil needs to be right, oh. Qin Dongxue replied. Her slender right hand grabbed the handle of the pot and poured half of it into the rubbish bin. Aunt May frowned as she watched. You can heat it up now. Qin Dongxue turned on the fire and waited for the oil to heat up. Aunt May looked at the fire and smiled. It's about time. Add in the chopped green onions and garlic and start cooking. Sizzle. Qin Dongxue threw the chopped green onions and garlic into the pot. Then, she picked up the spatula and stirred the pot violently. Her hand speed was comparable to the blitz thunder kill of the 9th killing technique. Aunt May wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. She couldn't help but say, second miss, you just have to stir it a little. The food hasn't entered the pot yet, you don't have to stir it like that, but I'm afraid it'll burn. Qin Dongxue stopped what she was doing and stared at the pot without blinking. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her expression was extremely adorable. It won't burn because the oil has just heated up. You have to pay attention to the temperature of the oil. Wait a moment, we just have to fry the chopped green onions and garlic, then we can put the prepared food into the pot, then, stir it. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner under Aunt May's guidance. Soon, a common dish of shredded potatoes was placed into the pot. A sizzling sound began to ring out. When cooking this dish, you need to weigh the spoon and pay attention to the heat. If the heat is too strong, the potato shreds won't be crispy. If the heat isn't enough, the potato shreds won't be cooked, and it'll be too arrogant. We still have to weigh the spoon. Qin Dongxue stuck out her tongue. Of course, she had seen Ning Lingyu cook before. She had also received Ning Lingyu's careful guidance when she cooked for Lingyun in the kitchen. However, she was afraid of being fried and never knew how to use a spoon. Humph, I'll go all out. Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth and steeled her heart. She picked up the ladle and started weighing it. But, the shredded potatoes in the pot fell like rain and flew everywhere. Qin Dongxue was so frightened that she threw the ladle away and used her peerless qinggong to almost fly out of the kitchen. When he looked again, there was less than a third of the original shredded potatoes left in the pot. This is so infuriating. Isn't it just cooking? Why is it harder than practicing martial arts? Qin Dongxue pouted. She finally understood the difficulties of being a housewife. Second miss, you used too much force just now. This is cooking with a ladle, not killing with a sword. You have to do it like me. Aunt May smiled bitterly and shook her head. She personally demonstrated to Qin Dongxue again. Aunt May's movements were definitely better than any head chef in a big restaurant. Qin Dongxue was disheartened. She couldn't help but want to retreat. For Fairy Qin, who never bothered to enter the kitchen, this was simply too difficult. Stir the potatoes over high heat. The shredded potatoes are so fine, they'll be cooked easily. Qin Dongxue might not be good at cooking, but her knife skills were definitely top-notch. After all, she didn't waste more than 20 years of swordsmanship training. Add salt now. Add the right amount of salt, add a little vinegar when it's almost out of the pot. This has to take into account the taste of the person eating the dish. Some don't like it too salty, some don't like it too sour. Qin Dongshua's head was at its worst every time she heard cooking terms like a little and a right amount. Her intelligent brain turned into mush. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't know what a little and a right amount meant. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Dongxue finally shouted. That, hee, Aunt May, let's call it a day. It's getting late, I have to go see Ling Yu. Qin Dongxue took off her apron and threw it away. She ran back to her bedroom as if she was running for her life. She took off the white dress that was filled with the smell of oil and smoke and changed into a long, white dress. She picked up her long sword and flew out of the living room, heading straight for the sea at the foot of the mountain. Ling Yun, you rascal. Wait and see how I'll deal with you when I see you. The graceful figure left, and a hateful celestial voice rang out. When Aunt May heard this, she could only smile bitterly and shake her head. Second Miss has never been in the kitchen since she was young. She might as well hope that the sun will rise from the west instead of learning how to cook. Aunt May suddenly recalled Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. She turned back to the kitchen to clean up the mess. Qin Dongxue arrived at the sea very quickly. She knew where Ning Lingyu practiced every day. She flew along the sea towards the east. Because the villas in Qingshui Wharf were built along the mountains, the beach wasn't all flat. On the contrary, other than the beach in front of the villas, the coast was directly connected to the mountains on both sides. Naturally, there were many cliffs of different heights. Of course, these cliffs couldn't be compared to the cliffs in the mountains. The tallest one was only about 20 meters. Below the cliffs were raging waves crashing against the shore. It looked extremely dangerous. Qin Dongxue traveled 5 kilometers in a minute and arrived at the bottom of a concave cliff. Her figure flashed and went around the protruding cliff. Then, she saw Ning Lingyu sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She was focused on practicing the omnipotent water control technique. This place was deserted. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see Ning Lingyu practicing here unless they looked down from the top of the cliff. Of course, no one would come here to enjoy the scenery in the middle of the night unless that person wanted to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. Ning Lingyu practiced the omnipotent water control technique. The reason why she chose this place to practice was because the water spiritual energy here was abundant. She could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Today, Ning Lingyu had long passed the important cultivation barrier of Hotian Realm Level 7. She had broken through to Hotian Realm Level 8 and stabilized her cultivation at the mid-stage of Hotian Realm Level 8. Such a terrifying cultivation speed could only be described with one word, godly. Even Ling Yun would be shocked if he knew about this cultivation speed. This was because this cultivation speed was comparable to Ling Yun's. The immortal spiritual body was extremely rare in the cultivation world. Naturally, it wasn't something that ordinary cultivation geniuses could compare to. As mentioned before, for cultivation, aptitude, comprehension, and cultivation techniques, these 3 were the most basic. Then, it was best to have the guidance of a famous teacher and all kinds of elixirs as support, and Ning Lingyu had all of the above. She had everything that others had and everything that others didn't. Just based on physique alone, Ning Lingyu only had the immortal spiritual body, but she could beat most cultivation geniuses in this world. As Qin Chuyue's daughter, there was no need to talk about her comprehension. As for cultivation techniques, the omnipotent water control technique was similar to Ling Yan's yin-yang harmony balance. With the guidance of a famous teacher, Qin Dongxue, who had already broken through to Xiantian realm level 5, and Ling Yan's meticulous teaching, wasn't it heaven-defying? Needless to say, there were the 1,000-year ginseng, 1,000-year knotweed, Tianshan snow lotus, 100-year lingji grass, and dragon saliva. On top of that, there were the spirit gathering talismans, water talismans, and waterwood talismans that Ling Yan had prepared for Ning Lingyu. Coupled with Ning Lingyu's immortal spiritual body that could absorb any spiritual energy, a peaceful state of mind, a solid foundation, a heaven-defying physique, heaven-defying cultivation techniques, and sufficient elixirs were all things that Ling Yan had prepared for Ning Lingyu before he left Qingshui City. In order not to delay Ning Lingyu's cultivation, he had prepared more than he had prepared for himself, not to mention others. Even Qin Dongxue was secretly jealous of her little niece. That was because in the ancient martial arts world that Qin Dongxue knew, no one would be able to provide such cultivation resources for their descendants. Ning Lingyu was the only one. What did it mean to be blessed by the heavens? This was it. Of course, this was only in the ancient martial arts families and hidden sections. As for the sects that Ning Lingyu's biological father, Ning Tianya, was in, it was hard to say. So fast. Qin Dongxue looked at Ning Lingyu's progress and realized that she was close to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. She couldn't help but exclaim and cover her mouth in shock. Qin Dongxue didn't disturb Ning Lingyu's cultivation. She stood on a rock that protruded out of the sea, her skirt fluttering in the wind as she observed quietly. Ning Lingyu was still sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She silently circulated the omnipotent water control technique. Soon, she raised her hands that were placed on her knees and drew a mysterious and complicated trajectory in the air. Splash! With the sound of water, Qin Dongxue noticed that the seawater beneath her feet began to spin faster and faster. Soon, it formed a huge whirlpool, and Qin Dongxue felt an inexplicable suction force. Woo-woo sounds were incessant. The omnipotent water control technique could control all water. This wasn't a joke. As Ning Lingyu sped up the true qi in her body, the water spiritual energy in the air naturally gathered around Ning Lingyu's body. Without any hindrance, it drilled into her body and replenished her energy. Suddenly, Ning Lingyu's hands stopped dancing. At the same time, she stretched them forward and pressed down heavily in the air. Then, she flipped her palms up and lifted them up. Boom boom. Following two loud sounds, two astonishing white pillars of water rushed out from the surface of the sea, directly rushing into the sky, shooting up violently. The momentum was shocking. Qin Dongshua's graceful body flew across and dodged the splattering water droplets. She couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile on her beautiful face. To be continued. Whoosh, her long eyelashes fluttered as she sat cross-legged on a boulder the size of a millstone. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like a dream, shooting out a divine light. Her gaze was fixed on the two pillars of water in front of her. Her beautiful lips were pursed tightly, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. Her slender, snow-white hands once again moved in a complicated trajectory. The speed of her hands was so fast that even Qin Dongxue was dazzled. Ning Lingyu wasn't just waving her hands around. At the same time, her 10 slender fingers were also changing rapidly, forming a series of complicated and inexplicable hand seals. The two water pillars didn't fall into the sea immediately. If that was the case, the omnipotent water control technique would be really weak. As Ning Lingyu's hands moved rapidly to form a seal, the two white water pillars began to twist and change into various unimaginable shapes. It was as though two white dragons had rushed out of the sea and were entangled together. However, they were independent and did not merge into one water pillar. The omnipotent water control technique was water control. At this moment, Ning Lingyu seemed to be struggling. Her smooth forehead was covered in sweat, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Seeing this scene, Qin Dongshue's gratified smile froze on her face. She was dumbfounded. True qi had left her body. Moreover, Ning Lingyu could control the true qi that had left her body and use it to control the two water pillars, which were half a meter thick, so that they could transform according to Ning Lingyu's will and defend against the enemy. In short, Ning Lingyu's control of the two water pillars was the same principle as the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin's Sky Demon ribbons. The only difference was that the ribbons were replaced with water pillars. Of course, although the principle was the same, this was Ning Lingyu's first time using it. this was already her limit. Compared to the devil sex holy virgin's control of her sky demon ribbons, she was still miles away. Therefore, although the two water pillars were moving in the air, they looked very awkward and stiff. It looked a little funny. But this was undoubtedly more difficult, because there was still a distance between Ning Lingyu and the two water pillars. She was controlling them from a distance. This was naturally the beauty of the omnipotent water control technique. Otherwise, how could it be called a celestial technique? Huh! Ning Lingyu suddenly let out a shout. Her hands instantly formed a series of hand seals, and then she suddenly pulled it to the left. Woo-woo, two intertwining water pillars with countless water droplets pounced towards Qin Dongxue ferociously. There was strength in the softness, and it was ferocious. Seeing that she was about to be hit by the two ferocious water pillars, Fairy Qin smiled slightly and calmly waved her jade-like hands, sending out two silent palm winds that directly shattered the two water pillars. She had easily neutralized Ning Lingyu's attack. Splash! The two streams of water finally fell back into the sea. Huff, 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 Ning Lingyu was completely exhausted. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her body trembled as she sat there, panting heavily. Qin Dongxue was like an otherworldly fairy as she landed on a nearby reef. She looked around and noticed that Ning Lingyu's fingers were still trembling uncontrollably, as though she was playing a non-existent piano in the air. Qin Dongxue frowned slightly inside in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She stood there quietly, waiting for Ning Lingyu to recover. 3 minutes later, Ning Lingyu's breathing finally calmed down, and her body was no longer trembling. Only her hands were still trembling slightly. Ling Yin once said that when one's energy was exhausted, one couldn't let it go. It was the best time to break through one's limits and improve. Thus, Ning Lingyu made some slight adjustments and immediately activated her cultivation technique. She allowed the remaining true qi to circulate through her body for a full cycle. Sure enough, she felt that her realm had improved again. She was getting closer and closer to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. Auntie! Ning Lingyu floated up and landed on top of the boulder. Her long hair had already reached her waist, but it was still tied up in a ponytail. Her jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a snow-white shirt, sky-blue jeans, and white sneakers. Her breasts were perky, and her waist was like a willow. She stood there, exuding an astonishing elegance that surpassed that of a fairy. Qin Dongxue didn't smile at Ning Lingyu. Instead, her voice contained a hint of reproach. Lingyu, you're too impatient. Why are you working so hard? You're simply messing around. When Auntie was your age, she had just broken through to the Xiantian realm. You've only been cultivating for less than 2 months, and you're already close to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. You're not even at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8, but you're already at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. Do you want to die? A blush appeared on Ning Lingyu's delicate face. She lowered her head and said with an unnatural expression, Auntie, I just wanted to try. I know what I'm doing. In terms of cultivation, Qin Dongxue was definitely a strict teacher to Ning Lingyu. She wouldn't let Ning Lingyu off just because she was her niece. She snorted coldly and said, You know what you're doing? You're lucky you weren't at the juncture of breaking through to the next realm. If you were, Auntie can guarantee that you'd go berserk. This is cultivation. It's going against the heavens. You have to be steady and do it step by step. Ning Lingyu didn't say anything else. She bit her lower lip and lowered her head again. However, she quickly raised her head again and turned her head slightly. She stubbornly looked towards the north, in the direction of Beijing. Even though Ling Yun didn't mention what he was going to do in Beijing when he left, Ning Lingyu was smart enough to know that her brother was fighting alone in Beijing. How could the Chao family be saved so easily? How could the powerful and mysterious blood clan be so warlike when they were enemies that could annihilate the entire Chao family? Ling Yun left without saying why he left so suddenly. However, Tai Xiaohu remained in Qingshui. Ling Yun left Qingshui in the middle of the night without a word. According to Fairy Qin's way of doing things, Tai Xiaohu naturally had to make a trip over to report everything clearly to her. Since Fairy Qin knew, Ning Lingyu naturally knew as well. Of course, Ling Yan's return to Beijing was an exception. After the college entrance examinations, Ning Lingyu cultivated day and night just so that she could stand by Ling Yan's side and fight alongside him. Sigh. How could Qin Dongxue not know what Ning Lingyu was thinking? Every time she saw this scene, she couldn't harden her heart anymore. She could only sigh in her heart and stop scolding Ning Lingyu. Follow me up. Qin Dongxue came to Ning Lingyu's side in a flash. She held her hand gently and brought her up the cliff. When they reached the top of the cliff, Qin Dongxue let go of Lingyu's hand and looked towards the north. Lingyu, you don't have to worry about him. That brat is fine. Qin Dongxue said. Ning Lingyu's beautiful face instantly turned red when her aunt saw through her thoughts. Qin Dongxue smiled. Lingyu, auntie understands how you feel. However, the most important thing for you now is to build a good foundation. The stronger your foundation is, the faster your cultivation will be after you break through to the Xiantian realm. If that brat comes back and finds out that your foundation isn't strong, he will blame auntie. You've seen it for yourself. The techniques that brat taught us are all unimaginable. They aren't ordinary ancient techniques at all. Even auntie has to explore them slowly and concentrate on them. Yet, you're in such a rush to cultivate. How will auntie explain it to your mother and that brat if something goes wrong? Ning Lingyu's heart was pounding. She retracted her gaze from the north and turned to look at the deep sea. She suddenly said, but brother's matter in Beijing hasn't been resolved yet, and now he's having this incident with his college entrance examinations. Qin Dongxue laughed disdainfully. Silly child, you don't have to worry about this. This isn't a problem at all. Auntie let the two of you participate in the college entrance examinations to fulfill big sister's wish. After all, the two of you have been studying for so many years. There has to be a result to draw a full stop to this matter. However, if you want to go to university, as long as auntie tells your grandfather, you can choose any university in Huaxia even if you don't participate in the college entrance examinations and don't know a single word. Valiant. Domineering, don't forget that the Qin family was also one of the top families in Huaxia. They could send Ling Yan and Ning Lingyu to Yanjing University with just a phone call. Ning Lingyu understood and smiled. That bright smile could light up the night sky. Don't worry, that brat can settle such a small matter easily. We don't have to worry about him at all. This time, many people are going to be unlucky again. Qin Dongxue said it casually. She knew that Ling Yan's status had changed drastically after he returned to the family. It was just that Ling Yan was like a hidden dragon that had yet to show itself. When all of this surfaced, Ling Yan would be like a dragon soaring in the sky. Come, let's go home. Auntie May should have prepared supper for you in a while. The two beauties each used their dragon fish phantom ability and quickly left the cliff, heading towards Villa number 9. Xianxia City Antique Market, Pearl Jade Court. Strange, I can't get through to Ling Yan's phone. Song Jingyang threw his phone away, frowning as he stared at the contract on the coffee table. This was naturally the bet that Ling Yan made with Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa before he went to the crater. Song Jingyang was the witness of this bet. Now that Ling Yan's college entrance examination results were out, Song Jingyang was naturally the first to receive the news. This result made Song Jingyang, who was full of confidence in Ling Yan, a little dumbfounded. However, Song Jingyang figured out the crux of the matter in less than half a minute. He didn't show anything on his face, only that it was a little funny. You want to use such a cheap trick to deal with Ling Yan? You're simply courting death. There were two people sitting opposite Song Jingyang. They were, of course, Morong Wencher and Morong Feishue. I'm dying of anxiety. 0 in the college entrance examination, how can he not care about such a big matter? Morong Feishue was so anxious that she couldn't eat for the entire day after learning about Ling Yan's college entrance examination results. Song Jingyang raised an eyebrow and looked at the anxious Morong Feishue. Don't worry, niece. I can't contact Ling Yan, but can't I contact Tang Meng? He chuckled. Tang Meng is in Beijing right now. He might even be with Ling Yan. To be continued. While Song Jingyang was talking in Xianxia City, Ling Yan had just arrived at the entrance of the hotel that Tang Meng was staying in. This was a 5-star hotel. Even though it was past midnight, the lights were still bright and dazzling. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked in front of the hotel. Most of them had foreign license plates. Century Golden Source Hotel. this is it. Ling Yin used his divine sense to see the name of the hotel immediately. However, he didn't rush to find a place to park. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the clothes he was wearing. Ling Yin had spent the entire night killing enemies. He didn't have time to change his clothes. He was still wearing the golden black devilish silkworm suit. I have to change my clothes. Before Ling Yin could finish his sentence, Xianxia had already pressed the button to control the car windows. The windows on both sides rolled up slowly. Even though the storm had just stopped, Ling Yin wouldn't drive with the windows closed. It was too stuffy. He didn't mind, but Xianxia needed fresh air. Letting go of the steering wheel, Ling Yin took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring. He was wearing a snow-white shirt, a pair of green trousers, and a pair of high-end leather shoes. He was going to change in the car. Xianxia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt her face heat up and her breathing quicken. Ling Yin couldn't care less about that. He smiled wickedly at Xianxia, the dimple on his left cheek was mesmerizing. Lifting his hands, he took off all the clothes he was wearing, leaving only his underwear on. Even though Xianxia was shy, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at Ling Yin's body. Just one look and her breathing stopped. Her heart raced. She could even hear the sound of drums beating. What a perfect body it was. Ling Yin's body was slender and perfectly proportioned. He had a lean back and a wasp's waist. The excess fat on his body was completely gone. His sexy muscles didn't bulge out like a dragon. Instead, they were smooth and natural, like an elegant and agile cheetah. His entire body was filled with indescribable masculinity. Ling Yin's exposed skin was even more exquisite than marble. It was white and crystal clear like a peeled egg. Under the flickering lights outside, it reflected a dazzling luster. The 8-pack on his lower abdomen formed a perfect 8 trigrams pattern. Along with Ling Yin's movements, it looked like it was overflowing with color and brilliance. The peak of physique tempering stage 9, his yin-yang harmony balance had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm, and his stellar condensation technique had reached the pinnacle of the second major realm. The yin-yang true qi and the spiritual energy of the 5 elements were endless. His current body was impervious to heat and cold, fire and water, and was immune to all poisons. It was a true treasure. Ling Yin, you're the one who's really skinny. Xianxia said. 3 months ago, she and Ling Yin were entangled in her room in Xianxia City. At that time, Ling Yin was at least 95 kilograms and had quite a bit of flab on his body. However, the current Ling Yin was at most 80 kilograms. Isn't it super sexy? Ling Yin asked Xianxia with a naughty smile. He didn't change his clothes on purpose. Yeah, Xianxia didn't dare to look at Ling Yin's body. However, her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but sneak peeks at Ling Yin's perfect body. Ling Yin laughed and asked, "Do you like it?" "Shameless. I'm not going to bother with you anymore." Xianxia's face was red and her chest was heaving up and down. She only felt her whole body heat up and she didn't dare to respond to Ling Yin's teasing anymore. She was dazzled and she was afraid that she would lose control and fall into Ling Yin's arms. Ling Yin chuckled in his heart and began to change his clothes unhurriedly. Xianxia wanted to help Ling Yin put on his clothes, but the space in the car was small. One of them was in the driver's seat while the other was in the passenger seat. She couldn't help at all. She could only take Ling Yin's clothes and neatly arrange them on her lap. This is so awkward. I have to tell Tang Ming to get a bigger car. I need to be able to stand up in the car. I think the bus is good. The driver's seat was small. Even though Ling Yin's body was flexible and agile, he still felt uncomfortable. He complained as he put on his pants. What bus? Let's buy a caravan tomorrow. Xianxia giggled. Buying a car is a small matter. I'll buy you some clothes tomorrow. That's the important thing. Ling Yin smiled faintly and said gently. Alright, Big Brother Yin's casual words always hit the softest part of a beauty's heart. Xianxia was moved again. With the improvement of his cultivation and realm, Ling Yin spoke less and less. However, even though he spoke less, he was able to see and remember everything. Moreover, he was always able to pay attention to the smallest details. Often, one sentence was better than thousands of sweet nothings. directly hitting a woman's weak spot. After changing, Ling Yan did a quick check of his body before putting the golden black devilish silkworm clothes into his spatial ring. At the entrance of the hotel, the doorman on duty was already waiting quietly outside the car. "Sir, are you looking for a place to stay?" As soon as Ling Yan lowered the window, the doorman bowed politely and asked politely. Ling Yan's Land Rover was worth a few million. Even in Beijing, where luxury cars were everywhere, it was not bad. Naturally, the doorman was very polite. "I'm looking for someone." Ling Yan was very direct and gave the doorman the room number. "All right, sir, please stop the car here." After parking the car, Ling Yan and Xianxia got out of the car together. Ling Yan's shirt was as white as snow, his trousers were straight, and his shoes were shiny. His long hair was so flamboyant that it was almost unbearable. Coupled with his perfectly proportioned slender body, he just casually stood there, causing the doorman to be dumbfounded. Tall, rich, and handsome, definitely. The doorman was secretly envious. Xianxia smiled sweetly and very naturally stood beside Ling Yan. She gently took the initiative to hold on to Ling Yan's arm. She was noble and elegant, graceful. Fair, rich, and beautiful. TSK, this face, this figure, this aura. The doorman was even more dumbfounded. "Let's go in, Tang Meng must be anxious waiting for us." Ling Yan walked casually and leisurely, bringing Xianxia directly to the magnificent hotel lobby. Big Brother Yun. How could Tang Meng wait for Ling Yan in the hotel room? He was already waiting for Ling Yan on the lounge sofa in the hotel lobby. He sat facing the door for more than an hour. Of course, he did not idle for more than an hour. Xianxia City's calls came one after another, all asking about Ling Yan. His phone was almost out of battery. Seeing Ling Yan enter, Tang Meng jumped up from the sofa as if his boat was on fire. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and his mouth opened wide. "Oh my God, Xianxia!" Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Xianxia had returned to Beijing after the Qingming festival. No one had been able to contact her. Who would have thought that she would appear by Ling Yan's side tonight? "Hello, Tang Meng." The hotel lobby was magnificent and as bright as day. Since Xianxia was rescued, this was the first time she appeared under the dazzling lights. She felt as if she had lived a second life. Now that Xianxia knew that Tang Meng was Ling Yan's life and death brother, as well as Ling Yan's right-hand man, she felt very close to Tang Meng and took the initiative to wave at him. "Io, my little lady, you finally showed up. Big Brother Yun really missed you so much," Tang Meng chuckled as he ran over to greet Xianxia. At the same time, he did not forget to take the opportunity to suck up to Ling Yan. "Alright, if you have anything to say, we can talk in the room," Ling Yan chuckled as he hugged Xianxia and went straight to the elevator. After entering the elevator, Ling Yan asked Tang Meng directly, "Where are the 5 people you brought?" Ling Yan was naturally asking about the 5 green dragon followers that Tang Meng had brought with him. "They are all staying in this hotel. In another room, I didn't ask them to come down so that it would be inconvenient to talk." Tang Meng laughed. Ling Yan laughed as he teased, "I say, you're pretty good, kid. You have so many followers now, and the places you go are all 5-star hotels." Tang Meng realized that there was a hidden meaning in Ling Yan's words. He was so shocked that he quickly raised his hands and waved them around. "Big Brother Yun, I didn't spend money recklessly. We don't have to pay for this hotel, someone else will pay for us." "Oh?" Tang Meng chuckled. "Didn't I discuss a logistics company today? The acquisition contract has already been signed, and the price is 80 million yuan. Naturally, the other party will be responsible for food and accommodation." "I see. What logistics company?" "Speedy Logistics." Tang Meng said the name of the logistics company before explaining, "The scale of the company isn't too big, but it has all the essentials. The business is developing very quickly, and I feel that we will need this in the future. That's why I contacted them before coming to Beijing." Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng would never be at a disadvantage. He smiled and nodded his head in praise. Well done." Ling Yan could feel that Tang Meng had put in a lot of effort to be able to think of this. He was very satisfied. It was difficult for an average person to not be arrogant, to not be greedy, and to not move forward. In the blink of an eye, the elevator had reached the 18th floor. The three of them walked out of the elevator while talking. Room 1858, it's the presidential suite. Tang Meng said to Ling Yun as he led the way forward. At the same time, he winked at Ling Yun. Xianxia's face was red, and she lowered her head without saying a word. Ling Yun and Tang Meng had a telepathic connection. Tang Meng's meaning was very clear. If Big Brother Yun wanted to eat Xianxia up tonight, he would take the initiative to give up the presidential suite. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. He secretly sent a telepathic message to Tang Meng, who was thinking about all sorts of things. Stop it, kid. I have a lot of things to do tonight. I don't have time for that. Tang Meng could only stick out his tongue after being scolded. He didn't dare to bring up the matter again. To be continued. The three of them arrived at room 1858 in no time. Tang Meng swiped his card to open the door while Ling Yun walked in with Xianxia in his arms. Tang Meng removed the Do Not Disturb sign from behind the door and hung it on the door before closing it. This was the luxurious presidential suite of a five-star hotel in Beijing. The furnishings in the room were definitely high-end and classy. Luxurious lighting, soft and comfortable carpet, spacious and clean bed, huge LCD TV, high-quality leather sofa. Both of you, take a seat first. I'll get you some water. Tang Meng busied himself with pouring tea for Ling Yun and Xianxia the moment he entered the room. Ling Yun had been fighting and drenched in the rain for the first half of the night. On top of that, he had spent so much time talking. His mouth was already dry, so he did not stop her and drank a few cups of tea to quench his thirst. Xianxia was no exception. Seeing that the teapot was almost empty, Tang Meng had no choice but to refill it before sitting opposite the two of them. Xianxia, are you all right? Tang Meng sat down and looked at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with concern as he asked in a natural manner. When Chao Tianlong came to Xingshui City to seek help from Ling Yun, the first person he met was Tai Xiaohu. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yun had come to Beijing to save the Chao family and Xianxia. Since Tai Xiaohu knew, there was no reason for Tang Meng not to know. Even though Tang Meng and Xianxia's statuses were very different, they had gone through life and death together on the night of the Qingming festival. Their friendship was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Thank you, I'm fine. Xianxia smiled sweetly at Tang Meng before turning to look at Ling Yun with a questioning gaze. Her meaning was obvious. She was asking if it was appropriate for Ling Yun to tell Tang Meng about the Chao family. Ling Yun smiled. Xianxia, you don't have to look at me. Tang Meng knows everything. He's my life and death brother. Our family's money is all in his hands. With a simple sentence, Ling Yun revealed Tang Meng's current position to Xianxia. He was a sworn brother and the Minister of Finance. She understood what her husband meant and immediately turned to Tang Meng. She said sincerely, sigh. I didn't expect so many things to happen after I left Xingshui City. Tang Meng, I heard from Ling Yun that you suffered a lot too, right? Perhaps it was because of the tragedy that had befallen her family, but Xianxia's words were filled with sorrow. On the way to the hotel, Ling Yun told Xianxia about how Xie Zhenyan broke Tang Meng's limbs. This made Xianxia's heart burn with anger. Her hatred towards the Chen family deepened. If not for the Chen family, Xianxia would have gone home to get reinforcements. With the support of the Chao family, the people around Ling Yun wouldn't have suffered so much. What we suffered was nothing. You don't know, but once Big Brother Yun came back, all the problems were solved in less than a day. Until now, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa are still hiding in some corner. The Sun family wouldn't dare to make a move either. Tang Meng replied calmly. Hearing this, Ling Yun laughed. He said to Tang Meng, all right, will you die if you stop sucking up to me? Those things are in the past. Let's talk about what's in front of us now. After Ling Yun finished, the three of them couldn't help but laugh. The one who laughed last would be the one who laughed the best. After laughing, Tang Meng suddenly remembered something. He stood up and said, Big Brother Yun, I have something. See if it's useful to you. After saying that, Tang Meng walked to his bedside table and returned with a thick stack of documents. These are all information about the blood clan that I found on the internet when I was bored in Xianxia City, you rascal, Ling Yan smiled happily. He took the documents from Tang Meng and scanned them with his divine sense. Then, he placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Some of the contents are correct. It seems like some of the information on the internet isn't groundless. However, I don't need these things anymore. Tonight, when I saved Xianxia just 2 hours ago, I killed more than 200 blood clan members in one go. All of them were earls and viscounts. I even took in a marquis. Now, I have a total of 5 blood clan servants. 1 marquis, 2 earls, and 2 viscounts. If I want to know more about the blood clan, I just have to ask them. Ling Yan spoke with fervor and assurance as he briefly explained to Tang Meng how he saved Xianxia. His tone was calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. This time it was Tang Meng's turn to be dumbfounded. Since when did the mysterious and powerful blood clan become so useless, killing more than 200 in one go? What a valiant battle record, Xianxia recalled the soul-stirring battle just now. Ling Yan was like a god of war, invincible and unstoppable. She too was in awe of Ling Yan's god-defying strength from the bottom of her heart. The blood clan is so useless? And you took in 5 blood clan servants? Tang Meng asked in disbelief. Ling Yan laughed. It's not that the blood clan is useless. It's just that I happen to have many techniques that can counter them. Their mysterious abilities are useless against me. As for the blood clan servants, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. In Xianxia's own family, there were 10 blood breeds who had received the embrace. He did not want to tell Xianxia that he was able to pass the embrace of the dark storm. It was equivalent to pouring salt on her wound. After the shock, Tang Meng nodded his head and sat down again. In the past 3 months, he had been shocked by Ling Yan's heaven-defying performances to the point of numbness. In his eyes, even if Ling Yan were to fly to the moon and sleep with Chang'e, it would be a matter of course. After the 3 of them exchanged greetings, they finally talked about the most important matter at hand. Tang Meng opened the laptop on the coffee table and clicked on the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination website. He keyed in Ling Yan's ID number and admission ticket number. Big Brother Yun, take a look. All of them are 0. Even though half a day had passed, Tang Meng was still very unhappy when he saw Ling Yan's results. Xianxia immediately moved the laptop closer to her eyes. After staring at it for a while, her face turned red. She scolded angrily, someone must be behind this. Ling Yan only used his divine sense to scan it. He didn't get angry. He only said faintly, how dare they? Tang Meng said angrily, Big Brother Yun, do you think this is the doing of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa? Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were the prime suspects for Ling Yan's 0 marks in order to win the bet of 100 million yuan. They had this motive. Moreover, Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang, was the director of Xianxia City's Education Bureau. If these 3 families were to join hands and purposely cause trouble, it wouldn't be difficult for Ling Yan to score 0 marks in all of them. Ling Yan was the calmest. He smiled. Don't jump to conclusions yet. I have so many enemies. They can't deal with me openly. Anyone can use underhanded means. Honestly speaking, Ling Yan didn't think that it was Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa who were behind this. Putting aside whether they had the ability to do so, the most important thing was that the 2 of them ran away in fear. After Ling Yan came out of the crater, he rushed back to Xianxia City. After celebrating Shui Mining's birthday, he only used 1 night and 1 morning to turn the entire situation around. He caused the Sun family to suffer heavy losses and sent the director of Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau to jail. Anyone in Xianxia City who had been paying attention to this matter would definitely be dumbfounded by the power that Ling Yan displayed. Anyone who wanted to deal with Ling Yan would have to consider whether their house was sturdy enough. They would have to consider whether their power was enough to win the position of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing weren't blind or deaf. They weren't fools either. After witnessing Ling Yan's strength, they couldn't even take care of themselves. Why would they touch a tiger's but for 100 million yuan? Wasn't their face slap swollen enough? It could be said that they were already thankful that Ling Yan didn't find trouble with them. Think about it carefully. Who else did we make enemies with? Ling Yan said casually with a smile. He had too many trump cards now, including the Ling family, the Chao family, and the Qin family. Even without these three great families, he could still settle this small matter with his own strength. Tang Meng was speechless. Who else did he make enemies with? The instigator of Ling Yan's assassination, the Assassins Organization, Xianxia Old Man, Tian Buetao, Luo Zhong, Qingyun Productions, the Xia family, the Go family, the Sun family, the Chen family, Long Tianjiao, Lu Suifeng, the Japanese ninjas, the Devil Sect, and then there were the 5 disciples of the gambling god, Xing Liuji. Ling Yan's question was too big, and Tang Meng felt a headache coming on. That Big Brother Yun, our enemies, hee. Ling Yan had too many enemies to count. Even Chao Shanshan, who was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down, couldn't help but laugh at Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan knew that his question was too broad. Scratching his head with a bitter smile, he changed the way he asked, alright, what I mean is, other than Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, who else would want to use the college entrance exam to deal with me? Ling Yan's question narrowed the scope of the question. Tang Meng frowned as his mind raced. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Tang Meng's head. Big Brother Yun, I don't know if you still remember that before the college entrance examination, we beat up a kid named Li Tian to save a female student? Li Tian. Ling Yun was amused. To be continued. Oh, I didn't expect you guys to have so many hero saves the damsel in distress performances in Qingshui City. Chao Shanshan could tell that something was wrong. She blinked her beautiful eyes and her long eyelashes fluttered. She giggled, but no matter how one listened to her, there was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Ling Yan stopped talking. Tang Meng knew that he was in trouble. He quickly shook his head like a rattled drum, causing his hair, which was slightly shorter than Ling Yan's, to dance in the wind. He explained hurriedly that Shanshan, it's not what you think. Tai Xiaohu and I accompanied Big Brother Yun to the assessment venue. I saw a rich playboy humiliating a female student in broad daylight. You know, I've always been the type to stand up for what's right. Tang Meng didn't forget to praise himself as he tried to clear Ling Yan's name. He said righteously, at that time, I couldn't take it anymore. I went up and beat up that rich playboy and the 5 bodyguards protecting him. I saved the female student. Chao Shanshan covered her mouth and asked, what happened after that? Tang Meng tilted his head and flipped his long hair. He made a dashing pose. After that, that brat was scared of me. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I told him my name and Big Brother Yun's. Chao Shanshan glanced at Ling Yun and smiled. I'm afraid the one who scared him was someone else, right? Chao Shanshan was a smart girl. Tang Meng exaggerated in his excitement. The other party had 5 bodyguards. Tang Meng couldn't even beat Chao Shanshan, let alone 5 professional bodyguards. Tang Meng was stunned. He rolled his eyes and laughed awkwardly. Hee, of course, Tai Xiaohu also helped him take down one. Just one. Big Brother Yun didn't even do anything. Even though Tang Meng was boasting a little, he was still able to tell the whole story. After he was done, he paused for a moment. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, it can't be that this kid is really behind this, right? Ling Yan laughed coldly. Whether it's him or not, we'll know once we investigate. I remember asking you to investigate this kid's background. Have you done it yet? Big Brother Yun, I really did. That Li Tian is from Qingshui 9th High. His father is the deputy mayor of Jiangkou City, and his uncle has just been appointed to the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. He is the head of the department and a deputy provincial official. It's definitely him. Tang Meng's eyes lit up. His gaze met Ling Yun's and they said in unison, it's definitely him. Whether it was the deputy mayor of Jiangkou City or the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Department, any one of these 2 positions could easily make Ling Yun get a 0 in the college entrance examination. Ling Yan's eyes twinkled as he said absent-mindedly, no wonder this brat didn't say anything after suffering such a huge loss. He was waiting for us here. Ling Yun remembered clearly that Li Tian didn't participate in the college entrance examination after being beaten up by him. He also didn't look for trouble with Ling Yun and the rest after that. However, based on that brat's arrogant behavior, he definitely wouldn't suffer such a huge loss. That's not right. Big Brother Yun, even if Li Tian wanted to use this method to deal with us, his uncle wouldn't be able to do it so easily. The college entrance examination is very strict, and the marking process is also very strict. If no one actively cooperates, it'll be very difficult to give you all 0 marks. After all, Li Tian's uncle has only been in office for less than half a year. He was transferred here from another province. In such a short period of time, it'll be very difficult for him to build up the education department. Ling Yun nodded, but he asked calmly, what if someone from Xianxia City's education department cooperates? The head of Xianxia City's education department was Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang. After all, Ling Yan had caught Lu Guanwang's sister-in-law, Qiu Fenghua, cheating on her in bed. That woman had been kicked out of the education world completely. Then, Ling Yan had easily replaced her as the vice principal of Qingshui High. The hatred of slapping his face and stealing his position, moreover, they were both from the education department. If they were to join forces, their power would be enough to kill a normal high school student. Tang Meng didn't say anything. After Ling Yan caught Qiu Fenghua cheating on her in bed, the one who happily went to record it was him, Tang Meng. If there were no accidents, the truth had basically come to light. However, Ling Yun didn't stop there. He turned to Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, do you know which family in Beijing is in charge of the education department in China? Xianxia thought for a while and suddenly pursed her lips. She said angrily, the Sun family is in charge of the health department and education department in China. The heads of those 2 departments are from the Sun family. Ling Yan laughed coldly and shrugged his shoulders. He spread his hands and said, see? When you pull out a carrot, you bring the mud along with it. Now, it's all together, Lu Qingtian's father, Lu Guanwang, the head of Jiangnan province's education department in the middle, and the Sun family at the top. This was a ban, a blatant ban in the legends. Ling Yun stood up abruptly. His body was so fast that it created a gust of wind. He said coldly, if it wasn't for saving Xianxia, the first person I would have dealt with in Beijing would have been the Sun family. If it wasn't for Qiu Xianxia and his second uncle, Ling Yun wouldn't have come to Beijing to confront the Chen family directly. He didn't have that much of a grudge against the Chen family. What really made Ling Yun angry was the Sun family. It was because of Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng was forced to swallow the tranquil pill and gave up on her feelings for Ling Yun. She was taken away by Priestess Desireless from the Tranquil sect and had not been heard from since. All of this was because of the Sun family, not only Zhuang Meifeng, but Ling Yan also blamed Xiao Mimi's disappearance and Qiu Shanxian's accident on the Sun family. Moreover, he and the Sun family were like fire and water. It was only because of Qiu Shanxian's matter that he was busy dealing with the Chen family that he didn't have the time to deal with the Sun family. Who would have thought that the Sun family would make a move on him before Ling Yan had the time to think about them? Even though all of this was Ling Yan's analysis, he didn't even want to investigate further. According to his style, the Sun family would be destroyed sooner or later. The only difference was whether it was earlier or later. Don't blame me if you're courting death. Ling Yan's face was ashen as he spoke in a low voice. Then, he slowly sat down. Do you still have Qi Xiaqing's number? Give her a call and ask how her exams went. Ling Yan remembered clearly that other than the Chinese and English essays, their exam papers were almost exactly the same. Ling Yan had used his divine sense to look at Qi Xiaqing's 2 college entrance examinations essays. He felt that his essay was better than Qi Xiaqing's. In other words, Ling Yan's college entrance examination scores should have been higher than Qi Xiaqing's if the marking teacher wasn't careless. Qi Xiaqing? Tang Meng was at a loss. He didn't have a godlike memory like Ling Yun, but Tang Meng's brain wasn't slow either. He immediately remembered that Qi Xiaqing was the beauty they saved from Li Tian. After saving Qi Xiaqing, Ling Yan asked Tang Meng to arrange for the Green Dragon Gang to protect her for 3 days in order to prevent Li Tian's revenge. Tang Meng naturally had Qi Xiaqing's number. Tang Meng picked up his phone immediately, but he hesitated as soon as he found Qi Xiaqing's number. Big Brother Yun. It's already 1 in the morning, isn't it inappropriate to call her like this? There's nothing inappropriate about it, let's try calling. Ling Yun didn't think that it was inappropriate. He didn't have the time to waste on such a small matter. Tang Meng immediately made the call, but the standard mobile customer service tone came through very quickly. indicating that the other party's phone was switched off. Switched off, Ling Yun frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, "What about the Green Dragon Gang underlings that you arranged to protect her? They should know her address, right?" "They do," Tang Meng answered. "That's settled then. If you can't get through to her phone tomorrow, ask those underlings to go to her house tomorrow and see what's going on there," Ling Yun said decisively. Ling Yun's 0 in the college entrance examination was something he could solve by himself. However, what if Qi Xiaoqing was also harmed by Li Tian? Li Tian was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Even if it was just one sheep, he would still be hurting 2 sheep. There's one more thing. Since we already know that Ling Yu is the top science scholar in Jiangnan province, we need to find out who the top liberal arts scholar is. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was preparing to make a move. His blood began to boil, and his universe began to burn. Tang Meng couldn't interfere in the battle between Ling Yun and the Blood Clan. He could only support Ling Yun. However, Tang Meng was very good at such things. After a simple analysis, Ling Yun dealt with this matter in a flash. He then said to Tang Meng, "Oh right, my form teacher will arrive in Beijing tomorrow morning. Xianxia and I will go to the airport to pick her up. Don't forget to book another room," Tang Meng agreed readily. At the same time, he secretly winked at Ling Yun. His eyes were full of ambiguity. Ling Yun knew that Tang Meng still had something to say to him. Just as he was about to use telepathy to remind Tang Meng to wait outside, he heard Chao Shanshan say coquettishly, "Hey, Tang Meng, do you have something to say to Ling Yun in private? It seems like I'm a hindrance to you guys." "Alright, I'll go out now. You two can talk slowly." As Chao Shanshan spoke, she straightened her waist and stood up gracefully. Then, she strode towards the door. She was jealous. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng fiercely and said in a low voice, "You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Chao Shanshan was just rescued by me. She's been through a lot tonight. She's very emotional. What can't you say later?" As Ling Yun scolded Tang Meng, he floated up and grabbed Chao Shanshan's snow-white wrist. "Hee, Shanshan, you're thinking too much. It's not that complicated." Chao Shanshan couldn't move. Her eyes were red, and her shoulders were shaking. She was about to cry. Of course, Tang Meng was fine after being scolded by Ling Yun. However, he was helpless. "My big brother Yun, if you knew that Qingshui City was in an uproar and how many people were coming to Beijing tomorrow, you probably wouldn't say this." To be continued. Chao Shanshan, I really didn't mean it that way. Big brother Yun, Tang Meng did not know that Chao Shanshan's emotions would be so unstable tonight, nor did he expect her to react so violently. He stood up in a panic and did not know what to do. "Get out." Ling Yun pretended to be annoyed as he scolded Tang Meng. At the same time, he gave Tang Meng a look that said, "Brother, I'm sorry, I have no choice but to sacrifice you." Tang Meng was a smart person. He understood what Ling Yun meant and ran out of the presidential suite without looking up. At the same time, he did not forget to carefully close the door. After coming out, Tang Meng did not leave immediately. He tiptoed and pressed his ear against the door with a perverted smile on his face, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. However, the presidential suite's soundproofing was so good that once the door was closed, no ordinary person would be able to hear anything from the outside. Of course, Tang Meng was no exception. This F***king soundproofing. What's going to happen next? Tang Meng cursed under his breath and gave up on eavesdropping. He shook his head and walked towards the elevator. He went straight to the 10th floor and arrived at room 1068. He raised his leg and kicked the door open. "Open up." The door opened quickly. A half-naked green dragon lackey stood at the door, wearing only a pair of loose pants. There was a lifelike tattoo of a green dragon on his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was a very eye-catching sight. When the lackey saw that it was Tang Meng, he was stunned. "Young Master Tang, why are you here?" "I'm here to play with you guys, can't I?" Tang Meng said casually as he swaggered into the room. When he saw the scene in the room, he was overjoyed. At this moment, Tang Meng's 5 lackeys from Green Dragon were gathered in the room. They were sitting on the bed, playing cards and gambling. The four of them were sitting cross-legged with a pile of cash in front of them. There were $10, $25, $50, and $100. One of them was dealing the cards. When they saw Tang Meng suddenly barging in, they quickly got up and wanted to jump off the bed. Tang Meng pressed his hands down and chuckled. No need, no need. Let's continue. How much are we betting? $10 at the very least. What a big game. Count me in. Why are you dawdling over there? Hurry up and come over. Tang Meng had long forgotten about the eavesdropping incident. He happily took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He took the initiative to grab the cards in his hand and began to shuffle them. Humph. Tang Meng is getting more and more out of hand. I'll teach him a lesson later. After Tang Meng left, Ling Yun was energized. He let go of Xianxia's wrist and pointed at the door with his index finger. Of course, this was just an act. Tang Meng did not do anything wrong. Only the two of them were left in the room. Xianxia lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes. Her face was red as she said, "Why did you punish him?" "He didn't do anything wrong," Ling Yun snorted coldly. "Humph, you angered my baby to this extent. If that's not a mistake, then what is?" Feeling that she had overreacted, Xianxia's face turned even redder. Biting her lower lip, she said with her back facing Ling Yun, I'm not angry at Tang Meng, I'm actually angry at myself." "Angry at yourself?" Ling Yun knew that Xianxia would not be able to extricate herself from the situation. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia and wrapped his arms around her waist. Gently pulling her into his embrace, the two of them were pressed tightly together. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a naughty smile, and he said softly, "Xianxia, tell me, why are you angry with yourself?" Hot, Xianxia was suddenly hugged by Ling Yun. Her back suddenly tensed up. Her heart was beating fast and she was inexplicably nervous. A strange feeling rushed from Xianxia's lower abdomen to her brain. It was like a hot electric current, burning her to the point that she could not control herself. The environment determined the mood. This was not the Yunmeng Mountain with its steep cliffs and jagged rocks. This was a luxurious presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Being alone in a room with a man and a woman, Xianxia could only feel her heart pounding like never before. For some strange reason, back in Xianxia City, in her own villa, the scenes of the two of them flashed in front of Xianxia's eyes as if a camera was being replayed, causing her breathing to quicken. Xianxia's face was red. Even her ears were burning. She could not muster any strength. She longed for Ling Yun's embrace. This kind of steady, warm, and safe feeling was what she had been yearning for day and night in the past 3 months of her imprisonment. It was what she had been dreaming of. At this moment, even though Ling Yun was hugging a soft and fragrant woman in his arms, it was obvious that she would allow him to do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Yun's big hands were still obediently wrapped around Xianxia's soft waist. He did not make any moves. Dual cultivation was fine, but Xianxia's current state of mind and emotions were not right. It was not the right time yet. "Xianxia, you haven't answered my question yet." Ling Yan's tone was gentle as he smiled and asked again. "Sigh." Xianxia sighed softly. Xianxia's figure was really too beautiful. She was slightly plump and had the elegance and beauty of a noble lady. But now, she had lost more than 5 kilograms. Her waist was as slender as a willow, her collarbones were prominent, and the 2 lumps in front of her chest were even more full and round. She let Ling Yun hold her in his arms. Her delicate body leaned back slightly, coupled with Xianxia's sickly pale face. Ling Yun almost couldn't help but use his dragon's claw hand. Xianxia did not dare to look at Ling Yun's eyes, but she could completely feel where Ling Yun's burning gaze was focused on. She was actually hoping that Ling Yun would give her a long, passionate kiss or do something naughty to her. Unfortunately, Ling Yun did not do such a thing. "Ling Yun, even though I don't want to admit it, I feel that the gap between the two of us is too huge. It's so far that I can't see through you. I don't even dare to think about it. You're so far away that you're right in front of me, but it feels like a dream. My heart feels empty. This kind of feeling, I'm very afraid." As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the room became extremely quiet. Other than Xianxia's slightly hurried breathing, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. After all, Ling Yun was someone who had memorized the entire Chinese dictionary and the contents of all the high school Chinese textbooks in his head. Furthermore, he had also memorized tens of thousands of essays that made people want to pee in their pants. Naturally, he could understand what Xianxia was saying. However, Big Brother Yun was best at acting dumb. What? That's still far? Then what's considered near? Is this okay? As he spoke, Ling Yan's right hand moved up from Xianxia's slender waist to her back. Then, he pulled her into his embrace, tightly pressing their bodies together. So soft, so erect. Ling Yan was secretly pleased. Without any hesitation, Ling Yan lowered his head and kissed Xianxia's delicate lips. He used the tip of his tongue to force open Xianxia's teeth and delved in, savoring the fragrance of Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia had been waiting for a long time, so naturally, she responded passionately. After a long time, their lips parted. Huff, huff, huff. Xianxia's cherry lips were wide open as she breathed rapidly. After a long time, she finally dared to open her eyes slowly. Ling Yan's gentle smile was reflected in her eyes. The most eye-catching part was, of course, the enchanting dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek that was getting deeper and deeper. It was enough to make countless beauties drown in it. It was enough to make them drown in it. Ah! A gust of wind blew past, and Xianxia felt herself flying. She couldn't help but scream. In the next moment, Ling Yan had already carried Xianxia back to the sofa. Placing Xianxia on his lap, Ling Yan said mysteriously to Xianxia, "Be good, close your eyes." Xianxia wasn't angry anymore. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with love, and her cheeks were peachy. She obediently closed her eyes. With a thought, Ling Yan took out 2 items from his spatial ring and gently placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Then, he said to Xianxia, "All right, you can open your eyes now." Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. With a soft moan, she quietly opened her eyes a little. Her long eyelashes trembled as she looked at the coffee table. With just one look, Xianxia was stunned. The 2 items that Ling Yan took out were very ordinary and not expensive. Moreover, Xianxia was extremely familiar with them. That was because they were all her belongings. One was Xianxia's Oxford Dictionary, and the other was, of course, Xianxia's diary. What kind of person was Big Brother Yun? Even if his spatial ring was full, he had never thought of discarding these 2 items. Xianxia's delicate body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes became blurry, and tears started to well up. "Ling Yun, why have you been carrying them with you all this time?" Xianxia was extremely touched. She was indescribably surprised. Without a doubt, to the current Xianxia, these 2 items that Ling Yun took out were enough to completely destroy her feelings. "These are my feelings." Ling Yun smiled and said with deep emotion. What was romance, what was surprise, and what was invincibility in picking up girls? Big Brother Yun used practical actions to perfectly express it. To be continued. What was in Big Brother Yun's spatial ring? Shinnon Cauldron, Devil's Blade, Dragon Vein Sword, Dark Storm, Golden Bow and Silver Arrows, Golden Needles and Silver Needles, Bodhi Seed, Mysterious Gourd, Buddhist Beads, Lamp, Dragon Saliva, 7 Dazzling Pill, 1000-Year Ginseng, 1000-Year Polygonum Multiflorum, Tianshan Snow Lotus, 100-Year Lingji, Priceless Imperial Greenstone King, Super Tonghulu, a few blank checkbooks, tens of millions in cash, the Ling family's 2 pieces of Divine Willow Wood, the Black Yellow Sutra. Other than that, there were also Ling Yun's daily clothes, shoes, and socks, as well as tools for eating in the wild, a complete set of pots and pans, as well as seasonings. In the future, the spatial ring would continue to upgrade. If the space was big enough, Ling Yun was even prepared to put a luxury car in it. As long as it was convenient and comfortable, there was nothing Ling Yun wouldn't do. However, these were necessities for Ling Yun. His spatial ring only contained necessities. Moreover, he had already memorized the Oxford Dictionary when he was on Turtle Island, word for word. However, Big Brother Yun didn't throw it away. He was waiting for this day. Back then, Xianxia asked her homeroom teacher, Kong Xiuru, to change her seat in order to pursue Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan was amazed by Ling Yan's godly memory and teased him about memorizing the Oxford Dictionary. Ling Yan snorted and couldn't be bothered to reply. However, good times didn't last long. Ling Yan entered the crater just as they established their relationship. Chao Shanshan returned to Beijing after the incident in Xianxia City. Ling Yan wasn't lying. He really missed Chao Shanshan's deep feelings for him. He had already memorized Chao Shanshan's diary. There wasn't much content in the diary, and it wasn't very long either. However, Ling Yan could feel Chao Shanshan's burning love for him from between the lines. This was the most fundamental reason why Ling Yan traveled thousands of miles to Beijing, risking his life and not asking for anything in return. He wholeheartedly helped and saved the Chao family. Chao Shanshan's emotions surged, and her tears flowed freely. She plunged into Ling Yan's embrace and started crying. Sometimes, delicacies, gold and silver jewelry, riches and splendor, luxury cars and mansions, can't compare to a man's casual words of concern, a thoughtful greeting, or a gentle hug. This was especially so for Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan did not care for any of the above, but Ling Yan was always thinking about her. His heart was always thinking about her. This was the greatest satisfaction Chao Shanshan had ever felt. How could she not be excited? Alright, Shanshan, it's all in the past. Don't think too much about it. You're still you, and I'm still me. As long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to hurt you. Ling Yan gently patted Shanshan's shoulder and said this sentence gently. After that, he didn't say another word. There was no need to say more. Chao Shanshan was no longer strong. She burst into tears, venting all the emotions she had accumulated over the past 3 months. Her tears and snot made Ling Yan's white shirt wet. In fact, Ling Yan was very touched. Chao Shanshan had been locked up for so long. She had been fighting with Chen Jianwei, who was 1,000,000 times stronger than her. Not only did she preserve her innocence, but she also didn't reveal Ling Yan's biggest secret: how strong must a woman be? How strong must her soul be? How deep must her love for Ling Yan be for her to do all this? After half an hour, Chao Shanshan finally stopped crying after she had vented her anger. Gently, Ling Yan used his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Smiling, he explained, actually, I already know what Tang Meng wants to say. This time, I came to Beijing because your brother went to Xianxia City to look for me. We rushed here in the middle of the night. Other than Tai Xiaohu, I didn't bid farewell to anyone else, therefore, Ling Yu and Ning Er have been very worried about me. They called me every day, but it was very difficult for them to get through. They definitely won't be able to stay in Xianxia City since they scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Ling Yan had already grasped Chao Shanshan's heart. Of course, he struck while the iron was hot. In a few simple sentences, he told Chao Shanshan the whole story without hiding anything. There were still some things that he hid. For example, Ling Yan had already eaten Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. For example, Kong Xiuru, Long Wu, Zhang Ling, etc. This was something that couldn't be said. It would definitely spoil the atmosphere. Ling Yan, thank you. Chao Shanshan turned her head and took her diary. She held it in her hands and rubbed the cover gently. Her pretty face blushed again. Ah! How dare you peek at my diary? You're so naughty. You know everything about me. Ling Yan laughed heartily. His right hand finally started to wander around Chao Shanshan's body. I know everything even if I don't read your diary. Chao Shanshan felt uncomfortable from Ling Yan's touch. She squirmed like a snake and panted. She allowed Ling Yan to do whatever he wanted. She was shy, but she didn't reject him. Ling Yan's eyes weren't idle either. His handsome eyes stared at Chao Shanshan's snow-white collar. Shanshan, you've become much fairer. F***CKU. Chao Shanshan pouted. In her heart, she was puzzled. Since when did Ling Yan become so well-behaved? His hand should have been on her chest a long time ago. Actually, it wasn't that Ling Yan had become well-behaved. Ling Yan knew that Chao Shanshan couldn't control herself now. He was afraid that if he teased her a little, she would completely lose control. If that happened, his dual cultivation plan would completely fail. Big brother Yun hadn't touched Lin Menghan or Yao Rou since half a month before the college entrance examinations in order to cultivate the divine young cultivation technique. He hadn't touched a woman for close to 50 days. His yang fire was still burning. In order to reach the qi cultivation stage, Big Brother Yun could only chant the clear heart technique. Xianxia, you must be hungry, right? Ling Yan stopped all his actions and asked suddenly. Ling Yan did not play by the rules. This caused Xianxia, who was about to explode with passion, to be taken aback. She looked at Ling Yan suspiciously and glared at him coquettishly. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Scoundrel, you're a bully. Forget it. Xianxia bit her lip and scolded him. Then, she nodded and said, I'm hungry. How could she not be hungry? When Ling Yan saved Xianxia, she almost vomited her bile. She was so emotional that she had forgotten to eat when she saw her family. Now that Ling Yan reminded her, she could hear her stomach growling. She was so hungry that she felt like she could swallow an elephant. Ling Yan hadn't eaten since the afternoon after the consecutive battles. He wasn't made of iron, so he was also hungry. Go take a hot shower to relieve your fatigue. I'll get the waiter to send food over. Yao Rou had stayed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel before. Ling Yan knew all the facilities there and knew that such a hotel provided food 24 hours a day. But I don't have any clothes to change into. Xianxia was also very excited at the thought of a hot shower. However, she only had what she was wearing. Ling Yan laughed and said, Silly, have you forgotten where you are? As for clothes, I guarantee that they will be here soon. I'll get the waiter to send them over. You can wear it tonight. We'll go to the mall tomorrow to buy it. That. Alright, but you're not allowed to peek. Xianxia warned Ling Yan fiercely as she stood up and used her arms to cover her breasts. Ling Yan chuckled and said, Can I take it as a reminder? Naughty. Xianxia stomped her feet shyly. She twisted her waist and ran towards the spacious bathroom. Sigh, it's finally over. It wasn't easy. Ling Yan shook his head and got up. He flew to the place where the service was called and pressed the service button. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. However, Ling Yan did not peek. There was no need for him to do so. That was because he knew that Xianxia had only left the bathroom door ajar and not locked it. When the waiter knocked on the door, Ling Yan went over to tell her that he needed the best dishes in the hotel. He also asked the waiter to send over a few sets of women's clothes. The beautiful waitress had obviously heard the sound of running water in the bathroom. She smiled shyly and looked at Ling Yan ambiguously. She almost forgot her manners. It was the first time in her life that she had seen such a handsome guy. She felt that the night shift was worth it. I'm sorry, handsome. No, I'm sorry, sir. I have no problem with the supper you requested. However, as for clothes, we only have pajamas. Pajamas are fine. Sorry for the trouble. This is your tip. Ling Yan was very generous. Ling Yan was very generous. He casually took out a stack of $100 bills and handed it to the beautiful waitress without caring about how much there was. The beautiful waiter blushed and did not dare to take it. Take it. Ling Yan smiled brightly. He winked at her and waved for her to leave. Only God knew how the beautiful waiter left. However, Ling Yan knew that when she left, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Her footsteps were light and her breathing was rapid and shaky. My charm is definitely not for show. It seems like Xianxia's nervousness was not without reason. In this day and age, anyone who was handsome and rich was enough to kill many beauties. Half an hour later, there was another knock on the door. The beautiful waitress from before had returned. Along with her, there were also a few waiters who delivered the food. Soon, a sumptuous meal and utensils were placed on the table. The room was filled with the aroma of food. Ling Yan asked the beautiful waiter to place a few sets of sexy pajamas on the bed. He ignored her flirting and sent her out of the room with a smile. Ling Yan, help me get a set of pajamas. Just as he closed the door, Xianxia's shy voice came from the bathroom. To be continued. Coming. Ling Yan replied calmly as he flew back to the bed to retrieve his pajamas. When he held the pink silk pajamas in his hands, Ling Yan couldn't hold it in anymore. A wicked smile appeared on his handsome face, and his eyes were filled with gratitude and mischievousness. They say that money makes the world go round. Looks like the tip wasn't given for nothing. Of course, it was not for free. Ling Yan looked closely and saw a few neatly folded nightgowns on the side of the bed. They were pink, rose red, lavender, and goose yellow. Although they were all different colors, they all had one thing in common. Or rather, they had three things in common: thin, revealing, and transparent. Furthermore, every piece was of high quality and smooth. Whether it was held in one's hands or worn on one's body, it was as light as a feather and could be seen at a glance. Actually, the beautiful attendant could not be blamed. After all, it was summer in Luhua and it was just entering July. It was a sauna day in Beijing. This kind of nightgown was cool, sexy, and eye-catching. No true partner would reject it. Think about it, whether it was before or after the passion, if a beautiful woman wore this kind of pajamas and walked around in the presidential suite of a five-star hotel, it would definitely bring a breathtaking feeling to her partner. The problem was that Ling Yun and Xianxia had yet to break through the last level. Furthermore, they were reunited after a long time. All their feelings needed time to be nurtured and nurtured. Xianxia also needed time to recover. Which one should I let Xianxia wear? Ling Yan secretly imagined Xianxia's sexy look in all the different colors of the nightgown. He stood there and started to worry. What a blissful sorrow, the rose-red one would definitely make Xianxia dazzling. The light yellow one would definitely make Xianxia sexy and elegant. The pink one would be filled with an indescribable charm. Ling Yun, what are you doing? I'm done bathing. Xianxia's shy voice came from the bathroom again. Ling Yun grabbed the light purple silk nightgown and flew to the bathroom door. Xianxia, open the door, here you go, don't peek. Xianxia let out a soft cry as she opened the bathroom door slightly. A snow-white arm, still dripping with water, shyly stretched out from behind the door. Ling Yan's breath caught in his throat. With just one hand, Xianxia's face was better than many women's makeup. Give it to me. Xianxia reached out her hands to grab at the pajamas, only to realize that he did not pass them to her at all. Thinking that he was up to something, she was extremely shy. Here. Ling Yan regained his senses and placed the light purple pajamas in Xianxia's hands. He did not forget to squeeze Xianxia's delicate hands. Ah. Bad guy. Xianxia thought that Ling Yan was going to drag her out, so she let out a high-pitched scream. Haha. Ling Yan laughed heartily and silently recited the clear heart chant to restrain himself. Then, he floated away from the bathroom door. If he wanted to do something bad, he would have already broken in. There was no need to wait until now. Next, Xianxia naturally had to put on her clothes. Ling Yan's figure flashed and he directly went to the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite. Through the bright floor-to-ceiling window, he admired the bustling night view of Beijing. Phew, now, Ling Yan could finally heave a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart had finally been lifted off the ground. Xianxia was saved. From today onwards, Ling Yan no longer had to hold back against the Chen family or the Sun family. He could do whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. What entered his eyes were countless skyscrapers and tens of thousands of bright lights. Ling Yan gradually fell into a trance. Very good. Very prosperous. Very powerful. All of this is mine. Ling Yan's slender figure stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, as still as a mountain. His hands gradually clenched into fists behind his back. His eyes were like lightning, and his gaze pierced through the void. The corners of his lips, which were as sharp as knives and axes, curled into a cold smile. This was a strong self-confidence. This was the declaration of an unparalleled expert. The sound of the bathroom door opening could be heard. Xianxia, who was wearing a light purple nightgown, was blushing. One of her snow-white hands was covering her perky breasts, while the other was clutching the hem of her nightgown tightly. She tiptoed out of the bathroom. The beauty Xianxia came out of the shower. Her long black hair was still dripping wet. It was still steaming as it casually draped over her back. Xianxia's long hair had already reached her waist. Humph. Stupid Ling Yun, you must have done it on purpose. You actually only prepared this nightgown for me. Xianxia's smooth oval face revealed a seductive blush. She was a little happy, but also a little embarrassed and coquettish. Poor Xianxia. She only had this translucent light purple nightgown on her body. There was not a single thread of clothing inside. It was definitely cool and refreshing. Ling Yan heard the sound and turned around. Then, he was immediately stunned. Xianxia was 172 meters tall. Her long black hair reached her waist. Her legs were slender and straight. She stood there with her snow-white feet bare. She wore a deep V-neck folded light purple, translucent nightgown. It barely covered her delicate body. Her waist was slender like a willow. Under the light, her fair skin was rosy and delicate. Coupled with her coquettish expression, she looked like she wanted to say something but was still shy. Light purple nightgown had always been synonymous with mystery and obscurity. Xianxia was simply too beautiful. Ling Yan's Adam's apple could not help but tremble violently. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Being stared at by Ling Yan like a pervert, Xianxia became even more embarrassed. However, she could not help but secretly rejoice. She did not let it go. She shouted fiercely, "Ling Yan, what are you thinking about? Didn't you hear me when I called you for so long?" Did you call me just now?" Ling Yan was in a daze for a while and did not hear Xianxia call him. "Scoundrel, I asked you to prepare clothes. What about the underwear you prepared for me?" Xianxia shouted through gritted teeth. "Underwear?" Ling Yan was stunned. "Didn't you wear them all the time?" he asked. "I'm going to die from anger." Xianxia wanted to cry. When she was bathing just now, she had taken off all her clothes and thrown them into the bin. Qin Jianwei had bought this set of clothes for Xianxia. The weather was getting hot, and Xianxia had no choice but to wear it. Now that Ling Yan had rescued her, Xianxia would not keep it no matter how clean Ling Yan's water talisman was. She wanted to completely forget the past 3 nightmarish months. Hee. Ling Yan laughed. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia. He bent down slightly and took a few deep breaths of Xianxia. Then, he praised in an intoxicated manner, "Smells so good." Suddenly, he wrapped his arms around Xianxia's waist and lifted her up. What are you trying to do?" Xianxia was a little distracted. She shouted shyly and anxiously, but her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. "It's such a hot day, why are you wearing underwear? Moreover, it's not like I haven't seen the places I should see. Do you need to react so strongly?" Ling Yan chuckled as he walked towards the dining room. Ling Yan had had his fill of women along the way. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She closed her eyes tightly and buried her head into Ling Yan's arms. "Let's eat, let's put on some clothes. The food is getting cold." Ling Yan placed Xianxia on a chair reluctantly when they reached the dining table. Then, he sat opposite Xianxia. "Look, lobsters, sea cucumbers, bird's nest, shark's fin." Buddha jumps over the wall. "Everything is here. Our mission now is to catch them all." Whoosh! Ling Yan took out the mysterious gourd from his spatial ring and dripped a few drops of dragon saliva into the Buddha jumps over the wall in front of Xianxia. The dragon saliva was filled with spiritual energy, and an intoxicating aroma filled the air. "Wow! It smells so good." Xianxia was stunned by the aroma. She had never smelled such a fragrant aroma before. Ling Yan kept the mysterious gourd and stared unblinkingly at Xianxia's chest. He thought to himself that Xianxia's chest had really grown bigger. Attracted by the aroma of the dragon saliva, Xianxia didn't notice Ling Yan's gaze. She exclaimed in shock, "What is this? Why does it smell so good?" After saying that, Xianxia couldn't help but pick up the golden spoon to scoop a mouthful of soup and put it into her mouth. "This is dragon saliva, it has a super strong effect on breast enlargement," Ling Yan said in a daze. It might not be a breast enlargement effect, but it was definitely a great supplement. Whether it was to restore energy or to calm the nerves, the dragon saliva had a very good effect. A feast for the eyes, this B*****starred had long forgotten about his hunger. Don't look." Xianxia finally noticed Ling Yan's gaze. She blushed and pouted. "Xianxia is so beautiful, why can't I look?" Ling Yan smiled proudly and retorted casually. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Chao Shanshan was merely grumbling coquettishly, but she was definitely not angry. After all, when they were in Xianxia City, apart from the last layer of window paper, the two of them had already done everything they could. She was indeed famished. Seeing that Ling Yun had started to eat, she immediately buried her head in the food. The food was fragrant and the people were beautiful. Ling Yun had a wonderful meal. To be continued. Whirlwind, as the saying goes, food and lust are part of one's nature. Food comes before lust and lust. It was clear that the ancestors of China had a deep understanding of food. When a person was extremely hungry, other than finding ways to fill their stomach, nothing else mattered. Shanshan, drink some water. Remember to chew carefully and swallow slowly. The main purpose of eating was to replenish one's daily energy needs. Ling Yun, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, had no lack of spiritual energy. Furthermore, he had an endless supply of yin-yang true qi. He did not lack energy at all. It would not matter even if he did not eat or drink for 3 to 5 days. It could be said that Ling Yun's hunger was just a habitual feeling of hunger. He only ate to fill his stomach, or to put it another way, it was enough. Therefore, Ling Yun did not eat much during this meal. Almost all the sumptuous dishes on the table went into Chao Shanshan's stomach. Other than admiring Chao Shanshan's beauty, Ling Yun's main job was to persuade Chao Shanshan to eat slowly so that she wouldn't be too full. Burp, even so, Chao Shanshan burped. She had eaten too much. Lowering her head shyly, Chao Shanshan looked at her protruding belly. Satisfied, she stole a glance at Ling Yun. It's all your fault. Ling Yun spread his hands. See? You ate too much, right? Get up and move around in the house. As the saying goes, walking 100 steps after a meal will make you live to 99. Yes, I have to move around. At this point, Ling Yun had already taken advantage of Chao Shanshan. She was not afraid of Ling Yun looking at her anymore. She glared at Ling Yun and stood up. Ling Yun stood up as well. You can walk around first. I'll get the waiter to clean the table. Chao Shanshan was shocked. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Scoundrel, I'm dressed like this. Why are you asking others to look? Oh, it's my fault. Ling Yun glanced at Chao Shanshan and admitted his mistake. He immediately gave up on the idea of cleaning the table. Only Ling Yun could admire Chao Shanshan's current state. If anyone else dared to look at her, Ling Yun would immediately dig their eyeballs out and play with them like marbles. This room isn't small at all. It's at least 38,000 yuan a night. Chao Shanshan walked around the room with her bare feet on the soft carpet. After walking 2 rounds, she finally came to the window. She stood at the place where Ling Yun had stood before, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the distant south. How's our form teacher doing? Chao Shanshan asked softly. All right. What about Zhang Ling? Is she okay? I wonder how she did. She's fine. I know her college entrance examination results. She sent me a message. She's 40 points away from full marks. Chao Shanshan's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to ask how Ling Yun and Zhang Ling were doing, but she resisted the urge to do so. After experiencing surprise and sorrow, confusion and hesitation, shyness and excitement, Chao Shanshan finally calmed down after eating her fill. She could already control her emotions very well, and her state of mind was developing in the direction that Ling Yun had guided and hoped for. Without a doubt, this was a state of mind suitable for cultivation. After Ling Yun had chased Tang Meng away, he had done so much for Chao Shanshan. It seemed like he had done it unintentionally, but it was all for the sake of allowing Chao Shanshan to truly calm down. Ling Yun, there's no one else here. Tell me, are you really confident that you can turn my family back into normal people? Why? You don't believe in my ability? Ling Yun teased. Chao Shanshan blushed, but she did not turn around. After a while, she asked again, then when are you going to teach me martial arts? Chao Shanshan did not want to fall too far behind Ling Yun. She was also worried about her family. She was very eager to learn martial arts. In half a month. We'll talk about it after you've recovered. Chao Shanshan was puzzled. But I haven't suffered any injuries. I've only become a little thinner. Ling Yun laughed. Xianxia, my martial arts are different from the ones that you know of. My martial arts focuses on one state of mind. Your state of mind is currently unstable, don't worry. When your state of mind has truly calmed down, I can guarantee that you will surpass your brother, Chao Tianlong, and even your father in an instant. Chao Xianxia had been thoroughly cleansed by Ling Yun, and there were many strands of immortal spiritual energy sealed in her body. Ling Yun was full of confidence and anticipation for their dual cultivation. He was confident that Chao Xianxia could at least break through to Xiantian realm level 3 after their dual cultivation. As for whether she could directly break through to the middle stages of the Xiantian realm, that would depend on God. So fast. Chao Xianxia was stunned. She could not believe it. Yes, it's that fast. Ling Yun chuckled. He purposely kept her in suspense and did not directly reveal the matter of dual cultivation. I have another question for you. Chao Xianxia thought for a long time and finally decided to go all out. Ling Yan's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Chao Xianxia. He wrapped his arms around Chao Xianxia's waist and pressed his chin on her shoulder. Ask away. When we were in Xianxia City, we already did that. Why are you so well behaved from start to finish today? You're not still practicing that virgin technique of yours, are you? Chao Xianxia almost buried her head in her chest. Her voice was so soft that it sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Ling Yun was secretly delighted. He also lowered his voice and whispered gently into Chao Xianxia's ear, Silly, you'll be mine sooner or later. What's the rush? With a shy moan, their lips once again touched passionately. Chao Xianxia fell into a strange state of excitement. She was very tired, but because she was with Ling Yun, she was inexplicably excited. She did not feel sleepy at all. What Chao Xianxia needed the most now was rest. This could not go on. Ling Yan had no choice but to use some tricks and hit Chao Xianxia's acupuncture point for sleeping. He gently carried the sleepy Chao Xianxia to the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, he floated back to the sofa. He sat there alone, quietly thinking for a long time. Suddenly, Ling Yun noticed that Tang Meng's phone on the coffee table was flashing. This was because Tang Meng had forgotten to bring his phone with him when he rushed out of the room. His phone was on silent mode, and he did not know how many missed calls there were. Ling Yun did not want to pick up, but seeing that the phone kept flashing, he decided to pick it up. Tang Meng's extremely ambiguous voice came through the phone. Big brother Yun, how are things on your side? Have you settled it? Ling Yun was speechless. He furrowed his brows and asked, Where are you now? Whose phone did you use to call me? Of course, Tang Meng was using the phone of Green Dragon's lackey. Xianxian is asleep, hurry up and come up. All right. 2 minutes. After hanging up, Tang Meng appeared at the entrance of the presidential suite in less than 2 minutes. Seeing that Tang Meng had arrived, Ling Yun immediately flew to the door and closed it. He said to Tang Meng through telepathy, Let's talk at the elevator. It was already 2:00 in the morning when the two of them arrived at the elevator. In the dead of the night, there was no one around. Hee, big brother Yun, how was it? Did you succeed? Tang Meng asked first. Without a word, Ling Yun raised his hand and gave Tang Meng a smack on the head. You still dare to ask? I say, what are you thinking about all day? I just rescued Xianxian. Can't you see how skinny she is now? At this point, Ling Yun suddenly looked at Tang Meng suspiciously and said, I say, shouldn't you be looking for a girlfriend? I see that you seem to have too many hormones. Tang Meng did not expect Ling Yun to suddenly change his mind. He immediately burst into tears, I'm touched. Big brother Yun has finally remembered that I'm a man too. I'm also in the prime of my youth. I also need women and love. After taking the initiative to give up on Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng experienced a short period of emotional distress. Soon, he was overwhelmed by the various trivial matters brought about by Ling Yun's heaven-defying rise. As for the matters of women, he really could not be bothered. However, they were both 18 years old. Tang Meng was tall and strong. Now that he was riding on the crest of success, it was only natural that he desired women. Now that Ling Yun mentioned this, how could Tang Meng not be touched? However, Tang Meng had his own plans. He was not in a hurry. Hee, Big Brother Yun, this is a small matter, a small matter. In this day and age, as long as one had money, power, and status, he would definitely not lack women. The two of them chatted for a while and quickly got down to business. Without Ling Yun asking, Tang Meng's expression turned serious as he whispered to Ling Yun, Big Brother Yun, it won't be just your form teacher tomorrow. Xian Ning Sister Lin, Long Wu, Zhang Ling, and her aunt. They will all come. What? Ling Yun was dumbfounded, all of them? Even if Ling Yun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to handle all of them. However, Ling Yun immediately thought of a more serious problem. Then will my auntie and Ling Yu come over? Tang Meng scratched his head and frowned. I don't know about this. Tonight, they were the only ones who did not call me. This made Ling Yun feel slightly relieved. He rubbed his forehead and said gloomily, since they are coming, what did you say? The main reason why Ling Yun did not pick up his calls or reply to his messages was because he was afraid that these women would come to Beijing. One Xianxia was enough for him to protect. If all of them came, he would not be able to do anything at all. Tang Meng spread his hands and said helplessly, Big Brother Yun, just tell me. Xian Ning Sister Lin, Long Wu. Which one of them can I afford to offend? Seeking monthly votes. To be continued. Yeah, I can't afford to offend them either. Ling Yun admitted directly. After that, the two brothers shut up at the same time. They looked at each other for a few seconds and laughed at the same time. But I think there are still people who can control them, Ling Yun said with a smile after some thought. Big Brother Yun, who? Tang Meng was shocked. My auntie. Who else could it be but Qing Dongshui? Out of all the goddesses in Qingshui City, Qing Dongshui was the only one who could control them. Qing Dongshui's status and seniority were all there. Tang Meng slapped his thigh. That's right, how could I have forgotten about Auntie Qing? Actually, it wasn't that he had forgotten, but Qing Dongshui's status was too high. Tang Meng didn't dare to visit Qing Dongshui unless it was something important for Ling Yun. The atmosphere in Beijing is too tense now, I can't let them come and cause trouble. Ling Yun had just rescued Xianxia. If anything happened to any of the goddesses, Ling Yun would be busy. Ling Yun took out his phone, ignoring all the notifications that were popping up all over the place. Instead, he called Ning Lingyu directly. Ling Yun knew that his sister wasn't asleep yet. The phone rang once before Ning Lingyu picked it up. Big Brother. Ning Lingyu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Lingyu, I haven't finished settling things here, but because of my college entrance exam results, Xian Ning and the rest are very anxious. They want to come to Beijing to look for me. Tell Auntie to stop them from coming to Beijing and cause trouble for me. Oh, I got it. Ning Lingyu knew that her brother wouldn't call her at such a late hour if he wasn't extremely anxious. Therefore, she agreed without hesitation. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I've already rescued Xianxia. She's fine now. If Zhang Ling wants to come to Beijing, she can come over. Zhang Ling and Xianxia had been deskmates for 3 years. Furthermore, they were best friends. There was nothing they didn't talk about. Just now, Xianxia had taken the initiative to ask about Zhang Ling. Ling Yun felt that it was necessary for the two of them to meet. This would be of great help to Xianxia's recovery. Oh. Ning Lingyu's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She only agreed to it but did not say anything else. Lingyu, you must remember to take things step by step. Don't rush for quick results. The more stable your foundation is now, the higher your achievements will be in the future. Do you understand? Before hanging up, Ling Yun didn't forget to remind her. Big Brother, I understand. You have to be careful in Beijing. Ning Lingyu also reminded her brother out of concern. Ling Yun smiled. Tell Auntie that I'll return to Qingshui after I'm done with my work. Then I'll hang up first. Rest early. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun still did not look at any messages on his phone and directly put it away. Big Brother Yun, you must have been under a lot of pressure in Beijing these few days, right? Tang Meng lit up his cigarette. Finally, he stopped smiling mischievously and got down to business. Phew. There was no need for Ling Yun to pretend in front of Tang Meng. He let out a long sigh and relaxed his body. It was indeed quite stressful. Ling Yun was right. Not only was it stressful, but the burden on his shoulders was also too heavy. For example, if Ling Yun didn't have the Devil's Blade, the Dragon Vein Sword, and the Dark Storm, he wouldn't have been able to break through the defense of a Xiantian Realm Level 7 Master. If Ling Yun didn't have the Stellar Condensation Technique, that terrifying defense, and the addition of 4,000 kilograms of strength, he wouldn't even be able to deal with a Xiantian Realm Level 5 Master. Furthermore, if Ling Yun didn't have the Dragon Elephant Divine Force, the various talismans, and the Dragon Saliva to provide him with an endless supply of spiritual energy, Ling Yun couldn't even defeat a Viscount, let alone an Earl or Marquis of the Blood Clan. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal with an ordinary Baron. His current combat power would be on par with an expert at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 4 if he were to disregard all of the above. Moreover, this was only against an enemy. Ling Yun had just returned to the family, and his biological father, Ling Xiao, was missing. He needed to find him. The Ling family was in danger, and he needed to protect them. As for Ling Yun's own matters, he had another important matter to attend to in Beijing. He needed to find out who was the one who spared no effort in hiring the assassins from the Assassins Organization to take his life. Ling Yun wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't find this hidden enemy. In front of everyone, Ling Yun appeared to be arrogant and valiant. However, the increasing pressure on his shoulders made it hard for him to breathe. He didn't even have the time to cultivate in peace. These matters needed to be resolved urgently. However, Tang Meng was Ling Yun's brother, and Tang Meng was like a roundworm in Ling Yun's stomach. Both of them only needed to look at each other to understand each other's thoughts. These few days, Ling Yun had been extremely busy with the Chao family's matters. He had not even spoken to Tang Meng much. This sudden decrease in contact made Tang Meng vaguely feel that Ling Yun must be under a lot of pressure in Beijing. Tang Meng couldn't help but ask, "Big brother Yun, since Chao Shanshan has been rescued, why don't we return to Qingshui City? It'll be great to return to our own territory and be carefree." Ling Yun narrowed his eyes and glanced at Tang Meng. Tang Meng's heart skipped a beat. Then, he smiled and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. "Retreat? Escape? Tang Meng, remember this. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as retreat or escape." What was cultivation? Cultivation was something that went against the heavens. The most important point of cultivation was to be able to withstand all kinds of torture from the heavens, including the heavenly tribulation. If he had to go through the heavenly tribulation, what else could make Ling Yun retreat and escape? If one really had to ask Ling Yun why he wanted to cultivate, Ling Yun could only say that it was for two reasons. The first was to become stronger, continuously become stronger. As for the second reason, it was naturally to cultivate and pursue the path of immortality. Ling Yun cultivated the way of the heart, and the way of the heart emphasized the state of mind. If he retreated or escaped even once, even if it was just a single thought, then his state of mind would no longer be complete, and a fatal crack would appear. In the short term, it wouldn't affect him much. However, when it came to the critical moment of the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be struck by the heavenly tribulation and die. Ling Yun had failed once, and he didn't want to fail a second time. Therefore, Ling Yun's words were very serious, unprecedentedly serious. Tang Meng was infected. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and nodded his head heavily. Ling Yun was also hesitant about whether he should tell Tang Meng about his return to the family. However, he ultimately decided not to. Before he found his father, Ling Yun decided not to tell anyone about this. He didn't want to bring harm to his friends, his father, and the Ling family. Even more so, he didn't want it to affect his overall plan. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, rest early. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the airport to pick someone up. It was almost 3 in the morning. Ling Yun could still endure it, but Tang Meng's eyes were bloodshot. No matter how young and energetic he was, he wouldn't be able to endure the continuous running. Tang Meng nodded and bade Ling Yun good night. He returned to the 10th floor and went to rest in the room of one of the Green Dragon lackeys. Ling Yun returned to the presidential suite, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. The sun rose from the east. The long night passed just like that, and a new day arrived. At 6 in the morning, Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at Xianxia, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Then, he flew to the bedside and gently tucked Xianxia in to prevent her from catching a cold. Then, in a flash, he went to the window and opened it. Facing the east, he started cultivating his stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan placed great importance on the cultivation of the stellar condensation technique. He understood the importance of breaking through the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. It was no less important than reaching the qi refinement stage. The stellar condensation technique would get harder as it progressed. Each major breakthrough was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It required days and months of hard work. Fortunately, Ling Yan felt that he was close to the threshold of the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. After another hour, a moan came from behind him, followed by the sound of a violent struggle. Xianxia, who was in a deep sleep, was struggling and rolling on the bed. "Don't touch me. Ah, Qin Jianwei, I'm going to kill you. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Ling Yan, where are you? Where are you? I can't tell anyone even if I die. I can't tell anyone, I can't hurt him." Xianxia was having a nightmare. Whoosh! Ling Yan stopped his cultivation and appeared in front of Xianxia's bed in a flash. He bent down quickly and stretched out both his arms to gently press on Xianxia's shoulders, calling out to her gently. Xianxia, Ling Yan's brows were furrowed. His lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were spewing flames of anger. He wanted to tear Qin Jianwei apart. Even in her dreams, Xianxia kept reminding herself not to reveal Ling Yan's secret. That was to protect Ling Yan from harm. In the past 3 months. Just how intense was the shock and the struggle with anger she had gone through? Sigh, without a doubt, Ling Yan's judgment was correct. Xianxia's heart was greatly agitated. Ah! Suddenly, Xianxia opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her breathing was rapid. She stared at Ling Yan's face for a long time, and suddenly, she plunged into Ling Yan's embrace. "Wah!" she cried bitterly. All right, it's all right, Xianxia, it's just a nightmare." Ling Yan ignored Xianxia's messy nightgown and half of her body. He hugged Xianxia lovingly and patted her back as if he was comforting a frightened child. To be continued. End of chapter 785. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.